Hi friends, welcome back. You know that feeling when you finish a great novel and just wish someone could read the next part to you? That's exactly why we're here. We already have over 100 novels ready as audiobooks, and if you want your favorite fanfic, or even the next part of a story we've uploaded, I can make it for you. All you need to do is join my Patreon membership. The link is waiting for you in the description. HP, The Boy Who Planted. Chapter 1. It was July. In the town of Hertford, on the outskirts of London, a muggy mist clung to the air, enveloping the town in a suffocating embrace, as if everyone had been tossed into a giant steamer basket. Suddenly, with a sharp bang from within the mist, a woman in her 50s emerged, her appearance unmistakable, a conical hat, patched and repatched over the years, perched atop her head. She hurried forward, her steps brisk and purposeful. Had any Hogwarts students witnessed this scene, they would have been astonished to recognize her. This was the head of Hufflepuff House, Professor Pomona Sprout, renowned for her calm, gentle demeanor, as nurturing as the earth she so loved. Yet today, Professor Sprout radiated a rare and palpable excitement. "Robin, my poor brother," she murmured, her voice trembling. "If Dumbledore hadn't told me the Book of Admittance had inscribed the name Char Sprout, I would have believed your entire family lost to the Death Eaters. Merlin's beard, Char, he's alive. The Sprout bloodline endures." Professor Sprout's breath quickened, her eyes brimming with guilt and remorse. For so many years, she had never imagined a child could survive alone. As his only living relative, she had failed in her duty to raise him, and the weight of that failure pressed heavily upon her. But as she steadied herself, her expression grew resolute. She would find this child and bring him home to the wizarding world, determined to make amends for the years lost. With renewed purpose, Professor Sprout strode towards the address written on a crumpled piece of parchment. "Lister Plantation," she whispered, reading the words from the Book of Admittance. "This is the place." With a wave of her wand, the thick mist before her parted as if swept aside by invisible hands, revealing a slender figure within. The moment she laid eyes on him, an undeniable sense of kinship surged within her, blood calling to blood. Yet, as she observed what the boy named Char Sprout was doing, her face drained of color, and pain flickered in her eyes. At that very moment, within the Lister Plantation, Char gripped a shovel, digging steadily into the soil. The air inside the plantation was even more oppressive than outside, but Char's focus never wavered. He worked with quiet determination, each scoop of earth deliberate and precise. When the pit was finally ready, Char gently nestled a cotton seedling into the ground. A flicker of satisfaction crossed his face. Done. In a view only he could see, text shimmered above the freshly planted seedling. Successfully planted cotton X1. A faint orb of light hovered over the plant. Planting reward, extremely slight increase in heat resistance, developing. After the plant matures, the reward will be upgraded to slight increase in heat resistance, extremely slight increase in drought resistance. Char surveyed the neat rows of cotton seedlings, his eyes shining with anticipation. "Once this batch matures and I harvest the crop, my heat and drought resistance should be enough to plant trees in the Sahara Desert without breaking a sweat." That's right, Char was a transmigrator. In his previous life, he had been a graduate student in agricultural science, researching new crops in remote mountain fields. But one fateful day, a landslide during a torrential downpour changed everything. When Char awoke, he found himself in 1980s London, inhabiting the body of an orphan. Fortunately, his memories remained intact. Armed with advanced planting techniques, he managed to eke out a living on the farm. It was when he planted his very first seedling that he discovered something extraordinary. He could see text and glowing orbs above the plants. At first, he thought he was hallucinating. But when he touched the orb and felt its effects, he realized he'd acquired a unique gift, a cheat ability he dubbed the planting system. As long as Char personally planted something and ensured the conditions were right, he would receive a reward related to that plant. If he waited until the plant matured, the reward improved significantly. It was simple, yet profound, not an overpowered system like Deep Blue stat allocation or God-tier comprehension, but a perfect embodiment of the principle, you reap what you sow. Others might have found the process of planting, waiting, and harvesting tedious, but for Char, a former agricultural science student, it was a dream come true. In his previous life, even the most diligent research didn't guarantee a thesis-worthy crop. Sometimes, a single hailstorm, a strong wind, or even a mischievous neighbor could ruin months of work. Recalling those nightmares, Char shivered, then picked up his shovel again. That was close. Better plant another cotton seedling to calm my nerves. He paused, thinking gratefully of Mr. Lister. Mr. Lister is a good man. He's willing to risk violating child protection laws just to let me work the plantation and earn my rewards, and he even pays me. Without him, I'd never have leveled up so quickly. Life is good. In the sweltering plantation, Char worked tirelessly, planting one cotton seedling after another. Yet, to Professor Sprout, the scene was unbearable, a knife twisting in her heart. She had feared her nephew, lost in the Muggle world, might have ended up in an orphanage. Never did she imagine that, in 1991, there would still be cotton plantations in England, with her 11-year-old nephew laboring like a slave. No, at least slaves had bread and water, she thought bitterly. She had watched Char work for so long, and he hadn't even had a sip of water. Fury ignited within her. Professor Sprout drew her wand, leveling it at Mr. Lister, her face contorted with rare anger. Vampire. No, even vampires are more merciful than you. Mr. Lister went pale, sweat pouring down his face. Before he could utter a word in his defense, Professor Sprout struck him down with a stunning spell. She paused, breathing deeply. For a fleeting moment, she had even considered using the Cruciatus curse. But now, only one thing mattered, getting Char away from this wretched plantation. She strode purposefully towards him, her footsteps catching Char's attention. "Madam, are you?" Char looked up, confusion written across his face. Professor Sprout's cheeks flushed. "Char. From today onwards, you don't have to work on the plantation anymore." At her words, Char's heart sank. Oh no. He was trained in agricultural science, not economics. He had no idea how the world economy was faring, but it must be bad if someone was coming to steal his job when he was doing so well. He hadn't even harvested this batch of cotton yet. Thankfully, years of planting had granted him cumulative rewards, thirst resistance, hunger resistance, abilities far beyond those of ordinary people. He could even recharge just by basking in the sun, and needed little sleep. Otherwise, how could he possibly manage an entire plantation alone? Char faced Professor Sprout, determination blazing in his eyes. "Madam, if you want to take my job, I advise you to think twice. I don't need wages, food, water, or even sleep. Can you match that?" Chapter 2. Professor Sprout stood frozen for a moment, processing Char's words. Did he really think she was here to steal his job? She couldn't help but find it both amusing and heartbreaking. The way Char listed his employment conditions with such confidence tugged at her heartstrings. What kind of life had this child endured, to value a job at a plantation so dearly? After a long pause, Professor Sprout gently explained everything to Char, who she was, what had happened to his family, and why she had come. Now, it was Char's turn to be stunned. He'd always thought he'd transmigrated into a parallel world. But only now did he realize. He was in the world of Harry Potter. He remembered Professor Sprout from the stories, head of Hufflepuff House, the herbology professor. But never in his wildest dreams did he imagine he'd be her nephew. Seeing Char's astonished face, Professor Sprout's own expression softened with emotion. "Char, your family was attacked by Death Eaters," she said gently. "The entire house was destroyed. I thought you were lost forever. But yesterday, you had a magical outburst. The Book of Admittance recorded your name, that's how I found you." Char blinked in surprise. A magical outburst. Yesterday. His thoughts raced back to the day before. He'd been experimenting with his planting system, as usual. Over the years, he'd noticed a pattern: the harder a plant was to cultivate, the better the reward. Some plants even granted special bonuses. So, in addition to growing ordinary crops like cotton, Char had always been on the lookout for rare and unusual seeds. Just yesterday, he discovered that a handful of mysterious seeds he'd planted a year ago had finally sprouted. Planted Marguerite's X3. But when he looked at the reward, it was different. Lacks necessary information, unable to read reward content. Curious, Char harvested the reward from one Marguerite right away. He didn't feel anything unusual, just a soft breeze brushing past. Then, nothing. Could that breeze have been his magical outburst? Was the reward for planting Marguerites related to magic itself, something he couldn't yet understand? Eager for answers, Char led Professor Sprout to a quiet corner of the plantation, where he kept his collection of unusual plants. "Aunt, you're the herbology professor at Hogwarts, right? You must know a lot about magical plants. I planted something strange, can you tell me what it is?" Professor Sprout's heart swelled with joy when she heard Char call her aunt. Despite all the hardships, he accepted her as family. The more she looked at him, the prouder she felt. How handsome. How diligent. He even grew flowers and rare plants as a hobby. She examined the small cluster of marguerites that had just broken through the soil, her eyes lighting up in surprise. This is a magical flower called marguerite, she explained. It's not just beautiful, it can be used to brew a potion that helps young wizards stabilize their magic. It's a rare magical herb, especially difficult to grow in the Muggle world. Char, you managed to cultivate it and keep it alive. Her admiration was clear. The Sprout family's talent for herbology had truly been passed down. At that moment, as Professor Sprout finished speaking, new information appeared before Char's eyes. Marguerite planting reward, very slight increase in magic power, developing. After the marguerite matures, the reward will be upgraded to slight increase in magic power. Suddenly, everything made sense. He was Professor Sprout's nephew, the same age as Harry Potter, so he should have started Hogwarts in the same year. But there was no mention of a Char Sprout in the original story. Now he understood. The original Char Sprout must not have had magical talent, so he was never recorded in the Book of Admittance or received a Hogwarts letter. That's why he didn't appear in the books. But now, thanks to the marguerite and the reward he'd received, his magical power had awakened. Like the flap of a butterfly's wings, it had changed his fate. Char Sprout, who should have been lost to the magical world, now had the chance to attend Hogwarts. Char's heart soared. He'd always dreamed of receiving a Hogwarts letter, of stepping into that magical world. And with his planting system, the possibilities were endless, so many magical plants to discover, so many rewards to reap. Professor Sprout looked at him, her voice gentle and hopeful. Char, would you let me take care of you from now on? Her eyes shone with love and longing. Char felt warmth blossom in his chest, and he nodded. Of course, Aunt. Professor Sprout beamed, her joy overflowing. But Char hesitated, then added, Aunt, I have one request. I wonder if you can grant it. Professor Sprout's eyes sparkled with determination. She felt she owed this child everything. No matter what he asked, she would do it. She was, after all, the head of Hufflepuff House and a renowned herbology master. Her connections in the magical world were second to none. Char, anything you want. Even if you asked for a fire dragon, I'd get the Ministry of Magic to approve it. Char blinked, startled. A fire dragon? What would I do with that? A mischievous grin spread across his face. Aunt, I just want a piece of land to grow my own trees and flowers. And, if you could get me some unusual seeds in the future, that would be perfect. Professor Sprout stared at him in disbelief, then burst out laughing. A patch of land. Some seeds. For her, that was the easiest thing in the world. Of course. You can have as much land as you want, and I'll personally help you cultivate every plant you desire. Her love for Char was plain to see. She looked at him as if he were her own child. Suddenly, she remembered something important. Oh, I almost forgot. She reached into her robes and pulled out a thick envelope, sealed with the crests of the 4 Hogwarts houses. This is your Hogwarts acceptance letter. Normally, an owl would deliver it, but I just couldn't wait. So, Char, welcome back to the magical world. Chapter 3. Char gazed at the envelope in his hand, sealed with the Hogwarts crest. Professor Sprout's warm, congratulatory voice echoed beside him. A rush of emotion welled up in Char's chest. The magical world. In his past life, he dreamed about this place countless times, the Philosopher's Stone that could turn lead into gold, the ancient basilisk lurking in the shadows, the Triwizard Tournament where young wizards faced dragons, and the looming threat of Lord Voldemort. But as he thought more about it, Char's excitement quickly turned to caution. Wait, this world is dangerous. His expression grew serious as he muttered to himself, always remember, I'm going to Hogwarts for one reason, planting trees, and more planting trees. Philosopher's Stone, Basilisk, Triwizard Tournament, none of that has anything to do with me. Just thinking about planting trees instantly put Char at ease. Nothing brought him more comfort or happiness than digging in the soil and watching things grow. As long as he focused on his plants, he could keep improving himself. What better way to thrive? Let Harry Potter and the others handle the adventures. Char was content to let the heroes save the day. At that moment, Professor Sprout turned to him. If you're ready, Char, let's explore the magical world together. I've prepared your textbooks and cauldron, but you should see where to buy them, and most importantly, you need to choose your wand yourself. Come, take my hand. Char's eyes lit up with anticipation. The magical world was about to unfold before him, and he was especially excited about the plants, mandrakes, devil's snare, biting cabbages, whomping willows. Just imagining planting them filled him with joy. How many rewards would he get? Of course, he was curious about his wand, too. But Char had already prepared himself. This body was originally a squib, someone without magic. He'd only received his Hogwarts letter because of the rewards from planting marguerite flowers. If wizarding talent could be ranked, Harry Potter would be legendary, while Char was probably at the very bottom. According to Ollivander, the wand chooses the wizard. Would any special wand choose someone like him? He didn't expect Holly and Phoenix Feather, Elder Wood, or any mythical core. But that didn't bother Char. To him, it was the wizard, not the wand, that truly mattered. Taking Professor Sprout's rough hand, Char felt a sudden jolt, a loud crack, and the world spun around him, like being flushed down a drain. When he opened his eyes, the famous leaky cauldron sign was right in front of him. Professor Sprout handed him a bag. It's normal to feel queasy after your first apparition. Here, use this if you need it. But Char stood steady, looking perfectly fine. Professor Sprout blinked in surprise. Char, you're not dizzy at all. He glanced at his planting system panel. Current abilities: photosynthesis, legendary; lodging resistance, legendary; life force enhancement, legendary; strength enhancement, legendary; body strengthening, legendary; heat resistance, epic; drought resistance, diamond. Magic, bronze. His magic was still at the lowest level, but his other abilities were off the charts. Maybe that's why apparition didn't bother him at all. Years of farming had paid off, even in the magical world. Char smiled shyly. I feel great, Aunt. Maybe it's because I exercise a lot. Professor Sprout beamed with pride. As expected from a Sprout. She led Char through the leaky cauldron and showed him how to enter Diagon Alley. Start from the trash can, count up 3 bricks, then 2 across, and tap 3 times with a wand. She handed Char her wand. Why don't you try? Char paused. Aunt, does it have to be a wand? What if a wizard is out for a walk and forgets it? Professor Sprout thought for a moment. Anything will do, really. A wand is just the most convenient. Char grinned, pulling a mini shovel from his pocket. He tapped the bricks, clang, 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 and the wall opened into a wide archway. He stared in delight. It actually works. Professor Sprout glanced at the shovel, amused. Char, you carry a shovel everywhere. He nodded, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Of course. What if I want to plant something and don't have my tools? Wizards can carry wands, why not shovels? Actually, I'd love a magical entrenching tool, or even a tractor. Then I could plant anywhere. Professor Sprout laughed, half exasperated, half proud. For wizards, a wand can do almost anything, even what Muggle tractors do. But let's get you a wand first. With that, they stepped together into the bustling heart of Diagon Alley, ready to begin Char's magical journey. Chapter 4. Professor Sprout led Char through the newly opened archway, stepping into the heart of Diagon Alley. The cobbled street was alive with color and magic, witches and wizards bustled past, shop windows glittered with enchanted displays, and the air hummed with excitement. Even though Char had seen Diagon Alley in films in his previous life, being here in person was something else entirely. The real Diagon Alley was vibrant, chaotic, and so much more dazzling than any movie could capture. Despite all the wonders around him, Char's destination was clear. Professor Sprout guided him straight to Ollivanders, the legendary wand shop. The shop itself was modest and unassuming, squeezed between 2 more flamboyant storefronts. Its faded sign and dusty windows gave little hint of the magic within. But Char knew, as did every young witch and wizard, that this was where their magical journey truly began. As they stepped inside, the air seemed to grow still, thick with the scent of old wood and polished magic. Stacks upon stacks of wand boxes lined the walls, reaching up to the shadowy ceiling. Before Char could take it all in, a figure appeared from behind the counter, Mr. Ollivander, with his wild silvery hair and curious, piercing eyes. Professor Sprout. Ollivander's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Are you bringing the first-year students this year? I thought Professor McGonagall usually did the honors. Professor Sprout smiled, her pride unmistakable as she introduced Char. This is my nephew, Char Sprout. He's been lost in the Muggle world for years, but I've just found him. Now I'm here to help him choose his wand. Ollivander's expression softened. The Sprout family might not be the most famous, but Professor Sprout was well respected as head of Hufflepuff and a renowned herbology master. Even after the hardships her family had faced, her name carried quiet strength. Now, with Char standing before him, Ollivander nodded sincerely. Then I must congratulate you, Professor Sprout. Turning to Char, Ollivander said warmly, Child, to inherit the Sprout name is to carry on a tradition of wisdom and care for the magical world. Perhaps you'll become a herbology master yourself one day. Char offered a polite smile, wondering if Ollivander said something like this to every hopeful young witch or wizard. After all, wands weren't cheap. He remembered how Ron Weasley had to make do with a patched-up old wand for years. It was a major purchase, and a little encouragement went a long way. Ollivander began his careful measurements, checking Char's height, arm span, and even the length of his fingers. As he worked, he explained his famous philosophy, the wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Sprout. No two wands are the same, just as no two wizards are alike. Char listened politely, nodding at the right moments. But inside, he felt calm and detached. He didn't care for wands with strong personalities, what he wanted was something reliable and steady. For him, a tool was a tool, it should do its job without fuss. He tried wand after wand, each one more elaborate than the last. But with every attempt, nothing happened. No sparks, no warmth, no magical reaction. Ollivander's brow furrowed, his eyes growing more puzzled with each try. He'd seen many young wizards over the years, and while his words were often encouraging, he could usually sense a wizard's potential through the wand's response. Char's performance, however, was underwhelming. His magical talent was barely above that of a squib, just enough to meet the Hogwarts admission standard, but only just. Sensing the tension, Char spoke up, his voice steady. Mr. Ollivander, you always say the wand chooses the wizard. But maybe these wands just aren't interested in me. Why don't I tell you what I need? Ollivander hesitated, this wasn't how things were usually done. But seeing Char's earnestness, and perhaps not wanting to embarrass Professor Sprout, he nodded. Very well, Mr. Char. What are you looking for in a wand? Char answered without hesitation. I want a wand that's reliable and stable. I do a lot of heavy work, so it needs to have a good temper and be hardworking. Please, choose a wand for me with those qualities. Ollivander blinked in surprise. Most young wizards dreamed of powerful, unique wands, yet Char wanted one that was simply practical and dependable. It was a first for Ollivander, but not a difficult request. Soon, he placed a plain, unadorned wand in Char's hand. The wood was smooth and sturdy, with none of the flashy carvings or rare cores. Char gave it a gentle wave. No sparks flew, but he felt a quiet sense of solidity run through his arm, as if the wand was quietly saying, let's get to work. Ollivander's eyes brightened. Ah, yes. 12 inches, ashwood with a unicorn tail hair core. Both are known for their stability and toughness. Together, they make a wand that is, he paused, his expression turning thoughtful, almost conflicted. Professor Sprout leaned in, concerned. What happens when they're combined? Ollivander hesitated, then spoke honestly. When combined, they create a wand that is either as ordinary as dust, or, on very rare occasions, as brilliant as a morning star. But, as the saying goes, 100 million specks of dust may never give birth to a morning star. Char just smiled, undisturbed by the verdict. Professor Sprout, however, looked both frustrated and worried. As they left the shop, Ollivander called after them, Professor Sprout, Mr. Char, this wand is free of charge. Char grinned, nudging his aunt. See, Auntie. We saved some money. That's a good thing, right? Professor Sprout huffed, half exasperated. How can you joke at a time like this? That Ollivander. As ordinary as dust, or as brilliant as a morning star, does he think we're made of dust? I should send a basket of biting cabbages into his shop. But beneath her bluster, she worried that Char's hopes had been dashed. To her surprise, Char was completely unfazed. Auntie, if Ollivander could really see the future, he'd be a seer, not a wand maker. Let's not worry about it. Professor Sprout couldn't help but smile at his optimism. All right, let's not dwell on it. Now that you have your wand, how about a treat? There's a wonderful ice cream shop here. But Char shook his head, glancing at the time with a look of determination. No, Aunt. I have something important to do. I still need to plant a lot of cotton today. I made a plan, and I want to stick to it. Professor Sprout could only laugh as Char practically dragged her out of Diagon Alley, his mind already on his next planting project. Watching Char's unwavering focus and his deep, almost obsessive passion for planting, all of Professor Sprout's worries melted away. Mediocre. Lacking in talent. She'd heard those words before. But as head of Hufflepuff and a master of herbology, she knew that passion and perseverance were the greatest talents of all. She smiled softly to herself. As ordinary as dust, or as brilliant as a morning star. Just wait and see. Char Sprout will shine brighter than anyone expects. With his new wand in hand and his heart set on the soil, Char's magical journey was just beginning. And if anyone doubted him, they'd soon learn, sometimes, the brightest stars are born from the humblest seeds. Chapter 5. Char glanced at Professor Sprout, a little hesitant but honest as always. "Aunt, I still need to plant 3 acres of cotton today. That'll take quite a while. It's really hot and stuffy here, and you must be busy. Why don't you go take care of your own matters and come back for me tomorrow? Or just give me the address, I can find my way on my own." But Professor Sprout only smiled, her eyes gentle and full of affection. She shook her head firmly. "That won't do, Char. I can't let you out of my sight again, not after finally finding you. Don't worry, school hasn't started yet. I have plenty of time. Besides, I'm a master of herbology. You wouldn't believe the conditions some magical plants require. This little bit of summer heat is nothing to me." Char felt a warmth in his chest at her words. He nodded, giving up on insisting, and was about to fetch his trusty shovel and other tools when Professor Sprout stopped him with a twinkle in her eye. "Char, you haven't started school yet, but you already have your own wand. Why not get used to casting spells with it? It's much more convenient than Muggle tools." Before Char could reply, Professor Sprout drew her wand and pointed it at the soil. With a practiced motion, she traced a spiral outward from the center, then gave her wrist a little flick. Terra Laxus. A warm, golden-brown light flowed from her wand and sank into the earth. Char watched in amazement as the soil began to turn itself over, stones rolling aside and hard clumps breaking up into soft, perfect planting earth. In just seconds, the ground was transformed into the kind of rich, loose soil he'd always dreamed of. If he'd tried to do this by hand, even with all his skill, it would have taken hours. But with a single spell, Professor Sprout had done it in the blink of an eye. Char's eyes were wide with admiration. "This is magic. That's incredible, Aunt. You're better than any tractor. Tractors need fuel, but you just need a good meal. With you around, we could run every farm in London." Professor Sprout chuckled, half amused, half exasperated. "Char, you and your obsession with farming. But thank you. Now, would you like to try the spell yourself? It's quite simple, and a good place to start." Char nodded eagerly. He mimicked her movements, brandishing his new ashwood wand. Terra Laxus. A faint yellow-brown light shimmered from his wand and touched the soil. The earth trembled and softened a little, not nearly as dramatically as when Professor Sprout had cast the spell, but enough to see it was working. Professor Sprout's face lit up with pride. For a first attempt, Char's spellcasting was excellent, his movements and incantation were spot on. But she couldn't help noticing that the effect was much weaker than her own. She sighed inwardly, realizing Ollivander had been right, Char's magical power was low, even for a first year. His spells would be weaker than average, and learning advanced magic would take even more effort. But Char didn't seem the least bit discouraged. He caught her glance and grinned. "My magic's not as strong as other young wizards, but that's okay. This is still better than a shovel. I'll just do my best." With that, he set to work, casting the soil-loosening charm again and again. Each time, he made the ground a little softer, then finished the job with his shovel. Before long, he was planting cotton seedlings in neat rows, his efficiency soaring. The magic might not have been spectacular, but it saved him a ton of effort. As he planted, Char noticed something new. The little ball of light that appeared over each seedling, the reward from his planting system, seemed a bit bigger than usual. Could it be that better planting conditions improved the reward? The thought thrilled him. If he could perfect every step, maybe the system's rewards would grow even greater. Excited, Char worked with renewed energy, casting spells and planting with a rhythm that was almost musical. He barely paused to rest, his stamina bolstered by years of hard work and the many physical enhancements his system had given him. In fact, he realized he could keep this up all day. Professor Sprout watched him, her astonishment growing. Even she couldn't cast spells at such a high frequency for so long. She wondered, not for the first time, if Char had a bit of giant blood in him. By the end of the day, Char had not only finished planting his planned 3 acres of cotton, he'd managed to plant 4 more. If Professor Sprout hadn't insisted he stop and take a break, he might have kept going all night. She finally put a gentle hand on his shoulder. That's enough for today, Char. Come back home with me to the Sprout family house. You need a good rest, and I have a greenhouse full of magical plants I'd love to show you. Char's eyes lit up at the mention of magical plants. He quickly packed his things, especially the 3 marguerites he'd planted so carefully. Before leaving, he jogged past the rows of cotton, waving goodbye to his plants as if they were old friends. Professor Sprout watched him, her heart full of pride and relief. So passionate about plants, she murmured. Even if this child never becomes a great wizard, he already has the heart of a true herbologist. What she didn't see was Char's system panel lighting up as he claimed all his rewards from the day's work. Heat resistance increased from epic to legendary. Drought resistance increased from diamond to epic. Countless glowing orbs swirled around him, marking his progress. With a final wave to the fields, Char left the plantation behind. Goodbye, Muggle world. Ahead of him lay a new life, a life full of magic, plants, and endless possibilities. The magical world was waiting. And Char was ready to grow. Chapter 6. In a quiet, flower-filled valley, nestled among rolling green hills and the gentle hum of bees, stood the Sprout family manor. The manor's stone walls were completely draped in lush vines, ivy, and a tapestry of flowering plants, blending the house so seamlessly into the valley that it seemed almost a part of the landscape itself. The air was fragrant with blossoms, and the songs of birds drifted through the open windows. Char gazed at the manor in awe, his eyes wide with admiration. What a wonderful place, Aunt, he breathed, unable to hide his delight. Professor Sprout's face lit up with a gentle smile, but a shadow of old sorrow flickered in her eyes. Your father and I grew up in this house, she said softly, her voice tinged with nostalgia. We spent so many happy years here, tending the gardens, learning about every plant and flower. But after what happened to him, I was the only one left. It became too painful to stay, so I rarely came back. Char's heart tightened with empathy. He looked at his aunt, his voice quiet. Aunt, how did my parents die? Professor Sprout's hand clenched, her expression darkening with a mix of grief and anger. It was Antonin Dolohov, she said, her words heavy. He was a cold-blooded executioner, one of the most ruthless Death Eaters. During the war, he killed so many who dared to resist he who must not be named. The Pruitt brothers, who were so brave and good, they fell to Dolohov's killing curse. The Longbottoms, so strong and resilient, were tortured into madness by him and his followers. Anne, your parents. They, too, died under his spells. Tears shimmered in Professor Sprout's eyes. Such a monster deserves to rot in Azkaban forever. Char listened in silence, committing the name Dolohov to memory. He remembered from the Harry Potter stories that there would be a major breakout from Azkaban one day. Perhaps, when that time came, he could do something to help. But for now, he reminded himself, the best way to prepare was to plant more trees, grow stronger, and build his abilities. Sensing the heaviness in the air, Professor Sprout wiped her eyes and forced a smile. Let's not dwell on sad things any longer. Today is your first day back in the Sprout family, Char. Come, let me show you around the manor. Where would you like to start? Char hesitated, but Professor Sprout laughed, her mood lightening. Knowing you, I bet you're most interested in the greenhouse. She led him through the ancient halls, past portraits of Sprout ancestors and through corridors where sunlight danced through the vine-covered windows. Finally, she opened a thick wooden door, revealing a sprawling greenhouse filled with vibrant magical plants of every kind. This is the greenhouse that the Sprout family has tended for generations, she said, her voice full of pride and affection. Herbology is our family tradition. This greenhouse, and the knowledge within it, are our most precious inheritance. She turned to Char, her eyes shining. And now, this greenhouse is yours. Char stared at her in shock. Even in the Muggle world, a greenhouse like this would be worth a fortune. Here, in the magical world, its value was beyond imagining. Before he could protest, Professor Sprout continued, I already have the best greenhouse at Hogwarts. I haven't had time to care for this one, and it's a shame to let it go unused. You are the only Sprout left besides me. Who else could I trust with this treasure? Char considered her words, then nodded, his voice sincere. Thank you, Aunt. I promise to make good use of it, and to honor the Sprout name. Professor Sprout's smile grew even warmer. I know you will. Now, let me show you how everything works. She explained the features of the greenhouse with clear pride. The undetectable extension charm makes it much larger inside than it appears. You can control the temperature and humidity in different sections. One end can be icy cold, the other as hot as a volcano. The soil has been enriched with magical fertilizers for generations, making it perfect for magical herbs. Plants grow faster, stronger, and with greater magical properties here. Char listened, his excitement growing with every word. This was a herbologist's dream, a laboratory, a sanctuary, a place where his skills could truly flourish. He turned to Professor Sprout, determination in his eyes. Aunt, I'll make the most of this. I won't let you down. She beamed at him. I believe you. Now, are you tired? Would you like to eat or rest? But Char shook his head, grinning. How could I rest now? I can't wait to start planting. Professor Sprout laughed softly. All right, I see you're eager. Let's get you started on your first magical herb. Is there anything you'd like to plant? Char's gaze fell on the 3 marguerite plants he'd brought with him, the very plants that had awakened his magic and brought him to this world. He remembered the rewards they offered, and how much he still needed to strengthen his magic. I'd like to start with marguerites, he said. Professor Sprout nodded. A good choice. Marguerite is a magical herb, but not too difficult to grow. It loves heat and stuffiness, and, most unusually, it thrives on positive emotions. To grow marguerites, you need to keep the greenhouse warm and stuffy, and you must spend time with them in a happy mood. The more cheerful you are, and the more you visit, the faster they'll grow. Char's eyes widened in realization. No wonder his marguerites hadn't sprouted in London's cold, damp weather. Only recently, when the days had turned hot and he'd been happiest in the garden, had they finally begun to thrive. With his legendary level heat resistance and epic level drought resistance, Char knew he could handle any climate the marguerites required. He was determined to fill the greenhouse with them before school started, to boost his magic as much as possible. Professor Sprout brought out a large pouch of marguerite seeds and demonstrated the planting process, pointing out the little tricks that made all the difference. Char followed her lead, carefully planting a seedling. As he finished, the familiar system prompt appeared before his eyes. You have successfully planted a marguerite. Reward available, extremely weak increase in magic, in gestation. After the marguerite matures, the reward will be upgraded to weak increase in magic. He noticed that the light orb above this new marguerite was noticeably larger than before. Even if the system's description hadn't changed, the actual reward would be much greater, at least 30% more, he guessed. Just then, the sound of owl wings fluttered outside the greenhouse. Professor Sprout received a letter, her expression turning serious as she read the signature. A letter from Dumbledore. He says he has something important to discuss with me. Char smiled reassuringly. Aunt, go ahead. I'll stay here and take care of the greenhouse. I promise I won't leave the manor. Professor Sprout gave him a warm hug, reminding him not to overwork himself, and then hurried off to meet Dumbledore. Left alone, Char took a deep breath. The greenhouse was already warm and stuffy, but for him, it felt as comfortable as a spring day. Professor Sprout had worried about making it too hot, but now, with her gone, Char could experiment freely. He waved his wand, adjusting the temperature controls until the air shimmered with heat. An ordinary person would have wilted, but Char felt right at home. He watched the reward light on his marguerites grow even larger, his heart racing with excitement. Let's see just how much magic I can grow, he murmured, smiling. Temperature, full blast. And so, in the heart of the Sprout family's magical greenhouse, Char's new life. Chapter 7. The air inside the greenhouse shimmered with heat, distorting the view like a mirage. It felt as if the entire structure had been set inside a giant steamer, thick, humid, and heavy. Wisps of steam curled lazily above the soil, and the glass panes fogged at the corners. For most people, even most wizards, this would have been unbearable without magical protection. But for Char, it was merely a little stuffy, like the air before a summer thunderstorm, uncomfortable, yes, but nothing he couldn't handle. Thanks to his legendary vitality and resistance, Char could have stayed in the greenhouse all day, or even all week, without feeling worse for wear. In fact, he felt energized. As he glanced at the marguerites he had planted, his eyes sparkled with delight. The reward light orbs above them were noticeably larger than before he turned up the heat. A grin spread across Char's face. With Professor Sprout absent for so long, the greenhouse had been mostly empty, a sleeping giant waiting to be awakened. Now, with a pouch full of marguerite seeds and a heart full of determination, Char set about filling every bed and plot with the magical flowers. He imagined the day when the entire greenhouse would be a lush sea of marguerites, each one brimming with magical rewards. The thought made him forget all about the heat. He worked tirelessly, casting the soil-loosening charm again and again, carefully planting each seed as Professor Sprout had shown him. It was meticulous work. Each marguerite required attention to detail, the right depth, the right spacing, the right touch. But Char was used to this kind of patient, repetitive labor. In fact, he found joy in it. Each time a reward orb appeared, it felt like a small celebration, a secret only he could see. Time slipped by unnoticed. Char's steady progress left neat rows of freshly planted marguerites stretching deeper and deeper into the greenhouse. The moon rose high outside, casting a silvery glow over the valley, but Char was still at work, lost in the rhythm of planting and the quiet magic of the night. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, Professor Sprout hurried through the castle's winding corridors. Dumbledore's words still echoed in her mind. Harry Potter will be enrolling this year. I'm preparing a series of challenges to help train him. Pomona, I hope you'll design one of them. Professor Sprout had barely concealed her annoyance. He called me back so urgently, just for this, she muttered under her breath. My Char is all alone at the manor. He must be starving. Determined to make up for lost time, she made a quick stop at the Hufflepuff kitchens, where the house elves gladly packed up several delicious, nourishing meals. As head of Hufflepuff, she was entitled to a few special privileges, and she intended to use them for Char's benefit. That child's had a hard enough life. Tonight, he'll eat like a king, she promised herself as she hurried away from Hogwarts, food box in hand. Back in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore watched through the enchanted portraits, a wistful smile on his lips. That boy, Char Sprout, truly brings Pomona joy, he mused aloud. He was genuinely pleased that the Sprout family had found a new heir, though he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. He'd heard about Char's visit to Ollivanders, about his lackluster magical talent. Dumbledore had briefly considered pairing Char with Harry Potter, but now he thought better of it. Let the boy have a peaceful, happy school life, he decided. Not every child needs to be a hero. With that, Dumbledore turned his attention back to his plans for Harry, leaving thoughts of Char behind. By the time Professor Sprout returned to the manor, the moon was high and the valley bathed in gentle silver light. Char, I'm back, she called, stepping inside with the food box. You must be hungry, I brought you some of the best meals from the Hufflepuff kitchen. I'm not exaggerating, Hufflepuff food is the best in the wizarding world. But the manor was quiet and empty, though the lights were on. A flicker of worry crossed her face. Is he still in the greenhouse, she wondered, her heart pounding. She hurried across the garden, clutching the food box. As she neared the greenhouse, a wave of heat washed over her, even through the closed door. Her eyes widened in alarm. How hot is it in there? Char hasn't learned proper heat protection spells yet. He could faint, or worse. Panic rising, Professor Sprout flung open the door. Char, she cried, bracing herself for the worst. But instead of finding her nephew collapsed, she saw him kneeling by a flower bed, calmly planting another marguerite. He looked up, surprised by her entrance. Auntie. You look pale, are you all right? Professor Sprout's relief was so great, it came out as a roar. Char. Who told you to turn the temperature up so high? Do you know how frightened I was? You are my only family. If anything happened to you, how could I ever face your parents? Tears threatened to spill from her eyes as she rushed over, checking him from head to toe. Char, suddenly realizing how worried she'd been, bowed his head apologetically. I'm sorry, Auntie. I didn't mean to worry you. Professor Sprout quickly cast several cooling and protection charms around him, ensuring the heat couldn't harm him. Only after she was absolutely certain he was safe did she finally relax, letting out a shaky breath. Promise me, Char, don't scare me like that again. Char nodded earnestly. I promise. Next time, I'll tell you before I turn the heat up. But really, Auntie, I'm fine. My body's different, I hardly feel the heat at all. Actually, would you like to see how the marguerites are doing? Professor Sprout blinked, caught off guard by his single-minded focus on the plants. But she couldn't help but smile at his enthusiasm. She followed his gaze to the rows of marguerites he'd planted. She knelt beside them, her eyes widening as she examined the seedlings. She could feel the magic radiating from the soil. With a flick of her wand, she cast a detection charm, and her mouth fell open in astonishment. These marguerites. Char, their condition is perfect. If they continue like this, they'll mature into the most flawless marguerites I've ever seen. She didn't mention the other thing she'd realized: marguerites of such quality were almost unheard of. Their magical properties might even mutate, allowing them to be used in brewing ancient, rare potions that could enhance a wizard's magical talent. She looked at Char, her eyes shining with pride and a little awe. You truly have a gift, Char. Not just for plants, but for caring for life itself. Char beamed, his earlier guilt forgotten. I just did my best, Auntie. And with this greenhouse, I can do even more. Professor Sprout hugged him tightly, her heart full. Let's go inside and eat, Char. You've earned a feast tonight. And tomorrow, we'll see what other wonders you can grow. Together, they left the greenhouse, the air behind them thick with heat and hope. In the moonlit valley, the Sprout family's legacy was blooming anew, one perfect marguerite at a time. Chapter 8. Professor Sprout looked at Char, her eyes full of genuine admiration. This is perfect quality marguerite, Char. You are truly a genius in herbology. Her praise was heartfelt, not flattery. While the method for planting marguerite seemed simple, its requirements were anything but. The plant needed a hot, stuffy environment and, most unusually, it thrived on the happy, satisfied emotions of its caretaker. To reach perfect quality, the conditions had to be just right, almost uncomfortably so for most wizards, even with protective charms. And as for the emotional requirement, it couldn't be faked or forced by potions, it had to be genuine joy. How many people could be truly happy in such stifling heat? Even most herbology masters would find it unbearable. But Char was different. He felt nothing but joy and fulfillment as he worked, and that happiness was what allowed this batch of marguerite seeds to reach a perfect state right from the start. If this could be maintained, Professor Sprout realized, these marguerites would be more effective for brewing talent-enhancing potions than anything described in the textbooks. Her heart stirred with hope. She happened to know the recipe for such a potion, one that, in rare cases, had transformed wizards of modest talent into magical geniuses. The main ingredient. Perfect quality marguerite. The other ingredients were even rarer, and the potion required a master like Severus Snape to brew it. But now, with Char's help, the first and most essential ingredient was within reach. She kept her hope to herself, not wanting to raise Char's expectations until she was sure she could gather all the ingredients. No matter how difficult or dangerous the search, she was willing to face it for Char, her only family. With a gentle but firm hand, Professor Sprout pulled Char away from the greenhouse. No matter what your old habits were, Char, here you must eat well and sleep well. That's an order. Char could only nod in defeat. If it weren't for her insistence, he would have happily stayed up all night with his plants. Thankfully, Professor Sprout explained that the marguerites needed the most positive emotion right after planting, like laying a strong foundation for a house. Since Char had already given them the perfect start, he didn't need to keep them company constantly. After a month, they would be fine with just daily care, and in about 6 months, they'd be fully mature. Char's eyes sparkled with anticipation. 6 months. That was fast in the world of magical plants. At dinner, Professor Sprout forked a piece of nourishing food onto Char's plate. Work and rest go hand in hand, Char. Whether you're a potions master or a herbology master, you must learn to balance life. Now, try the Hufflepuff kitchen's best dishes. Char took a bite, and his eyes lit up. He ate with gusto, then looked up with concern. Aunt, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Please, eat with me. They exchanged a warm smile. For the first time in many years, the old Sprout family manor was filled with laughter and light. Time passed in a blink. Nearly 2 months later, it was September 1st, 1991, the first day of Char's new life at Hogwarts. That morning, Professor Sprout woke early and went straight to the greenhouse, as she had each day since Char's return. As expected, she found Char already hard at work, tending to his beloved marguerites in the warm, stuffy air. She called out, Char. Today is your big day. You don't have to work so hard, school starts today. Char paused, surprised. Today? Already? Time really does fly. A month ago, he'd filled the entire greenhouse with marguerites and had spent every day since caring for them, watching the reward halos above each plant grow brighter and larger. He'd been so absorbed in his work, he'd nearly forgotten about the start of term. With a small smile, Char took out his wand and approached a patch of marguerites. He traced a triangle in the air, then flicked his wrist as if snipping with invisible scissors. Arboricus. Deadwood removal. This was the pruning charm, the second spell Professor Sprout had taught him after the soil loosening spell. With a flash of magic, dead branches and withered leaves fell away, instantly turning to ash and enriching the soil. The plants looked healthier and more vibrant than ever. Professor Sprout watched, her eyes shining with pride. Char, your pruning charm is getting better every day. Char grinned. I haven't learned any other spells in 2 months, just soil loosening and pruning, from morning till night. If I couldn't do them well by now, I'd be unworthy of the Sprout name. Professor Sprout's heart swelled with pride. My dear Char, the Sprout name will shine through you. But these marguerites have passed their most delicate stage. I'll take care of them from here. You don't want to be late for your first day. Char looked at the sea of marguerites, reluctant to leave. But thoughts of Hogwarts, and especially the legendary Hogwarts greenhouses, quickly filled him with excitement. If the Sprout family greenhouse was this magical, what wonders awaited him at school? He packed his things efficiently, his anticipation growing. Professor Sprout watched him, her lips curled in a fond, expectant smile. I wonder which house you'll be sorted into, Char. If it's not Hufflepuff, I'll toss the sorting hat into the fertilizer bin. Char laughed, and Professor Sprout took his hand. Hold on tight. Let's go, King's Cross Station awaits. Together, they set out for the next chapter of Char's magical journey, hearts full of hope and excitement for all that lay ahead. Comment. 6. Comment. Vote. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. With a loud bang, Char and Professor Sprout appeared just outside King's Cross Station. The station was alive with energy, families bustled about, some dressed in the odd, mismatched styles of the wizarding world, while others blended in seamlessly with the Muggle crowds. Ministry of Magic employees, easily spotted by their anxious faces and watchful eyes, moved through the throng, keeping a close eye on everything. Professor Sprout leaned in and explained, every year, the opening day at Hogwarts is the most important day in our world. The Ministry doesn't want any mishaps. See those wizards over there? They're maintaining a confundus charm so Muggles won't notice anything strange. She lowered her voice, adding, and I heard there was a break-in at Gringotts. Someone actually managed to get into one of the underground vaults. That's why security is even tighter than usual. Char nodded in understanding. Suddenly, it made sense why the Hogwarts Express departed from such a busy Muggle station. He'd always wondered, back in his previous life, why wizards would risk such exposure. But with Ministry workers on hand to keep things hidden, it was less risky than it appeared. And the Gringotts break-in, Char felt a ripple of excitement. Even with his presence in this world, some things hadn't changed. The story of Harry Potter and Voldemort was about to unfold once again. But Char quickly reminded himself, he was here to plant trees, not to get involved in adventures. Just then, as Professor Sprout was about to lead Char toward platform 9 3/4, they were approached by a white-haired lady and a round-faced, shy boy. Professor Sprout's face lit up in recognition. Ms. Longbottom. And Neville. How wonderful to see you both, she greeted warmly. She turned to Char, Char, this is Ms. Longbottom and her grandson Neville. Our families are related, you know. You're actually 2 months older than Neville, so you're his cousin, distant, but still family. Char blinked in surprise. So the Sprouts and Longbottoms were related. He remembered reading in his previous life that most wizarding families were connected somehow. Even Harry and Bellatrix Lestrange were distant cousins. It made sense that he and Neville would be, too. He greeted Ms. Longbottom and Neville politely. Neville, blushing, shyly called him Cousin Char. Ms. Longbottom, however, was not so easily pleased with Neville's timid demeanor. Neville, dear, stand up straight. You must uphold the Longbottom family name, she chided, though her tone was more weary than harsh. Neville only shrank further, and Ms. Longbottom sighed in resignation. Turning to Char, her expression softened. I was so glad to hear you'd returned to the Sprout family, Char. You and Neville will be at Hogwarts together now. Please look out for him, he's a bit forgetful. Char smiled reassuringly. Let's look out for each other, Cousin Neville. That's what family does, right? Ms. Longbottom seemed delighted by Char's words. After a few more pleasantries, they all gathered their luggage and made their way toward the magical barrier. Passing through, Char's eyes widened at the sight of the gleaming Hogwarts Express. The platform was packed with students and families. Some children were crying as they said goodbye, others laughed and chattered with excitement. The whole scene felt so much more vivid than anything he'd ever seen in a movie. But after a while, the noise and chaos became overwhelming. Ms. Longbottom gave Neville a final round of instructions before waving him off. "Go on, find a seat and settle in, both of you." Professor Sprout pulled Char aside for a moment. "If you have any trouble on the train, find the Hufflepuff prefect. I'll see you at the sorting ceremony." Char nodded and, with Neville at his side, boarded the train. Neville struggled with his trunk, his face turning red with effort, until Char easily lifted it for him. "Thank you, Cousin Char." "You're really strong," Neville said, a little awed. Char grinned and waved to Professor Sprout and Ms. Longbottom through the window before leading Neville down the corridor in search of an empty compartment. On the platform, Professor Sprout watched their retreating backs with a gentle smile. "It looks like they're getting along well." Ms. Longbottom nodded, though worry lingered in her eyes. "Pomona, I do worry about Neville. He's so timid, and he's always been a bit behind. We once feared he was a squib. If he can't keep up at Hogwarts." She trailed off, her voice full of concern. She hesitated, then added quietly, "I heard Char's magical talent isn't very high, either." Professor Sprout's expression darkened slightly. "That's what Ollivander says. But if he could see a wizard's destiny, he'd be teaching divination, not making wands. Just wait, he'll regret his judgment. My Char has the potential for legend." Ms. Longbottom was surprised by Professor Sprout's conviction. She wished she could say the same for Neville, but her confidence faltered. "Well, I hope Neville learned something good from Char," she said softly. Meanwhile, Char and Neville found an empty compartment and settled in. There was still plenty of time before the train would leave, and it would be hours before they arrived at Hogwarts. Char decided not to waste a moment. Under Neville's curious gaze, Char opened his suitcase and pulled out a few small flower pots. Each held a tiny, bright green plant, shaped like a little goldfish, delicate, lively, and utterly charming. Neville leaned closer, eyes wide. "What are those?" Char smiled, pride in his voice. "These are special magical herbs. They're called goldfish vine. Aren't they beautiful?" Neville nodded, fascinated. The two cousins sat together, surrounded by the hum of the train and the promise of new beginnings, sharing their first magical moment on the journey to Hogwarts. Chapter 10. Goldfish vine. Neville repeated the unfamiliar name, his brow furrowed in curiosity. "What's it used for?" Char smiled, happy to explain. "It's a magical herb that's used in potions related to memory. Many memory potions require goldfish vine as a key ingredient." Neville's eyes widened with interest. "Why does it work like that?" Char continued, "It's all about how it grows. Goldfish vine doesn't need special soil, water, or sunlight. In fact, it's a bit like those succulents muggles like to keep on their windowsills. But if you want it to thrive, it needs to absorb something very special, forgetting." "Forget-ting?" Neville echoed, puzzled. Char nodded. "Whenever someone forgets something near a goldfish vine, it absorbs the forgetting as nourishment. The more forgetting it takes in, the faster and better it grows." Neville stared at the little green plants, his mouth open in amazement. "There's really a plant like that?" Merlin's beard, that's brilliant. He peered closer at the pots, then blinked in surprise. "Cousin Char, are these getting greener?" "They look brighter than before." Char grinned. "That means they're absorbing forgetting right now." "Neville, did you forget something?" Neville's face turned thoughtful. I think I might have." "But what was it?" He frowned, trying to remember, but the harder he tried, the more it slipped away. Char glanced at the glowing reward orbs hovering above the goldfish vine pots. They were visibly swelling, brighter and larger than before. "You have successfully planted goldfish vine. Reward available, extremely weak increase in magic perception ability, gestating. After the goldfish vine matures, the reward will be upgraded to weak increase in magic perception ability." Char's heart lifted. The goldfish vine was thriving, thanks to Neville's forgetfulness. "It's working," Char thought with satisfaction. "Neville is the perfect catalyst for goldfish vine. I planted these a month ago, and they barely grew. But with Neville here, they're already catching up. If he keeps them, they might mature in no time." He'd been pondering what magical plant to focus on next. Mandrake. Devil's Snare. Venomous Tentacula. The rewards would surely be impressive, but Professor Sprout had warned him, the more powerful the herb, the more precise the magic required. Even the smallest mistake could ruin a whole crop. That's why herbology masters were so rare. They either had a natural gift for magic perception or spent years honing their senses. Char's own magic perception was still weak. Even if he copied Professor Sprout's every move, it would only be surface-level imitation. He simply wasn't ready for the most challenging magical plants. That's why he'd chosen Goldfish Vine. Its reward was a direct boost to magic perception. If he could raise his perception, he'd be able to take on more difficult plants soon. And as for the forgetting Goldfish Vine needed, Neville had plenty to spare. So did many Hufflepuffs, who were always losing things or forgetting homework. Char's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he watched the Goldfish Vine thrive in Neville's presence. Suddenly, Char pushed the pots toward Neville. Neville, you seem really interested in magical plants. Why don't you keep these Goldfish Vine? They'll help you know if you've forgotten something, and they'll be happiest with you. Neville's eyes went wide. Oh, no, I couldn't, these must be valuable. Char cut him off with a laugh. Nonsense. I can always grow more. Besides, I think you're a natural herbologist. These little guys will love you. Neville hesitated, but Char's encouragement finally convinced him. He cradled the pots, his cheeks flushed with gratitude. Thank you, Cousin Char. I promise I'll take good care of them. I won't let you down. Char smiled, feeling a quiet satisfaction. He didn't worry about Neville accidentally killing the plants. If anything, Neville's forgetfulness would help them thrive. Maybe Neville would even manage to grow perfect quality Goldfish Vine, giving Char a shortcut to more advanced magical plants. As the train filled up, more students filed into the compartments. Soon, the door slid open and a girl with bushy brown hair and bright, inquisitive eyes poked her head in. Her front teeth stuck out a bit, giving her a slightly otter-like look. Hello, my name's Hermione Granger, she said, her voice confident and friendly. Is this seat taken? She caught sight of the Goldfish Vine in Neville's hands and gasped. Oh! Is that Goldfish Vine? I read about it in 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi. I can't believe you have magical plants already. May I take a closer look? Char tensed, suddenly on high alert. Before Neville could answer, he blurted, no. Hermione looked startled, a little hurt. Had she done something wrong? Char quickly clarified, his tone nervous but earnest. It's not you, Hermione. It's just, you look like someone who never forgets anything. A real top student. Goldfish Vine likes forgetful people. Smart people are, well, kind of poisonous to it. Hermione's disappointment faded into a shy smile. Oh, I see. That's fascinating. I suppose I'll just admire them from here, then. Neville giggled, and even Char relaxed. The three of them settled in, the Goldfish Vine glowing quietly on the windowsill, as the Hogwarts Express began its magical journey north. Chapter 11. Hearing Char's nervous words, Hermione, who had looked a bit disappointed, suddenly brightened. Really? You think I'm smart too? Well, it might sound like bragging, but that's what my old teacher said. She giggled, then continued, I can't decide if I want to be in Ravenclaw or Gryffindor. They say Ravenclaw is for those who love knowledge, but Gryffindor is supposed to be the best house. Hermione chattered away excitedly. Neville, however, looked a bit down. Cousin, did you just call me stupid? Char replied calmly, Neville, look at your memory. I just said you're an amazing herbologist. How did you forget already? Of course I gave you the Goldfish Vine because you're a genius. I'm sure you'll take great care of them. Neville immediately perked up, carefully holding the Goldfish Vine in his hands. He glanced at Hermione warily, as if worried that this top student might somehow poison the plants. Hermione didn't seem to mind. She sat down in the compartment and took out a book, but kept sneaking glances at the magical plants. Char ignored Hermione for the moment and took out another small pot, filled with rich soil from the Sprout family greenhouse. He waved his wand. Terra, Laxus. With a gentle soil-loosening charm, the earth became soft and airy. Char carefully planted another Goldfish Vine seed, watered it with a bit of nutrient potion, and made sure the soil was just right, moist, but not soggy. Throughout the process, Char was meticulous, treating the little plant as if it were a work of art. When he saw the familiar system prompt appear. You have successfully planted the Goldfish Vine. Rewards available. Char smiled and handed the pot to Neville with a sense of ceremony. Neville, this new little life is in your hands now. Neville looked very serious. Okay, cousin. But I'm not sure how to take care of them. I mean, I know you water them every few days, do they need sunlight? Before Char could answer, Hermione jumped in, eager to share her knowledge from 1,000 magical herbs and fungi. Goldfish vine likes bright light, 5 to 6 hours of sunlight is ideal, but not direct midday sun. They like moisture, but not waterlogged roots. The soil should be damp but not soggy, and... As Hermione explained, Neville's expression went from serious to confused. Char asked gently, Neville, do you remember all that? Neville hesitated. Maybe, 50%. Char waited a moment. And now? Neville looked even more lost. 30%. After another moment, Neville admitted, Cousin, I've forgotten everything. I really do have a terrible memory. Grandma was right not to let me water her flowers. I can't keep plants alive. Maybe I should give these back to you, I'll just kill them. But Char smiled warmly. He glanced at the pot Neville was holding. The goldfish vine had already sprouted, and the other pots looked even greener and healthier. Some of the little goldfish-shaped leaves were starting to grow. Char patted Neville's shoulder. No, Neville. You can forget everything Miss Granger just said. Only ordinary people need to remember all those things. But you, cousin, you're a true genius. Just do your best, and let the goldfish vine take care of the rest. I trust you completely. I'll be planting more soon, so I'm counting on you. Neville's eyes lit up. For the first time, someone truly believed in him. Growing up, he'd always been scolded, by his grandmother, by relatives, by everyone who thought he'd never live up to the Longbottom name. He'd even been suspected of being a squib and pushed from the attic to try to awaken his magic. No wonder he was so timid. But now, Char was entrusting him with something important. Someone believed in him. Neville's heart filled with determination. He would not let Char down. He would study herbology and help Char grow the best goldfish vine in Hogwarts. Just then, a shrill laugh echoed outside the compartment door. What did I just hear? Did I hear right? Neville Longbottom is a genius. Merlin, if that's true, everyone at Hogwarts must be Dumbledore. The door slid open to reveal a boy with platinum blonde hair and a sneer, Draco Malfoy. Two large boys, Crabbe and Goyle, flanked him. Char recognized them immediately. Draco Malfoy, with his smug attitude, and his ever-present lackeys. He remembered that Malfoy had a lot of fans in the movies, but in the books, he was just a bully in his early years. Neville shrank back, his face turning red, unable to get a word out. Hermione, however, bristled with indignation. Whoever you are, it's rude to eavesdrop on people's conversations. Malfoy sneered at her. He seemed to sense, just from her accent and manner, that Hermione wasn't from a wizarding family. A Muggle-born, are you? You probably don't know what the name Malfoy means, he said arrogantly, then turned his attention to Neville and Char. Neville Longbottom, the almost squib. And your cousin, the Sprout Boy just brought back from the Muggle world. I hear his talent is just as bad as yours. You two and a Muggle-born, what a perfect match. I don't know why Hogwarts lets people like you in. Char looked at Malfoy with a blank expression. Oh. Is your father going to be headmaster of Hogwarts? Is that why you're here, getting some practice? When he's in charge, is he going to expel all the Muggle-borns and anyone with weak magic? Will Hogwarts become an elite school under Malfoy rule? I'll ask my aunt to mention it to Professor Dumbledore. Malfoy's face froze. Even as a child, he knew some things shouldn't be said aloud. He couldn't think of a comeback, so he snorted and turned to leave. Char was about to close the compartment door when Crabbe's eyes fell on the goldfish vine in Neville's hands. The green, goldfish-shaped plant reminded him of a chocolate frog. What's this? Did the chocolate frog company make a new flavor? Matcha, maybe. Looks tasty. Crabbe licked his lips and reached out for the pot. Let me have a taste. Chapter 12. As Crabbe reached out for the goldfish vine, Malfoy paused, a smirk spreading across his face as if he were settling in to watch a good show. Goyle, never one to be left out, licked his lips and eyed the plant hungrily. To the two of them, the bright green, goldfish-shaped leaves looked like some kind of magical treat, perhaps a new flavor of chocolate frog, juicy and sweet. I want some too. Goyle grunted, grabbing Crabbe's arm to get his share. Neither Crabbe nor Goyle paid any attention to Char, Neville, or Hermione. After all, hadn't Malfoy just said Char and Neville were barely better than squibs? And Hermione, well, she was just a Muggle born. No one here had learned magic yet, so, in their minds, size was all that mattered. Hermione's face flushed with anger. Rude. Absolutely rude, she snapped, drawing her wand. She'd practiced a few spells at home, and though her hand trembled a bit, she'd never actually been in a fight before. She stood her ground. Her heart pounded. Would her magic be enough against these two giants? Neville, who couldn't cast spells at all, nevertheless stepped forward protectively, shielding the goldfish vine behind him. There was a rare look of determination in his eyes. Even if Crabbe and Goyle beat him to a pulp, he wouldn't let them touch the plant his cousin Char had entrusted to him. Just as the tension in the compartment reached its breaking point, there was a click, the sound of the carriage door locking. Malfoy blinked, only now noticing that Char had quietly locked the door. He looked confused for a moment, but then a chill ran down his spine. Suddenly, the carriage seemed darker, the air heavier. Everyone turned to Char, who now stood with a cold, stormy look on his face, his fists slowly clenching. "You come in here, spouting off about squibs and Muggleborns," Char said in a low, dangerous voice. "I could ignore that. But you want to eat the goldfish vine I grew." His expression twisted, as if recalling a memory that made his blood boil. In his mind, he was back in his previous life, leaving his experimental field for just half an hour, only to return and find the local aunties had helped themselves to his precious citrus fruits. "Why are the oranges you grow so sour?" they'd complained, as if he owed them something. "Young man, I'll give you £2 for a kilo, how's that?" The faces of those aunties were suddenly superimposed on Crabbe and Goyle's greedy expressions. A growl rumbled in Char's chest. Not this time. In a flash, Char's fist became a blur. He landed a punch squarely on Crabbe and Goyle's faces, sending the two hulking boys crashing to the floor. Then, with a burst of pent-up frustration, Char unleashed a flurry of stomps. "I'll let you eat oranges. I'll let you eat." Still complaining they're sour? My thesis. My graduation. Eat, 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 are you still going to eat? Malfoy, stunned and terrified, watched as his friends were flattened. When Char's gaze swept over to him, Malfoy's bravado vanished. He stammered, I didn't eat anything. I don't want to eat it. That thing looks disgusting." Char's lips curled into a smirk. In a swift motion, he reached out, grabbed Malfoy by the collar, and hauled him up. "Are you qualified to judge my plants? Are you the one studying herbology, or am I?" He tossed Malfoy to the floor, letting out a long, satisfied sigh. "Ah, that feels better." Neville and Hermione stared, wide-eyed and speechless. So that was why Char had locked the door, to give Malfoy and his cronies a lesson they wouldn't forget. Hermione's wand hand dropped, and Neville clutched the goldfish vine even tighter. Malfoy, now sniffling and red-faced, wailed, "I'm telling my father. He'll have you expelled. All of you." Char just smiled slyly and pulled 3 small, black seeds from his pocket. Before Malfoy, Crabbe, or Goyle could react, he popped one into each of their mouths. Malfoy's eyes bulged. "What did you just feed us?" Char put on his most serious face. "Devil's parasitic grass seeds. Ever heard of them?" Malfoy shook his head, panic rising. He didn't care for herbology and had no idea what that meant, but the name alone was terrifying. Char continued, voice low and ominous, "Devil's parasitic grass is a rare and dangerous dark magic plant. It's not even in 1,000 magical herbs and fungi. Only the sprout family has it. It's highly toxic, but that's not the worst part. It only sprouts inside the human body, feeding on flesh and blood, especially from young wizards like you. Soon, you'll feel a little strange, but you won't know why. That's the grass taking root. When it's fully grown, it'll burst right out of your chest." Malfoy's face went as white as his hair. He fainted dead away, followed quickly by Crabbe and Goyle. Char rolled his eyes. So much for pureblood courage. He dragged the 3 unconscious boys to the compartment door and heaved them into the corridor. Then, turning back, he saw Hermione and Neville looking pale and shaken. Hermione found her voice first. "Char, you can't do that. Even if they were being awful, you can't use such horrible magic. You could be arrested." Char blinked, then burst out laughing. You really think devil's parasitic grass exists? Please. I made it up. Even if my family did have dangerous plants, my aunt would never let me near them. Hermione and Neville exchanged confused glances. So what did you actually give them? Hermione asked. Char grinned, holding out a handful of roasted watermelon seeds. Just ordinary Muggle watermelon seeds. I roasted them as a snack. Want some? The tension melted away as Hermione and Neville realized the truth. They laughed, nervously at first, then with real relief. The compartment, once filled with fear and anger, was now filled with the warmth of new friendship and the crackle of shared laughter as the Hogwarts Express carried them ever closer to their magical future. Chapter 13. When Char revealed that what he'd given Malfoy and his cronies was nothing more than ordinary watermelon seeds, both Hermione and Neville let out a huge sigh of relief. The tension in the compartment melted away, replaced by peals of laughter. Hermione laughed until her sides hurt. Did you see Malfoy's face? She giggled. If he ever finds out he was scared of a watermelon seed, he'll want to disappear into the floor. The Hogwarts Express whistled, and with a rumble, the train pulled away from King's Cross Station, carrying them out of London and into the rolling green countryside. The landscape outside the window blurred by, fields and woods bathed in the golden light of late afternoon. Soon, the cheerful voice of the witch with the trolley echoed down the corridor. Chocolate frogs. Licorice wands. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. For a moment, Char was reminded of the old green trains from his previous life, the hawkers selling drinks, snacks, and sunflower seeds. The nostalgia made him smile. Suddenly, Neville let out a cry. He'd finally remembered what he'd forgotten: his pet toad, Trevor, was missing. Neville searched the compartment, then under the seats, his voice growing more desperate. Trevor? Where are you, Trevor? He called, nearly in tears. Hermione immediately jumped up to help. Don't worry, Neville. He must still be on the train. A toad on a train, someone's bound to notice. Come on, I'll help you look for him. She turned to Char. Char, do you want to come with us? Char shook his head. Some toads can find their way home. What if Trevor comes back while you're gone? And besides, what if Malfoy and his friends come back and find him? I'd better stay here and keep an eye on things. Hermione and Neville both shivered at the thought of Crabbe and Goyle finding Trevor. You're right, Hermione said. We'll go look. You hold down the fort, Char. With that, Hermione and Neville hurried out, leaving Char alone in the compartment. He smiled to himself, thinking about how the gears of fate kept turning. Hermione and Neville would probably meet Harry and Ron, just like in the original story. If he'd gone with them, maybe he'd have become friends with the famous Harry Potter. But Char had no interest in chasing fame or adventure. He just wanted to plant his magical plants in peace. So, while the train rattled on, Char took out a few more small pots and carefully planted more goldfish vine, tending to each one with the care of an artist. The hours slipped by, the sun arcing across the sky, and before he knew it, the windows were glowing with the deep red of sunset. Char glanced outside. How long is this train ride? He wondered aloud. Maybe someday they'll build a Hogwarts high-speed rail. He leaned back, soaking in the last warm rays of the day, and then got back to his planting. Time always seemed to fly when he was working with plants. Eventually, the voice of the train attendant called out, 10 minutes to Hogwarts. Char quickly packed away his pots. Neville came back, out of breath and empty-handed, no sign of Trevor. Char tried to reassure him. Don't worry, Neville. I'm sure Trevor will turn up. He always does. To Char's surprise, Hermione came back with Neville instead of staying with Harry and Ron, as she had in the original story. She was all business. Quick, you two. Change into your school robes, we only have a few minutes. Char and Neville exchanged a look, both feeling a little overwhelmed by Hermione's efficiency. After a flurry of changing clothes, the Hogwarts Express slowed to a stop in the middle of the dark countryside. Char, Neville, and Hermione followed the crowd of first-years off the train. The scene was just as magical as Char had imagined. The half-giant Hagrid stood waiting, lantern in hand, his booming voice calling the new students to him. The older students disappeared down another path, leaving the first-years to gather nervously together. But this time, Professor Sprout made her way through the crowd to Char, her eyes shining with pride and excitement. Char, go on, she said, her voice warm. Follow Hagrid and the others. Walk the path the founders once took with their first students. You'll receive the blessing of Hogwarts, it will protect you and help you in your studies. Char's eyes widened in realization. So that was why the first years always took the long, winding route by boat and foot to the castle. It was the very path the four founders had walked, and it was imbued with their magic. No wonder Hogwarts was so safe, despite all the dangers. The blessing must be what protected students from harm, year after year. He thought about the stories, the basilisk, the Triwizard Tournament, even Cedric Diggory's fate. Maybe the only reason things ever went truly wrong was when that blessing didn't reach far enough. Char felt a wave of comfort. Hogwarts, for all its mysteries, was a safe haven, especially for someone who just wanted to plant and grow in peace. He was about to say goodbye to Professor Sprout when Hermione, gathering her courage, spoke up. "Professor, I read that there's a sorting ceremony for new students, but none of the books say what actually happens. They all say it's a Hogwarts secret. Could you tell us what to expect?" Professor Sprout smiled, her eyes twinkling with mischief and kindness, as the lantern light flickered and the castle loomed in the distance. The adventure was just beginning. Chapter 14. When Hermione nervously asked about the sorting ceremony, the little wizards around her immediately turned their attention to Professor Sprout. Their faces were a mix of hope and anxiety. Even those who'd grown up in wizarding families looked uncertain. No matter how many times they'd asked their parents or older siblings, the answers had always been mysterious, sometimes even frightening. Ron Weasley, for instance, had been told by his mischievous twin brothers that he'd have to wrestle a troll or duel a werewolf to prove himself worthy of Hogwarts. The stories had left him pale and jittery. Hermione, still anxious, rattled off her worries. "Will there be a test? Do we have to show how much magic we've learned? I've read Hogwarts, a history, and some of a history of magic, and I know a few basic spells, but I haven't had time to study transfiguration in depth. Professor, is there any hope for me to pass the sorting ceremony like this?" As Hermione's questions tumbled out, a hush fell over the group. Some students stared at her in awe, as if she were some kind of academic prodigy. Others looked even more nervous, realizing they hadn't learned any magic at all. Was it too late to start cramming now? Sensing the growing panic, Professor Sprout gave a sly, playful smile. Of course, she wouldn't spoil the tradition by revealing the truth about the sorting ceremony. The secrecy was a rite of passage for every Hogwarts student, a tradition as old as the castle itself. "Oh, yes," she said, drawing out her words with dramatic flair. "It's a very, very, very difficult test." A collective gasp swept through the crowd. Faces turned white, and some students clutched their robes in fear. But then Professor Sprout's expression softened, and she looked directly at Char. She noticed, with a touch of disappointment, that he wasn't the least bit anxious. She'd hoped to see her calm, steady nephew flustered for once. She turned to address everyone, her voice ringing out clear and warm. "But there's nothing to worry about. It doesn't matter where you come from, or who your family is, or whether you're rich or poor. If you've received your Hogwarts letter, you belong here. Brave or timid, Hogwarts is waiting for you. This school never gives up on any student." A wave of relief washed over the first years. The tension in the air eased, and a few nervous smiles appeared. Professor Sprout winked at Char. "See you at the sorting ceremony," she said, before disappearing down another path. Char, Hermione, Neville, and the others followed Hagrid, who led them along a steep, narrow path through the darkness. Hermione, still jittery, muttered passages from a history of magic under her breath, oblivious to the odd looks from her classmates. Char finally interrupted her with a gentle sigh. "Hermione, you can go to any house you want. All four are part of Hogwarts, and there's really no difference between them, just different strengths. No matter where you end up, your success will be decided by your own efforts, not by which house you're in. Besides, if you keep memorizing history of magic, you'll miss out on the magic of arriving at Hogwarts for the first time." Hermione blinked, then smiled, letting the book fall to her side. Char felt a quiet satisfaction, glad he could help her relax. They trudged through the night, the air crisp and full of anticipation. Hagrid called out, "Turn this corner, and you'll see Hogwarts for the first time." A chorus of "oh" rose from the students as they rounded the bend. The black lake shimmered in the moonlight, and across its still surface, the towers of Hogwarts Castle glowed golden and majestic. Even Char, who had seen it all in the movies, felt a thrill of awe. This was the true beginning of his magical journey. After a moment to take it all in, Hagrid organized them into small boats. Char, Hermione, Neville, and a red-haired girl named Susan Bones climbed into one together. Hello, I'm Susan Bones, the girl said, her voice friendly and bright. Char and Neville exchanged a glance, both recognizing the name. Hello, I'm Char Sprout, Char replied. I'm Neville Longbottom, added Neville. Susan's eyes lit up. Oh. My uncle and aunt told me about both of you. Our parents were comrades in arms. She hesitated, then added softly, but maybe this isn't the time to talk about that. Char and Neville both nodded, understanding the pain behind her words. The Bones, Sprout, and Longbottom families had all suffered losses in the war against Voldemort. It was a bond that ran deep, even among children. Char also remembered that Susan was now cared for by her aunt, Amelia Bones, a formidable witch, rumored to be a future head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He recalled from the original books that Amelia would indeed rise to that post, but that tragedy would strike the Bones family a few years later, at the hands of a Death Eater. Char's eyes narrowed as he silently repeated the name Antonin Dolohov. In the books, Dolohov had been responsible for many atrocities. Char promised himself that, if he ever gained the strength, he would do everything in his power to stop Dolohov and protect those he cared about. He glanced around the boat. Char, Neville, and Susan had all lost family to Dolohov. Even Hermione, though she didn't know it yet, would one day be gravely injured by him. In this little boat, they were united by a common enemy. But Char knew he wasn't ready for such battles yet. For now, his focus had to be on growing stronger, one plant at a time. The boats glided across the lake, drawing closer to the castle. The excitement and nerves of the first years grew with every stroke of the oars. At last, they reached the shore. Professor McGonagall was waiting for them, her sharp gaze sweeping over the new arrivals. She led them into the castle, where they paused to tidy their robes and line up in the grand entrance hall. Inside the great hall, the enchanted ceiling sparkled with starlight. The Sorting Hat sat on its stool, ready to begin its beautiful song. The students listened in awe, their hearts pounding. Then Professor McGonagall called out the first name. Hannah Abbott. The sorting ceremony had begun, and Char felt a surge of anticipation. His Hogwarts adventure was truly underway. Chapter 15. When Professor McGonagall called out, Hannah Abbott, Char watched as the nervous little girl stumbled up to the Sorting Hat. He couldn't help but smile to himself. The so-called Iron Hat Queen had returned to Hogwarts, and the sorting ceremony was officially underway. Char glanced around at his fellow first years, all of them fidgeting with nerves. He was probably the calmest student in the hall. After all, with the Sprout family's long tradition of Hufflepuff House, and his aunt as the head of Hufflepuff, it would be stranger if he didn't end up there. He thought back to his previous life, where people obsessed over which university or major they'd get into. But here, he knew what mattered most: professionalism and passion. Herbology was the pride of Hufflepuff, and nearly all the great herbologists in Britain came from the Badger House. The best greenhouse in the wizarding world belonged to Hufflepuff, and his aunt was in charge. For Char, there was no contest. Even if the Sorting Hat suggested another house, he wouldn't consider it. As the sorting ceremony continued, Char found himself absent-mindedly planting goldfish vine in tiny pots, his hands moving with practiced ease. Lines of magical text appeared before his eyes. You have successfully planted Chlorophytum comosum. Reward: slightly improved magic perception ability, incubation. He smiled and sped up his work, barely glancing up as the Sorting Hat called out names and the hall erupted in applause or groans. The other students were too preoccupied with their nerves to notice, but the professor seated at the staff table saw everything. Every year, the faculty enjoyed guessing which house each new student would join. Watching the anxious faces of the first years brought back memories of their own school days. But this year, Char was the picture of calm, focused entirely on his plants, not even looking up at the ceremony. The professors exchanged surprised glances. Is that the Sprout boy? One whispered. What is he doing down there? He's not even watching the sorting. Professor Sprout, however, sat tall and proud. That's my nephew, she said, beaming. He'll be the greatest herbologist ever. It was rare for the usually modest Professor Sprout to make such a bold claim, but none of the other professors challenged her. Even Snape, who owed her more than a few favors, refrained from his usual snark. But soon, the staff couldn't help but chuckle. Dumbledore leaned over to Professor Sprout, twinkle in his eye. Pomona, you've been singing his praises for quite a while now. Aren't you thirsty? Professor Sprout shook her head, smiling. Not at all, Headmaster. Speaking of thirst, let me tell you, my Char can work for hours in a sweltering greenhouse without food or drink. Such dedication. Snape finally broke his silence. Pomona, you never used to talk this much. Professor Sprout grinned. If you had a child, you'd understand. At that, the table fell silent. Most of the Hogwarts faculty didn't have families or children, and her words hung in the air. Snape's face darkened, and even Dumbledore seemed lost in thought. Realizing she'd touched a nerve, Professor Sprout quickly apologized. Fortunately, a new wave of excitement swept through the hall as Professor McGonagall called out, "Harry Potter." Char looked up just in time to see the thin, bespectacled boy walk nervously to the front. Harry looked just as he did in the movies, and Char felt a strange sense of déjà vu. He knew the outcome wouldn't change. Neville had already gone to Gryffindor, Hermione too, and Susan Bones to Hufflepuff. The story was unfolding just as it had in the books. After a long, tense moment, the Sorting Hat shouted, "Gryffindor." The great hall exploded with cheers and applause. Even Professor McGonagall struggled to quiet the students, but it was clear that Harry Potter was the star of the show. The next name called was Char's own. Professor Sprout shot him a look of encouragement, looking more nervous than he felt. Char smiled back, calm as ever, and walked confidently to the stool. He placed the battered Sorting Hat on his head. Inside his mind, a curious voice spoke. "Oh, my. You're the calmest first year I've sorted in ages." Most students, no matter how brave they seem, are nervous inside, wondering which house, what their future holds. But you're different. How do you do it? Char answered honestly, "I believe you reap what you sow, and, more importantly, my aunt is the head of Hufflepuff and a master of herbology." He waited, heart steady, for the Sorting Hat's reply, ready to embrace his destiny as a true Hufflepuff, and to begin his magical journey in the House of the Badger. The Sorting Hat paused, almost speechless at Char's practical, heartfelt answer. After a moment, it gave a little sigh, almost as if it were smiling, and declared loudly, "Hufflepuff." As soon as the hat made its decision, Professor Sprout leapt to her feet at the staff table, clapping with unrestrained joy. The Hufflepuff table erupted in especially warm applause, and even students from the other houses joined in more enthusiastically than usual. After all, Professor Sprout was one of the most beloved teachers at Hogwarts. There were hardly any students who didn't like her. Char caught sight of his aunt's teary, beaming face and couldn't help but smile. He felt incredibly lucky. Once again, he was exactly where he belonged. He made his way to the Hufflepuff table, where Susan Bones waved him over and pointed to an empty seat beside her. "Char, sit here," she called. Char smiled and settled into the seat, grateful to be among familiar faces. Sitting next to Susan was an obvious choice, but there was another reason as well. On his other side was Hannah Abbott, who still looked flushed from the excitement and nerves of the ceremony. Her cheeks were as red as apples, and she seemed lost in her thoughts. Char noticed something remarkable. As he sat down, the pots of goldfish vine he'd brought with him seemed to grow even greener and more vibrant, as if they'd just been given a magical boost. He glanced at Hannah, a spark of inspiration in his eyes. Another natural talent. He gently offered 2 pots of goldfish vine to Hannah. Nervous, he asked kindly. "This is goldfish vine, a magical herb. Holding it can help calm your nerves." Hannah accepted them gratefully. "Thank you. I think I really need this." She blushed again and looked shyly at Char. Sorry, what's your name?" "I was trying to remember everyone's names, but I've forgotten already." Char's eyes lit up with amusement. "That's perfectly fine. We're all meeting for the first time. It's normal to forget. I'm Char Sprout. And don't worry, I'll remember your name from now on." Hannah's gratitude deepened, and she clutched the goldfish vine a little tighter. Whether it was magic or just the comfort of a friend's kindness, she felt her anxiety melt away. On Char's other side, Susan Bones leaned over, curiosity shining in her eyes. "Char, what's this called again?" "Goldfish, something. And what about chlorophytum? Are there other magical plants like this?" She took a deep breath, still a bit overwhelmed by the excitement of the evening. Char smiled at Susan, recognizing another budding herbologist. Without hesitation, he handed her a pot of goldfish vine as well. Susan held it in her hands, surprised at how quickly she felt her heart rate slow and her nerves settle. "It really works," she murmured. Soon, the other first-year Hufflepuffs were eyeing Char and his magical plants with hopeful looks. Sensing their interest, Char distributed the rest of his goldfish vine pots to his new housemates. Some of the little badgers hesitated, unsure if they should accept, but Char reassured them with a smile. In fact, this was arranged by my aunt, Professor Sprout, our head of house. It's her special welcome gift to everyone. After all, herbology is Hufflepuff's specialty. She hopes these goldfish vines will grow alongside each of you, so please accept them. Relieved, the first years eagerly took the plants, their faces lighting up with happiness and pride. Suddenly, being a Hufflepuff felt wonderful. This house wasn't bad at all. In fact, it was a place full of warmth, kindness, and unique magic. At the staff table, the professors exchanged surprised glances. "Pomona, are you giving gifts to the students this year?" one asked, amused. "Goldfish vine for the little badgers." "That's so very Hufflepuff." Professor Sprout glowed with pride. "It must be my Char. He's such a thoughtful boy. He grew those goldfish vines just to share with his classmates. He's a true Sprout." She was about to launch into a passionate speech about Char's dedication and talent, but Dumbledore gently interrupted. "Pomona, the sorting ceremony is nearly finished. Let's move on to the next part." As Professor Sprout reluctantly quieted down, Dumbledore's gaze lingered on Char and the Hufflepuff table. He watched the way Char distributed the magical plants, how the other students responded to him, and he couldn't help but wonder. Was this little badger unusually perceptive? Or just exceptionally kind? After a moment, Dumbledore shook his head, dismissing his doubts. What trouble could a Hufflepuff possibly cause? Char's magical talent was, after all, quite modest. He was just an ordinary little badger, nothing more. Dumbledore's attention shifted back to Harry, determined to guide the boy and keep him from repeating the mistakes of the past. He cast a quick glance at Professor Quirrell, then turned to watch the remaining students being sorted. Soon, Ron Weasley was called up and, just like in the original story, was sorted into Gryffindor. He nearly collapsed with relief as he joined Harry and Hermione at the table. Char watched the famous trio gather, feeling a strange sense of history. He was witnessing the beginning of the group that would one day defeat Voldemort. It was humbling, but also reassuring. He was content to watch from the sidelines, tending his magical plants and building his own quiet legacy. Finally, the sorting ceremony ended. Dumbledore rose, his eyes twinkling with emotion, and delivered the same whimsical words as always. "Idiot. Crybaby. Scum. Twist." At the Ravenclaw table, older students explained to the new arrivals. That's Dumbledore's way of poking fun at the stereotypes each house holds about the others. Ravenclaws think everyone else is foolish, Gryffindors think others are cowards, Slytherins think others are beneath them, and Hufflepuffs, well, we think everyone else is a bit twisted. The Hufflepuffs listened, puzzled but amused. Is that so? That's amazing. Do you get it? No. Do you remember it? I tried, but it slipped away. Then, it's time for dinner. Let's eat. Char grinned as he watched his new friends dig in, the goldfish vines on the table glowing with health and happiness. He couldn't help but feel a surge of pride and joy. Talents, he thought. They're all rare talents. This Hufflepuff house, this was exactly where he belonged. Chapter 17. During the grand feast in the Great Hall, the atmosphere at each house table was distinctly different. At the Ravenclaw table, the Eagles were deep in animated conversation about their favorite books and the branches of magic that fascinated them most. Some were already comparing notes on charms, others debating the merits of ancient runes versus arithmancy. Over at Slytherin, the Snakes were quietly establishing their pecking order. Purebloods from old wizarding families took their places at the center, while others, those less connected or from newer magical lineages, listened carefully as the rules of the house were explained and reinforced. In Slytherin, hierarchy and tradition reigned from the very first night. The Gryffindor Lions, meanwhile, were lively and boisterous. Harry was chatting with Neville, Ron, and the others about life at home, while Hermione was already questioning Percy, the prefect, about transfiguration and how best to excel in her classes. But at the Hufflepuff table, things were a little different. The little badgers, as they were affectionately called, focused on their food with quiet dedication. The older students leaned over to offer practical advice to the first years. Don't eat too much at dinner, one of the older Hufflepuffs warned with a wink. Our house has its own kitchen, you know. You can always find something tasty, day or night. Save room for a midnight snack. The first years were amazed and delighted. The promise of a second feast after the sorting ceremony was almost too good to be true. Their minds were already drifting to the cozy common room, the warmth of the fire, and the delicious treats they'd soon enjoy. So, when Dumbledore stood to give his traditional warnings about the Forbidden Forest and the off-limits fourth-floor corridor, the Hufflepuffs barely took notice. The idea of sneaking out after dark held little appeal. Why risk trouble when you could be safe, warm, and well-fed in the common room? Char felt more and more at home with every passing moment. In Hufflepuff, no one would think it odd if he spent his free time tending to magical plants. In fact, hobbies like gardening, baking, and tea-making were celebrated. Here, he could work quietly, surrounded by friends who valued comfort and kindness. The feast ended with the Hogwarts school song, and the prefects led the new students to their dormitories. For Hufflepuff, the night was just beginning. A second, smaller feast awaited them in the common room. Only when every badger was full to bursting did they finally tumble into bed, falling asleep almost instantly on the softest mattresses in the castle. Char lay in his own bed, staring up at the ceiling, still half convinced he was dreaming. Was this really the start of his life at Hogwarts? He took a deep breath, savoring the scent of clean sheets and distant flowers. It almost feels unreal, he whispered. Maybe I should plant something to calm down. He pulled out his pots and seeds and began to work, the familiar motion soothing his nerves. You have successfully planted the goldfish spider plant. You have successfully planted the goldfish spider plant. As the magical prompts appeared, Char's mind grew clear. Here in Hufflepuff, he could avoid the constant drama between Gryffindor and Slytherin, the secret battles between Dumbledore and Voldemort. But he knew that, one day, the war would come to every corner of the wizarding world, even Hufflepuff. A cold determination flickered in his eyes. In a few years, Antonin Dolohov might escape from Azkaban. Char didn't want to meddle in every grand adventure, but Dolohov was different. That man must pay for what he'd done. Char knew his magical talent was limited. He wasn't the sort of wizard who could duel Death Eaters head-on. But with the help of his planting system, he had another path. I'll plant as many magical plants as possible, he resolved. Especially those that offer precious rewards. And to grow the more difficult ones, I'll need a strong magic perception. That's why the goldfish spider plant is so important. He calculated quickly. I've given out 22 pots to Neville and the other Hufflepuffs. I still have 18 seeds left. If I plant them on the trickiest staircases, they'll absorb plenty of forgetfulness from students getting lost. That should be enough, 40 pots, all maturing quickly. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. The new students began to settle into their routines, and the first hints of talent emerged. Hermione Granger, just as in the original story, was already dazzling Professor McGonagall in Transfiguration. Some Ravenclaws excelled in charms, and the professors quietly compared notes over breakfast. What do you think of this year's class? Hermione Granger is brilliant, her only weakness is that her magical reserves aren't the highest. And Harry Potter? Strong magical power, but needs polish. He'll learn powerful magic early, but he's not patient with the theory. Gryffindor has potions today. Lily was a prodigy, maybe Harry will be, too. The professor sighed over some students. Neville Longbottom, too forgetful. But we all know he's under a memory charm. Maybe he'll blossom in a few years. And Seamus, he has a knack for making things explode, doesn't he? When the conversation turned to Char, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick both looked regretful. Such a smart boy. His comprehension and focus are excellent. If only his magical talent were just a bit higher, what a pity. Professor Sprout, overhearing, clenched her fists. I won't let magical talent hold him back. I'll find every ingredient for the talent-enhancing potion, no matter what. Char, meanwhile, skipped breakfast, unaware of the professor's concerns. He knew his magical power was only temporary. Once the marguerites in the Sprout greenhouse matured, he'd claim their rewards and everything would change. Only 4 months left, he could wait. For now, his focus was on the goldfish spider plants. He stood at the top of one of Hogwarts' most confusing staircases, a bag of seeds in hand. There were 142 staircases and countless doors at Hogwarts, some of which changed or required special tricks to pass. Even older students got lost, and first years were hopelessly confused. Char waited patiently, knowing this was the main route to the potions classroom. Soon, Neville came rushing up, panic written all over his face. I'm going to be late. Oh no, not this staircase again, how do I get to potions? Char's eyes lit up as he saw 3 glowing orbs hovering above Neville's pocket. The goldfish spider plant you planted has matured. Reward, slightly improved magic perception. A smile spread across Char's face. His plan was working, and his journey as Hogwarts' most unusual herbologist was only just beginning. Chapter 18. When Char saw the system prompts floating before his eyes, he took a deep breath, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Neville truly was a natural for growing goldfish vine. Like a magical catalyst, he'd helped 3 pots mature perfectly in just 5 days. The glowing orbs above the plants were larger and brighter than any Char had seen before. Just then, Neville came rushing up, looking flustered and lost. Spotting Char, his face lit up with relief, as if he'd found a lifeline. "Cousin, which staircase leads to the potions classroom?" Neville pleaded. "I forgot again." Char smiled and pointed to the correct staircase on the right. Neville's gratitude was almost palpable. "Thank you, Char." As Neville hurried off, Char suddenly remembered something from the original story. In Neville's first potions class, he'd made a mistake with the scabies potion and ended up covered in painful boils, sent to the infirmary by a furious Snape. That incident had left Neville with a deep fear of potions for years. Char hesitated, then called out, "Neville. The first potions lesson is just about brewing scabies potion. You'll be fine, just remember, when you add the porcupine quills, take the cauldron off the fire first. That's the most important step. Do that, and you'll be okay." Neville nodded, repeating the advice under his breath like a mantra. He seemed a little more confident as he hurried away. Char watched him go, hoping that this small tip would spare Neville from the worst of Snape's wrath. Even if Neville didn't become a potions prodigy, maybe he could at least avoid disaster. Turning his attention back to the system, Char focused on the 3 reward orbs floating toward him. This is the reward for planting goldfish vine, slightly enhanced magical perception. He reached out, and the glowing orbs sank into his body. Instantly, Char felt a subtle shift, a tingling awareness spreading through his veins, as if magic itself was flowing just beneath his skin. It was faint, but undeniable. For a moment, he felt as if he could sense the very currents of magic in the air, ready to answer his call. Is this what it feels like to be a wizard? Char wondered, savoring the sensation. But just as quickly as it had come, the feeling faded, replaced by a new entry on his system panel. Enhanced magical perception, black iron level. Char wasn't surprised. 3 perfect goldfish vines wouldn't transform him overnight, but to reach black iron level perception was already a solid step forward. He tested his new ability by casting the earth-loosening spell, a spell he'd practiced countless times. This time, the magic flowed more smoothly, the effect a little stronger, a little more precise. He nodded in satisfaction. The improvement wasn't dramatic, but it was real. If he could mature more goldfish vines, maybe he'd reach bronze level soon, and then the difference would be unmistakable. For now, though, he'd have to be patient. Apart from Neville, most other students wouldn't mature their plants for weeks. With a sense of anticipation, Char made his way to his next class. Unlike the drama that often unfolded in Gryffindor and Slytherin's potions lessons, Hufflepuff's day was quieter. Today, it was Charms, their second class of the week. The little wizards buzzed with excitement. The first Charms class had been more of a history lesson, with Professor Flitwick explaining the importance and evolution of spells. Only at the very end had he demonstrated the Lumos charm, and only a couple of Ravenclaws had managed it before the bell rang. Now, as the second Charms class began, Professor Flitwick stood before them, his eyes twinkling with good humor. "Last time, we talked about the history and significance of charms," he said, "and I only had time to show you the Lumos spell at the very end. Today, we'll spend the whole lesson practicing it." He winked, and the class erupted in cheers. Professor Flitwick demonstrated the spell again, his wand moving gracefully as he intoned, "Lumos." A steady, gentle light glowed at the tip of his wand, drawing gasps of wonder from the students. "Now, it's your turn," he encouraged. "Boys and girls, let's see what you can do." The difference between the houses became clear almost immediately. The Ravenclaws, who had practiced in their spare time, quickly produced flickering balls of light. Professor Flitwick beamed, handing out praise and house points. Hufflepuff, on the other hand, was a different story. Since Flitwick hadn't assigned homework, most of the Badgers hadn't practiced at all. Their attempts were creative. Loomis. Rumos. Lumax. Professor Flitwick moved patiently among them, correcting mispronunciations and helping with wand movements. Char watched the Ravenclaws, noticing something new. Their Lumos spells worked, but the light flickered and wavered. Char realized he could sense the uneven flow of their magic, something he'd never noticed before. "Is this the effect of my enhanced magical perception?" he wondered. Just then, Professor Flitwick approached, smiling kindly. "Come on, Mr. Char, don't be shy. Let's see your Lumos charm." Char nodded, lifted his wand, and with a confident flick of his wrist, said, "Lumos." Chapter 19. As Char recited the standard incantation, he focused intently on keeping his magic output steady and controlled. At the tip of his ash wand, a small but steady light appeared, a gentle, unwavering glow. It wasn't dazzling or showy, but it was perfectly stable. Professor Flitwick's eyes widened in surprise. After a moment, he broke into applause. "A beautiful Lumos charm. Hufflepuff, plus 3 points." The Ravenclaw Eagles looked up, startled. The best of them usually only earned a single point for their efforts, even though Professor Flitwick was their own head of house. 3 points for a Hufflepuff. They turned to look at Char's spell, and after a moment of silence, had to admit, it really was steadier than any of theirs. Still, the Ravenclaws were undaunted. Confidence flickered in their eyes. With enough practice, they'd catch up soon. The Hufflepuff table, meanwhile, erupted in applause for Char. He smiled, feeling a quiet glow of pride and belonging. Yet Professor Flitwick's gaze lingered on Char with a complicated expression. He'd noticed Char's improvement. Last class, Char's magic had been far less controlled. Clearly, Char had practiced diligently, perhaps more than anyone else. But Flitwick couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Talent was a cruel thing. Hard work could only take a wizard so far. Some spells, like the Patronus, or even the deceptively simple shield charm, were out of reach for most, no matter how hard they tried. Still, Flitwick was determined to encourage his students. He smiled and addressed the class. "In 4 weeks, we'll have a small test on the Lumos charm. The 4 students who perform the best, or show the most progress or unique understanding, will get a special reward. I'll create a fun, exclusive spell just for them." The classroom buzzed with excitement. Even the Hufflepuffs, who usually preferred comfort over competition, were swept up in the thrill. A spell crafted by Professor Flitwick himself. That was the stuff of legend. Char noticed the way Flitwick's eyes lingered on him, and he understood. Whether it was out of kindness, respect for Professor Sprout, or a genuine desire to inspire, Flitwick was offering him a chance, a little extra encouragement for a student whose magical talent was, by Hogwarts standards, unremarkable. Char felt a warmth in his heart. Most Hogwarts professors, he realized, truly cared about their students. Even if they had sharp tongues or strict rules, they wanted to see every child succeed. But Char's excitement wasn't just about having a spell to call his own. He knew that even a simple spell, if tailored just right, could be incredibly useful. The Lumos charm, for instance, was more than a magical flashlight. Certain magical plants, like goldfish vine, thrived under its glow. Char's background in agronomy told him that different plants responded to different frequencies of light. If he could work with Flitwick to develop a custom Lumos variant, he might accelerate his plant's growth, and, by extension, his own magical progress. He grinned to himself. 4 weeks. By then, all my goldfish vine should be mature. My magical perception will be much stronger. I'll be able to cast Lumos with even more power and stability. But Char knew he couldn't rest easy. Hogwarts was full of prodigies and oddballs. He'd have to work hard to stand out. Fortunately, he had a secret weapon, stamina. Most young wizards tired quickly from repeated spellcasting, their arms ached, their focus wavered. But Char, with his superhuman endurance, could practice as long as he liked. So, for the rest of the lesson, while others flagged and paused to rest, Char kept going. Lumos. Lumos. Again and again, his wand traced the arc, his voice steady, his magic unwavering. The light at his wand tip grew brighter, more stable, more refined with each attempt. The Ravenclaws, who'd started out competing with him, soon had to stop, rubbing their sore arms and watching Char in disbelief. "Is he not tired?" one whispered, eyes wide. But Char just kept going, lost in the quiet joy of practice, his mind already dreaming of new spells, stronger magic, and a greenhouse full of thriving, magical plants. Chapter 20. In the charms classroom, Char's earnest Lumos echoed as he practiced. The little badgers around him, inspired by his determination and progress, pushed through their own fatigue. Even though their arms ached, they refused to give up. Char had scored points for Hufflepuff, and the others didn't want to let him carry the house alone. Lumos. Luma, no, Lumos. With each attempt, the first year's spells grew more confident. Little sparks and glimmers began to appear at the tips of their wands. Those who succeeded first quickly turned to help their classmates, offering encouragement and tips. The classroom filled with a growing constellation of magical light. As the bell signaled the end of class, Hannah Abbott, her cheeks flushed with determination, took a deep breath and tried one last time. Lumos. A gentle glow bloomed at her wand tip, the last Hufflepuff to succeed. Professor Flitwick clapped enthusiastically. 10 points to Hufflepuff for your hard work and solidarity. The little badgers gasped in surprise. They'd actually earned house points together. Grins broke out all around. Meanwhile, the Ravenclaws looked deflated. At the start of class, they'd earned 10 points for their quick success, but with Char's 3 points and the bonus for Hufflepuff's teamwork, Hufflepuff had 13, more than Ravenclaw. The Eagles, proud of their reputation for brilliance, found this hard to swallow. Losing to Hufflepuffs, of all people. But soon, hunger overcame disappointment. As the class ended, the Hufflepuffs cheerfully rubbed their sore arms and hurried to lunch. No more class. Let's eat. I'm starving. Goodbye, Professor Flitwick. The Ravenclaws watched in bemusement as the Badgers trooped out, then looked to their head of house for reassurance. Professor Flitwick smiled a little wryly. Strange, isn't it, he said. Hufflepuffs are often thought of as the least clever, and Ravenclaws as the smartest. But today, the Badgers surpassed you. Remember, intelligence and foolishness can be two sides of the same coin. Hufflepuff has produced more great witches and wizards than any other house, not just because of numbers, but because of heart. It's not unusual for Eagles to be outdone by Badgers. Some Ravenclaws mulled this over, while others just clutched their growling stomachs and hurried to the Great Hall. Meanwhile, Gryffindor and Slytherin first years were leaving their potions class. The Slytherins strutted with pride, while the Gryffindors looked subdued and gloomy. Malfoy and his friends, still laughing, mimicked Snape's interrogation of Harry in potions. The famous Harry Potter, let's see what you know. What do you get when you add daffodil powder to wormwood infusion? I don't know, sir. Where do you find bees or stones? I don't know, sir. What's the difference between aconitum naviculatum and aconitum camijasum? I don't know, sir. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle sang the scene in chorus, shaking with laughter. Char sat at the Hufflepuff table, half listening as he ate, his mind more focused on the goldfish vine plants he distributed. Judging by the size of the reward orbs floating above them, Hannah Abbott's plants were maturing almost as quickly as Neville's. In about 5 days, hers would be ready to harvest. The rest would follow in 2 or 3 weeks. Char's heart filled with anticipation. If his magical perception could be boosted to the silver level, it would be a real breakthrough. Every time his system's ability rating advanced, he felt a leap in his magical control and spellcasting. He smiled to himself, already imagining the improvements to come. Malfoy's laughter grew louder, snapping Char out of his thoughts. It seemed Potions class had played out just like in the original story, Snape grilling Harry with impossible questions. Char shook his head. Snape's questions weren't just about potion ingredients, they were about pride and regret, too. He glanced over at Neville, worried for a moment that his cousin might have suffered the same fate as in the books, ending up in the hospital wing after a potions mishap. But Neville, though pale, looked unharmed. Char felt a wave of relief. Neville was not only family, but his best goldfish vine caretaker. But Malfoy and the others weren't done. They turned their attention to Neville, jeering. But Harry Potter isn't the dumbest one here. Merlin, how does someone as hopeless as Neville Longbottom even exist? Watching him in class is hilarious. Lucky he didn't throw the quills in while the cauldron was hot, or we'd have seen him covered in boils and crying. Want to hear what the professor said about Neville? At the staff table, Professor McGonagall's frown deepened. Professor Flitwick looked displeased. Professor Sprout's face darkened with anger. Severus, she said sharply, you need to keep your Slytherins in line. That's too much. And you can't keep belittling students. Not everyone is a potions genius like you. Snape, however, was unmoved. That's how I teach. For students without talent, it's kinder to let them know early, so they don't waste their time. As for the students teasing, isn't it a Hogwarts tradition for professors not to interfere? He gave a thin, sarcastic smile. After all, this is the magical world, not a fairy tale. The other professors exchanged uneasy glances, but said nothing more. In the Great Hall, the students continued their meal, the warmth and bustle of Hogwarts life swirling around them. Char, watching his friends and plants, felt a quiet resolve. He would prove, through hard work, kindness, and a little magic, that even the most underestimated Hufflepuff could shine. Chapter 21. Snape's cold words hung in the air, and the faces of the other professors grew increasingly grim. At the Slytherin table, Malfoy and his friends felt emboldened, parroting Snape's taunts at Neville with even more arrogance. Neville sat pale and silent, his eyes shining with unshed tears. Around him, the Gryffindors bristled with anger. Harry and Ron looked ready to leap across the table, while Hermione's knuckles whitened on her wand. She looked as if she might hex Malfoy, even if it meant losing house points. Char's eyes narrowed. He turned away from the Slytherin table, picked up the silver cup in front of him, and, without even looking, flicked his wrist. A sharp whistle cut through the great hall. The cup shot across the room and struck Malfoy squarely in the mouth. There was a sudden, stunned silence, then a shriek. Malfoy clapped his hands to his mouth, blood trickling between his fingers. He spat out a tooth, eyes wide with shock and pain. "Who did that?" he howled, voice muffled by his bleeding lips. Crabbe and Goyle, recovering from their surprise, pointed at Char. It was him. Char didn't even turn around. He calmly picked up 2 more cups and sent them flying. They struck Crabbe and Goyle on the head with a satisfying thunk, and both boys toppled over, dazed. Malfoy shrieked, "How dare you attack me? I'm telling my father. You'll be expelled." Char, still not looking back, spoke loudly enough for the hall to hear. "Why are there stray dogs in Hogwarts? I hate dogs barking when I'm eating. When they bark, I want to throw something at them. It's a reflex, I can't help it." Malfoy's face turned an even deeper shade of red. "Are you calling me a dog?" Char finally turned, his face the picture of righteous annoyance. "You are still barking. Should I call the animal control people?" He began tossing cups in Malfoy's direction, each one whistling past the boy's ear. Malfoy flinched and cowered, until finally, overwhelmed by fear, he fainted. Char surveyed the now quiet table and let out a contented sigh. "That's better. Now I can eat in peace." For a moment, the great hall was utterly silent. Then, laughter erupted, especially from those who'd suffered Malfoy's taunts before. "Well done. Malfoy sucks." The older Slytherins glared, their pride wounded. One of them muttered, "We should stand up for Malfoy." But when Char glanced their way, idly spinning a cup in his hand, they thought better of it. No one wanted to challenge the little troll who could throw cups like cannonballs. The Slytherins dragged Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle out of the hall, their faces dark with humiliation. At the staff table, Snape's face was as cold as the dungeons. "That's too much. Attacking classmates in public, 10 points from Hufflepuff." But Professor Sprout, McGonagall, and Flitwick exchanged glances and smiled. Professor Sprout spoke first, her tone light. "But Severus, isn't it a Hogwarts tradition for professors not to interfere in minor student squabbles? Why are you making it personal? Let's don't show favoritism." 11 points to Hufflepuff. McGonagall, usually so stern, suppressed a smile. "Agreed. 11 points for me as well." Flitwick laughed outright, raising his goblet. "And 11 points from me." Snape glared at them all, then rose and stalked out of the hall, his robes billowing behind him. The Hufflepuffs cheered, eating and laughing with renewed energy. On the way back to their common room, they passed the hourglasses that recorded house points, and gasped in delight. Not only had they not lost any points, but they'd gained 23 extra, plus the 13 from Charm's class. Hufflepuff was leading the House Cup for the first time in years. The little Badgers were ecstatic. "We have to celebrate for Char," they cried. But when they looked around, Char was nowhere to be found. Char, meanwhile, was in Professor Sprout's office. She greeted him with a beaming smile. "Did you see, Char? Hufflepuff is leading the House Cup this week. I haven't seen that in ages." Char was surprised to see how much the House Cup meant to his aunt. But then he remembered how fiercely Snape fought for Slytherin's victory each year. Clearly, the professors cared deeply about house pride. A thought struck Char. In the original books, Hufflepuff was always an afterthought in the House Cup. Slytherin dominated before Harry arrived, and then Gryffindor took over. Maybe, just once, he could help Hufflepuff win. As a gift to Professor Sprout. Professor Sprout, still glowing with pride, said, "I heard you earned extra points in charms, too." "Well done, Char." Char smiled, then hesitated. "Aunt, I think my magical perception has improved." I'd like to try growing some more difficult magical plants. He half expected her to question him, but instead, Professor Sprout nodded enthusiastically. Of course. Char, you're brave to try new things. 3 more points to Hufflepuff. Char blinked in surprise. Professor Sprout just winked. Severus Snape wasn't the only head of house who could protect his own. She reached into her desk and pulled out a small pouch. I've been saving these seeds for you. They're from the Guardian Tree, a very special magical plant. Her eyes grew serious as she explained. The Guardian Tree has powerful resistance to dark magic. Just touching it can protect a wizard from curses for a short time. It's an important ingredient in many anti-dark arts potions. But it's also a challenge to grow. You have to carefully regulate your magic from seed to sprout. Most herbologists can't manage it until their 3rd year. She placed the seeds in Char's hand, her gaze full of encouragement. But I believe you can do it. Char's heart pounded as he examined the seed. Even before he planted it, his system displayed a new prompt. You obtain the Guardian Tree seed. Successfully plant the seed to receive a reward, improved defense against the dark arts perception, bronze level. If this plant matures, you will receive rewards, improved defense against the dark arts perception, silver level, slightly improved resistance to dark magic, iron level. Char's eyes sparkled with excitement. With this seed, he was one step closer to protecting himself, and everyone he cared about, from the darkness that lurked beyond Hogwarts walls. Chapter 22. Char's eyes widened in awe as he stared at the Guardian Tree seed in his palm. His heart trembled with excitement. The reward for planting this magical tree was far beyond what he'd expected. Just successfully planting the seed would grant him a bronze-level boost to his magical perception, and if he could nurture the Guardian Tree to full maturity, the reward would rise to silver level. It was hard not to be dazzled by the prospect. Char knew that the legendary abilities he'd accumulated so far, like his incredible heat resistance, had come only after years of relentless effort, planting field after field of cotton, stacking up countless small rewards until finally, with Professor Sprout's guidance, he'd reached legendary status. The effort, the sweat, the patience, only Char truly understood what it had cost him. But the Guardian Tree was different. If he could grow it to maturity, he'd leap ahead in power. It was like the difference between slowly earning a fortune by selling pancakes and inheriting a family business. One path was grueling, the other a windfall. And the rewards were exactly what he needed: insight into defense against the dark arts, and resistance to dark magic. If he could ever raise both to legendary level, Char thought, he might become a true nemesis to dark wizards. Antonin Dolohov. Even Voldemort himself might have to watch out. After a moment, Char's excitement settled into determination. The rewards were great, but so was the challenge. Professor Sprout had said most herbalists couldn't manage to grow a Guardian Tree until their 3rd year. Even with his planting system, Char knew this wasn't going to be easy or quick. But the sooner he started, the sooner he'd learn. He took a deep breath. "Aunt, I want to try. I'm determined to walk the path of a true herbologist. I want to honor the Sprout family." Professor Sprout's eyes shone with pride. She led Char out to the greenhouse behind Hogwarts, to a small, empty plot set aside just for him. "This is your experimental field, Char. You can try any ideas you have here." Char gazed around, feeling a surge of gratitude. He knew how precious this opportunity was. The Hogwarts greenhouse was legendary, built by Helga Hufflepuff herself, enriched by centuries of magic and care. Even the soil was coveted by herbologists across Britain. Here, plants grew faster, healthier, and sometimes even developed unique, powerful traits. He turned to say something, but Professor Sprout smiled gently. "Child, we are the last of the Sprout line. You are my dearest family. All my resources are yours. It's just a patch of greenhouse, don't think much about it." Char nodded, his resolve hardening. He listened closely as Professor Sprout explained the Guardian Tree's secrets. "The Guardian Tree is incredibly sensitive to magic," she said. "From the moment you plant the seed, you must regulate your magic carefully. Even your emotions matter. There was once a wizard who tried to plant a Guardian Tree after casting a dark curse the day before. The seed absorbed his tainted magic and grew into a cursed plant, and the poor man died as a result." She rested a hand on Char's shoulder. "Don't rush. You have all the time you need." Char nodded, accepting the challenge. He knew that failure was part of any true research. Even the greatest scientists and wizards learn through trial and error. He picked up a Guardian Tree seed, focusing on happy, positive thoughts as he tapped it with his wand. He soaked the seed in a potion, tapped the bottle 3 times, and traced 3 circles in the air. Protego Arboris, he intoned. For a moment, the potion glowed green. But then it darkened to a muddy gray, and the seed lost its luster. Char let out a slow breath. He'd failed. Professor Sprout was quick to reassure him. Don't worry, Char. Only a handful of wizards in history have succeeded on their first try. Even I can't compare to them. Take your time. Char smiled back, undaunted. I understand, Aunt. I'm ready for the long haul. She handed him 2 more sets of seeds and reagents, but Char shook his head. He could tell that his magical perception still wasn't sharp enough for this challenge. It would be wasteful to keep trying now. He'd wait until his perception improved, hopefully after his next harvest of goldfish vine. He explained his plan to Professor Sprout, who nodded approvingly. That's wise, Char. In the meantime, try some other magical plants. Here are some jumping root seeds, and some bubble stem seeds. They're harder than goldfish vine, but much easier than guardian trees. Char used his system to check the rewards. Jumping root would slightly improve his jumping ability, black iron level, while bubble stem would help him comprehend the bubblehead charm, black iron level. Char wasn't thrilled, jumping higher wasn't very useful, and the bubblehead charm was rarely needed. Still, improving his spell comprehension was better than nothing. Just as he was about to start, something caught his eye, a cluster of glowing mushrooms on the greenhouse ceiling, casting a gentle light. Aunt, what are those mushrooms? He asked. Professor Sprout followed his gaze and smiled. Those are glow mushrooms. They're mostly decorative, people use them for lanterns or greenhouse lighting. Some herbologists have bred variants that shine even brighter, but they don't have much value otherwise. Char's system, however, showed him something different. Variant glowing mushroom. Successful planting can slightly improve night vision, black iron level. When the glow mushroom matures, the reward will be upgraded to night vision slightly improved, black iron level, very small amount of fluorescent spell comprehension, black iron level. Char's eyes sparkled. Night vision and spell comprehension, now those were rewards worth cultivating. With renewed enthusiasm, Char set about planning his next magical experiments, determined to keep growing, learning, and inching ever closer to the legendary heights he dreamed of. Chapter 23. After seeing the reward information for the glow mushrooms, Char felt a wave of excitement and relief. Night vision was a genuinely useful ability, and even better, once the mushrooms matured, he'd gain insight into the Lumos charm, a spell far more practical for him than the bubblehead charm. For Char, every bit of progress mattered. Even if the enlightenment from the mushrooms was small, it would stack with his other efforts and help him master the glowing spell much faster. Aunt, I want to try cultivating glow mushrooms, he said with conviction. Professor Sprout looked a little surprised. Glowing mushrooms were rarely chosen by herbologists, they had little use beyond lighting, and required a lot of maintenance. But seeing Char's enthusiasm, she smiled and nodded. After all, she believed that interest was the greatest talent of all. She fetched a generous amount of glowing mushroom mycelium for Char. The conditions for growing glow mushrooms are quite simple, she explained. The soil here is perfect. The only tricky part is that these mushrooms need to be illuminated by the Lumos spell for at least 6 hours every night after sunset. If you miss even one day, they might die. She gave him a sympathetic look. It's a lot of work, Char. Most people don't bother with them because the effort outweighs the reward. But Char just grinned. For him, staying up late was no hardship. With his legendary vitality, he could go days without sleep and still feel fresh. In fact, he rarely went to bed before midnight anyway. The idea of spending evenings in the greenhouse, casting Lumos over his mushrooms, sounded almost relaxing. Without hesitation, Char began planting the glowing mushrooms, carefully spreading the mycelium throughout his experimental plot. Professor Sprout reminded him, remember, they especially need the Lumos spell now, right after planting. Char nodded, then raised his wand. Lumos. A gentle, steady light sprang from the tip, bathing the soil in a magical glow. Almost immediately, the mycelium seemed to come alive, and Char watched in delight as tiny reward orbs appeared before his eyes. You have successfully grown glow mushrooms. You will receive a reward, a slight improvement in night vision, iron level. After the glow mushroom matures, the rewards will be upgraded to slight improvement in night vision, black iron level, very small amount of understanding of the glow spell, black iron level. Char's face lit up with joy. Glow mushrooms matured faster than most magical plants, usually within 4 weeks, especially if given plenty of Lumos exposure. He checked his system panel and saw that his Lumos spell was now at iron grade, edging closer to bronze. With consistent practice and the help of the mushrooms, he was sure he'd reach the next level soon. It took me almost 2 months to get my soil loosening and pruning spells to bronze, he mused. But with these mushrooms, my Lumos might jump to bronze in just a few weeks. That will make everything else easier, too. Char continued to practice, casting Lumos again and again, watching the gentle light play over the soil. The weekend passed in a blur of wand-waving and quiet satisfaction. By Monday morning, the mycelium in his plot was noticeably thicker, and the reward orbs above them had grown. Char smiled, pleased with the progress. At this rate, they'll mature even faster than I thought. He left the greenhouse and hurried back to the Hufflepuff common room, where a buzz of excitement filled the air. A new notice had gone up: flying lessons would begin today. Even the usually laid-back Badgers were animated, dreaming of soaring through the sky or maybe even making the Quidditch team. For many, flying was the only outdoor sport that truly captured their interest. But not everyone was confident. Hannah Abbott, always a little clumsy, twisted her fingers nervously beside Char. What if my broom doesn't listen to me? What if I fall? I get into enough trouble on the ground, what about in the air? Char couldn't help but smile. Don't worry, Hannah. The professor will be watching closely. Besides, if you fly near me, I can catch you if you fall. And if you bring your goldfish vine, you'll feel even calmer. Hannah's eyes sparkled with relief. Really? Thank you, Char. I feel much better now. Char grinned. He wasn't just being nice, his legendary vitality and resistance to falls meant he could handle even the wildest broom ride. If anyone could catch a falling classmate, it was him. Meanwhile, in the Hogwarts infirmary, Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle were sneaking out. Malfoy's tooth had been magically repaired, but he still spoke with a slight lisp. Too embarrassed to attend classes, he'd convinced his father to get him a sick note. But his humiliation at Char's hands still burned. Char humiliated me. I'll get him back, Malfoy muttered, clutching a shiny silver rod. This is an alchemical device from my father. It emits a light that can knock someone out. When Char gets on his broom, I'll zap him. He'll fall and break his bones. Crabbe and Goyle exchanged nervous glances, remembering all too well Char's strength. But we can't beat him. He's too strong. Malfoy sneered. We're wizards. Strength doesn't matter, magic does. As the day of flying lessons dawned, excitement and tension filled the air. Char looked forward to the challenge, unaware of the trouble brewing in the shadows. But with his resilience and growing magical skill, he was ready for whatever might come, on the ground or in the sky. Underscore 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 underscore. Chapter 24. All Monday morning, the little Badgers of Hufflepuff were distracted in class, their minds already soaring through the sky on broomsticks. Fortunately, their first lesson was herbology, and Professor Sprout, ever understanding, didn't scold the daydreamers. In fact, she ended class a few minutes early so everyone could get ready for lunch and, more importantly, flying lessons. As Char was about to leave the greenhouse, Professor Sprout called him over, her eyes bright with excitement and just a hint of nostalgia. Dear Char, I'm so sorry I have classes this afternoon and can't watch your first flying lesson, she said, regretful but supportive. But I know you'll do wonderfully. The latest Nimbus 2000 broom is on its way for you. I'm sure you'll be flying for Hufflepuff's Quidditch team in no time. Char couldn't help but laugh inside. He hadn't even tried flying yet, and his aunt was already planning for him to use the top broomstick in the wizarding world. The Nimbus 2000 was as valuable as a sports car in the Muggle world, sleek, fast, and the envy of every young witch and wizard. Professor Sprout's confidence and generosity warmed his heart. He saw the longing in her eyes. Hufflepuff hadn't won the Quidditch Cup in years, and Char realized how much it would mean to her to see her house triumph again. Maybe, he thought, he could help make that dream come true. I'll do my best, Aunt, Char promised, and Professor Sprout watched him go with a proud, hopeful smile. Memories of Char's parents, both former Hufflepuff Quidditch players, danced in her mind, and she wiped away a tear, silently vowing to support Char in every way she could. By 3:30 that afternoon, Char and the rest of the Hufflepuffs hurried out onto the castle grounds. The sky was clear, the breeze gentle, and the grass rippled in the sunlight. The Ravenclaws were already there, looking just as nervous as the Badgers. 20 brooms lay neatly on the ground, waiting. The clever Ravenclaws clutched their copies of 100 Tips for Quidditch Flying and How to Tame Your Broomstick, hoping that book knowledge would help them in the air. Madam Hooch, the flying instructor, strode in briskly. "All right, everyone. Stand next to a broomstick," she called. The lesson began just as it did in the stories, right hand over your broom, up. Only a handful of brooms responded immediately, Char's among them. Most brooms stubbornly rolled or twitched on the ground. Poor Hannah Abbott got her hand wrapped by her broom, as if it were scolding her for being nervous. Madam Hooch smiled wryly. "Don't let your broom see you're afraid. They're like horses, they can sense your mood. Be brave." Char glanced at his own broom, which was practically vibrating with eagerness. He realized, with amusement, that his earlier thought, about kicking any broom that misbehaved, might have made it extra obedient. Once everyone had their brooms in hand, Madam Hooch demonstrated how to mount and hold on. Then she blew her whistle. 3, 2, 1, take off. With a rush of wind, 20 brooms soared into the air. Char felt the world drop away beneath him. The sensation was exhilarating, nothing like an airplane, where you were sealed away from the air and the elements. Here, the wind whipped past his face, the castle and grounds spinning below. He grinned, feeling completely at home. For Char, flying was almost effortless. His body, strengthened by legendary vitality and balance, seemed made for broomstick flight. He darted and swooped with ease, drawing admiring glances from Madam Hooch. She watched him, surprised. Didn't they say this sprout boy grew up in the Muggle world? How can he fly like that on his first try? He might have the makings of a Quidditch star. High above, Char circled near the Hogwarts Tower, not knowing he was being watched. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle were hiding at the top, plotting revenge. Malfoy's eyes widened with envy as he saw Char's graceful flight. "How is he so good?" Malfoy muttered, then smirked. "Well, let's see how long that lasts." He pulled out the silver alchemical rod his father had given him. With a flick, it emitted a blinding flash, reflecting sunlight straight into Char's eyes. Char squinted, momentarily dazzled. "That's odd, the sun's not that bright today. Must be a weird reflection." He shrugged it off and kept flying, barely affected. Malfoy's arm was already sore from waving the rod, but Char didn't even wobble. "Why isn't it working? Father said it could knock out an elephant." Crabbe and Goyle exchanged uneasy glances. "Maybe it's broken." Malfoy scowled. "Let's try someone else." Just then, Hannah Abbott, looking nervous but determined, drifted near the tower. Malfoy aimed the rod at her and triggered another flash. Unlike Char, Hannah was instantly overwhelmed. Her vision went white, her grip slackened, and she tumbled from her broom, spinning helplessly toward the ground. Nimbus 2000, the top broomstick of its era, highly prized for its speed and handling, and a symbol of wizarding sporting excellence. Chapter 25. When Hannah Abbott tumbled from her broom, a wave of panic swept over the Hogwarts grounds. The little badgers and eagles cried out in alarm, their faces pale with fear. For a moment, time seemed to freeze, no one understood what had happened, except Char, who was closest to Hannah. All they saw was Hannah suddenly dropping like a stone, limp and unresponsive, as if some invisible hand had cut her string. Char, sharp-eyed and alert, had noticed the flash from the tower just before Hannah fell. He turned his gaze upward and caught a glimpse of Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle slinking away. A cold fury flickered in Char's eyes. He realized at once that flash was no accident. Malfoy had used some kind of magical device to knock Hannah out, hoping, no doubt, to target Char himself. Char's legendary resistance to dizziness and falling had protected him, but poor Hannah had been caught in the crossfire. Anger surged in his chest. Malfoy was every bit as rotten as the story said. But Char had no time for revenge. Hannah was plummeting toward the ground, and he had to act. He leaned forward, urging his broom into a steep dive. The world blurred as he streaked after Hannah, the wind roaring in his ears. The other students watched, frozen in horror. Some covered their eyes, unable to bear the thought of seeing Hannah hurt. Madam Hooch, her face ashen, raced after them on her own broom, but she knew she was too far away. She readied her wand, conjuring a magical barrier below Hannah, a desperate attempt to soften the impact. But from this height, even a barrier might not save Hannah from broken bones, or worse. Just as Hannah was about to hit the barrier, Char made a split-second decision. He kicked off his broom with all his strength, launching himself through the air like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to Hannah, wrapping his arms around her and twisting so that he would hit the ground first. There was a heavy thud as they landed, and for a moment, the world was silent. Everyone rushed over, hearts pounding. Madame Hooch was already preparing to summon help, certain that both students would need to be rushed to the infirmary. But then, to everyone's astonishment, Char rolled over, sprang to his feet, and dusted himself off as if nothing had happened. He checked Hannah carefully, relief flooding his face as she began to stir. Hannah blinked, dazed. "What happened?" she mumbled. The crowd exhaled in collective relief. Even Madame Hooch, who had seen her share of flying accidents, felt her knees go weak with shock and gratitude. She rounded on Hannah, her voice trembling with worry and a touch of anger. "Hannah Abbott. Did you skip breakfast? Are you anemic? You must tell me if you have any health problems before flying." Then, softening, she added, 10 points from Hufflepuff for scaring me half to death. She turned to Char, her expression changing to one of deep respect. "And Char Sprout, such flying skill, and the courage to risk your life for a friend." 15 points to Hufflepuff. Char took a deep breath, still shaken but steady. As Madame Hooch comforted Hannah, he spoke up, his voice clear and calm. "I saw Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle on the tower. There was a flash of light. I think it was some kind of spell or device that can knock people out. They were probably trying to target me, but Hannah got caught in it." Madame Hooch's eyes widened, her face darkening with anger. "If that's true, they'll be in serious trouble. I promise you, this will not be ignored." She led Char, Hannah, and the Hufflepuffs back to the castle, the rest of the students buzzing with shock and outrage. Inside, the confrontation was immediate. Snape, called in to defend his Slytherins, was cold and dismissive. "That's nonsense," he sneered. "Malfoy and his friends are still in the infirmary, recovering from injuries. They couldn't possibly have done such a thing. Besides, Slytherin students would never stoop to such behavior." He shot Char and Hannah a withering look. Perhaps it was just a trick of the sunlight. Some people always look for someone else to blame for their mistakes. Just then, the door burst open and Professor Sprout stormed in, her face flushed with fury. She swept Char into a fierce hug, checking him over for injuries, then pulled Hannah protectively behind her. "We Hufflepuffs never lie," she declared. "Severus, Malfoy and his friends have gone too far this time. There must be consequences." Snape only snorted. "Hufflepuffs don't lie. Professor Sprout, you know as well as I do that children can be very creative with the truth. You want to expel the son of a school governor based on your nephew's word alone. The board will never agree." Sprout bristled, standing her ground like a mother badger defending her cubs. The argument grew heated, neither side willing to back down. The little badgers, watching their head of house stand up for them, felt a surge of pride and unity. Finally, Dumbledore arrived, looking weary and troubled. He listened to both sides, then sighed. "This matter will require further investigation," he announced. "No action will be taken until we have more evidence." Professor Sprout led her Hufflepuffs back to the common room, still fuming. The badgers gathered around Char, their eyes shining with loyalty. "We believe you, Char," they said. "We won't let Malfoy get away with this." Char nodded, determination hardening in his chest. Snape's smug, dismissive attitude was infuriating. If Slytherin wanted to play dirty, then Char would have to get creative. He turned to Professor Sprout, his voice quiet but resolute. "Aunt, I have an idea. I know how to teach Malfoy a lesson, and make sure even Professor Snape can't talk his way out of it." The badgers leaned in, eager to hear Char's plan. For the first time, they felt the strength of their house, not just in kindness and loyalty, but in courage and cunning too. Chapter 26. When Char shared his plan, Professor Sprout's eyes, which had been clouded with anger and worry, suddenly lit up with hope and curiosity. "Char, do you have an idea?" she asked eagerly. Char nodded, recalling a famous incident from the original story. During a flying lesson shared by Gryffindor and Slytherin, Neville had lost control of his broom, fallen, and broken several bones. Malfoy had found Neville's dropped Remembrall and taunted him, only for Harry to swoop in, challenge Malfoy, and retrieve the ball in a daring aerial chase. That event had led to Harry joining the Quidditch team as the youngest seeker in a century. But Char's focus wasn't on Harry's heroics. He was thinking about Malfoy's pattern of behavior. Whenever he failed to get his way or was humiliated, he lashed out at others, especially those close to Char. With flying lessons coming up again on Thursday, Char suspected Malfoy would target Neville, hoping to get revenge for his own recent embarrassment. He turned to Professor Sprout, his voice thoughtful. "Aunt, is there a magical plant that could be hidden inside a remembrall?" Professor Sprout paused, considering. "You mean a plant that could disguise itself as a remembrall?" She thought for a moment, then nodded. "There's mirror grass. It can mimic anything it touches, very rare, and often mixed in with other herbs. Only an experienced herbologist can spot it." Char grinned, catching on immediately. "So, if we make a fake remembrall out of mirror grass, Malfoy will grab it, thinking he's being clever, and get a little surprise." Professor Sprout's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Exactly. And if we add something inside to give him a shock? Well, that would leave Severus speechless. Malfoy would have no one to blame but himself." She grew thoughtful. "How about a bit of biting cabbage? Once Malfoy grabs the remembrall, the cabbage will wake up and give his hand a good nip." Char shivered, half amused, half appalled. "Biting cabbage might be a bit much, Aunt. It's on the Ministry's list of controlled plants. Maybe something less dangerous, but still enough to teach him a lesson." Professor Sprout looked a little disappointed but quickly brightened. "I have just the thing. It won't really hurt Malfoy, but it'll let him know that Hufflepuff isn't to be trifled with." Meanwhile, in the Slytherin common room, Snape was giving Malfoy a stern lecture. "You absolute fool," Snape hissed. "If you're going to pull a stunt, don't let anyone see you. If anyone finds out you harmed a classmate during flying lessons, especially if Hannah Abbott had been seriously hurt, not even your father could protect you. You'd be expelled." Malfoy was pale and shaken. When Snape finally stalked away, he let out a shaky breath, then clenched his fists. "Char Sprout. It's all your fault," he muttered. "You keep making me look bad. I'm not done with you yet." But even as he plotted, Malfoy couldn't help but remember Char's strength and resilience. He'd heard rumors that Char could fall from a broomstick and walk away without a scratch. Malfoy had no intention of facing him directly again, at least, not until he'd mastered some powerful spells. Instead, his thoughts turned to Thursday's flying lesson. Neville was Char's cousin and a known friend. Malfoy smirked. "If I can't get to Char, I'll go after Neville. He's easy to bully, and it'll still hurt Char." Back in Hufflepuff, Char was laying out his plan to Neville. "Neville, I'll need your help," he explained. "The whole of Hufflepuff will be behind you these next few days." Neville's eyes widened with nervous excitement. He stammered, "Me. But I'll try my best." Char smiled, giving Neville's shoulder a reassuring squeeze. "I believe in you, Neville. You have so much potential, more than you know." Neville flushed with pride. No one had ever shown him this kind of faith, not even his own family. Char's trust filled him with determination. "I won't let you down, Char," Neville said, his voice steady. Later, Char visited the infirmary to check on Hannah. She was sitting up in bed, carefully tending her goldfish spider plants. The pots were nearly orange, just a step away from full maturity. Char's heart swelled with satisfaction. Hannah was truly the second-best caretaker of the goldfish spider plants after Neville. Soon, another batch of rewards would be ready to harvest. Hannah looked up and smiled, her eyes shining with gratitude. "Char, I still can't believe you saved me. I don't even know how to thank you." Char waved her off with a gentle grin. "We're all Hufflepuffs. We look out for each other. Besides, you've taken such good care of those plants, that's thanks enough for me." He paused, then added, "You've got a couple more days before you're allowed back in class, right?" Hannah's face twisted in mock agony, but there was a hint of a smile. "Yes, it's terrible. I mean, it's wonderful. Oh, I mean, it's awful." Char chuckled. "It must be tough missing lessons. Don't worry, I brought you today's notes so you can keep up." He handed her a stack of parchment. Hannah groaned, but she dutifully opened the notes and started to read. The basic principles of spells. The basics of transfiguration. Common herbology classifications. Within minutes, she was rubbing her temples. "Char, my head hurts. I think I need a break." Char glanced at her goldfish spider plant, now fully orange. He smiled. "You deserve a rest. I won't bother you anymore." As he left the infirmary, Char felt the familiar tingle of magic as 3 reward orbs floated toward him and merged into his body. The goldfish spider plant you planted has matured. You get a reward, a slight increase in magic perception. Char's plan was in motion, and with every harvest, he felt himself growing stronger, ready for whatever Malfoy might try next. Underscore 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 underscore. Chapter 27. As 3 consecutive reward prompts appeared on his system panel, Char felt a rush of sensation stronger than ever before. It was as if he could hear the gentle hum of magic flowing through his veins, the energy whispering at the edge of his senses, waiting for his command. The feeling was fleeting, but when Char blinked and refocused on his system panel, he noticed something new. The description for magic perception improvement had subtly shifted. The rating was still iron, but now, within the dark iron luster, there shimmered a faint trace of bronze. Char's heart leapt with joy. I'm almost at bronze level for magic perception, he realized. No wonder the reward felt so much stronger this time. He was about to close the panel when he noticed something else that made him freeze. In the ability column, his soil loosening spell and pruning spell, both previously bronze, had changed. The pruning spell's bronze shimmer now had a hint of silver, and the soil loosening spell had transformed entirely. The bronze was gone, replaced by a gleaming silver light. Soil loosening spell, silver level. Char took a deep breath, hardly believing his eyes. For nearly 2 months, he practiced these 2 spells relentlessly, but they'd stubbornly remained at bronze. He hadn't even practiced them much lately, so why the sudden leap? Then it clicked. It's the improvement in my magical perception, he realized. That's what finally broke the barrier. He remembered his frustration, wondering why endless practice hadn't been enough. Now he understood, it wasn't a lack of effort, but a limit in his perception. With this new breakthrough, his spells had finally advanced. Char's excitement grew as he considered what this meant. The system's ratings weren't arbitrary, a new level meant a true qualitative change. He couldn't wait to see the difference. He hurried to the Hogwarts greenhouse, eager to test his new abilities. At his experimental plot, he drew his wand and pointed it at the soil, tracing a spiral outward. With a practiced flick, he called out, Terra, Laxus. The earth spirit is released. A rich ochre light burst from his wand, sinking into the earth. Char watched in awe as the soil responded, loosening more quickly and deeply than before. The area affected was larger, the effect more profound. He scooped up a handful of the freshly loosened soil, then compared it to untreated earth. The difference was subtle but unmistakable. The silver-level spell seemed to infuse the soil with a vibrant energy. Seeds planted here would have a better chance of sprouting and thriving, even the most difficult magical plants. Char's heart raced. Even a small increase in vitality could mean the difference between success and failure for rare plants, he thought. If I can upgrade all my planting spells to legendary level, soil loosening, pruning, lumos, I'll be unstoppable as a herbologist. He smiled, imagining a future where he could grow a whole forest of guardian trees with ease. But he quickly reined in his excitement. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, he reminded himself. I'm still at iron, bronze, and now silver. Legendary level is a long way off. For now, he focused on the task at hand, growing his glow mushrooms. He cast the new silver-level soil loosening spell, then followed with lumos, flooding the plot with magical light. He noticed something else. The improvement in his soil loosening spell seemed to enhance the effectiveness of his lumos charm as well. It's all connected, Char mused. Just like transfiguration, masters of that field are often skilled in many areas of magic. The same must be true for planting spells. If I can master these, I'll be able to master others, too. His confidence soared. With each cast, the mycelium of the glow mushrooms became more active, the soil more vibrant. The mushrooms would mature even faster than he'd hoped, bringing him closer to his next magical breakthrough. For the next 3 days, Char worked tirelessly, casting, tending, and watching his magical garden thrive. Underscore 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 underscore. Comment. 8 comment. Vote. Chapter 28, Chapter 28. 3 days later, Char stood in the greenhouse, surveying the thickened glow mushroom mycelium with satisfaction. The reward light orbs above the mushrooms had grown noticeably larger, a sure sign of healthy progress. After upgrading the soil loosening spell to silver level, the growth speed of the glow mushrooms has really picked up, Char thought, a pleased smile on his face. He checked his system panel. His fluorescent spell, which had been black iron level, now glimmered with a deep, almost bronze hue. Char's heart leapt. The improvements in his magical perception and the advancement of the soil loosening spell had accelerated his progress with the fluorescent spell as well. Just 3 days, and he was nearly at bronze level. Once he reached it, the glow mushrooms would mature even faster. The anticipation made him want to stay in the greenhouse all day, but he glanced at the time and remembered what was coming next. Today was Thursday, the day of Gryffindor and Slytherin's first flying lesson together. The Hufflepuffs had been waiting for this day, their anger simmering since Monday. Today, Malfoy would finally get a taste of Badger Court's revenge. Back in the Hufflepuff common room, Char found Professor Sprout and Neville waiting. Professor Sprout's eyes sparkled with excitement as Char entered. Char. How did you know Neville's grandmother, Mrs. Longbottom, would send him a remembrall today? She asked. Neville looked equally surprised. Char had told him days ago that his grandmother would likely send him a remembrall, and sure enough, a package had arrived that very morning. Char grinned. Mrs. Longbottom loves Neville very much. She's strict, but she always keeps him in her thoughts. Since Neville tends to forget things, it's only natural she'd send him something to help. He turned to Professor Sprout, his eyes warm. And I know this because my aunt loves me, too. Professor Sprout's eyes misted over, and even Neville was taken aback. He thought of his own strict grandmother, both loving and a little frightening, and realized for the first time just how much she cared. Thank you, Cousin Char, Neville said, his voice thick with emotion. He made a silent vow to himself, I have to grow up and stop being so forgetful. I can't let down the people who believe in me, Grandma, and Cousin Char. Neville took a deep breath, remembering the plan Char had entrusted to him. Cousin Char, I won't let you down. Char smiled and patted Neville's shoulder. I believe in you, Neville. The other Hufflepuffs gathered around, their support unwavering. Neville, we believe in you, too. Let's teach Malfoy a lesson he'll never forget. Neville nodded, determination burning in his eyes as he left for the day's challenge. Meanwhile, in the Gryffindor common room, the mood was gloomy. Even Harry was dreading the flying lesson with the Slytherins. Ron tried to cheer him up, but everyone was anxious about making a fool of themselves in front of Malfoy. Neville entered, looking tense and purposeful. Harry and the others noticed his recent absences and asked what he'd been up to. Nothing much, Neville replied, thinking of all the secret flying practice he'd done with the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. He remembered the terror of his first flight, nearly fainting as the ground dropped away beneath him, but he pushed through, determined not to disappoint Char. He'd practiced over and over, and though he still wasn't a confident flyer, he could now control his broom. He was ready for today. When Harry and the others asked, Neville just shrugged. Just catching up on herbology homework. Professor Sprout's been helping me. They nodded, not suspecting a thing. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the flying lesson began. After the incident with the Hufflepuffs, Madame Hooch was on high alert, scanning the towers for suspicious flashes and repeating safety instructions over and over. But as soon as the students mounted their brooms, disaster struck again. Neville's broom shot into the air with a wild cry. Ah! I can't control my broom. It's got a mind of its own. Neville's broom soared toward the Forbidden Forest, and panic swept through the class. The Slytherins jeered, with Malfoy laughing the loudest. Letting Neville Longbottom take flying lessons was the worst idea ever. He can't even walk straight on the ground, let alone fly. Madame Hooch snapped, Shut up, Draco Malfoy. 3 points from Slytherin. But she was pale with worry, wondering if she was cursed to have such a disastrous week. She mounted her own broom to chase after Neville, warning the others not to fly until she returned. No sooner had she left than Malfoy spotted the glowing remembrall caught in a tree. He grinned wickedly, swooped over, and snatched it up. Look what I've got. Neville Longbottom's remembrall, he crowed, waving it above his head. Harry, furious, launched himself after Malfoy, and the two began a daring aerial chase. Harry's flying was instinctive and natural, and he quickly closed the gap, making Malfoy nervous. Just then, Neville, having regained control, circled back and shouted, Harry, stay away from that remembrall. Harry paused, confused, and Malfoy used the moment to pull ahead, gloating. Harry Potter can't catch me. But as Malfoy showed off, he noticed a group of Hufflepuffs watching from the tower, smirking as if they were in on a secret. A chill ran down his spine. Suddenly, the remembrall in his hand exploded. A foul, sticky liquid, worse than anything a troll could produce, splattered all over Malfoy's head. For a moment, the entire field was silent. Then, laughter erupted from the Hufflepuffs, and even some of the Gryffindors and Slytherins couldn't hold back their giggles. Malfoy, dripping and humiliated, had just learned, never underestimate the Badger Court's ability to strike back. Chapter 29. A foul-smelling, unknown liquid exploded from the fake remembrall, drenching Malfoy from head to toe. For a split second, everyone in the flying class seemed to lose their senses. The stench was so overpowering it blanked their minds, as if a dozen public toilets left unclean for weeks had suddenly materialized in the summer heat. Malfoy, overwhelmed by the stink, rolled his eyes and toppled right off his broom. But not a single person made a move to catch him. The smell was so atrocious that even Crabbe and Goyle, his loyal shadows, pinched their noses and scrambled away from him as fast as they could. Madame Hooch, ever the professional, managed to cover her mouth and nose with one hand while casting a silencing spell with the other, just enough to slow Malfoy's fall. Luckily, he hadn't been flying very high, he only broke his leg, and otherwise was unharmed. But in that moment, Malfoy probably wished he'd simply vanished. The stink that filled his nose was the stuff of nightmares. "What is this stuff?" he wailed, his voice muffled. Up on the tower, Professor Sprout stood with her little badgers, a satisfied smile on her face. In her hands were two bottles, one filled with a thick, yellow liquid, the other, a delicate lavender. She explained to the eager Hufflepuffs, "This one," she said, holding up the yellow, "is juice from the giant Amorphophallus flower. Its stench is worse than a troll's. If you get it on you, the smell can last a week, no potion or spell will get rid of it." She lifted the lavender bottle. "Except for this, wisteria juice. Just a little will neutralize the smell. But it's extremely rare. Only our Hufflepuff greenhouse produces a small amount, and I'm afraid," she gave a dramatic sigh, "we're all out." Char watched his aunt with a mix of awe and amusement. She was truly a master of subtle revenge. Malfoy had tried to harm him, and though he'd failed, poor Hannah had suffered. Professor Sprout clearly wasn't about to let that go. The little badgers caught on quickly, nodding along. Yes, it's all gone. We saw it ourselves," they chorused, barely able to contain their laughter. Their respect for herbology soared. Who needed powerful spells when you could outwit your enemies with magical plants? Some of the badgers piped up, asking Professor Sprout if there were other plants as powerful as the giant arum. "Of course," she replied, delighted. "Devil's snare, biting kale, plenty of dangerous plants. I can give you private lessons if you want to learn more. But for now, the fun isn't over." She leaned in, lowering her voice. "The juice of the giant arum has another effect. If it touches your skin, you'll break out in boils and scabies. And not even regular medicine can cure it." Sure enough, as Malfoy lay on the ground, red lumps began to blossom wherever the juice had touched him. He howled in pain, unable even to speak as a scab formed on his tongue. The commotion drew Snape, who swept onto the field like a furious bat. He took one look at Malfoy and his face turned thunderous. "Giant Amorphophallus juice. Malfoy, how did you get yourself into this?" Malfoy could only whimper. Snape turned to the Slytherins for an explanation, but quickly set his sights on Neville, his expression souring. "How dare you plot against your classmates in such a despicable way?" 20 points from Gryffindor. The Gryffindors erupted in protest. "Why?" Malfoy stole Neville's remembrall. He brought this on himself. Snape scowled, but before he could deduct more points, Professor Sprout and McGonagall arrived. McGonagall, her lips pressed tight, confronted Snape. "So, Severus, Malfoy tries to steal Neville's remembrall and you deduct points from Gryffindor." "I don't think so. Gryffindor gets 20 points, and Slytherin loses 20 for Malfoy's behavior." Snape's jaw clenched. "Minerva. You can't see this was a setup for Malfoy." He glared at Professor Sprout. "Pomona, you're seeking revenge." Mirror grass, giant arum juice, Neville couldn't have gotten those himself. Professor Sprout smiled sweetly. "Where's your evidence, Severus? Last time you told me we couldn't accuse a school governor's son without proof. So, can you convict me? Or Neville, the last of the Longbottoms?" "I don't think so." She turned to the students. "I'm deducting 20 points from Slytherin, and giving Gryffindor 10 more for the unfair treatment of Neville Longbottom." Snape's face was nearly purple, but he was outnumbered and outmaneuvered. He had no choice but to accept the loss. Finally, he gritted out, "Fine. But the greenhouse will have to provide wisteria juice and snowweed for treatment." Professor Sprout's eyes twinkled with mock sympathy. "Of course, Severus. We Hufflepuffs would never hold a grudge. If we had any extra, we'd give it to you. But, alas." She spread her hands, feigning regret. "We're all out. Not a drop left." The little badgers could barely contain their giggles. For once, justice, and a bit of clever herbology, had prevailed. Chapter 30. Professor Sprout's words hung in the air. Professor McGonagall, usually so composed, suddenly coughed from trying to hold back laughter. A strange smile tugged at her lips as she glanced at Professor Sprout, silently giving her a thumbs up. Well done. Professor Snape, on the other hand, had gone pale with frustration. After a tense pause, he flicked his wand, causing Malfoy to float up off the ground. An invisible barrier shimmered around Malfoy, trapping the stench inside. Although a little of the foul smell still seeped out, at least everyone could finally breathe again. Without another word, Snape handed Malfoy a potion and swept away from the field, his robes billowing with anger. Malfoy, still hovering, whimpered, "Dean, they're so insidious. They set me up." But Snape's patience was at its end. "You idiot. Why do you keep provoking the Hufflepuffs? Do you really think they're easy to bully? You've already embarrassed yourself once, and now you've fallen into their trap again. Sometimes I wonder if the Sorting Hat made a mistake with you." Malfoy's face drained of color. "Dean, I'm sorry. Please help me." Snape sighed, his anger cooling. Because of his friendship with Lucius Malfoy, and the generous donations Lucius made to Slytherin, he couldn't abandon Malfoy completely. Without wisteria juice, there's no way to get rid of that stench. You'll have to bear it for a week. Don't go to class, find an empty room and stay there. As for the boils and scabies, that's more troublesome. Snape knew he could brew a healing potion, but it required Juneweed, a rare herb only grown in the Hogwarts greenhouse. With Professor Sprout refusing to provide any, he was out of options. At last, Snape said coldly, "We'll have to do it the hard way. Go to the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey will have to cut open each scab and squeeze out the pus. It'll hurt, but you'll recover quickly." Malfoy, desperate, nodded. "Yes, Professor. Please, just get me to the infirmary." Snape gave him a pitying look and escorted him to Madame Pomfrey. The matron's eyes flashed with a mixture of concern and annoyance as she took in Malfoy's sorry state. Snape handed him another potion. "For the pain," he said, then quickly made his escape. Malfoy stared after him, dread creeping in. Why did he need a pain potion for something that was supposed to hurt, just a little? Madame Pomfrey wasted no time. She tied Malfoy to the bed, stuffed a towel in his mouth, and began her work. With a flick of her wand, she opened the first scab and squeezed out the pus. The pain was blinding, far worse than Malfoy had imagined. As she looked over the rest of the boils, Madame Pomfrey sighed. "Just hang in there. And sip that pain potion slowly. There are about 100 more to go." Malfoy's mind reeled. 100. He realized, with growing horror, that he'd have to endure this agony again and again. Only one thought echoed in his mind. Why did I ever mess with Hufflepuff or Char? His screams echoed through the castle, a haunting lesson for anyone thinking of crossing the Badger Court. While Malfoy suffered, the Hufflepuff common room was filled with laughter and celebration. The little badgers, finally free of the tension that had lingered for days, shared stories of Malfoy's comeuppance and Snape's rare defeat. In just 2 weeks, the first-year Hufflepuffs had bonded into a tight, supportive family. Professor Sprout entered, her step light and her eyes twinkling. She had news that made the room buzz with excitement. "I just found out," she announced, "that after today's flying lesson, Professor McGonagall made an exception and allowed Harry Potter to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team. He'll be Seeker, the youngest house team member in a century." The Badgers erupted into chatter. Quidditch was always a hot topic, and anything involving Harry Potter was bound to be discussed. But Hannah Abbott piped up, her brow furrowed. "Why did Harry get to join the team? He's a good flyer, but I think Char is just as good. If Harry can join, why can't Char? It doesn't seem fair." Susan Burns agreed, and soon the rest of the Badgers were nodding. They all remembered how Char had saved Hannah with his flying skills. To them, Char was every bit as talented as Harry. Professor Sprout's smile grew even wider. Harry did set the record for the youngest house team member, but only for half an hour. Because I have something else to announce, Char will also be joining the Hufflepuff Quidditch team as an exception. He is now the youngest house team player in a century. Char was stunned. He didn't mind joining the team, he wanted to help Hufflepuff win and make Professor Sprout proud, but he hadn't expected the announcement to be so public. Wasn't this a bit of a backdoor approach? Before he could worry, the common room erupted in cheers. Hannah's face turned bright red as she waved her fists in the air, and the other Badgers shouted, "Fair. Reasonable. Char for Quidditch." Professor Sprout caught Char's eye, her smile gentle and full of pride. In Hufflepuff, no one would be jealous or resentful. Here, unity came first, and everyone celebrated each other's success. Char took a deep breath, feeling a wave of warmth and belonging. Quidditch. He'd do his best, for Professor Sprout, and for these wonderful, supportive friends. As the cheers faded, Professor Sprout turned to him with a twinkle in her eye. "Char, what position would you like to play?" Chapter 31. What position do you want to play when you join the Quidditch team? Char paused, thoughtful. In the original stories, the Seeker was always the star, Harry Potter's daring catches, the golden snitch glinting in the sun, the crowd holding its breath. It was the Seeker who decided when a match ended, sometimes after hours, sometimes after months. Char even remembered reading about a match that lasted over 3 months before the snitch was finally caught. But as much as the Seeker role sparkled, Char knew it wasn't the best fit for him. Hufflepuff already had Cedric Diggory, a brilliant Seeker. And Char's own strengths, his stamina, his strength, his resilience, wouldn't shine as a Seeker. He thought about it for a moment longer, then looked up. "Beater," he said, his voice steady. It wasn't the most glamorous position, but it was vital. Beaters controlled the blood jares, protecting their teammates and disrupting the other team's rhythm. Char's strength and endurance would make him a formidable presence on the pitch. Professor Sprout's eyes softened with nostalgia. For a moment, she seemed lost in memory. "Your father was a beater, too," she whispered. "He and your mother were Quidditch teammates, and they fell in love on the field. I used to watch their matches from this very window. Every time Hufflepuff scored, your father would wave to me." She clenched her hands, her voice trembling. "I remember it all so clearly. It feels like yesterday. But then Dolohov destroyed everything. Your parents should have had a bright future. They were so young." Tears welled in her eyes, and Char saw that she was squeezing her palms so tightly that a few drops of blood had appeared. Char's heart ached for her. He stepped closer, his voice gentle. "Aunt. Even if Azkaban can't stop Dolohov, I promise you, one day, he'll pay for what he did." But Professor Sprout gripped Char's hand, her eyes fierce with worry. "No, Char, promise me you'll never go after Dolohov. If you ever meet him, run. Run, and let me be the one to face him. I can't lose you, too." Char nodded, silent. He knew she was right, Dolohov was a monster, feared even by the bravest Aurors. No one would believe that a boy with weak magical talent could ever stand against such a foe. But Char didn't make promises lightly. He would keep working, keep growing stronger, one spell, one plant at a time. After a quiet goodbye, Char returned to the greenhouse. The familiar rows of magical plants and the gentle glow of reward orbs calmed his mind. He lost himself in the rhythm of farming, casting spells, and tending to his precious crops. "Lumos," he called, and the light of the fluorescent charm danced over the beds of glow mushrooms. The mycelium seemed to shimmer with happiness, the reward orbs growing larger and brighter every day. Char washed his hands, noticing a faint red stain, his aunt's blood from her earlier grip. He rinsed it away, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. A week passed in peaceful routine. With Malfoy finally put in his place, Char could focus on his true passion. Each night, he spent hours in the greenhouse, watching the glow mushrooms grow stronger. Some mycelium had even begun to sprout tiny caps, the first sign that maturity was near. In just over a week, these glow mushrooms will be ready for harvest, Char thought, satisfaction warming his chest. He checked his system panel. No new goldfish spider plants had matured, Hannah and Neville's latest batches still needed time. His magic perception enhancement was just shy of bronze level. But there was progress elsewhere, the pruning spell's bronze shimmer was almost entirely silver now, and the fluorescent spell was nearly bronze as well. Soon, he would have another silver-level spell, and perhaps his third after the mushrooms matured. Char smiled, his anticipation growing. He forced himself to stay calm, focusing on the present. There was still work to do. Then, something caught his eye, a small patch of mycelium, darker than the rest, tinged with deep red. He bent closer, curiosity piqued. A line of text appeared above the patch. The glow mushrooms you cultivated have undergone an unknown mutation. Char's heart skipped a beat. What could this mean? He leaned in, ready to face whatever surprise his magical garden had in store. Chapter 32. The glow mushrooms you cultivated have undergone an unknown mutation. When Char saw this message appear above the patch of mushrooms, his heart grew serious. He'd seen plant mutations before, both in his past life and now, and he knew that not all mutations were good. In fact, most of the time, a mutation made the plant weaker or less useful, not better. Char's first thought was to figure out what had caused the mutation. If it was just a random accident, it might not matter. But if it was due to something in the soil, water, or his spell work, he needed to know, otherwise, the whole crop might change, and he'd lose his hard-earned rewards. He began a careful inspection of the experimental field. The soil looks normal. The water source hasn't changed. The duration and frequency of the Lumos spell are the same as always. My mood has been steady, no big emotional swings. One by one, he ruled out the usual suspects. Finally, Char returned to the patch of red-tinged mycelium. No other glow mushrooms have changed like this. Maybe something fell here by accident. Suddenly, he remembered, about a week ago, after washing his hands, he'd noticed a few drops of blood fall in this exact spot. Could it be blood, he wondered. Maybe blood can trigger a mutation in glow mushrooms. He frowned. Professor Sprout had never mentioned this, but then again, glow mushrooms were a low-priority plant for most herbologists. Maybe no one had ever studied them closely. Char decided to test his theory. He took a small sickle and, after a moment's hesitation, made a shallow cut on his palm. A few drops of blood fell onto the mutated mycelium and the surrounding normal mushrooms. He watched closely. The blood on the ordinary glow mushrooms was simply absorbed into the soil, nothing more. But the red mycelium reacted instantly, absorbing the blood eagerly, growing thicker and more vibrant by the second. The red color spread, and soon the patch looked nothing like the rest of the field. Char exhaled, both amazed and cautious. So, blood really is the trigger. But it only works on the already mutated mycelium, not the normal ones. Maybe it's just luck, or maybe there are other factors, too. He gazed at the shimmering red patch. Since this new species is born from blood and looks like crystal, I'll call it blood jade. A new message appeared above the mycelium. You named the unknown mutant species of glow mushroom as blood jade. You have successfully planted the blood jade, and you will receive a reward, unknown, bronze level, in the making. After the blood jade matures, the reward will be upgraded to, unknown, silver level, unknown, black iron level. Char's breath caught. The ordinary glow mushrooms only gave black iron level rewards, but blood jade could go all the way to silver. That was the same as the guardian tree, a plant considered legendary in the wizarding world. He wondered if his legendary vitality, and the strength in his blood, might help blood jade grow even faster. He squeezed a little more blood onto the patch, and the mycelium absorbed it eagerly, growing even thicker. But soon, it stopped. No matter how much more blood he gave, it wouldn't absorb any more. The blood jade was now as thick as fully mature glow mushrooms, but it didn't produce a cap or show signs of ripening. The reward orb above it hung motionless. Char sighed. Of course it wouldn't be easy. Legendary level rewards never are. There must be some other condition I haven't figured out yet. Knowing he needed help, Char went to find Professor Sprout. After listening to Char's story and examining the blood jade, she checked him carefully for curses or dark magic. Only when she was sure he was safe did she relax. Char, you should have called me right away when you noticed something strange, she scolded gently. Many blood-fed plants are connected to dark magic. You're lucky this one isn't cursed. Promise me you'll be more careful next time. Char nodded, chastened. I promise. Professor Sprout examined the blood jade with growing fascination. This is remarkable. I've never seen anything like it. There's a vibrant magical energy here. I bet it could be used for powerful healing potions. But it's going to take time to mature. Char's admiration for his aunt grew. She could see things he'd never noticed. You're amazing. She smiled, her pride obvious. Leave it to me. I'll study it and figure out how to help it grow. And when we publish our findings, you'll be the first author, Char, publishing in a top journal at 11, that's worth at least 50 points for the House Cup. She laughed, but then her smile faded. Even with those points, it might not be enough. Slytherin is already catching up. Severus will do anything to win the cup, and Gryffindor always finds a way to get bonus points at the end. Still, it's wonderful that Hufflepuff is leading, even for a little while. Char's heart stirred with determination. Tomorrow is Friday, and we have Charms class. Professor Flitwick is holding a quiz on the Lumos charm. First place gets 10 points. And in 2 weeks, there's a bigger test with 25 points and a custom spell as a reward. Plus, there are Quidditch points. We still have a shot at the House Cup. Professor Sprout smiled gently. It's a tough year, Char. But I'm so proud of you for caring so much. If we can't win, second or third would still be an improvement. She left the greenhouse, pausing to look back at the warm glow of Char's Lumos spell flickering among the mushrooms. She sighed, both proud and worried. No one at Hogwarts worked harder than Char, but sometimes, talent was just as important as effort. She clenched her fists. I need to find those potion ingredients for Char's talent enhancement. I owe him that much. Meanwhile, Char was focused on his work, unaware of his aunt's worries. He cast spell after spell, watching the bronze light of the Lumos charm on his system panel grow deeper and richer, approaching a critical point. Thank you for reading. If you enjoyed the chapter, please consider donating Power Stones and joining our Patreon. Chapter 33. A night passed quietly, and as the sun rose, Char checked his system panel with a mix of anticipation and patience. The Lumos rating is still stuck right at the edge between black iron and bronze, he thought, shaking his head with a small smile. It's better than before, but not quite there yet. He didn't feel frustrated or disappointed. He knew that true progress was a natural process, sometimes slow, sometimes sudden, but always built on steady effort. The breakthrough would come, if not today, then in the next day or two. There was no need to rush. Besides, even without the bronze level upgrade, Char's mastery of the Lumos charm was already among the best for his age. Magic like Lumos wasn't about raw talent alone, it was about practice, repetition, and perseverance. And Char had practiced more than anyone. He was confident that he'd do well in today's charms test, and by the time the final exam for the exclusive spell came around in 2 weeks, he was sure his Lumos would be bronze, maybe even silver, with a little luck and a few more mushroom harvests. With these thoughts, Char left the greenhouse and made his way to the charms classroom. As he entered, he was surprised to find the room already full. Usually, only a handful of early risers would be there, looking sleepy. But today, nearly every Hufflepuff was present, practicing their Lumos spells with determination. Even more surprising, the Ravenclaws, who usually prided themselves on their intelligence and didn't bother with extra practice, were already there, sweat beading on their brows. It was clear they'd been working hard for some time. Char realized what was happening. Charms was Ravenclaw's pride and joy, their signature subject. Losing to another house would be unthinkable. And word had spread that, just 2 days before, Hermione Granger had stunned Professor Flitwick with her Lumos charm in Gryffindor's class. Flitwick had even lamented, half-jokingly, that Hermione belonged in Ravenclaw. Clearly, the young Eagles had taken this as a challenge. Their practice had doubled, maybe tripled, and their progress showed. While they still lagged behind Char, they had pulled ahead of the Hufflepuffs. When Professor Flitwick arrived and called the class to order, the tension was palpable. One by one, the students demonstrated their Lumos charms. The Ravenclaws performed admirably, drawing nods of approval from Flitwick, though none quite matched Hermione's brilliance. Flitwick's eyes grew a little sad. Why did such a gifted witch end up in Gryffindor, he wondered. It seemed to him that the first place in both today's quiz and the final test was already decided, no one could surpass Hermione. The Hufflepuffs felt a pang of disappointment. Their hard-won lead in the House Cup was slipping away. They were the most easygoing of the 4 houses, but seeing their advantage erode was hard to swallow. Still, they didn't make excuses. If someone was better, they accepted it with grace. Finally, it was Hufflepuff's turn. One by one, the remaining Badgers demonstrated their Lumos charms. Each tried their best, but none could match the Ravenclaws, until only Char was left. His housemates gathered around him, their voices full of warmth and encouragement. Char, don't worry. Do your best. Even if we lose, it's not your fault. We're proud of you no matter what. Char felt their hope and support settle around him like a warm blanket. He realized, with a little surprise, that he truly belonged here. These were his friends, his family. If he could help them hold onto their lead, he would. He stepped forward, wand in hand, and paused. Suddenly, he understood why his Lumos had always been just shy of bronze. The Lumos charm was a spell of hope, a light in the darkness, a beacon when all seemed lost. To cast it at its best, he needed to believe in that hope. With that realization, he felt a shift inside. On his system panel, the bronze light finally swept over the Lumos charm. Lumos, bronze level. He raised his wand, heart full of hope and determination, and spoke clearly, Lumos. A brilliant, steady light burst from the tip of his wand, shining like a lighthouse in a storm. The room fell silent, every eye drawn to the gentle radiance. Professor Flitwick's eyes widened in astonishment. He had expected a good performance, but this was something else. The Hufflepuffs erupted in applause, their cheers echoing through the classroom. Hannah Abbott, Susan Bones, and the others clapped until their hands turned red, beaming with pride. For a moment, Charles stood in the center of the room, bathed in light and hope, knowing he had given his friends, and himself, something to believe in. Chapter 34. The gentle, steady glow at the tip of Char's wand filled the charm's classroom with a reassuring light. For a moment, Professor Flitwick, who had just been worrying that Char might be disappointed, was left speechless with surprise. Char's Lumos wasn't just good, it was extraordinary. The spell was as bright and steady as Hermione Granger's had been on Wednesday. Professor Flitwick had thought he wouldn't see that level of mastery again in this test, especially not from a student he'd considered less talented. Clearly, Char's hard work had paid off in ways Flitwick hadn't expected. For a moment, Flitwick was lost in admiration. To reach this level in just 2 weeks, a student needed either rare talent or relentless effort. In Char's case, it was clearly the latter. As the class waited, Flitwick realized he hadn't said a word. The little badgers, nervous and hopeful, watched him anxiously. Flitwick quickly composed himself and spoke up, his voice ringing with genuine praise. Excellent Lumos, Char. You've truly grasped the heart of this spell. Remember, everyone, magic is deeply connected to your will and your emotions. To master a spell, you must understand its spirit. Char, you've done just that. He smiled and added, 5 points to Hufflepuff, for extraordinary effort and understanding. The little badgers, who had been confused by the earlier magical theory, immediately understood the points. They erupted in cheers. 5 points at once was no small feat. In the original book, even the top-scoring Gryffindor first years only managed 482 points, and Hufflepuff had just 352. Every point counted. Then, one of the badgers asked the question on everyone's mind. Professor, who's first in the quiz? Flitwick hesitated. The rules said the top Lumos would earn 10 extra points. But Hermione Granger and Char had both performed at the same high level. Hermione had taken her test on Wednesday, Char on Friday. Was it fair to choose one over the other? Both deserved recognition. After a moment's thought, Flitwick smiled. Why not have 2 firsts? The purpose of the quiz was to motivate, not to exclude. He cleared his throat and announced, first place in the Lumos quiz goes to Hermione Granger of Gryffindor, and Char Sprout of Hufflepuff. Both showed rare mastery of the spell. Each house will receive 10 extra points. Third place goes to Padma Patil of Ravenclaw, who earns 5 points for her house. The Hufflepuffs cheered, delighted to have gained a full 15 points in charms. Their lead over Slytherin was safe for another week. The Ravenclaws, though disappointed not to have taken first, respected Char's skill. At least they had 3rd place and 5 points, better than nothing, and certainly better than Slytherin, who got shut out entirely. Professor Flitwick reminded everyone that in 2 weeks, there would be a final Lumos test, with even more points at stake, 25 for first, 15 for second, 10 for third. 50 points in all, enough to change the standings for any house. The little eagles left the classroom determined to practice harder, inspired by the challenge. Even the Slytherins, who had hoped to overtake Hufflepuff, found themselves falling further behind. After class, the Slytherins hurried to the hourglasses, eager to see if their extra potions points had closed the gap. But when they saw the results, they were stunned. The gap had widened. Hufflepuff had pulled even further ahead. Word of the charms quiz spread quickly. Gryffindor and Hufflepuff had tied for first, Ravenclaw had taken third, and Slytherin had nothing to show for all their effort. Snape, his face stormy, met his students at the common room door. "You are the worst class of Slytherins I've ever taught," he snapped. In 2 weeks, you must take the top 3 places in charms. No more extracurriculars. Practice Lumos every spare moment. I'll even brew a potion to help you. The Slytherins gulped. A potion from the potion's master himself. Maybe they had a chance after all. Meanwhile, Char returned to the greenhouse, eager to see how his newly upgraded bronze-level Lumos would affect the glow mushrooms. He took a deep breath, raised his wand, and cast the spell. A brilliant light swept over the mushroom beds. Instantly, the mycelium responded, stirring and stretching as if awakened by the sun. Char watched, anticipation building, as the mushrooms began to grow faster than ever before. He smiled, feeling hope and pride well up inside him. With every step forward, he was proving that even a little badger could shine as bright as anyone at Hogwarts. Chapter 35. As Char cast his newly promoted bronze-level Lumos, the effect on the glow mushrooms was immediate and almost magical. The mycelium in the field, which he had tended with such care, began to move in a way he had never seen before. It was as if the mushrooms themselves were celebrating, their filaments stretching and writhing with joy, soaking up the magical light like a feast after a long fast. Char had spent enough time with these mushrooms to know their normal growth patterns. He could tell at a glance that something extraordinary was happening. The growth rate of the mycelium had increased by at least 20%, a staggering improvement, especially considering that the Hogwarts greenhouse already provided the best possible conditions for magical plants. To see such a leap in growth here, where everything was already optimized, was nothing short of miraculous. But that wasn't the only surprise waiting for him. Under the steady, warm light of his bronze-level Lumos, Char noticed that some of the mycelium, which had previously shown no sign of forming mushroom caps, were now starting to do so. The caps were a crucial stage in the life cycle of glow mushrooms, marking the transition from mere mycelium to full, mature mushrooms. In the past, even the healthiest mushrooms had taken 2 or 3 days to reach this stage. Now, it seemed, the process was being catalyzed, sped up by the enhanced magic of Char's spell. Char's heart raced with excitement. If this trend continued, his entire batch of glow mushrooms could reach maturity at least 5 days earlier than he had planned. And this was just the effect of a bronze-level spell. He couldn't help but wonder what would happen if he could push the Lumos charm to silver, or even higher. The thought of reaching epic or legendary levels was thrilling. And, in a moment of daring, he even allowed himself to dream of the mythical level, a rank so rare and powerful that it was almost the stuff of legend. In all his years of magical farming, Char had never come close to achieving a mythical level ability. Even after stacking legendary abilities for years, improving his vitality, strength, and resistance to the elements, he knew that mythical status was a leap beyond anything he'd experienced. It was a qualitative change, not just a quantitative one. Yet, watching the glow mushrooms respond to his magic, he felt a glimmer of hope. Maybe, just maybe, the Lumos charm could be the key. He forced himself to calm down, to focus on the present. There's plenty of time to chase after legends, he reminded himself. For now, he would do what he did best, cast his spells, tend his plants, and watch the magic unfold. He spent the next hour moving carefully through the greenhouse, casting Lumos over every corner of the mushroom beds. The mycelium glowed faintly under the spell, a sign that they had absorbed enough magic for the day. Only when he was sure every mushroom had received its share did he finally stop, though he did so reluctantly. The sky outside was already growing lighter, the first hints of dawn creeping over the horizon. Normally, Char would have to hurry off to class at this point. But it was the weekend, and he had the luxury of time. The glow mushrooms would be fine for now. He could turn his attention to something else. He glanced at his system panel, noting with satisfaction that the bronze luster of his Lumos charm had deepened slightly overnight. With a few more days of practice, he was sure he could push it even further. But then he remembered the effect his spell had had on the mushrooms, and a new idea struck him. If a bronze-level Lumos can speed up the growth of glow mushrooms, what about other magical plants that like light, he wondered. What about the goldfish spider plants? He knew from experience that the goldfish spider plant, a favorite among Hufflepuffs, thrived under the glow of the Lumos charm. Neville and Hannah, the 2 geniuses of plant care, had managed to mature their plants quickly, but most of the other students' goldfish spider plants were still lagging behind. Many were just a few leaves away from turning completely orange, the final sign of maturity. But the last stage was always the hardest, with progress slowing to a crawl. Char's heart beat faster. If his bronze-level Lumos could help the mushrooms, maybe it could give the goldfish spider plants the push they needed to mature. With that thought, he hurried back to the Hufflepuff common room. It was still early, and most of his roommates were asleep. Only one stirred as Char entered, blinking blearily. "Morning, Char. Is breakfast ready in the kitchen?" he mumbled. Char smiled, holding up a bundle. "It's still early. No classes today, so you should get some more sleep. But I brought you breakfast from the kitchen." At the word breakfast, the sleepy roommate perked up, and soon the others were awake as well, drawn by the promise of food. One of them stumbled over, eyes still closed, following the scent. They ate quickly, then collapsed back into bed, grinning with contentment. Char watched them with a fond smile. Life in Hufflepuff was good, warm, comfortable, and full of small joys. But he had work to do. He gathered several pots of goldfish spider plants from the dormitory, choosing the ones closest to maturity. Their leaves were mostly orange-red, with just a few stubborn green patches left. Char carried them to the common room, where he wouldn't disturb his sleeping friends. He raised his wand and cast lumos, bathing the plants in magical light. Almost immediately, he saw a change. The leaves, which had been turning red so slowly, now shifted color at an accelerated pace. The orange-red hue spread from the edges inward, faster than Char had ever seen before. He kept the spell going, watching with growing excitement. After 2 hours, the last traces of green vanished from 3 pots of goldfish spider plants. You have cultivated 3 goldfish spider plants to maturity. You can get rewards: slightly improved magic perception, black iron level, x3. 3 glowing orbs appeared before him, each pulsing with promise. Char reached out and touched them, feeling a surge of anticipation. He had harvested goldfish spider plant rewards before, and each time his magical perception had grown stronger. This time, he hoped, would be the breakthrough he'd been waiting for. As the orbs merged into his body, a sensation like never before swept through him. It was as if magic itself was racing through his veins, lighting up every part of him. Char closed his eyes, letting the feeling wash over him, knowing that he was on the verge of something truly remarkable. Chapter 36. As the 3 glowing reward orbs merged into Char's body, he felt a surge of magic unlike anything before. The cumulative effect of all his careful cultivation, all those days and nights tending plants and casting spells, finally tipped over from slow, steady progress to a sudden, breathtaking leap forward. For the first time, Char could truly feel the magic coursing through his veins. It was as if a new sense had awakened inside him. Every thought, every intention, sent a ripple through his magical core. He realized that if he focused his will, if he simply picked up his wand and spoke the words, magic would answer, eager to shape the world to his wishes. This time, the feeling didn't fade away immediately. For a full 10 seconds, Char basked in the sensation, marveling at the way his body and mind seemed to hum with power. When it finally ebbed, he felt a momentary pang of loss, but also a deep, quiet satisfaction. He had crossed a threshold. His attention snapped to his system panel. The entry for Enhanced Magical Perception, which had been a dull, hesitant bronze, now gleamed with a rich, steady luster. Bronze level, finally, truly, unmistakably. Char took a long, deep breath, his heart pounding with excitement. It took so much effort to push Lumos to bronze, he thought, but my magic perception just leapt forward after a few harvests. The planting system is incredible. Even with my weak natural talent, I can still grow stronger, step by step. He realized that the system was his great equalizer. No matter how slow or awkward his magical progress seemed compared to the prodigies around him, as long as he kept working, the rewards would come. Give it time, keep planting, keep harvesting, and one day, he'd have magical power and perception to rival anyone in the wizarding world. He thought about the 2 pillars of magical talent, strength and perception. Strength determined the raw power of a spell, the force behind every incantation. Perception, though subtler, was just as important, especially for fields like alchemy, potions, and herbology. A wizard with keen magical perception could sense the life in a plant, the delicate balance in a potion, the hidden energies in a magical artifact. It was what set apart the true masters from the merely diligent. Char remembered how, in the original stories, Harry's magical power was said to surpass even Hermione's by the end, despite her superior book knowledge. That was the difference between raw magical strength and learned skill. But perception was another matter entirely. It was what let a genius like Snape improvise in the potions lab, rewriting the rules that others spent years memorizing. Now, for the first time, Char felt a taste of that genius. Even if his perception was still weak by Hogwarts standards, he could sense the difference. It was like switching from a blurry, flickering candle to a steady electric lamp. Not a cannon instead of a musket, perhaps, but at least a proper firearm instead of an old flintlock. He tried casting Lumos, just to see. The spell flowed out of him with a smoothness and clarity he'd never felt before. It's so easy, he marveled. I can feel every bit of the magic moving, every subtle shift. If I'd had this before, I could have improved Lumos so much faster. It's all about the hardware. A new idea struck him. With his magical perception now at bronze level, maybe he could try cultivating the guardian tree again. The rewards for success were so great: improved defense against the dark arts, resistance to curses, and more. He hurried to the greenhouse, gathering the seeds and reagents Professor Sprout had given him. He took a moment to calm himself, making sure his emotions were steady. He remembered from his last attempt how important it was to keep his mind clear and positive. He picked up a guardian tree seed, tapped it with his wand, and focused on happy, hopeful thoughts. This time, he could actually feel the difference. The magic he poured into the seed felt lighter, more vibrant, more alive. The seed itself seemed to respond, its dormant energy stirring as if waking from a long sleep. He soaked the seed in the potion, trying to sense the magical fluctuations inside the bottle. It was complicated, the magic of the seed and the potion mingled in ways he couldn't quite follow. After a few moments, he gave up trying to analyze it and simply followed his instincts, tapping the bottle 3 times and drawing 3 concentric circles. Protego Arboris, he intoned, his voice steady. The seed began to vibrate, and the potion turned a brilliant emerald green. For a few seconds, it seemed as if the magic would take hold, but then the color faded, and the seed fell silent once more. Char sighed, but he wasn't discouraged. This time, he'd gotten closer than ever before. He could see the path to success. I'll need silver-level perception to finish this step, he realized. And probably gold to bring the tree to full maturity. But I'll get there. By the end of the year, I'll have my first guardian tree. Just then, Professor Sprout entered the greenhouse, carrying a petri dish with the blood jade, the mutated glow mushroom Char had discovered. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Char, I've almost figured out the characteristics of this blood jade variant, she announced. Char's heart leapt. He'd made the right decision, giving the blood jade to his aunt for study. Alone, he might have ruined it, but in her hands, it was thriving. But before she could say more, Professor Sprout's gaze fell on the potion bottle in Char's hand. She froze, her eyes wide. Char, did you do this? She asked, her voice trembling with a mix of concern and awe. Char nodded, explaining how he'd tried the guardian tree cultivation again after his magical perception breakthrough. Professor Sprout examined the bottle, then turned to Char with a look of pride and relief. You're making real progress, she said softly. But remember, some magical plants, especially those that react to blood or strong magic, can be dangerous. Always call me if you notice anything strange. Promise me. Char nodded, feeling the warmth of her care. I promise, Aunt. She smiled, then turned back to the blood jade. This plant is remarkable, Char. I think it could be used for powerful healing potions, maybe even more. We'll publish our findings together, you as first author, of course. Char beamed, imagining the pride on Professor Sprout's face when they presented their research to the wizarding world. As they worked together in the greenhouse, the morning sun streaming through the glass, Char felt a deep sense of belonging and hope. He was still just a first year, still far from legendary or mythical power. But with every spell, every harvest, every lesson from his aunt, he was growing, slowly but surely, into the wizard he was meant to be. Chapter 37. Professor Sprout's eyes widened in surprise as she examined the potion bottle in Char's hand. Even with her decades of experience as a master herbologist, she could immediately sense the difference. The magical resonance, the faint shimmer of emerald in the potion, the subtle pulse of life from the guardian tree seed, all of it spoke to a leap in Char's cultivation skill. She looked at him with undisguised joy and pride. Char, you've made remarkable progress with the guardian tree seeds this time. Even if you're not quite at the level of a natural-born genius, the speed of your improvement is astonishing. I wasn't this far along after just 2 weeks, even with my own gifts. Her words warmed Char's heart. He could see the hope and excitement in her eyes. For a moment, Professor Sprout's thoughts drifted. What if she could help Char overcome his natural limitations? What if she could find a way to boost his magical talent? She murmured to herself, I've almost tracked down the ingredients for a talent-enhancing potion. Moon spirit flower, carrion eagle, geranium. Just a little longer, Char, Auntie will find them for you. After a moment, she turned her attention to the petri dish she carried. Now, about the blood jade, she said, her voice taking on a tone of scholarly excitement. Char watched her eagerly. He knew almost nothing about the properties of blood jade, and the reward information on his system panel was still a mystery. Professor Sprout began to explain. Blood jade is a magical herb, a mutation of the glow mushroom. Its effects are unique. It's especially powerful for stopping bleeding and improving blood production. You've learned about dittany in herbology, right? Dittany is a rare and effective hemostatic herb, especially in its essence form. It can heal external wounds in moments. But dittany isn't as effective for internal bleeding. She paused, her eyes sparkling. My experiments show that with blood jade and the right ingredients, I can brew a potion as effective as dittany essence for internal injuries. And there's more, this herb can dramatically boost blood production and replenish blood quickly. It could save the lives of patients who are weak or badly injured. As she spoke, Char's system panel updated. The reward information for blood jade became clear. You have successfully planted the blood jade, and you will receive a reward, slightly improved blood forming ability, bronze level, in the process of development. After the blood jade matures, the reward will be upgraded to a slight increase in blood forming ability, silver level, unknown reward, black iron level. Char's mind raced. The silver level reward was an enhancement to his blood forming ability, something that, according to Professor Sprout, could make him stronger and heal faster. But he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. It overlaps with my legendary vitality enhancement, he thought. Unless I can stack this reward to a very high level, it might not make a huge difference. But then he had a sudden realization. He glanced at his legendary vitality ability, which he'd hoped to push to mythical level. For a whole year, he'd tried everything, planting, harvesting, stacking rewards, but the ability had plateaued. No matter what he did, it wouldn't budge. Maybe, he thought, the key isn't just stacking one ability. Maybe I need to bring multiple, complementary abilities, like blood forming and vitality, to legendary level before a mythical breakthrough is possible. His eyes lit up with hope. It's just a theory, but it's the best lead I've had in ages. If I can get both blood forming and vitality to legendary, maybe that's the secret to the mythical level. And if I can do that, maybe, just maybe, I could even extend my lifespan, or achieve something close to true magical immortality. He turned back to Professor Sprout, his curiosity burning. Auntie, are those the only properties of blood jade? Is there anything else, maybe something less obvious? She smiled, clearly pleased by his intuition. Char, you really do have a knack for herbology. I wasn't going to mention it, since I'm not sure yet, but I suspect blood jade might have some positive effects on magical creatures, or even on wizard bloodlines. The effect is very weak, almost unnoticeable, and it'll take a lot of research to confirm. But it's possible. As soon as she said this, Char's system panel updated again. When the blood jade matures, you will get a reward, extremely weak bloodline purification, black iron level. Char's heart skipped a beat. Bloodline purification. Every wizard's magical potential was tied to their bloodline. If he could purify his own, even a little, it might improve his magical talent. And if he could stack this effect, who knew what he might achieve? He clenched his fists, his resolve hardening. I have to cultivate blood jade. It might be even more important than the guardian tree. He asked the most pressing question. Auntie, what causes the mutation from glow mushroom to blood jade? And how can we make blood jade mature? Professor Sprout's smile faded a little. That's the hard part. To induce the blood jade mutation, you need magical blood as a catalyst. The stronger the magic in the blood, the higher the chance of success. I tried with my own blood, but the odds were only about 1 in 1,000. She continued, once the mutation is complete, the plant's demand for blood drops. It doesn't matter if the magic is weaker, as long as the blood is fresh and full of life. But at the critical stage, when the blood jade is about to mature, it needs another infusion of powerful magical blood. My blood isn't enough. I think only a handful of wizards could provide what's needed. She shook her head. It's best to use the blood of powerful magical creatures. Dragon blood is ideal, but it has to be fresh, within 2 hours of being drawn. The bottled stuff from Diagon Alley is too old. Other magical beasts might work too, as long as their blood is strong and fresh. Char felt a pang of disappointment. How could he possibly get fresh dragon blood? Or the blood of any 5x level magical beast? Those were the most dangerous creatures in the magical world, dragons, basilisks, acromantulas, and more. Even their babies were rare and closely guarded. He sighed, realizing that for now, cultivating blood jade to maturity would have to wait. But then, a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. Wait. 5x level magical beast cubs. Maybe there is a way. He remembered something he'd read in a book about fantastic beasts. Sometimes, Hogwarts received shipments of magical creatures for care of magical creatures classes. And Hagrid, the gamekeeper, was known for his love of rare and dangerous animals. If anyone could help him get fresh magical beast blood, it would be Hagrid. Char's mind raced with possibilities. Maybe he could help Hagrid with a creature, or find a way to obtain a small vial of blood without harming the animal. He would need to be careful, not just because of the danger, but because the Ministry of Magic kept a close eye on the trade and handling of magical creatures. He turned back to Professor Sprout, his eyes shining with determination. "Auntie, I'll find a way. If there's even a chance, I'll do everything I can to cultivate blood jade. Thank you for believing in me and teaching me so much." Professor Sprout smiled, pride and affection shining in her eyes. "I know you will, Char. Just promise me you'll be careful. Magical creatures can be unpredictable, and I don't want anything to happen to you." Char nodded, feeling a surge of gratitude. He was still just a first year, but with every challenge, every experiment, and every lesson in the greenhouse, he was growing stronger. The world of magical plants and creatures was full of mysteries, and he was determined to unlock them all, one spell, one seed, one drop of blood at a time. And somewhere in the back of his mind, the dream of reaching mythical power, of becoming a wizard whose abilities could rival the legends, burned brighter than ever. Chapter 38. Char's mind was still buzzing with thoughts of magical creatures and the elusive blood jade as he moved through the greenhouse, his hands busy with the familiar rhythm of tending his plants. The idea of using a Norwegian ridgeback's blood to mature the blood jade was both exhilarating and daunting. He remembered from the original book how Hagrid, ever the lover of dangerous beasts, had long dreamed of raising a dragon. It was this obsession that allowed Quirrell, disguised as the stuttering Professor Quirrell and secretly serving Voldemort, to trick Hagrid into revealing the secret to calming Fluffy, the three-headed dog, in exchange for a dragon egg. That egg, Char recalled, hatched into Norbert, a Norwegian ridgeback. Hagrid doted on the dragonet, but Norbert grew quickly, becoming too much for even Hagrid to handle. Eventually, with the help of Harry and his friends, Norbert was sent away to Charlie Weasley in Romania, where he would be safe, and less likely to set the castle on fire. Char's lips curled into a small smile as he replayed these events in his mind. If he could somehow get a small sample of Norbert's blood during that window of time, it would be far more feasible than facing down an adult dragon. But there was still a long way to go before Hagrid even acquired the egg. For now, there was no point in worrying about it. He needed to focus on what he could control, the magical herbs already growing under his care. He turned back to his work, his thoughts clearing. The glow mushrooms, having absorbed their fill of lumos for the day, no longer needed his attention. But there were always other tasks, loosening the soil to keep it aerated, pruning away any deformed or unhealthy growths, checking for pests, and ensuring the magical wards around the greenhouse were intact. Char moved methodically through the rows, casting his silver-level soil loosening spell and pruning spell with practiced ease. He knew that these small, daily acts of care were what made the difference between a mediocre harvest and a truly magical one. Over time, the cumulative effect of these details, soil just loose enough, every plant trimmed to perfection, could mean the difference between a plant that merely survived and one that thrived. Professor Sprout watched him for a while, her eyes full of pride and appreciation. She knew, better than anyone, how rare it was to find a student with Char's patience and dedication. Most young wizards wanted quick results, flashy spells, and instant glory. Char, on the other hand, found joy in the slow, steady work of nurturing life. Without disturbing him, Professor Sprout quietly left the greenhouse, her heart lightened by the sight of her nephew's diligence. As she passed the great hourglass in the castle corridor, she couldn't help but smile even wider. Hufflepuff was still leading the house cup. It had been years, decades, even, since she'd seen her house in first place. She hummed a little tune as she walked, her steps light. At that moment, Severus Snape swept past, his black cloak billowing behind him like the wings of a giant bat. He caught sight of Professor Sprout's cheerful expression and stiffly nodded, his lips pressed into a thin line. Then, without another word, he turned down a side corridor, his mood as dark as his robes. Professor Sprout didn't let it bother her. She knew Snape well enough to know that he took the house cup very seriously. For 7 years running, Slytherin had dominated the competition under his watchful eye. This year, though, things were different. The Hufflepuffs were united, hardworking, and, thanks to Char, more motivated than ever. Meanwhile, Snape was fuming. He'd just come from a potions lesson where he'd done everything he could to award Slytherin extra points, but it still hadn't been enough. He muttered under his breath as he stormed into his office. Maybe if these dunderheads spent half as much time practicing Lumos as they do whining, we'd be in the lead. He glanced at the cauldron simmering on his desk. I'd better get this potion ready if I want them to have any hope in the charms test. In the Slytherin common room, the mood was equally sour. The first-year snakes were sprawled on the green velvet sofas, groaning and rubbing their sore arms. They'd been practicing the Lumos charm for hours, as Snape had ordered, but progress was slow and tedious. Malfoy, who was still recovering from the boils and scabies caused by the giant konjac flower, looked especially miserable. Every time he sweated, a prickling pain flared across his skin, reminding him of his humiliation. The memory of being drenched in the foul-smelling juice haunted him, and he shuddered, trying to shake the image from his mind. Finally, he slammed his wand down and called for everyone's attention. This is ridiculous. How long are we supposed to keep practicing this stupid spell? Are we really going to waste every free moment for the next 2 weeks? The other Slytherins perked up, glad for an excuse to stop. Diligence wasn't exactly their house's strong suit, they preferred clever shortcuts to hard work. One of the boys, a sharp-faced little snake, grinned. What's your brilliant idea, Malfoy? You're not going to send someone to the hospital again, are you? Malfoy flushed. Shut up. I've got a much better plan this time. We don't need to work harder, we just need to make sure the other houses lose points. That's as good as us gaining them. The others looked at each other, intrigued. So what do you suggest? Malfoy smirked, enjoying the attention. It's simple. We send a letter challenging Harry Potter, and maybe that Hufflepuff treehugger, Char, to a midnight duel. Then we tip off Filch. When they show up, Filch catches them out of bed, and their houses lose a ton of points. Maybe even enough to put us back in the lead. The Slytherins murmured in approval. It was sneaky, underhanded, and perfectly in line with their house's reputation. A few of the more cautious students raised concerns. What if they don't show up? Char doesn't seem the type to care about duels. Malfoy waved them off. Just make the letter insulting enough. No one can resist a challenge to their pride. Besides, who would pass up the chance to win a duel in front of everyone? The plan was set. As the Slytherins began drafting their letters, Malfoy's mood improved. He could already picture the look on Char's face when he realized he'd cost Hufflepuff the lead. Revenge, he thought, was best served with a side of lost house points. Back in the greenhouse, Char remained blissfully unaware of the Slytherins' plotting. His mind was on the plants before him, the gentle hum of magic in the air, and the quiet satisfaction of a job well done. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whether in the form of magical beasts, rare potions, or midnight duels, he knew he would face them with the same patience and determination that had brought him this far. And somewhere deep in the castle, the hourglasses gleamed in the morning light, Hufflepuff's golden sand still trickling steadily ahead. Chapter 39. The Slytherin first-years huddled together in their common room, the greenish light from the lake outside casting eerie shadows on their faces. They were tired, their arms sore from endless hours of Lumos practice. But Malfoy's words had struck a chord. Why keep slogging away at a spell when there might be a shortcut to victory? Malfoy's plan was simple, cunning, and very Slytherin. We just need to make the other houses lose points, he'd said. That's as good as us gaining them. The others had nodded, some with sly grins, others with relief. The idea of spending the next 2 weeks drilling spells was unbearable. If there was a way to win without all that effort, why not take it? So, with a few snide remarks and plenty of whispered laughter, they drafted several dual challenge letters. Malfoy's handwriting was neat and precise as he wrote out invitations to Harry Potter and Charles Sprout, among others. The letters were full of taunts and provocations, designed to prick at pride and make refusal impossible. The Slytherins sent the notes off with Hogwarts owls, already imagining their rivals being caught by Filch and watching their house points plummet. Malfoy's heart thumped with anticipation. It would be perfect if they got expelled, he thought, a small, vindictive smile curling his lips. Meanwhile, Char was in the greenhouse, lost in the quiet rhythm of his work. The magic of the soil, the gentle glow of the mushrooms, and the soft hum of spells made the world outside seem far away. Suddenly, a bell chimed near his experimental field, breaking his focus. He paused, puzzled. Then he remembered, Professor Sprout had explained that the greenhouse bells were enchanted to alert students to incoming mail. It was a precaution born from a past tragedy, when a student had missed the news of a grandparent's passing because they were too absorbed in their work. Now, the bells ensured no one missed important letters. Char wiped his hands and murmured, "I know," to the bell, quieting its insistent ringing. Who could be writing to him? Besides Professor Sprout, he couldn't think of anyone who would send him a letter at Hogwarts. Perhaps, he thought, it was news about the Nimbus 2000 broom Professor Sprout had ordered for him. He left the greenhouse, making his way back to the castle, his mind full of possibilities. As he approached the Hufflepuff common room, he was surprised to see a familiar figure waiting for him. "Char, can we talk?" It was Hermione Granger, her bushy brown hair slightly mussed, her eyes red-rimmed as if she'd been crying. Char blinked in surprise. Since the sorting ceremony, they'd hardly spoken outside of class. Hermione was always in the library, and Char was always in the greenhouse. Their worlds rarely overlapped. "Of course," Char said gently. "I was just heading back to the common room. Want to walk with me?" Hermione nodded, looking relieved. As they walked, Char noticed her troubled expression. "Hermione, is something wrong?" That was all it took. Hermione's composure crumbled, and she began to pour out her worries in a rush of words. "I just don't understand," she said, her voice trembling. "I work so hard to help Gryffindor win points, but nobody seems to appreciate it. They act like I'm a problem, like they can't stand me." Tears welled up in her eyes, and she covered her face, embarrassed to be crying in front of Char. He listened quietly as she continued. "There are 2 weeks until the final Lumos test. We all know how important it is for the House Cup. I'm confident I can get first place, but if Gryffindor could get another spot in the top 3, we'd be in the lead. So I suggested we practice together on the weekends, but nobody wanted to. They just want to sleep in, play games, or wander around the castle. Only Neville listened to me. I just don't understand." Char felt a pang of sympathy. He could see how much Hermione cared, how hard she worked, and how much it hurt to be brushed aside. He smiled gently. "It's okay, Hermione. I understand. Of course our top student is confident about first place." Hermione managed a watery smile. "I'm not trying to sound arrogant, really." Char chuckled. "Don't worry. I get it. Let me guess, you suggested extra practice sessions, and they all ran for the hills." Hermione nodded, frustration etched on her face. "Exactly. Wouldn't it be better to practice instead of wasting time?" Char shook his head, amused. "It's just how kids are. Gryffindors are the most energetic, restless bunch in the school. Unless it's a dueling club or something dramatic, they're not going to give up their free time for extra lessons. Especially not from a fellow first year, even if you are the best in class." Hermione sighed, her shoulders slumping. "Maybe you're right. I just wish they cared as much as I do." Char's mind was already racing. The Hufflepuffs, unlike the Gryffindors, were desperate to improve. They'd been disappointed with their last performance in Charms, and though they hadn't said it aloud, Char knew they didn't want him to carry the house alone. They wanted to contribute, to prove themselves, and to help Hufflepuff keep its lead in the House Cup. He smiled, a plan forming. "Hermione, would you be willing to help us? The Hufflepuffs, I mean. We'd love to have you teach us the Lumos charm. I know everyone would listen to you. Our little badgers want to get better, they just need a good teacher." Hermione hesitated. "But, wouldn't that be helping your house against mine?" Char grinned. "Just think of it as a friendly visit. Come have some snacks and tea in the Hufflepuff common room. It'll be a nice break for you, and I'll be grateful for the company." Hermione bit her lip, thinking. Finally, she nodded. "All right. I suppose a little break wouldn't hurt." Char's eyes sparkled with triumph. He knew that once Hermione saw the badgers practicing, she wouldn't be able to resist helping. She was a natural teacher, and her desire to correct mistakes was stronger than her loyalty to any one house. They arrived at the Hufflepuff common room, where the atmosphere was warm and welcoming. The badgers were scattered around, practicing Lumos in small groups, their faces set in determined concentration. Char led Hermione to a cozy chair, offering her a plate of pastries and a cup of steaming tea. At first, Hermione tried to relax, sipping her tea and nibbling on a biscuit. But as she watched the badgers, she grew increasingly agitated. She saw Hannah Abbott fumble the spell, Susan Bones flick her wand the wrong way, and Ernie Macmillan mutter the incantation with his wand pointed at his own nose. After 5 minutes, Hermione couldn't take it anymore. She stood up, her wand at the ready. "Stop," she called out. "That's not how you use the Lumos charm." The Badgers looked up in surprise, then relief. Hermione strode to the center of the room, her eyes blazing with purpose. "Let me show you the right way," she said firmly. Char smiled, settling back in his chair. The plan had worked perfectly. With Hermione's help, the Hufflepuffs would be ready for the final test, and maybe, just maybe, they could keep their lead in the House Cup. As Hermione began her impromptu lesson, the Badgers gathered around, eager to learn. The room filled with the soft glow of magic, the sound of laughter, and the sense of hope that comes from working together toward a common goal. And somewhere, far away in the castle, a group of Slytherins plotted their next move, unaware that the little Badgers, and their new Gryffindor friend, were about to shine brighter than ever. Chapter 40. "Although your spell is Lumos, the emphasis of the syllables is wrong," Hermione said, her voice both earnest and gentle as she watched Hannah Abbott try for the umpteenth time. "It's Lumos. And when you turn your wand, you need to complete the first circle just right." Hermione hadn't meant to intervene so soon. She'd promised herself she wouldn't be bossy, wouldn't lecture anyone outside of Gryffindor. But seeing the little Badgers struggle with the spell, she just couldn't help herself. The words slipped out almost before she realized it. As soon as she spoke, Hermione felt a pang of regret. She remembered all too well the eye-rolling and sighs from her Gryffindor classmates whenever she corrected them. Maybe she was being too much again. Maybe she should just keep quiet and let them figure it out on their own. But to her surprise, Hannah's face lit up with understanding. "Ah. So that's how it is. I always felt something was off with my Lumos." She immediately tried again, following Hermione's advice. Her wand work wasn't perfect, but it was clearly improved. Hannah beamed, her eyes shining with admiration. "Hermione, you're so clever." The other Hufflepuffs perked up, their curiosity piqued. They crowded around Hermione, eager for help. "Hermione, can you teach me too? I think I'm doing something wrong with my Lumos as well." "Sit down, Hermione, let's fill up your dessert plate. Where's the fruit tea? Someone bring Hermione some hot fruit tea." Hermione found herself at the center of a warm, bustling circle. She blinked, a little overwhelmed. In Gryffindor, her advice was often met with annoyance or indifference. Here, in Hufflepuff, her knowledge was welcomed, even celebrated. She hesitated, then asked, "Doesn't it bother you when I correct you? I mean, I don't want to sound bossy." The Badgers looked at her as if she'd asked the silliest question in the world. "Why would it bother us?" Hannah said, her voice earnest. "You're helping us get better. If we don't understand, it's right to ask for advice, isn't it?" "Yeah," piped up Ernie Macmillan. "We want to learn. If you're willing to teach us, we're grateful." Hermione's heart fluttered. She remembered her first ride on the Hogwarts Express, talking about the houses. She'd thought Hufflepuff was the least impressive, just a bunch of average, unambitious students. But now, surrounded by their kindness and humility, she realized how wrong she'd been. There was a quiet excellence in their willingness to learn, in their lack of ego. She straightened her shoulders, a new resolve in her eyes. "All right then. Come one by one, and I'll do my best to help you." Char watched from a nearby armchair, a gentle smile on his face. Hermione's teaching was as sharp as ever, every correction clear and precise. She had a gift, he thought, whether she became Minister of Magic or a Hogwarts professor, she was destined to change lives. With Hermione's guidance, the Badgers' Lumos spells grew brighter and steadier. Even the shyest students found themselves improving, their confidence growing with each small success. Char felt a surge of pride for his house. When the final charms test came, the Hufflepuffs wouldn't just be background players, they might even surprise everyone. As the lesson went on, Char finally turned to the letter he'd received. The envelope was marked, "Very important, Charles must open personally." That alone made him suspicious. Who would send him such a formal, urgent letter? He tore it open and scanned the contents. "Char Sprout, you poor wretch who grew up in the Muggle world." The letter went on for several paragraphs, full of taunts and insults, before finally getting to the point, a midnight duel in the trophy room, with permission to bring assistance. Char snorted. The handwriting was disguised, but the tone was all too familiar. Malfoy, he thought. This was just like the trick Malfoy had tried on Harry in the original story, except now, it was a written challenge rather than a face-to-face dare. He tossed the letter into the fireplace, watching it curl and blacken in the flames. Hermione, noticing the movement, looked over. What was that letter? Why did you burn it? She asked, a rare note of curiosity in her voice. Was it a love letter? Char laughed. No, nothing like that. It was an anonymous duel challenge. Midnight in the trophy room, bring assistance. Classic Slytherin trap. Hermione's eyes widened. A wizard's duel. With assistance. That's dangerous. In a formal duel, if one duelist falls, the assistants take over until only one side is left standing. Char, you're not going, are you? The other Badgers, hearing Hermione's alarm, looked up in concern. Char, a duel. We'll go with you, there's strength in numbers. Should we ask Professor Sprout to come too? Char waved them off. No need. It's obviously a trap. Malfoy's probably already told Filch, hoping we'll get caught and lose house points. And honestly, what decent little badger would sneak out at night for a duel? I'd rather spend my time tending to my plants. The Badgers relaxed, reassured by Char's calm. But Hermione's brow furrowed in thought. If Malfoy sent you a challenge, he probably sent one to Harry too. He's trying to get both Hufflepuff and Gryffindor in trouble so Slytherin can take the lead. She stood up abruptly. I need to warn Harry and Ron. Without another word, she dashed out of the common room, determination in every step. Char watched her go, a little amused and a little worried. He doubted the Gryffindors would listen. Hermione was still an outsider in her own house, not yet part of the famous trio. But he admired her spirit. He turned back to his system panel, letting the worries of house politics slip away. The words for his pruning spell were nearly lost beneath a layer of silver light. After soil loosening reached silver, the change was huge, he mused. What will happen when pruning gets there? He picked up his wand, aiming it at a pot of goldfish spider plants. Arborsichus. Please clear away the dead branches. Instantly, the weak leaves fell away and dissolved, their energy flowing back into the healthy parts of the plant. On the system panel, the pruning spell's silver luster flared, brighter than ever. Char felt a thrill of anticipation. Each small step, each spell, each lesson, each act of kindness, was bringing him closer to something extraordinary. As the evening deepened, the Hufflepuff common room glowed with the light of a dozen Lumos charms. Hermione's laughter mingled with the Badgers' cheers. Outside, the castle was full of secrets and schemes, but inside, Char felt only warmth and hope. And somewhere, perhaps in the trophy room or the shadowy corridors, a Slytherin plot was unfolding. But Char knew where he belonged, not wandering at night, but here, among friends, watching the magic grow. Chapter 41. Char cast several pruning spells in succession, carefully trimming away some side branches of the goldfish plant. On his system panel, the silver luster flowing across the words of the pruning spell became visibly richer with each successful cast. Char felt a surge of emotion. After improving his magical perception, the efficiency of spell advancement had increased dramatically. It had taken a lot of effort to push the fluorescent spell to bronze level, but now, with the pruning spell, progress toward silver was much smoother. If this trend continues, Char thought, by midnight tonight or early tomorrow morning at the latest, the pruning spell will reach silver level. His eyes shone with anticipation. He didn't know what qualitative change the pruning spell would undergo after the upgrade, but judging by the improvements in the soil loosening spell and the fluorescent spell, he was confident the silver level pruning spell would not disappoint. Refocusing, Char poured his attention into the pruning spell, losing track of time as he practiced. Before he knew it, night had fallen, and the time mentioned in the duel letter was drawing closer. Meanwhile, in the Slytherin common room, it was already late, but the first-year snakes were wide awake. They gathered around Malfoy, who had somehow acquired a spyglass, a magical alchemical item often used for spying. Rumor had it that many Daily Prophet reporters were loyal customers of Looking-Glass. At that moment, 3 images flickered across the mirror in front of Malfoy: the entrance to the Gryffindor common room, the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room, and the House Cup hourglass. The little snakes held their breath. "Malfoy, do you really think they'll fall for it?" one whispered. "It's almost time for the duel, but there's no movement yet." Malfoy tried to look calm, but his tightly clenched hands betrayed his nerves. "Shut up. Don't distract me." The others wondered if the people on the other side of the endoscope could hear them. Just then, there was movement from Gryffindor. Harry and Ron crept out from under the fat lady's portrait, Ron giving Harry advice: if he tries to cast a spell, dodge. I can't remember how to block anything. Harry nodded, though it was unclear if he was listening. At that moment, Hermione appeared, wearing pink pajamas and looking both sleepy and angry. I can't believe you're doing this, she scolded. Harry, Ron. I told you this was probably a trap set by Malfoy and the Slytherins. There won't really be a duel. You'll lose points for Gryffindor. Harry could hardly believe someone could be so nosy. Ron curled his lip. Hermione, how do you know it's a trap? Hermione replied, when I was with Char, I saw him get the challenge letter too. Char said it must be a trap, Malfoy's not that bold. Ron raised his eyebrows. So that's just Char's speculation. Maybe he's afraid to duel, so he said that. Hermione was furious. Ron Weasley. Harry tried to smooth things over. All right, Hermione. Let's just go and see. If Malfoy shows, we'll give him a good beating. If not, we'll leave right away. Hermione sighed, feeling depressed. But things got worse. She didn't want to get involved, but the fat lady's portrait had gone to visit neighbors, so she couldn't get back into Gryffindor Tower. Gritting her teeth, Hermione followed Harry and Ron to the trophy room, just as in the original story. All of this was seen by Malfoy and the little snakes. They couldn't hear what Hermione said, but it didn't matter, the 3 Gryffindors had walked right into their trap. That's good. Gryffindor will never catch up with our score again, Malfoy said, pleased. He glanced at the Hufflepuff entrance in the mirror, still no movement. He gritted his teeth. Why hasn't Char Sprout set off yet? Didn't he get the challenge letter? Or is he just too cowardly to duel? I'll spread the news and mock him tomorrow. Malfoy and the others regretted that Char hadn't fallen for their trick, but trapping Harry and his friends was still a victory. The 3 of them will lose 50 points for Gryffindor. Just wait until the others see the hourglass tomorrow, Harry Potter will be blamed for sure. They stared at the House Cup hourglass in the mirror, not wanting to miss a thing. Time ticked by. The night grew darker, and the little snake's eyelids drooped. Still, there was no movement in the hourglass. Suddenly, Malfoy's eyes widened. It's moving. There's movement. The little snake snapped awake, staring at the mirror. But what happened next stunned them. The sound came from Slytherin's hourglass. Slytherin had lost 10 points. They looked at each other in disbelief. What's going on? Moments later, the Slytherin common room door burst open. A furious Severus Snape strode in, his anger palpable. Seeing the little snakes clustered around the mirror, he exploded. You idiots. I told you to practice the luminescence charm, but you're trying to be clever again, aren't you? Sending a challenge letter, tipping off the castle caretaker, hoping he'd catch them and deduct points so you wouldn't have to practice. Idiots. A bunch of idiots. Malfoy tried to defend himself. Professor, it's just bad luck. If it worked, Slytherin would be ahead. We're just following the Slytherin tradition, winning by any means necessary. Snape laughed coldly. While I was working hard brewing potions, you wanted to slack off and came up with this. You think Slytherin tradition is about justifying any means? Listen carefully. Slytherin means doing whatever it takes to strengthen yourself, weaken the enemy, and win. The first is the most basic. If you can't handle practicing spells, how can you do whatever it takes? If you keep this up, you'll be left behind by the Badgers in Hufflepuff. You'll bring shame to Slytherin. He took a deep breath. You like staying up late. Fine. Don't sleep tonight, practice the luminescent spell. No one stops until I say so. The little snakes paled, but under Snape's glare, they could only obey, their hearts groaning in protest. No sleep all night, who could bear it? Meanwhile, in the Hufflepuff common room, Char felt refreshed after staying up all night. On his system panel, the last trace of bronze faded from the pruning spell, replaced by a dazzling silver glow. Silver-level pruning spell. It's done. Chapter 42. Char stared at his system panel, heart pounding with excitement. The pruning spell, his second silver-level spell, glimmered with a fresh, silvery sheen. He couldn't help but grin. The last time he'd felt this satisfied was when his soil-loosening spell had leveled up, and that had changed everything for his magical gardening. He remembered how the silver-level soil-loosening spell had made the earth itself come alive, stimulating more vitality and speeding up the growth of every plant he touched. His success rate had soared, and plants matured faster than ever. That upgrade had been a game changer. Now, with the pruning spell reaching silver, Char's anticipation was almost unbearable. What new magic would this bring? He hurried to the greenhouse, his mind racing with possibilities. The glow mushrooms were in their final stage, caps had formed across most of the field, signaling that the harvest was near. But even in these ideal conditions, some mushrooms lagged behind, their caps stunted or crowded. If left unchecked, the overcrowding would sap nutrients from the healthy mushrooms, and the weaker ones would wither away. This was the moment when pruning mattered most. Char rolled up his sleeves, eager to put his new spell to the test. He raised his wand, feeling the familiar surge of magic, and cast Arbor Siccus. The spell's silvery light washed over the mushroom caps. Char watched closely, feeling the difference immediately. The spell was more precise than ever, snipping away only the unhealthy or unnecessary parts. The healthy caps remained untouched, and the nutrients from the trimmed pieces seemed to flow more efficiently into the remaining mushrooms. Char nodded in satisfaction. It's more accurate, less damaging, and the cut parts provide more nourishment, he thought. But is that all? Where's the real qualitative leap? He kept casting, pruning with care and attention, searching for something extraordinary. On his 20th try, he noticed something strange. One of the trimmed mushroom caps didn't dissolve into nutrients like the others. Instead, it remained perfectly intact, fresh, whole, and almost glowing with potential. Char's eyes widened. Could it be? He quickly planted the cap in a fresh patch of soil. Instantly, a message appeared above it. You have successfully grown glow mushrooms, and you will receive a reward. When the glow mushrooms mature, the reward will be upgraded to. A small, shimmering reward orb floated above the new mushroom cap. Char's heart leapt with joy. It's like cuttings, he realized. The silver-level pruning spell gives me a chance to regrow new plants from the trimmed parts. He knew that in Muggle agriculture, cuttings were a common way to propagate plants, but it was tricky, many failed, especially with magical herbs. But now, with his upgraded spell, Char could achieve what most wizards only dreamed of. Even if the success rate was just 5%, it meant that every time he pruned, he could potentially grow more mushrooms, more goldfish spider plants, more of everything. He did the math in his head. If he pruned 100 plants 4 or 5 times each during their growth, and each time 5% of the cuttings survived, he could end up with 20% more mature plants than he started with. That was a huge boost in both harvest and magical rewards. And this is just the beginning, Char thought, his eyes shining. If I can get the pruning spell to gold or even legendary level, maybe I could double my harvests. The work became almost addictive. Every time a trimmed cap survived and started to grow, Char felt a rush of satisfaction, a little like winning a magical lottery. He lost track of time, moving from plant to plant, casting, trimming, and replanting, his system panel's silver glow growing richer with every success. By noon the next day, Char was still at it, his hands dirty and his heart light. Professor Sprout entered the greenhouse and stopped short, surprised by the sight of her nephew searching the fields with intense focus. Charles, did you lose something? She asked, concern in her voice. Tell me what it is, and I'll use the flying spell to help you find it. Char straightened, a sheepish grin on his face. No, nothing's lost. I've had a breakthrough with the pruning spell, and I want to keep practicing. But I've already pruned everything that can be pruned. I wish there were more mushroom caps to cut. Professor Sprout laughed, shaking her head. You're the first student I've ever seen so passionate about pruning plants. Most kids your age would rather be outside flying brooms or playing games. She softened, her eyes full of pride. But you need to get out of the greenhouse sometimes, Charles. You're going to turn into a mushroom yourself if you stay in here too long. With a flourish, she produced a long, thin package from behind her back. Look what I have for you, a custom-made Nimbus 2000 broomstick. It's my gift to you for joining the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. Our first training session is this afternoon. You need to get some fresh air and have some fun. Char's eyes widened in delight. He carefully unwrapped the package, revealing the sleek, polished broom. The mahogany handle gleamed, and the tail was perfectly trimmed, each branch straight and strong. Gold lettering on the shaft read, "A Nimbus 2000 broom, for my dear nephew, Charles Sprout." He ran his fingers over the smooth wood, awed by its craftsmanship. "Thank you, Auntie," he said, his voice full of gratitude. Professor Sprout beamed. "It's nothing like the old-school brooms you used in flying lessons. Those are so tangled and neglected, they're practically antiques. This Nimbus 2000 will let you show your true flying skills. Char nodded, then paused, a thoughtful look crossing his face. Auntie, what are the branches of a broom made from? Magical willow. Something else? Professor Sprout smiled. It depends on the broom, but many are made from magical willow or birch. Why do you ask? Char's mind raced. Hogwarts must have hundreds of old brooms in storage, brooms that have been used and discarded for centuries. If the branches are magical, maybe I could use them for cuttings, too. He grinned, excitement bubbling up inside him. I can't wait to try this out on the Quidditch pitch. With a final wave to Professor Sprout, Char tucked the Nimbus 2000 under his arm and hurried toward the stadium, his thoughts full of new possibilities. Not only could he help Hufflepuff win the Quidditch Cup, but maybe, just maybe, he could unlock even more secrets of magical plants and brooms. As he dashed across the grounds, the sun shone down on Hogwarts, the greenhouse glowed with life, and Char felt, for the first time, that anything was possible. Chapter 43. The open grounds in front of Hogwarts Castle were alive with the golden light of afternoon. The grandstands, empty now but echoing with the memory of roaring crowds, circled the tall Quidditch ring. This was the place where legends were made, where house pride soared as high as the seekers chasing the golden snitch. But at the edge of the pitch, tucked away behind the stands, stood a far less glamorous sight, the old broom warehouse. It was here that Hogwarts stored every broomstick that had ever been retired, broken, or simply outclassed by newer models. Some were battered and splintered, others merely outdated, but all were piled together in a dusty, forgotten heap. Most students never spared a thought for this place, and even Madame Hooch, the flying instructor, only visited when she absolutely had to. But today, Madame Hooch was surprised to find herself standing at the warehouse door with Char Sprout, the earnest Hufflepuff who had recently made waves with his flying and his magical gardening. She eyed him curiously. Char, are you saying you want to work part-time in the abandoned broom warehouse? You want to trim and sort out all the old brooms? For a moment, she wondered if this was some sort of elaborate prank. But then she remembered, Char was a Hufflepuff. The little Badgers were known for their sincerity and work ethic, not for mischief like the Gryffindors or cunning like the Slytherins. Char nodded, his expression serious. Yes, Professor. I'm a big fan of old broomsticks. I think every broom has a story. Maybe some of these brooms once carried Quidditch stars, or were part of legendary games. Even though they're abandoned, they shouldn't be forgotten or left in such a state. I'd like to help prune their branches, give them a little dignity. Madame Hooch was taken aback by his earnestness. She felt a surge of respect for the boy. As a lifelong broom enthusiast herself, she hated seeing students neglect their brooms. But in all her years, she'd never met a student who cared so much about the old, discarded ones. Still, she hesitated. Char, I admire your spirit, but Hogwarts has rules. First years aren't allowed to do part-time work. It's against the Young Wizards Protection Act. And besides, we barely have enough funding to maintain the brooms we use now. I can't pay you to manage the warehouse. Char grinned. That's fine, Professor. I don't want any payment. If I don't get paid, it's not part-time work, it's voluntary labor. I'm just a student learning outside the classroom. Trust me, I worked on a Muggle plantation for years. No one knows how to get around labor laws better than I do. Madame Hooch blinked, then burst out laughing. Are all young wizards these days so noble? Voluntary labor, just to help old brooms. She shook her head, amused and touched. At that moment, her eyes fell on the Nimbus 2000 broom Char was holding. She gasped, her eyes widening. Is that a custom Nimbus 2000? Char nodded. Professor Sprout had it made for me when I made the Hufflepuff team. Would you like to take a closer look? He handed her the broom, and she turned it over in her hands, marveling at the craftsmanship. I've seen the standard version, but never a custom one. They say the light will company tunes every branch for the custom orders, makes it at least 30% better than the regular model. Char smiled. If you let me work in the warehouse, you're welcome to take it for a spin anytime. Madame Hooch was sold. Deal. She handed him a heavy iron key. Here you go, Char. Just be careful in there. Some of those brooms are ancient. With a final, longing look at the Nimbus 2000, she wandered off to admire it in the sunlight, leaving Char alone at the warehouse door. Char pushed open the creaky door and was immediately hit by a cloud of dust. He coughed, waving his hand in front of his face, and stepped inside. The air was thick with the scent of old wood, polish, and a faint trace of magic. Before him, the discarded brooms formed a small mountain, hundreds, maybe thousands, stacked haphazardly, some so old they looked like museum pieces. He picked up the nearest broom, its birch tail dry and brittle. Most of the branches were dead, but as he closed his eyes and reached out with his magical perception, he felt a faint pulse of magic in a few of the twigs. He raised his wand. Arboricus. A silver flash of the pruning spell cut away a branch that still held a spark of magic. Char grinned. The spell felt almost as smooth as when he used it on living plants. These brooms, even in their retirement, were perfect for practice. He realized, with a thrill, that this warehouse was a treasure trove. Not only could he practice the pruning spell for months, maybe years, but the process of sensing which branches still contained magic was an incredible exercise for his magical perception. To anyone else, this was a junk heap. To Char, it was a gold mine. He set to work, falling into the familiar, meditative rhythm of pruning and sorting. Each time he found a branch with lingering magic, he felt a little surge of accomplishment. He imagined the stories these brooms could tell, the games they'd flown in, the witches and wizards who'd ridden them, the victories and defeats. Time slipped away. Char lost himself in the work, only half aware of the world outside. It wasn't until Madame Hooch returned, her cheeks flushed from flying the Nimbus 2000, that he realized how late it had gotten. Char, Hufflepuff's training is about to start. You'd better get ready, she called, peeking into the warehouse. Char looked up, a little disappointed. Already? I was just getting into the groove. Thank you, Professor, I'll be back after practice. He packed up his things, carefully setting aside the branches he'd trimmed and the brooms he'd restored to some semblance of dignity. Madame Hooch lingered, glancing at the neat pile of pruned brooms and the organized branches. Her eyes grew misty. Char, you're really something special, she murmured. So few students care this much. As Char walked out into the sunlight, the Nimbus 2000 gleaming in his hand, he checked his system panel. The silver glow on his pruning spell was brighter than ever, almost pulsing with energy. At this rate, pruning might be my first gold-level spell, he thought, his heart full of hope. He strode onto the Quidditch pitch, ready for his first real practice with the Hufflepuff team. The stands loomed around him, silent for now but soon to be filled with cheers. Char took a deep breath, feeling the magic in the air, the promise of flight and teamwork and glory. Whatever challenges lay ahead, on the pitch, in the greenhouse, or in the forgotten corners of Hogwarts, Char knew he was ready. With every spell, every broom, every act of care, he was building something lasting. Not just a harvest, not just a victory, but a legacy. And as the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the field, Char mounted his Nimbus 2000 and kicked off into the sky, a little badger soaring into his own adventure. Comment. Chapter 44. Quidditch pitch at Hogwarts was a scene of anticipation and excitement. The stands, though empty, seemed to hum with the echoes of past matches, and the open sky above promised the thrill of flight. The Hufflepuff Quidditch team, the pride of Badger House, was assembled and ready for their first practice of the season. When Char entered the pitch, Nimbus 2000 in hand, the team's reaction was immediate. Eyes widened, jaws dropped, and a collective gasp swept through the group. The custom broom, gleaming in the afternoon light, was the envy of every player present. It was as if a rare and delicious treat had appeared before a crowd of hungry children. The team captain, Cedric Diggory, finally managed to call everyone to order. All right. That's enough drooling over Char's new broom. Give him some space, don't get your fingerprints all over it. Cedric approached Char with a warm handshake. Welcome, Char. I'm Cedric Diggory, third year, seeker, and team captain. We're glad to have you with us. Char smiled, feeling a sense of camaraderie. He knew Cedric's reputation, brilliant, kind, and a true leader. In another world, Cedric's story had ended in tragedy, but here and now, he was the heart of Hufflepuff's team. As the rest of the players began their warm-ups, Cedric pulled Char aside to review the basics. I know you're new to the team, so let's go over the rules. Chasers score by getting the quaffle through the hoops, 10 points each time. The Seeker, that's me, hunts the golden snitch, catching it ends the game and earns 150 points. But don't let anyone tell you the Seeker is everything. Quidditch is a team sport. Chasers, keepers, and especially beaters matter just as much. Cedric's tone grew serious. Our team has always struggled with beaters. Hufflepuffs are gentle by nature, and facing blood jars head-on isn't easy. But you've got the strength and the skill. I still remember you knocking out Malfoy's teeth in the Great Hall. That kind of power is exactly what we need. Char grinned, remembering the incident. It was a lucky shot. Cedric laughed. Luck or not, you've got talent. But talent alone isn't enough. You'll need to practice, hard. He handed Char a solid bat, enchanted for extra durability. This is your beater's bat. And here, he said, opening a box, is a practice bludger. It's a bit weaker than the real thing, so it won't break any bones, but it'll still give you a bruise if you're not careful. The goal is to protect your teammates and disrupt the other team's plays. Ready. Char weighed the bat in his hand, frowning. Feels light. Got anything heavier? Cedric blinked. Heavier. Most people want lighter bats so they can swing faster. Char shook his head. I want something with more heft. Is there a rule against heavy bats? Cedric thought for a moment. No, just a minimum weight. No one's ever set a maximum, no one's ever needed to. He grinned, remembering something. Actually, the Weasley twins made a bat for a bet a while back. It's more like a club than a bat, and nobody's managed to use it for more than a few swings. Want to try it? 5 minutes later, Cedric returned, levitating the infamous bat with effort. Here it is. Are you sure? Before he could finish, Char picked up the bat one-handed, swinging it experimentally. It felt just right. He smiled, ready for the challenge. Cedric stared, wide-eyed. You're not human, are you? Char just laughed. Let's get started. He mounted his Nimbus 2000 and shot into the sky, the world blurring beneath him. The broom was a revelation, responsive, fast, and smooth as silk. He felt like he could fly forever. Cedric released the bludger, and it zoomed toward Char. With a practiced eye, Char tracked its movement, then swung his heavy bat with all his strength. The bludger shot away like a cannonball, vanishing into the distance. The team stared in awe. Cedric was the first to recover, his face flushed with excitement. That was incredible. The other teams won't know what hit them. Char grinned, feeling a surge of pride. He remembered Professor Sprout's dream of winning the Quidditch Cup. Maybe, just maybe, they had a real chance this year. Let's keep practicing, he said. We're going to win this. The team's energy soared. Practice became a blur of drills, laughter, and encouragement. Char's strength and precision transformed the defense, and the other players pushed themselves harder, inspired by his example. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, the team finally collapsed on the sidelines, exhausted but exhilarated. Cedric, drenched in sweat, called an end to the session. Great work, everyone. Char, you're a machine. Char just smiled, feeling more alive than he had in ages. The combination of hard work and pure joy was exhilarating. As he packed up his things, he felt a strange tingling in his mind, a sense of clarity and insight. He glanced at his system panel and saw that all his spells, lumos, soil loosening, pruning, were glowing a little brighter. He paused, thinking. Magic is tied to the mind and will. When I'm tense, I get stuck. But when I'm relaxed, when I'm having fun, my magic flows better. Maybe I need to balance hard work with play. He made a mental note to spend more time on the pitch, letting his mind and body unwind. The combination, he realized, was the key to growth. As the other players trudged back to the castle, Char turned toward the greenhouse. Cedric called after him, "Hey, Char, the castle's that way." Char waved. "I know. I've still got plants to tend to. See you tomorrow." Cedric shook his head, smiling. He's not human, he muttered, but there was admiration in his voice. The other players agreed. With Char on our side, maybe we'll finally win the cup. As Char walked through the twilight, he felt a deep sense of contentment. He was part of something bigger, a team, a house, a school. He was growing stronger, not just as a wizard, but as a friend and teammate. His days settled into a rhythm, mornings in the greenhouse, afternoons on the Quidditch pitch, evenings with friends in the common room. Each day, the glow mushrooms grew closer to maturity, his spells became more powerful, and his confidence soared. 10 days passed in a blur of magic and camaraderie. Char knew that challenges still lay ahead, but for now, he was exactly where he wanted to be, soaring between earth and sky, a little badger with big dreams. Chapter 45. In the depths of the Slytherin common room, the ancient and ornate wall clock struck midnight. On the hour, a golden, jewel-encrusted snake slithered out of the clock face and hissed 5 times, its jeweled eyes glinting in the candlelight. The sound echoed through the green-lit chamber, marking the arrival of another Friday. For the first-year Slytherins, the chimes were a signal of both dread and hope. It had been 10 long days since Snape had imposed his merciless training regimen, and the memory of every grueling hour weighed heavily on them. 10 days, whispered one small snake, his voice trembling with exhaustion and anticipation. Do you know how we survived? Another nodded, eyes wide with the memory. Up at 5 every morning. If you didn't practice the Lumos charm enough, you didn't get breakfast. If you didn't meet your quota at night, no sleep. Forget about lunch breaks or even a moment to relax. We finally made it to this Friday. The little snakes huddled together, their faces pale but their eyes burning with the hope that their suffering would soon be rewarded. Today was the day of the final charms test, the Luminous Curse final. But this time, things were different. The 4 heads of house had met, and after much discussion, they had decided to combine the final test for all 4 houses. The notice had gone up last week, the final test would be held together, with all first years competing side by side. The stakes were higher than ever. Rumors had swept through the castle like wildfire. Not only would Professor Flitwick's promised tailor-made spell be awarded, and not only would there be a hefty sum of house cup points, but there was talk of a mysterious new reward. None of the heads of house would say what it was, only that it was something they all coveted. The gossip had an electrifying effect. Even the usually laid-back Gryffindors had begun seeking out Hermione for extra help with the Lumos charm. The Ravenclaws doubled down on their practice, and the Hufflepuffs, led by Char, quietly worked harder than ever before. But the Slytherins, for all their natural magical talent, had never worked so hard in their lives. Even Crabbe and Goyle, who were usually hopeless at spells, had made progress. Malfoy's Lumos was now bright and steady, and Snape, for the first time, looked at his charges with something like satisfaction. Snape stood before them, his black robes billowing, eyes sharp and cold. Very good, he said, clapping his hands softly. Instantly, the room fell silent. In the past 10 days, you have finally begun to act like true Slytherins, he intoned. Now, you are ready to do whatever it takes. He reached into his robes and drew out a tray of small, shimmering vials. The liquid inside glowed with an eerie phosphorescence. The little snakes leaned forward, eyes wide with longing and excitement. This, Snape announced, is the potion I promised you, the phosphorescent potion. Drink it before the test. For 6 hours, your magic will be enhanced when casting the Lumos charm. Rest now. Tomorrow, we win. He swept out of the room, leaving the Slytherins to their dreams of victory. Malfoy grinned, already imagining the look of shock and despair on Char's face when he was beaten in the final. With this potion, we can't lose, he whispered. All our hard work will finally pay off. A curious little snake piped up, what's Char Sprout been doing lately, anyway? Another replied, still spends all his time in the greenhouse. Sometimes he's at Quidditch practice, too. I heard Harry Potter is doing the same. Malfoy sneered. So what? They were only chosen for the team because of favoritism. My father could buy me a spot on the team with a few Nimbus 2000s. Just wait until I win the final test. Then we'll see who's really the best. The Slytherins stayed awake, unable to sleep, their hearts pounding with anticipation. Tomorrow, they would show everyone what true ambition looked like. While the Slytherins schemed and dreamed, Char was alone in the Hogwarts greenhouse, surrounded by the gentle glow of his magical plants. He looked around at the familiar rows of pots and beds, breathing in the earthy scent of soil and leaves. 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. He glanced at his system panel. The bronze luster on his magic perception improved, ability was now richer, deeper than when he'd first achieved it. He'd harvested several pots of goldfish spider plants in that time, and the endless practice with discarded broomsticks had sharpened his magical senses even further. The silver glow of his soil-loosening spell was dazzling, but the pruning spell had advanced even faster. It wasn't gold yet, but it was far stronger than when he'd first leveled it up. And the Lumos charm, his pride and joy, was now edged with silver, not far from the next great leap. Char reflected on his progress. The soil-loosening and pruning spells helped the Lumos charm, and Quidditch has helped me relax and clear my mind. My magical perception is sharper than ever. All these things together have made my Lumos stronger. He knew the final test would be fierce. The other houses had been preparing just as hard. Even with a nearly silver-level Lumos, victory wasn't guaranteed. But Char wasn't worried. He was excited. If I can push Lumos to silver, or even gold, before the test, I'll have a real chance. But even if I don't, I've done everything I can. He looked out over his experimental field, where the glow mushrooms shimmered with soft, magical light. After weeks of care, they were finally mature, their caps glowing like lanterns in the night. Above each one floated a reward orb, heavy with promise. Char took a deep breath, feeling the anticipation build inside him. He reached out, his hand trembling slightly, and touched the first reward orb. Instantly, the air was filled with light. The orbs burst like bubbles, their energy flowing into him in a rush of warmth and power. More and more orbs followed, until it seemed the very sky was raining magic. Char closed his eyes, letting the sensation wash over him. He felt his magic grow stronger, his senses sharper, his mind clearer. It was as if every plant, every spell, every moment of hard work had come together in this one perfect harvest. When the last orb faded, Char opened his eyes and smiled. He was ready. Tomorrow, the final test would decide the fate of the House Cup. But tonight, in the quiet glow of the greenhouse, Char knew that whatever happened, he had already won something far more important, the joy of growth, the satisfaction of effort, and the magic of believing in himself. Chapter 46. In Char's vision, the world seemed to shimmer as a sea of glowing light orbs poured down from above, each one representing a reward from his now mature glow mushroom field. The sensation was overwhelming, like standing beneath a magical waterfall, every drop a spark of new potential. As the orbs merged into his body, lines of information scrolled across his system panel, faster than he could read. The glow mushrooms you cultivated have reached maturity. You get a reward, slightly improved night vision, black iron level. You get a reward, a very small amount of fluorescent spell enlightenment, black iron level. You get a reward. The messages flashed by in a dazzling stream, and for a moment, Char's eyes stung. He blinked, a little surprised. With my legendary vitality, my eyes shouldn't get tired just from reading, he thought. And then it hit him, his eyes weren't tired. They were changing. He quickly checked his system panel. Sure enough, a new ability had appeared, night vision ability. He watched, fascinated, as the ability's luster shifted rapidly, first from black iron to bronze, then silver, and finally, with a triumphant burst, to gold. The transformation was so fast it was dizzying. Night vision, gold level. Char took a deep breath as the sensation in his eyes peaked. Tears streamed down his cheeks, blurring his vision, but he waited patiently, knowing this was just the adjustment period. When the discomfort faded, he opened his eyes to a world transformed. The greenhouse, usually dim at night except for the faint glow of the mushrooms, now seemed as bright as midday. Every detail stood out in sharp relief, the veins on the leaves, the subtle colors of the soil, even the tiny insects flitting among the plants. Char marveled at the clarity. He could see better in the dark than he ever had in the light. He grinned. This is going to be useful, he thought. Emergencies, late-night work, or even just a midnight stroll, nothing would slow him down. The night was now his domain. But Char's excitement didn't stop there. He knew the real treasure was yet to come, enlightenment in the fluorescent spell. Each glow mushroom contributed only a tiny bit, but with an entire field maturing at once, the cumulative effect was enormous. As his eyes adjusted, he felt a flood of fragmented insights about the fluorescent spell pouring into his mind. It was like assembling a puzzle from 1,000 tiny pieces, each fragment a new understanding, a subtle improvement, a deeper connection to the magic. He watched the system panel as his fluorescent spell skill began to change. The silver luster crept in, slowly at first, then faster and faster, until it completely enveloped the spell's name. Glowing spell, silver level. Char's heart leapt. He'd only started learning the fluorescent spell a little over 2 months ago, much later than his other core spells, but now it had caught up and surpassed them. The planting system's rewards had given him a tremendous boost. He could feel that the enlightenment wasn't done yet. The insights from the glow mushrooms were still being absorbed, still fueling his growth. He watched as the silver luster on the fluorescent spell grew brighter, more intense, until, just for a moment, a flicker of gold appeared. Char clenched his fists, hope rising in his chest. Come on, just a little more. But the golden light stalled, refusing to spread further. The spell hovered at the threshold, tantalizingly close to gold level, but not quite there. Char's excitement faded to a gentle disappointment. My magic perception isn't strong enough yet, he realized. If I can get it to silver, I'll be able to push the fluorescent spell to gold. But he didn't let the setback bother him for long. With the greenhouse producing mature goldfish spider plants regularly, and with his magical perception improving every time he practiced in the broom warehouse, he knew it wouldn't be long before he broke through. For now, though, being so close to gold level meant he was almost guaranteed first place in the upcoming fluorescent spell final test. He smiled, thinking back to the last test. Hermione had only just reached bronze level then. Even if she'd improved since, she'd still be a step behind. Char turned his attention to the newly promoted fluorescent spell. He raised his wand, eager to see what had changed. Lumos. A gentle, radiant light blossomed from the tip of his wand, brighter and steadier than ever before. Char felt the magic resonate through him, not just illuminating the room, but filling it with a sense of hope and courage. The light seemed to push back the darkness, not just physically, but emotionally. He realized with a start that this level of the fluorescent spell could actually affect weak dark creatures, driving them back. It could calm panic, soothe fear, and bring peace to those caught in the shadows. The light was more than just illumination, it was a beacon. Char's thoughts turned to his plants. If this light can comfort people, what could it do for magical plants? He imagined using the fluorescent spell to nurture guardian tree seeds, to help them resist dark magic and grow strong. But he quickly reined in his imagination. The guardian tree was still a distant goal. He needed to reach silver or gold level in magic perception before he could hope to succeed. For now, his focus had to be on the upcoming charms final. He checked the time. The test was soon, and he wanted to be ready. With a last, satisfied look around the greenhouse, now as bright as day, thanks to his new night vision, Char gathered his things and headed for the castle. As he walked, he felt a deep sense of contentment. Every step brought him closer to his dreams. With each spell, each harvest, and each lesson, he was growing stronger, not just as a wizard, but as a person. The future was bright, and Char was ready to meet it head-on. Chapter 47. As Char stepped into the charms classroom, he was momentarily taken aback. The room, which usually felt cozy and just large enough for two houses to share, had been transformed. It was as if a wizard with a flair for grandeur had cast a traceless extension charm. Everything was bigger, brighter, and more impressive. The classroom was now 5 or 6 times its usual size, with distinct sections for each house, a raised platform for spell demonstrations, and even a judge's table that looked fit for a Wisengamot hearing. It was clear that this wasn't just another lesson. The professors had gone all out for the final test of the Lumos charm. The sense of occasion was palpable, and the excitement in the air was mixed with a heavy dose of nerves. Char made his way to the Hufflepuff section, where his fellow Badgers were already gathered. He could feel the tension radiating off them. Some were fidgeting, some were whispering nervously, and others just looked lost. The grandeur of the room and the looming test had everyone on edge. When the Badgers saw Char, their faces brightened a little, as if his presence alone was reassuring. "Charles, what do we do?" whispered Hannah, her eyes wide. "It's so formal today. Are we really supposed to go up there and cast our spells in front of everyone? My knees feel like jelly just thinking about it." Char gave a gentle, understanding smile. He could see that the pre-exam jitters were in full effect. He thought for a moment, then glanced over at Hermione, who was sitting with the Gryffindors. An idea struck him. "I once heard," Char said quietly, "that if you pray to the god of learning, you can absorb some of their wisdom. It's said to bring good luck in exams and help you perform beyond your best. Want to give it a try?" The Badgers' eyes lit up. They turned as one to look at Hermione, who was completely unaware of the attention. Softly, they began to murmur, "Hermione, please help us do well. Let us perform better than ever. Let us make Hufflepuff proud." To their surprise, the simple act of focusing on Hermione, Hogwarts' undisputed top student, seemed to calm them. The tension in the air eased a little, and a few of the Badgers even managed nervous smiles. "Wow, Hermione's blessing really works," whispered Ernie. "Praise Hermione." Heman, giggled Susan, and the others joined in, a little more relaxed. Across the room, Hermione felt the weight of their stares and shifted uncomfortably. She checked her robes, wondering if she'd accidentally put them on backwards, or if she had ink on her face. Why were all the Hufflepuffs looking at her? Before she could puzzle it out, the professors entered the room, drawing everyone's attention. All 4 heads of house were present, along with several other professors who had come to watch the spectacle. The room buzzed with excitement. But the real shock came when a tall, white-bearded figure entered, his blue robes twinkling with stars. "Principal Dumbledore," someone gasped, and a wave of whispers swept through the room. Dumbledore smiled, his eyes twinkling behind his half-moon glasses. Last week, when I heard about this exciting exam, I decided I simply had to attend. There's nothing better for an old man than to witness the energy and progress of Hogwarts students. He continued, as headmaster, I thought it only fair that I contribute to the festivities. In addition to Professor Flitwick's special spells and house points, I will be offering a unique reward of my own. The students leaned forward, breathless with anticipation. Dumbledore reached into his pocket and pulled out a shiny silver object that looked like a lighter. With a click, every light in the room, including those cast by students practicing lumos, was sucked into the device, leaving the room in sudden darkness. Another click, and the lights flowed back, as if nothing had happened. This, Dumbledore announced, is a little gadget I made myself. I call it the put-outer. Many professors have asked for it, but I've never parted with it, until now. The winner of today's test will take it home. A ripple of awe swept through the students. That's so cool, someone whispered. Imagine being able to control all the lights in your dormitory. If I brought that home, my parents would flip. Char's mind raced. The put-outer would be a game-changer for him. He could store up Lumos spells during the day and release them at night to help his plants grow, freeing up his evenings for other projects. The more he thought about it, the more determined he became to win. Dumbledore took his seat at the judges' table, and Professor Flitwick called the room to order. Let's begin. We'll go in the order of the sorting ceremony. Hannah Abbott, would you like to start? Hannah blanched. Oh, why did my surname have to be first, she muttered, but her friends rallied around her. You can do it, Hannah. The god of learning is with you. Even Hermione gave her a supportive smile. Hannah took a deep breath and walked to the platform, her hands trembling. She thought of all the practice sessions, Hermione's patient guidance, and her own desire to make Hufflepuff proud. She raised her wand, closed her eyes for a moment, and whispered, Lumos. A bright, steady light burst from her wand, illuminating the stage. Hannah stared at it in wonder, it was the best she'd ever done. The judges looked impressed, and Professor Sprout beamed with pride. Dumbledore nodded approvingly. An excellent start, Miss Abbott. 3 points to Hufflepuff. Hannah blushed and hurried back to her seat, her heart pounding with joy. I did it. I got points for Hufflepuff, she whispered, her friends hugging her in celebration. Over at the Gryffindor table, Harry and Ron exchanged worried glances. Did you see that? Ron muttered. She's supposed to be nervous, but her spell was perfect. Harry nodded, feeling a knot of anxiety in his stomach. He hadn't practiced much, and Ron hadn't even asked Hermione for help. Suddenly, the prospect of beating Hufflepuff seemed much less certain. As the test continued, Char watched his friends with pride. The Badgers, once timid and unsure, were rising to the occasion. Hermione's lessons had paid off, and the whole house was shining. Char's turn was coming soon, and he felt a surge of excitement. He was ready, not just to win, but to show everyone what a little badger could do. And somewhere in the back of his mind, he thought, pretending to be a badger and eating a tiger. Maybe we're not pretending anymore. The test had only just begun, but already, the magic of Hufflepuff was on full display. Chapter 48. Harry and Ron sat side by side, feeling their hearts thump in their chests as the charms final unfolded. The grandeur of the expanded classroom, the presence of every professor and even Dumbledore himself, and the competitive tension in the air made it feel more like a championship match than a simple school test. I don't think we'll be the worst, Ron whispered, trying to reassure himself and Harry. We're not that hopeless, right? Harry tried to believe him, but the nervous knot in his stomach only tightened as the next name was called. Susan Bones. Susan, her face pale but determined, walked up to the stage. She took a deep breath, glanced at her friends for support, and raised her wand. Lumos. A steady, bright light shone from her wand. It wasn't quite as dazzling as Hannah's, but it was still excellent, better than most of her previous attempts in practice. The professors nodded in approval, and Susan smiled in relief as she returned to her seat, chatting excitedly with Hannah. I didn't mess up. I didn't forget the words. The Hufflepuffs breathed a collective sigh of relief, their confidence growing. Now they could watch the rest of the test with a little less anxiety. Next up were 2 Ravenclaws, Terry Boot and Mandy Brocklehurst. Terry's Lumos was especially impressive, reaching the bronze level by Char's estimation. The Eagles had clearly taken the last test's disappointment to heart, practicing hard to restore their house's pride. Professor Flitwick was so delighted he bounced up onto the judges' table to award Terry 3 points, his tiny face beaming. Then came the first Slytherin, Millicent Bulstrode. Unlike the others, Millicent strode up to the stage with calm confidence, even performing a graceful bow to the judges. Her Lumos was pronounced with perfect clarity and a hint of aristocratic flair. The spell that burst from her wand was easily the most powerful yet, close to silver level, Char guessed. The judges were surprised, and Snape stood up to clap loudly. Excellent, Millicent. The best so far. 5 points to Slytherin. Millicent returned to her seat, her head held high, as the Slytherins cheered. Harry and Ron exchanged worried glances. No one so far had done worse than them in practice, and even the Slytherins, who usually struggled outside potions, were putting on a show. It's okay, Ron muttered, trying to keep his spirits up. Crabbe and Goyle are still left. No way they'll do better than us. But when Crabbe and Goyle took their turns, their Lumos spells were surprisingly solid, nothing spectacular, but far from embarrassing. They were clearly in the middle of the pack, and certainly not the disaster Harry and Ron had hoped for. Now, the anxiety was palpable. Harry's cheeks burned as he realized he'd soon be on stage, with everyone watching and expecting greatness from the boy who lived. I shouldn't have spent so much time on Quidditch, he thought regretfully. I should have practiced more. Meanwhile, the Slytherins were on a roll. Each student who came up seemed stronger than the last. The professors began to murmur among themselves. Professor Flitwick frowned, and even Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Phosphorescent potion. Dumbledore mused aloud, his voice carrying just enough for the other professors to hear. A rare brew that can temporarily boost the power of the Lumos charm. Severus, did you really go to such lengths for your students? The other heads of house looked at Snape in surprise and dismay. Potions. McGonagall said sharply. Severus, that's hardly fair. Snape smirked. There's no rule against using potions. Potions are a Slytherin strength, and learning to use every resource is part of their education. If you want your students to compete, perhaps you should teach them to be as resourceful. The other professors fell silent. There was no rule against it, and Slytherin had always prided itself on cunning and preparation. Even Dumbledore couldn't object. The test continued. Hermione's turn finally came, and she stepped up with determination. Her Lumos was brilliant, by Char's system, it was silver level, the best so far. Professor McGonagall's eyes shone with pride. But Hermione's lead was short-lived. Malfoy, swaggering up to the stage, cast a Lumos that was even brighter and steadier, thanks in part to the potion's effects. Another Slytherin followed, matching Malfoy's level. Now, the top three were two Slytherins and Hermione, with only a handful of students left. The tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife. The Slytherins were already celebrating, sure that they'd swept the podium. Snape's smile was smug, and even Professor Flitwick and McGonagall looked resigned. Professor Sprout, however, wasn't giving up. She leaned over and whispered, "Charles hasn't gone yet. Just wait." The other professors exchanged doubtful glances. Char was known for his hard work, but his magical talent was, well, not remarkable. Still, they watched as his name was called. Charles Sprout. Char stood, feeling every eye in the room on him. He walked calmly to the platform, his mind clear. He thought of the hours spent in the greenhouse, the nights practicing under the stars, the lessons learned from Hermione and Professor Sprout. He felt the magic in his veins, the confidence in his heart. He took a deep breath, raised his wand, and spoke, "Lumos." The light that burst from his wand was unlike any that had come before. It was not just bright, it was pure, steady, and somehow comforting. The glow filled the room, pushing back every shadow, and for a moment, everyone was silent, caught in the spell's gentle radiance. On Char's system panel, the fluorescent spell shimmered at the edge of gold, the insights from his recent harvest still resonating within him. The professors stared, mouths open. Even Dumbledore looked impressed, his eyes twinkling with real delight. The students murmured in awe. Professor Flitwick was the first to speak. "Extraordinary, Char. Absolutely extraordinary. That is the finest Lumos I have ever seen from a first year." The judges conferred, and Dumbledore stood. "Charles Sprout, you have set a new standard for this test. 5 points to Hufflepuff, and the top spot in the final." The Hufflepuffs erupted in cheers, while the Slytherins sat in stunned silence. Even Hermione smiled, proud to see her friend succeed. Harry and Ron, watching from the sidelines, felt a mix of relief and admiration. "Well, at least we won't be last," Ron whispered, grinning despite himself. Char returned to his seat, heart pounding with joy. He'd done it, not just for himself, but for his house, his friends, and everyone who believed in him. And as the charm's final drew to a close, every student in the room knew they'd witnessed something special, a little badger, shining brighter than anyone expected. Chapter 49. When Char stepped onto the stage, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the Hufflepuff section, louder and warmer than any that had come before. The little badgers hadn't forgotten how Char's brilliant performance in the last Lumos test had helped Hufflepuff stay at the top of the House Cup for weeks. Whether they could win again or not, they wanted to show their appreciation for everything Char had done for their house. Professor Sprout clapped just as vigorously, her eyes shining with pride and hope. The other professors watched her with puzzled expressions. They'd heard about Char's previous success, but back then, most students hadn't taken the test seriously. With hard work, maybe Char had managed to outshine them, but now, everyone was giving their best. Talent would surely decide the outcome this time, and the professors weren't optimistic about Char's magical potential. Meanwhile, in the Slytherin section, Malfoy glared at Char with a smug, confident grin. He'd worked hard, practiced relentlessly, and even benefited from Snape's phosphorescent potion. There was no way Char, with his poor talent and recent distraction by Quidditch, could possibly surpass him. Malfoy clenched his fists, excitement and anticipation bubbling inside him. He was ready to watch Char fail, to see Slytherin overtake Hufflepuff and finally claim the lead in the House Cup. Only then would he feel truly vindicated. He stared intently at the stage, eager to catch any sign of weakness or stumble, anything he could use to mock Char later. But Char seemed oblivious to the many eyes fixed on him. He'd cast the Lumos charm hundreds of times a day for weeks, and by now, it was as natural as breathing. He raised his wand with calm confidence, his mind clear and focused. Lumos. The incantation was simple, almost casual. The wand traced a perfect arc, and a bright, steady light burst forth, illuminating the stage and filling the room with a gentle radiance. Something extraordinary happened. The little wizards who had been nervous, regretful, or upset about their own performances suddenly felt a wave of comfort wash over them. Tension eased, and a quiet courage grew in their hearts. The light wasn't just illumination, it was hope, reassurance, and warmth. On the judges' table, Professor Quirrell of Defense Against the Dark Arts, who had seemed unremarkable and forgettable all year, suddenly flinched when Char's spell lit up the room. He shuddered, as if startled by something. Fortunately, everyone else was too stunned by Char's Lumos to notice. Only Dumbledore gave Quirrell a brief, thoughtful glance before turning his attention back to Char. The judges began to murmur among themselves. Isn't it a shame about Char's talent? How could he have reached this level? This Lumos is remarkable, rare even among adult wizards. Their surprise was understandable. Most wizards learned the Lumos charm as their first spell and never gave it much thought after that. For most, it was just a way to light a dark room or find a lost sock. Few ever explored its deeper potential. Most students would move on to more impressive magic, and the Lumos charm would be forgotten except during exams. That was why Char's achievement was so striking. How could a student with such limited magical talent have mastered the Lumos charm to this degree? Curious glances turned to Professor Sprout. Some suspected she might have used a magical plant or potion to boost Char's abilities, just as Snape had done for the Slytherins. But Professor Sprout's eyes were shining with unshed tears. She looked around at her colleagues, her voice trembling with emotion. You think I helped Char? No, it's all his own doing. He practiced the Lumos charm thousands of times, night after night, never giving up. That's how he got here. Her words hung in the air, and even Dumbledore looked moved. Professor Sprout would never lie about something like this. Char had done it himself, through sheer determination and hard work. Dumbledore sighed inwardly. If only Char's talent had been a little stronger, even just average, his future would have been limitless. What a shame, he thought. But regret quickly gave way to admiration. Dumbledore stood and began to clap. An almost perfect Lumos, he announced, his voice warm and proud. Char, your Lumos charm surpasses every other student in your year, and even many older students. This is a level of mastery that few achieve, no matter how talented. I declare you the winner of this test. Hufflepuff will receive 25 points for the House Cup, and Professor Flitwick will create a special spell just for you. My put-outer is yours as well. He paused, then added, and I will personally award Hufflepuff an additional 20 points for your example of perseverance and dedication. The room erupted in excited chatter. The students had been calculating how the House Cup standings would change after today's test. If Slytherin had swept the top spots, they would have taken an insurmountable lead. But now, with Char's victory and the extra points from Dumbledore, Hufflepuff would remain at the top, with a comfortable margin over Slytherin. The Slytherins groaned in disappointment, their dreams of glory dashed in an instant. After 2 weeks of intense practice and the help of Snape's potion, they still hadn't been able to beat Char. It was a bitter pill to swallow. The Hufflepuffs, on the other hand, were overjoyed. 5 weeks at the top of the House Cup. If they could keep this up, they might actually win the cup for the first time in decades. The Daily Prophet will probably report it, one badger whispered excitedly. My mom will be so proud, another added. She always said she wished she'd won the House Cup when she was at Hogwarts. Dumbledore approached Char and handed him the gleaming silver put-outer. Here, child. May it light your way forward when you are lost. Char accepted the magical device with a grateful smile. Thank you, Headmaster Dumbledore. I'm sure it will be a huge help to me. Now, Professor Flitwick stepped forward, his tiny frame bouncing with excitement. Well, Char, it's time to tell me what kind of exclusive spell you'd like. Anything you can imagine, within reason, of course. Char's mind raced. He'd been thinking about this for days. What would help him most in his work? What would help his plants, his friends, his house? He took a deep breath, then smiled. Professor Flitwick, I'd like a spell that can help magical plants grow stronger and healthier, something that can boost their vitality and help them resist disease or pests. If possible, I'd like it to be gentle, so it won't harm even the most delicate seedlings. Flitwick's eyes sparkled. A plant-boosting charm. What a wonderful idea. I'll get to work on it right away. It may take a few days, but I promise you'll have your spell. Char nodded, his heart full. He'd come to Hogwarts with little talent and big dreams, and now, through hard work and the support of his friends, he'd achieved something truly special. As he walked back to his seat, the Hufflepuffs cheered and patted him on the back. Chapter 50. Professor Flitwick's eyes sparkled with encouragement as he beamed up at Char. You don't need to worry about a thing, Char, as long as it's within my abilities, I'll help you. That's the reward you've earned, and you deserve nothing less. His voice was full of confidence, and he gave Char a wink. It can be anything you like, something flashy, like a fireworks spell that blasts your name across the sky in shimmering sparks. Or maybe a little charm to make your life easier, something to help you find your socks or keep your parchment from blowing away. Or, if you want something a bit more exciting, I could even design a duel-winning spell for you. Don't let my size fool you, I was a dueling champion in my day, you know. Char listened politely, but none of those ideas quite matched what he had in mind. Instead, he reached into his bag and pulled out a thick, well-worn notebook. Actually, Professor, I've been thinking about this for a while. I have some notes here about the kind of spell I'd like. Would you mind taking a look? Professor Flitwick's eyebrows shot up. He took the notebook with both hands, clearly surprised that Char had prepared so thoroughly. My. You've really thought this through, haven't you? Were you so sure you'd win a place in the final? He opened the notebook and began to flip through the pages. His expression shifted as he read, sometimes thoughtful, sometimes puzzled, sometimes nodding in understanding. The notebook was filled with sketches, diagrams, and detailed descriptions of magical light frequencies and their possible effects on plant growth. After a while, Professor Flitwick closed the book and looked up at Char. I see what you're after. You want a Lumos charm that can be adjusted, a spell that lets you change the frequency or quality of the light, right? Char nodded, a flicker of nervousness crossing his face. Yes, Professor. That's what I'm hoping for. If different magical plants respond best to different kinds of light, then being able to adjust the Lumos spell could really help them grow better. Professor Flitwick's expression grew serious. I can't promise anything yet, he said slowly. This is a very novel idea. I've never heard of anyone trying to modify the Lumos charm in this way. It's not going to be easy. Char's heart sank a little. Maybe it was too much to ask. But then Professor Flitwick suddenly grinned, his eyes twinkling. That's why it's going to take me about 2 weeks. Come to my office on Saturday in 2 weeks, Char, and I'll have your spell ready for you. Char's face lit up with relief and joy. He'd almost thought his idea was impossible, but Professor Flitwick, the master of charms, had just promised to make it real. Thank you, Professor. That's amazing. Professor Flitwick chuckled. You've earned it, Char. Now, go enjoy your prize, and don't forget to tell me how your plants like the new spell when it's ready. After Charms class, the castle buzzed with excitement and gossip. Word had spread quickly about how the Slytherins had used a special potion to boost their Lumos spells. Many students, especially the Gryffindors, were outraged. That's not fair. Ron grumbled, scowling at the Slytherin table. No wonder Crabbe and Goyle did so well. They were cheating. It's not cheating, Malfoy sneered, his voice dripping with arrogance. Potions are a Slytherin tradition. If you don't like it, you should learn to brew them yourselves. The Gryffindors huffed and puffed, but the Slytherins just laughed. What's the matter? Jealous because you can't keep up. Malfoy, still smarting from his loss to Char, refused to accept defeat. Char only won because Professor Sprout must have given him some magical plant or potion, he insisted, his face red with frustration. There's no way he could beat me otherwise. The Hufflepuffs, usually so mild-mannered, were quick to defend their friend. Char worked harder than anyone, Hannah said firmly. He practices his spells every night, even when everyone else is asleep. Yeah, and he never takes shortcuts, Susan added, crossing her arms. If you want to win, maybe you should try working as hard as he does. The argument raged on, filling the corridors with chatter and laughter. Even at dinner, the rivalry was still going strong. Students from different houses glared at each other across the Great Hall, their rivalry as fierce as ever. But Char, the center of all this attention, was nowhere to be found. He had no interest in the squabbles and gossip. For him, the real reward wasn't the praise or the points, it was the chance to help his plants grow even better. Late that evening, Char slipped away to the old broom warehouse next to the Quidditch pitch. Tonight, he wasn't there to trim brooms, he had a new prize to test, the Deluminator Dumbledore had given him. He stood in the dusty, dimly lit warehouse, the only sound the soft rustle of old brooms and the occasional hoot of an owl outside. He raised his wand and began to cast the Lumos charm, over and over again, filling the air with bright, warm light. With each spell, he pressed the Deluminator. Click. The light from his wand was sucked into the device, stored away for later. Char repeated the process, casting and storing, until he was satisfied he had enough light saved up. Then, with anticipation bubbling in his chest, he hurried to the greenhouse. The last batch of glow mushrooms had been harvested, and a new batch of mycelium had just been planted. They needed the Lumos charm to thrive, and normally, Char would spend the whole night casting spells to help them grow. But tonight was different. Tonight, he had the Deluminator. He stepped into the greenhouse, the cool night air tinged with the earthy scent of soil and growing things. The glow mushroom mycelium stretched before him, pale and delicate in the dark. Char took a deep breath and pressed the Deluminator. Click. The stored light burst forth, floating above the experimental field in shimmering orbs. The gentle glow filled the greenhouse, bathing the mycelium in warm, magical light. Almost immediately, the tiny tendrils began to stir, reaching eagerly toward the light. Char watched, a smile spreading across his face. The Deluminator worked perfectly. The light it released was just as effective as the spells he cast himself, and the reward orbs above the mycelium began to grow, pulsing with energy. He felt a rush of excitement. With the Deluminator, he could save hours of work every night, time he could use to tend to other plants, or to rest, or even to try something new. Char's mind raced with possibilities. Maybe now I can try growing another kind of magical herb, he murmured to himself. Something that needs special care, or a different kind of light. He spent the rest of the evening observing the glow mushrooms, making notes in his ever-present notebook. The Deluminator's light held steady, and the mycelium thrived. Char felt a deep sense of satisfaction. All his hard work was paying off, and now, with Professor Flitwick's help, he would have a new spell to help his plants grow even better. As he left the greenhouse, the stars twinkling overhead, Char felt a quiet happiness. Chapter 51. The idea of cultivating a new magical herb filled Char's heart with eager anticipation. So far, his greenhouse work had focused on 3 main plants: marigolds, goldfish spider plants, and glow mushrooms. Each offered its own unique rewards. The marigolds and goldfish spider plants helped boost his magical strength and perception. Essentially, they were slowly but surely improving his magical talent. The glow mushrooms, on the other hand, deepened his understanding of the Lumos charm, making his planting routines more efficient than ever. And yet, as much as these plants had helped him, Char couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. While the rewards he'd gathered so far were steadily building up his magical potential, the process was slow. Talent took time to translate into real power, and Char knew that patience was key. But there was a shadow on the horizon, a threat that wouldn't wait for him to grow at his own pace. He remembered the name, Antonin Dolohov. In a few years, according to the history Char recalled, Dolohov would escape from prison. The Sprout family had a blood feud with him, and Professor Sprout's pain and anger over his crimes were a wound that never fully healed. Char had made a promise, to himself and to his family, that he would put an end to Dolohov's cruelty. But to do that, he would need more than just talent and patience. He would need real strength, the kind that could stand against a hardened, dangerous wizard. The plants he was growing now, while valuable, couldn't give him that kind of power in just a few years. So, as he walked through the castle corridors, Char mulled over a new idea. Maybe it's time to find a magical herb that can help me in battle, he thought. Something that can give me an edge, or at least help me defend myself and those I care about. With this in mind, Char made his way to Professor Sprout's office. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by her cheerful voice. "There you are, Char. I've been looking for you. The Hufflepuffs are holding a special banquet tonight to celebrate your victory in the Lumos final, and to mark our 5th week at the top of the House Cup. I thought you'd be there, but you vanished as soon as class ended." Char smiled sheepishly. "I'm sorry, Professor. I got caught up in my planting plans. I didn't mean to miss the celebration." Professor Sprout sighed, shaking her head with a knowing smile. "That's just like you, Char. You've been working so hard for so long, you deserve a break. But I suppose I can't blame you for wanting to keep at it." Char nodded, then turned the conversation to his real reason for coming. "Actually, I was hoping to start growing a new kind of magical herb. I feel like I'm ready for something different, something a bit more challenging." Professor Sprout's expression softened. She wasn't surprised by the request, in fact, she'd been expecting it. "I thought you might say that," she admitted. "As soon as I saw how well your glow mushrooms were doing, I knew you'd be looking for a new project. And you're welcome to use any of the seeds or materials I have here. But there's a catch." She leaned forward, her tone turning serious. "Several of our senior students are preparing to publish their herbology papers, and they need the greenhouse space. Plus, a few visiting herbologists have been on the waiting list for years. If you want to keep your glow mushroom field and start a new experimental plot, it's going to be hard to arrange, even for me." Char's heart sank a little. He understood how precious the greenhouse resources were. If it weren't for his connection to Professor Sprout, he'd never have been given such a large experimental field as a first year. Asking for more would be pushing his luck. But Professor Sprout wasn't finished. She had a solution in mind. "It's difficult to arrange more space in the main greenhouse right now," she said, "but that doesn't mean you can't try something new. Not all magical herbs need soil, you know." Char's eyes brightened. "You mean hydroponics?" Professor Sprout smiled. "Exactly. Many magical herbs thrive underwater, and some even prefer it to soil. If you're interested, I can show you our aquatic herb cultivation area." With a flick of her wand, she conjured a large, transparent water tank, taller than Char himself, right in the middle of her office. "This is just the beginning," she said, her voice tinged with excitement. "There's a whole section of the greenhouse dedicated to aquatic herbs. I've already set aside a space for you." Char felt a warm rush of gratitude. Professor Sprout had clearly been thinking ahead, preparing for this moment. She led him through a small door at the back of the greenhouse, into a vast, humid room filled with rows of water tanks. The space was almost as large as the main experimental field, and the air was thick with the scent of water and growing things. Professor Sprout arranged several large water tanks in an open area, then turned to Char with a proud smile. "This is our aquatic herb cultivation shed. Most aquatic herbs can be grown here, except for a few that need the special environment of the Black Lake. You're welcome to use this space for your next project." She began to introduce Char to some of the aquatic herbs. "This is gillyweed," she said, pointing to a tank filled with tangled, greenish tendrils. "It's very rare and valuable. When eaten, it gives the user gills, fins, and webbed fingers and toes, allowing them to breathe and swim underwater for about an hour." Char studied the gillyweed with interest. He remembered reading about it in the original story, how Harry had used it to compete in the Triwizard Tournament. The reward information appeared in his mind. After cultivation, you will receive rewards: underwater action ability, silver level, a small amount of mermaid language perception, black iron level. A silver level reward. But Char knew that gillyweed was notoriously difficult to cultivate, and its rewards, while impressive, weren't quite what he was looking for. He wanted something that could help him in battle, something that could give him an edge against a powerful foe. Professor Sprout continued the tour, showing Char other aquatic herbs, water lilies that glowed in the dark, algae that purified water, and even a type of seaweed that could be used in healing potions. Each had its own unique properties and rewards, but none quite matched what Char was hoping for. Then, as they reached the far end of the room, Char noticed a water tank covered with a thick, opaque black cloth. "What's in there?" he asked, curiosity piqued. Professor Sprout sighed. "That's piranha algae. It was cultivated by a former student, but it's a very demanding plant. It can't tolerate any light, even a single ray will cause it to wither. And it needs daily pruning, but not with spells or scissors. You have to pull the split ends out by hand." She hesitated, then added, "The problem is, the algae is covered in tiny, serrated spines, like the teeth of a piranha. Every time you prune it, you end up with dozens of little cuts on your hands. They don't hurt much, but they sting, and over time, it wears you down. The student who tried to cultivate it gave up after a few weeks, and no one's wanted to try since." As Professor Sprout spoke, the reward information for the piranha algae appeared in Char's mind. Grow piranha algae to get a reward, slightly improved water affinity, black iron level. Cultivate mature piranha algae, the reward will be upgraded to a slight increase in water affinity, bronze level, a very slight increase in cutting spells, black iron level. Char's heart raced. The rewards weren't as dramatic as he'd hoped, but the mention of cutting spells caught his attention. Maybe, just maybe, this plant could help him develop new magical skills, skills that could be useful in a fight. He turned to Professor Sprout, determination in his eyes. "I'd like to try cultivating the piranha algae," he said. "It sounds challenging, but I think I'm ready for it." Professor Sprout looked surprised, then proud. "Are you sure, Char? It's not an easy plant to work with. But if anyone can do it, it's you." Char nodded. "I'm sure. I want to push myself, and I think this could help me grow in ways I haven't before." Professor Sprout smiled, her eyes shining. "Then it's yours. I'll help you get started, and if you need anything, just ask." As Char looked at the covered water tank, he felt a thrill of excitement. This was a new challenge, a chance to grow not just as a gardener, but as a wizard. And with each new plant, he was one step closer to the strength he would need to face the dangers ahead. The aquatic herb shed was quiet, the only sound the gentle ripple of water in the tanks. But for Char, it was the beginning of a new adventure, one that would test his patience, his courage, and his magic. Chapter 52. When Char saw the rewards that piranha algae could provide, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The water affinity bonus, as the name suggested, would make him more comfortable and adaptable in water. While it might not be as dramatic as the effects of gillyweed, which could give someone gills and webbed fingers, it would still allow him to move more freely underwater. And if he stacked the reward to a high enough level, he might even be able to stay submerged for much longer than usual. With his legendary vitality already giving him remarkable endurance, Char imagined he could physically dive into the Black Lake, something few students would dare to try. The Black Lake was a treasure trove of magical creatures and plants, giant squid, merpeople, and countless rare aquatic herbs that even experienced herbologists and potion masters fought over. If Char could build up his water affinity, he might one day be able to explore the lake's secrets for himself. But what truly caught Char's attention was the other reward, the bonus to cutting spells. This was exactly the kind of combat enhancement he'd been hoping for. He knew that powerful spells like the Severing Charm, famously used in the Half-Blood Prince's Potions textbook, could be devastating in a duel. If the piranha algae's bonus could strengthen those spells, and if he could raise both the spell and the bonus to legendary levels, the results might be extraordinary. Perhaps even powerful enough to rival mythical abilities, and strong enough to defeat a wizard as dangerous as Dolohov. There was another benefit, too. The cutting spell bonus might also improve his pruning spells, making his gardening even more efficient. For Char, this was a perfect combination, something that could help him both in battle and in his beloved greenhouse. As for the difficulty of growing piranha algae, Char wasn't worried. The plant required complete darkness, but Char's newly acquired gold-level night vision meant he could see perfectly even in pitch black. And the sharp, serrated spines that had driven previous students to despair were nothing to him, thanks to his legendary vitality. With his mind made up, Char turned to Professor Sprout. "I want to grow this," he said firmly. But Professor Sprout's expression darkened. She rarely refused Char's requests, but this time, she hesitated. "No," she said, her voice unusually stern. "You can plant anything else, but not piranha algae." There was a haunted look in her eyes, as if she was remembering something painful. The last student who tried to grow it ended up with his hands covered in tiny cuts every day. Madame Pomfrey had to treat him constantly, but the wounds would just come back the next time he tended the algae. He told me that every time he put his hand into the tank, he felt a deep fear, like he was being watched by something hungry. He started having nightmares about being eaten by piranhas. He lost almost 20 pounds in a few weeks. She clenched her hands tightly, her concern for Char written plainly on her face. You're the last of the Sprout family, Char. I have to look out for you. Char listened quietly, but his resolve didn't waver. Among all the aquatic herbs he'd seen, piranha algae offered the most promising rewards. If he chose something else, his progress would be much slower. After a moment, he spoke again, his voice steady and sincere. It's because I'm the last of the Sprout family that I've been given so many opportunities. I have to be worthy of them. My parents are watching over me, and they left a blood feud for me to settle. I can't let myself get too comfortable, I need to keep moving forward, even if it means a little pain. He smiled reassuringly at Professor Sprout. I'll be careful. If it really becomes too much, I'll stop. But I want to try. Professor Sprout's expression shifted, torn between worry and pride. Finally, after a long struggle, she sighed. You always have your own ideas, don't you? She said, her voice soft with resignation. She reached into a drawer and pulled out a thick, light-proof bag. Inside are piranha algae seeds. When you spread them in the water, they'll quickly grow into long, thin fronds covered in tiny serrated spines. You'll have to reach in every day to remove the weak or dying fronds and help the healthy ones attach to the tank walls. And you'll have to do it all in complete darkness, no spells, no tools, just your hands. She hesitated, then added, they even seem to play hide and seek with you. You'll have to use your fingers to find and separate them. Are you sure you still want to do this? Char nodded, his determination unwavering. With a sigh, Professor Sprout handed him the bag and began to explain the precautions in detail. She covered his water tank with thick black cloth, leaving only a small gap for him to work through. Be careful, she said, her voice thick with concern. Char took the bag and crawled into the narrow space between the black cloth and the tank. Inside, it was pitch black, not a single ray of light could penetrate. He would have to work entirely by feel and by memory, just as the previous student had. Most people would have been terrified. The darkness, the unknown, the sharp spines waiting to bite, it was enough to give anyone nightmares. But Char had gold-level night vision. To him, the darkness was no obstacle. The tank might as well have been lit by the midday sun. Without hesitation, Char opened the bag and sprinkled the piranha algae seeds into the water. Almost immediately, the seeds began to swell and spread, sending out long, thin fronds covered in tiny, serrated spines. The algae grew at an astonishing rate, filling the tank with a tangle of greenish-black tendrils. Some of the fronds were healthy and vibrant, while others were weak and pale. The weak ones had to be removed to keep the rest strong, and the healthy ones needed to be gently pressed against the tank walls to help them grow. This meant reaching his hand into the water, right into the midst of the sharp spines. For most people, it would have been agony, a constant barrage of tiny, stinging cuts. But Char's skin, toughened by his legendary vitality, was almost impervious to the spines. To him, they felt more like the gentle prickles of a massage brush than the teeth of a piranha. As he worked, Char let out a soft hiss. Professor Sprout, waiting anxiously outside, called out, Char. Are you all right? If it's too much, you can stop. But Char's next sound was one of surprise, not pain. Auntie, he said, his voice bright with amusement, it doesn't hurt at all. It feels crisp and tingly, kind of refreshing, actually. This piranha algae massage is pretty good. Professor Sprout blinked, then laughed in relief. You're something else, Char. Only you could turn something so dangerous into a spa treatment. Char grinned and went back to work, his hands moving deftly through the water. He could see every detail of the algae's growth, every spine and frond, and he worked with a care and precision that would have been impossible for anyone else. As he tended the piranha algae, Char felt a quiet sense of satisfaction. This was a new challenge, a new way to grow, not just as a gardener, but as a wizard and as a person. The rewards would come in time, greater water affinity, stronger cutting spells, and maybe, just maybe, the power he would need to face his family's greatest enemy. The greenhouse was quiet, the only sounds the gentle ripple of water and the occasional rustle of leaves. But for Char, it was the beginning of a new adventure, one that would test his courage, his magic, and his heart. Chapter 53. Professor Sprout's expression was one of deep worry, her brow furrowed as she watched Char work with the piranha algae. But as she listened to him humming contentedly, her confusion only grew. This wasn't at all the reaction she had expected. She remembered all too well the previous student who had tried to cultivate the algae. The poor boy had burst into tears the very first time he put his hand into the tank. Before Professor Sprout could fully process Char's unusual reaction, he had already finished the first round of cultivation. He had deftly picked out the weaker algae fronds and gently pressed the healthy ones against the tank walls, just as the instructions required. The whole process was smooth and efficient, with none of the hesitation or pain she had seen before. Then, lines of glowing handwriting appeared in Char's vision. You successfully planted piranha algae. Available rewards: slightly improved water affinity, black iron level. Accompanying these words, faint reward orbs began to appear in the water tank. But instead of being elated, Char frowned. The number of reward orbs was disappointingly small. At this planting density, even if he filled more than a dozen tanks, the number of orbs he could harvest each time the algae matured would be far too limited. Char knew that the cutting spell bonus the piranha algae provided was only at the very weak black iron level. To build that ability up to legendary status, or even just to gold level, would require an enormous number of reward orbs. With the current yield, it would take years of patient work. There was only one solution: increase the planting density. Char turned to Professor Sprout, his expression thoughtful. You told me earlier that the planting density of piranha algae shouldn't exceed a certain value. But if the density is higher, will it actually harm the algae's growth? Professor Sprout blinked, startled out of her reverie. Oh. No, not really. Unlike most aquatic plants, piranha algae doesn't need sunlight, so overcrowding won't cause it to die off. And the water in these tanks is treated with magical potions, so even the densest growth won't suffocate the algae. The real problem is for the gardener. If the density is too high, putting your hand in there is like diving into a school of piranhas. It's dangerous. Char nodded, a spark of understanding in his eyes. So the density isn't a problem for the algae, it's just a problem for the person tending it. Exactly, Professor Sprout said, her voice tinged with concern. Most students would be risking serious injury if the tank was too full. Char looked at the sparse piranha algae currently massaging his hand and felt a strange sense of dissatisfaction. The sensation was pleasant, but it wasn't nearly as stimulating as he'd hoped. If only there were more algae, more spines, more of that crisp, tingling feeling. With a sudden grin, Char poured the rest of the piranha algae seeds into the tank. In moments, the water was a swirling mass of dark green fronds, each covered in tiny, serrated spines. The density was now more than 10 times higher than before, and so was the frequency of those spines brushing against Char's skin. If anyone else had tried this, their hands would have been shredded in seconds. But Char, with his legendary vitality and gold-level night vision, found the experience invigorating. He worked methodically, humming happily as he tended the algae, his hands moving with precision and ease. By the time he finished, his muscles felt relaxed, his blood circulation improved, and his fingers more nimble than ever. He pulled his hands out of the water, flexing his fingers with satisfaction. Now that's a proper massage, he said, grinning. He looked at the tank again. The reward orbs were now so numerous that they formed a glowing, continuous mass in his vision. This was the kind of efficiency he needed. Char turned to Professor Sprout. Are there any more piranha algae seeds? Professor Sprout stared at him, her mouth slightly open. She had just watched Char dump an entire bag of seeds into a single tank, creating a swirling jungle of sharp fronds. The thought of anyone else putting their hand in there made her shudder. It would be like reaching into a blender. Char, she said, her voice serious, you must promise me that no one else will ever put their hands into these tanks. It's far too dangerous. Char nodded solemnly. I promise. Reassured, Professor Sprout waved her wand, conjuring warning signs and sticking them to the tank. Then she handed Char more bags of piranha algae seeds. Char worked through the night, filling all 13 water tanks Professor Sprout had allocated to him. By the time he finished, it was early morning, and the greenhouse was bathed in the soft light of dawn. The reward orbs in the tanks were so dense that they seemed to form a glowing carpet, a sight that filled Char with anticipation. Piranha algae took about 3 months to mature. Char couldn't help but wonder, just how much would these 13 tanks boost his cutting spell abilities when harvest time came? As he stretched and rubbed his hands, Char's mind turned to another question. The piranha algae would give him a bonus to cutting spells, but the only cutting spell he currently knew was the pruning charm. While it was excellent for trimming plants, it had little use in combat, unless he managed to hit an opponent's wand, which was easier said than done. He needed a more powerful cutting spell, something specifically designed for battle. Unfortunately, the first-year charms curriculum didn't cover anything lethal. The professors were careful not to teach dangerous magic to young wizards, for obvious reasons. Char guessed he wouldn't have access to such spells through official channels until at least 5th year. But Char wasn't one to wait. He already had a plan. If he couldn't learn through formal channels, he would find another way. He remembered the story of Harry Potter and the mysterious Half-Blood Prince. In the original timeline, Harry had learned a powerful cutting spell, the Shadowless Sharpness, from an old, heavily annotated potions textbook. That spell had nearly cost Malfoy his life, and its creator, the Half-Blood Prince, had been none other than Severus Snape. Char's mind raced. He needed to find that book, Advanced Potion Making, 6th year edition, with a brown cover and pages crammed with handwritten notes and spells. It was probably still sitting in a cupboard in one of the potions classrooms, waiting to be discovered. With a determined nod, Char made up his mind. He would track down the Half-Blood Prince's textbook and learn the Shadowless Sharpness spell. Combined with the cutting spell bonus from the Piranha Algae, he might just have the edge he needed to face the challenges ahead. Chapter 54. The thought of the Half-Blood Prince's textbook danced through Char's mind, but with it came a mountain of new difficulties. Hogwarts was a castle stuffed with history, and its classrooms, especially those in the dungeons, were crammed with relics, textbooks, and forgotten treasures from decades, even centuries, of students. The potions classrooms were no exception. Each one held lockers and cupboards brimming with old textbooks, notes, and mysterious odds and ends left behind by generations of young wizards. Char knew from the original story that Harry Potter had found the Half-Blood Prince's book in his 6th year, but the exact location was a mystery. With 7 or 8 potions classrooms, each packed to the rafters with old belongings, finding one specific textbook would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. It wasn't a task that could be rushed, nor one he could ask his fellow Hufflepuffs to help with. How would he explain how he knew about the book in the first place? No, this was a quest he would have to undertake alone. But there was a bigger problem. The potions classrooms were Snape's domain, and after class, they were locked tight. If Char wanted to search them, he'd need access, and that meant getting the keys from Snape himself. That was easier said than done. Snape had reason to be less than fond of Char, especially after the incidents with Malfoy. Char had cost Slytherin face more than once, and Snape wasn't the forgiving type. Still, Char was determined. He needed the Shadowless Sharpness spell, and he needed it soon if he was to be ready to face Antonin Dolohov. As luck would have it, today was Potions Day. Char took a deep breath and made his way to the dungeons, steeling himself for whatever lay ahead. Monday mornings were miserable enough, but a first-period potions class made them even worse. The little badgers and eagles shuffled into the classroom with anxious expressions, their voices hushed and their shoulders tense. The air was thick with the scent of dried herbs and something faintly metallic. The stone walls seemed to absorb all warmth, leaving the room cold and unwelcoming. When Snape swept in, his black robes billowing and his expression colder than the dungeon walls, the room fell into a hush so deep you could hear a pin drop. Snape's eyes swept over the students, lingering especially on the Hufflepuffs. When he saw that Char, the careless little badger, wasn't late, a flicker of disappointment crossed his face. If Char had been late, Snape would have had a perfect excuse to deduct points from Hufflepuff. But it didn't matter, he would find other reasons before the morning was over. Hannah Abbott, Snape intoned, his voice dripping with disdain, are you paying attention? Did I tell you to handle the materials like that? 1 point from Hufflepuff for wasting precious ingredients. Susan Burns, he continued, moving down the row, your handling of the cauldron fails to meet even the most basic safety standards. 1 point from Hufflepuff for negligence. Snape stalked among the students, his sharp eyes missing nothing. When he reached Char's cauldron, he scrutinized every move, hoping to find a reason to deduct points. But even Snape had to admit, grudgingly, that Char's work was flawless. It wasn't brilliant or inspired, but it was exactly as the textbook described. With a scowl, Snape moved on, determined to find fault elsewhere. From time to time, the little eagles also had to endure Snape's sarcasm. The potions class dragged on, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. The students worked in silence, their nerves frayed and their spirits dampened by Snape's relentless criticism. By the time the bell rang, Hufflepuff had lost 5 points and Ravenclaw 2. The students dragged themselves out of the classroom, their spirits as damp as the dungeon air. The badgers and eagles shuffled up the stairs, their voices low and their expressions weary. "Merlin, what a way to start the week," one badger muttered as they trudged along. "I bet Snape spends his weekends thinking up new ways to torment us," another added. "Can you imagine being Harry? He gets this every day. Did you see how Snape looked at Char today? I'd be shaking in my boots. Wait, where is Char? Did he run off to the greenhouse already?" No one noticed that Char had stayed behind. He stood in front of Snape's desk, his expression earnest and his voice steady. "Professor Snape," he said, "I'd like to offer to help clean the potions classroom and prepare ingredients for your lessons." Snape froze, his eyes narrowing. "Charles Sprout," he said slowly, "you want to be my potions assistant?" Suspicion, confusion, and a hint of curiosity flickered across Snape's face. He knew his reputation among the students, most avoided him like the plague, especially after a morning like this. What could possibly have possessed Char to volunteer for such a task? Snape was about to unleash a torrent of sarcasm, but before he could speak, Char continued. "Yes, Professor. I think it's a waste of your talent to spend time on basic preparations. Your skills should be used for advanced research and discovery. Tasks like cutting porcupine quills and squeezing flobberworm mucus can be handled by a first-year like me. Why waste your time?" Snape's mouth twitched. He couldn't deny that Char's words were, oddly flattering. Dumbledore had never given him a proper assistant, and he often found himself bogged down with menial tasks. The thought of having someone else handle the drudgery was tempting. Still, Snape wasn't about to make things easy for a Hufflepuff, especially not Char. He considered rejecting him outright, but then a new idea took shape. Maybe he could use this to his advantage. If Char failed, Snape could deduct even more points from Hufflepuff. If he succeeded, well, that was unlikely. With a cold smile, Snape said, "My standards for a potions assistant are very high. You'll have to prove yourself worthy." He disappeared into his storeroom and returned with a large basket of writhing flobberworms. "Flobberworm mucus is a thickener used in almost every potion," he explained. "I need all of these processed by tomorrow. They must meet my exacting standards." He tossed Char a key to the potions classroom. "I expect to see all the mucus ready by tomorrow morning. You'll probably be up all night. If you slack off or delay my lesson, I'll deduct points from Hufflepuff, even for Professor Sprout's sake." Char accepted the key without complaint. Staying up all night? That was nothing compared to the nights he'd spent tending his plants. And the key, that was the real prize. With it, he could search the potions classrooms at his leisure, looking for the Half-Blood Prince's book. "Thank you, Professor," Char said sincerely. "I appreciate the opportunity." Snape blinked, caught off guard by Char's genuine gratitude. He turned away quickly, his expression unreadable. As he left the classroom, he couldn't shake a nagging feeling of guilt. He'd been deliberately making things difficult for Char, but the boy had thanked him as if he'd been given a gift. Am I being too harsh? Snape wondered, just for a moment, before pushing the thought aside. Back in the classroom, Char set to work. The basket of flobberworms was large, but he was used to tedious tasks. He began the process of extracting mucus from each worm, his hands moving with practiced efficiency. As he worked, his mind wandered back to the Half-Blood Prince's book. With the key in his pocket, he could search the lockers and cupboards at his leisure. He imagined the book, a battered brown cover, pages crammed with handwritten notes and spells. The Shadowless Sharpness spell was just one of the secrets it contained. If he could find it, he'd be one step closer to the power he needed. The hours passed. The dungeon grew quiet, the only sounds the occasional rustle of a flobberworm and the steady drip of mucus into Char's collection jar. Outside, the castle settled into night, the torches flickering and the stone walls whispering with ancient magic. Char worked steadily, his thoughts focused and his determination unwavering. He knew that every task, no matter how small, brought him closer to his goals. And with each passing hour, he was one step closer to finding the book, and the spell that could change everything. By dawn, the basket was empty, and Char's jars were full. He stretched, his muscles stiff but his spirits high. He had done it, Snape's impossible task, completed on time. And with the key in his pocket, the next phase of his plan could begin. As the first light of morning crept through the dungeon windows, Char allowed himself a small smile. The search for the Half-Blood Prince's book was about to begin, and nothing would stand in his way. Chapter 55. The brief flicker of self-doubt in Snape's heart vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Slytherin House was not known for its high moral standards. It prided itself on cunning, ambition, and the belief that the ends justified the means. Snape reminded himself of this as he strode through the castle corridors, his black robes billowing behind him. "Everything I do is for Slytherin," he muttered under his breath. "For the House Cup. For victory. Besides, what kind of fool would stay up all night just to be a potions assistant, cleaning and squeezing slime from flobberworms?" He shook his head, imagining the ridiculousness of it. There's a whole basket of them. It would take hours of concentrated effort to process them all. And after so much contact with flobberworm mucus, even with gloves, your hands would start to itch unbearably. No one would put up with that. Snape quickened his pace, leaving the dungeons behind. He was certain Char would soon regret his decision. Meanwhile, back in the potions classroom, Char let out a quiet sigh of relief as Snape's footsteps faded away. He clutched the key tightly, feeling a surge of determination. This was his chance, his opportunity to search for the Half-Blood Prince's textbook, Advanced Potion Making, without raising suspicion. "Let's start with the lockers in this classroom," Char murmured to himself. He made his way to the row of lockers at the back of the room. The key Snape had given him fit perfectly, no surprise, since the classroom and locker keys were often the same for convenience. Char turned the key, and with a satisfying click, the locker door swung open. The next moment, Char's eyes widened as a small avalanche of old textbooks, crucibles, gloves, and other forgotten items tumbled out, forming a messy heap on the floor. Even with the traceless extension charm, the lockers were stuffed to bursting, and the moment the door opened, everything inside spilled out. Char took a step back, shaking his head. "Well, I guess I'd better start sorting through this." He knelt beside the pile and began to sift through the debris, picking up each textbook and examining it carefully. Elementary potion making, nope, not it. 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, an edition from 100 years ago. Interesting, but not what I'm looking for. Wait, what's this? The Succubus Queen and the Dragon Maid. Really? Who left this in here? Char couldn't help but chuckle. The lockers were a treasure trove of oddities, each item a testament to the eccentricities of Hogwarts students past and present. He spent the next hour meticulously searching through the pile, but by the time he reached the bottom, he still hadn't found the Half-Blood Prince's book. "It's not in this locker," Char said, straightening up and stretching his stiff muscles. He looked at the row of lockers still waiting to be searched. And there are 7 or 8 more potions classrooms just like this one. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for the task ahead. Without Harry Potter's protagonist luck, finding the book would be a real challenge. But Char wasn't one to give up easily. "The worst-case scenario is that I have to search every locker in every classroom," he told himself. "If I'm willing to put in the time, I'll find it eventually. There's no rush." With that thought, Char turned his attention to the basket of flobberworms Snape had left for him. If he was going to spend a lot of time in the potions classroom, he might as well get started on the task at hand. He picked up a flobberworm, its plump, furry body wriggling gently in his palm. With a careful squeeze, a stream of thick, clear mucus oozed out and dripped into the collection jar. The sensation was sticky and a bit prickly, but Char was unfazed. He'd spent years working with plants and insects in his previous life as an agricultural researcher. Compared to some of the things he'd handled, like compost and manure, flobberworms were practically cute. Who would be afraid of insects if you've studied agronomy? Char mused, smiling to himself. And this is nothing compared to some of the things I've had to do in the fields. As he worked, Char noticed something interesting. Some of the mucus he collected was clearer and more viscous than the rest. Snape had said that even flobberworm mucus had to meet high standards. Apparently, there was an art to squeezing it properly. Char's curiosity was piqued. What makes the difference, he wondered aloud. He thought back to his work with magical plants, how sensing their magical energy could help him prune or harvest them more effectively. Could the same principle apply here? He picked up another flobberworm and focused, trying to sense the flow of magic within it. At first, it was difficult. The worm's magic was faint and subtle, but as he concentrated, he began to feel a gentle pulse of energy beneath its furry skin. He squeezed gently, and to his delight, the mucus that emerged was even clearer and thicker than before. Char's eyes lit up. It works. If I sense the magic and squeeze at the right moment, the quality is much better. He checked his system panel and saw that the silver luster on his magic perception enhancement ability was a little brighter than before. The ability, which had been stuck between bronze and silver, was inching closer to the next level. Squeezing flobberworms can help train my magical perception. Char said, amazed. He looked at the basket of worms with new appreciation. What had seemed like a tedious chore had turned into an unexpected opportunity for growth. With renewed enthusiasm, Char set to work, carefully squeezing each flobberworm and focusing on the flow of magic within them. The hours passed quietly, the only sounds the occasional rustle of a worm and the steady drip of mucus into the jar. Outside, the castle grew dark, and the torches in the dungeon flickered, casting long shadows on the stone walls. Char worked steadily, his hands moving with practiced ease. He found himself falling into a rhythm, his mind calm and focused. The repetitive motion was almost meditative, and he felt a sense of peace settle over him. By the time he finished the first batch, it was late at night. The basket was still half full, but Char wasn't worried. He had all night, and with each worm he squeezed, his magical perception grew a little stronger. The silver luster on his system panel continued to spread, slowly but surely. As he worked, Char's thoughts wandered. He imagined the Half-Blood Prince's book, hidden somewhere among the clutter of the potions classrooms. He thought about the Shadowless Sharpness spell, and how it might help him in the battles to come. But most of all, he thought about how every task, no matter how small or strange, could be an opportunity to learn and grow. The night stretched on, and Char kept working, his determination unwavering. He knew that with patience and persistence, he would find the book, and with it, the power he needed to face the challenges ahead. And so, in the quiet of the dungeon, with only the flobberworms and the flickering torchlight for company, Char continued his search, for the book, for the spell, and for the strength to protect those he cared about. Chapter 56. Late at night, the corridors of Hogwarts echoed with the hurried, tired footsteps of Professor Snape. He had just finished guiding the sixth-year students through their Newt Potions course and was making his way to his office, his mind already turning to the next day's lessons and the endless list of tasks awaiting him. As the potions professor and head of Slytherin House, Snape's schedule was always packed. Teaching students of different grades, mentoring those with potential, preparing ingredients, and, if he was lucky, finding a sliver of time for his own potions research, it all left little room for anything else. Even something as simple as washing his hair often had to wait. Damn it, Snape grumbled under his breath as he strode through the dimly lit corridor. We're running low on flobberworm slime. It's needed for several classes tomorrow. I need to get it sorted. He paused mid-stride, suddenly remembering that he had assigned the task to Char. He'd given the boy a whole basket of flobberworms to process, a tedious, unpleasant job that most students would dread. Snape smirked to himself. He was certain Char would have given up by now. If he hadn't finished, Snape could deduct points from Hufflepuff, and even Professor Sprout wouldn't be able to object. With that thought, Snape quickened his pace, eager to catch Char in the act of slacking off. But as he neared the potions classroom, he noticed that the lights were still on, casting a long shadow on the stone floor. Snape's steps faltered. Was Char really still working? No way, Snape thought, shaking his head. He must be pretending. As soon as he hears my footsteps, he'll start working hard to impress me. With a snort, Snape pushed open the classroom door, ready to expose Char's laziness. But what he saw made him pause. Char was sweeping the floor, the classroom spotless, and the basket of flobberworms was empty. Dozens of jars, filled with clear, high-quality mucus, stood neatly on the workbench. Char looked up, his face lighting up with genuine relief. Professor Snape, you're finally here. I've finished all the flobberworms, and I've even started cleaning the classroom. If you have any more, I'd be happy to process them for you. Snape blinked, his mind struggling to process what he was seeing. Char had not only completed the task, but he'd done it with remarkable efficiency and care. The mucus was of a quality Snape rarely saw, even from his own hands. For a moment, Snape was at a loss for words. He'd expected Char to be overwhelmed, to give up, to make mistakes. Instead, the boy was asking for more work. Snape's first instinct was to find fault, to deduct points anyway. But even he had to admit that Char's work was flawless. He cleared his throat, trying to regain his composure. Your handling of the flobberworms is acceptable. But it's still rough. Let me show you how it's done properly. He retrieved another basket of flobberworms and demonstrated the correct technique. His movements were swift and precise, the mucus he extracted even clearer and thicker than Char's. Char watched with rapt attention, his admiration evident. Snape was, after all, a master of his craft. Now you try, Snape said, stepping back. Char nodded, picking up a flobberworm and mimicking Snape's technique. He focused, sensing the magic within the creature, and squeezed gently. The mucus that emerged was noticeably better than before. On his system panel, the silver luster of his magic perception enhancement ability brightened, spreading a little further toward the next level. Char's heart swelled with excitement. If I keep this up, my magic perception will reach silver level soon, he thought. Between trimming brooms, processing potion ingredients, and harvesting goldfish spider plants, I'll be unstoppable. Snape watched, his expression unreadable. He'd intended to make Char suffer, but the boy seemed to thrive on the work. Snape found himself torn between annoyance and grudging respect. I'll let him work for a few more days, Snape decided. When he can't take it anymore, I'll send him away. No one can keep up this pace forever. With that, Snape left Char to his work and returned to his office, his mood slightly improved. For the first time in ages, he had a little extra time to devote to his own research. The next day, Snape found another large basket of materials waiting for Char, this time, porcupine quills. He expected the boy to falter, to make a mistake, to give him an excuse to deduct points. But once again, Char surprised him. The quills were perfectly prepared, and the flobberworm mucus was more than enough for 2 weeks of classes. Snape's satisfaction was fleeting, quickly replaced by a renewed determination to find fault. Tomorrow, he told himself. Tomorrow I'll catch him out. But tomorrow came and went, and Char's work remained impeccable. Day after day, Snape assigned new tasks, preparing ingredients, cleaning cauldrons, organizing the storeroom. And day after day, Char completed them with quiet efficiency, his skills improving with each passing hour. By the end of the week, Snape had grown accustomed to Char's help. He found himself with more free time than he'd had in years, time he could spend on his own research and experiments. The thought of deducting points from Hufflepuff slipped further and further from his mind. On Friday, Snape suddenly realized that a whole week had passed without him deducting a single point from Hufflepuff. Slytherin was still trailing in the House Cup. Next week, he told himself. Next week, for sure. As soon as Char makes a mistake, I'll deduct points. But his resolve was tested when Char approached him with a request. Professor, I'd like to take the day off, Char said, his tone apologetic. Snape's eyebrows shot up. A day off? What for? Professor Flitwick has finished developing my exclusive spell, Char explained. It's very important to me, so I'd like to go and learn it today. Snape stared at Char, his expression unreadable. He wanted to refuse, to insist that Char stay and work. But he couldn't bring himself to say the words. Instead, he turned away with a dismissive snort. Humph. What kind of special spell could Flitwick have developed in a week that's worth missing work for? If you'd asked me, I could have designed something far more powerful. You have no vision. With that, Snape swept out of the room, leaving Char standing there, a little bewildered but mostly relieved. Char's mind was already racing ahead. The exclusive spell, Professor Flitwick's gift, was waiting for him. He hurried through the castle, his heart pounding with anticipation. Whatever the spell was, it would be another step forward in his journey, another tool to help him protect those he cared about. As he walked, Char thought about the past week. He'd worked harder than ever before, but he'd also learned more than he'd expected. Snape's gruff demeanor hid a wealth of knowledge, and Char had soaked up every lesson, every demonstration. His magic perception was stronger than ever, and his confidence was growing. He reached Professor Flitwick's office and knocked gently. The door swung open, and Flitwick greeted him with a warm smile. Char. Right on time. Are you ready to learn your new spell? Char nodded, his eyes shining. Yes, Professor. I can't wait. Flitwick beamed. Excellent. Then let's get started. This spell is designed just for you, a tool to help you grow, to help you protect, and to help you shine. Char followed Flitwick into the office, his mind buzzing with possibilities. Whatever the future held, he was ready to face it, one spell, one task, one day at a time. Epilogue, the next step. As Char settled into a chair in Professor Flitwick's office, he couldn't help but reflect on how much had changed in just a few short weeks. He'd started as a nervous little badger, unsure of his place at Hogwarts. Now, he was trusted by professors, respected by his peers, and on the verge of mastering a spell created just for him. Flitwick handed him a scroll, its edges glowing faintly with magical energy. This is your spell, Char. It's designed to work with your unique talents and your dedication to growth. I think you'll find it quite remarkable. Char unrolled the scroll, his eyes scanning the elegant script. The spell was complex, but it resonated with him on a deep level. He could feel the magic within it, waiting to be unleashed. Take your time, Flitwick said gently. Practice it here, and when you're ready, we'll see what it can do. Char nodded, his heart full of gratitude and excitement. He knew that this spell would be another step on his journey, a journey that had only just begun. Chapter 57. When Char arrived at Professor Flitwick's office, he was greeted with a broad smile and a sparkle of excitement in the professor's eyes. Flitwick stood up from his desk, practically bouncing with enthusiasm. Char. I'm so glad you're here. I only had time to tell you that your exclusive spell was ready, but you must not know just how magical it truly is. Char's curiosity was instantly piqued. He had provided Professor Flitwick with a concept inspired by the Muggle spectrum, but he hadn't expected the results to be so impressive. I took your idea of the Muggle spectrum and incorporated it into the Lumos charm, Flitwick explained, his voice bubbling with energy. It's created a truly wonderful reaction. Watch carefully, the casting gesture and incantation are a bit different now. With a flourish, Professor Flitwick demonstrated. He drew a circle in the air with his wand, just as one would for the standard Lumos charm. But then, as the circle was completed, his wrist flicked upward, and he pronounced a new incantation. Lumos Freaks. A brilliant, ice-blue light burst from the tip of his wand. Flitwick beamed like a child with a new toy, his joy infectious. Did you see that? That's just the beginning. All of this is controlled by the subtle flow of magic at the moment you flick your wrist. You'll need to feel that rhythm for yourself. Char watched, mesmerized, as the light at the tip of Flitwick's wand shifted through a rainbow of colors, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, before finally settling into a state where the light was present, but invisible to the naked eye. A Lumos charm without visible light, that's truly fascinating, isn't it? Flitwick grinned. This was all thanks to your idea, Char. You're a genius. Char's admiration for Professor Flitwick grew even deeper. To take a simple concept and turn it into such a versatile spell in just a week, that was the mark of a true master. Under Flitwick's patient guidance, Char began practicing the new spell. Since it was based on the Lumos charm, and Char's own skill with Lumos was nearly at gold level, he picked it up quickly. Soon, lights of every color shimmered at the tip of his wand, each one a testament to his growing mastery. On his system panel, a new line appeared above the Lumos charm. Glowing spell variant, to be named. A faint golden glow shimmered against the silver background. The variant spell shared the same level as Char's original Lumos charm, which delighted him. He had worried he would need to start from scratch, but now he could use the variant spell with the same confidence and power. Professor Flitwick, meanwhile, was brimming with excitement about naming the new spell. Char, you have the right to name your exclusive spell. What do you think? The Char Luminescent Charm. The Sprout Luminescent Charm. Char considered this carefully. It should have a proper name, otherwise it would be confusing to refer to, he said. Since the spell introduces the concept of frequency to the Lumos charm, why not call it the Frequency Light Spell? As for the full name, I think it should be the Filius Light Spell. Professor Flitwick was taken aback. He waved his hands in protest. No, that's not right. This is your exclusive spell, and the key idea came from you. How can it be named after me? Char shook his head. I only provided a concept inspired by Muggle science. Without your expertise and guidance, it would have remained just an idea. The real work was done by you, Professor. If I don't acknowledge that, it would be like stealing your academic achievement. Either we call it the Filius Light Spell, or I'll just keep calling it a variant of the Lumos charm. Flitwick looked flustered. It's just a little spell, not some grand academic achievement. I've got plenty of those already. But if you insist, let's compromise, the Filius Sprout Light Spell. That way, both of us are recognized. If you don't agree, I'll refuse to sign off on it. Char's eyes sparkled. Including the Sprout name was even better than using his own. He knew Professor Sprout would be thrilled. That sounds perfect to me, he said. With the spell named and his gratitude expressed, Char bid Professor Flitwick farewell and hurried to the greenhouse, eager to test the new spell on his plants. Upon reaching the greenhouse, Char wasted no time. He set up a series of test tubes, each with the same soil and a sample of glow mushroom mycelium at the same stage of growth. All other conditions were kept identical, only the light spell would vary. The control group was illuminated with the original Lumos charm. The second group was bathed in red light from the Frequency Light Spell, while the third group received purple light. Char watched carefully, hoping to see a noticeable effect. But soon, his excitement was tempered by disappointment. In every test tube, the glow mushrooms illuminated by the original Lumos charm were the most active, their mycelium spreading healthily. In contrast, the mycelium under the red and purple frequency light spells grew more slowly and, in the most extreme cases, became inactive. Even the reward orbs disappeared. Char sighed and shook his head. The frequency light spell doesn't promote the growth of glow mushrooms, he mused. They prefer the original frequency of the Lumos charm. Deviating too far only hinders their growth, or even kills them. But Char wasn't one to dwell on setbacks. He reminded himself that in research, failure was just as valuable as success. It was only a hypothesis, he reasoned. And in academia, most hypotheses fail. There's nothing to be disappointed about. With renewed determination, Char turned his attention to his goldfish spider plants. He repeated the experiment, this time using the frequency light spell to bathe the plants in blue and violet light. As he watched, something remarkable happened. One pot, illuminated by the blue-purple light, seemed to respond positively. The leaves appeared greener, the stems sturdier, and the overall vitality of the plant was noticeably improved. Char's eyes lit up. There's a reaction here, he murmured. The goldfish spider plant might actually benefit from the frequency light spell. He quickly set up more test pots, varying the light's color and intensity, eager to explore this new avenue. The process was methodical. Char recorded every change, every subtle shift in the plant's growth. He knew that even small discoveries could lead to big breakthroughs. As he worked, Char's mind drifted to the possibilities. What if other magical plants responded to different frequencies? What if the frequency light spell could be tailored to each species, maximizing their growth and magical properties? The implications were thrilling. Hours passed, and Char's excitement never waned. He moved from one experiment to the next, his hands steady and his focus unwavering. The greenhouse, usually quiet at this hour, was alive with the gentle hum of magic and the soft rustle of leaves. By the time the sun began to set, Char had gathered a wealth of data. He carefully reviewed his notes, his mind buzzing with ideas. The frequency light spell, now the Phileas Sprout light spell, was already proving its worth. It might not work for every plant, but for some, it was a game changer. Char smiled to himself. Chapter 58. Under Char's attentive gaze, the pot of goldfish spider plant illuminated by the blue-purple frequency light spell didn't look drastically different from the outside. But to Char's magical perception, it radiated a slightly more vibrant energy, subtle but unmistakable. When he carefully confirmed his observations and ruled out any possible interference, he arrived at a preliminary conclusion. The frequency light spell in the blue-violet spectrum visibly promoted the growth of the goldfish spider plant by about 5%. If he could further refine the exact frequency within the blue-violet band, Char suspected the effect might increase to 7% or 8%. With a bit of optimism, perhaps even 10%. He exhaled softly, acknowledging both the limitations and the promise of the results. A 10% increase in growth rate wasn't earth-shattering, but it was a meaningful improvement, especially over time. The extra yield could add up, making the effort to obtain the frequency light spell worthwhile. Char considered the possibility of writing a paper on this innovation, with Professor Sprout and Professor Flitwick as corresponding authors. He thought it would be strong enough for publication in one of the top magical herbology journals. This was how academia worked. If a new idea could be implemented and produce results, it was already a success. Dramatic breakthroughs were rare and usually built on a foundation of previous work and accumulated experience. He recalled stories from his past life, where agricultural scholars achieved recognition after years of trial and error, often switching fields or approaches before finally making a breakthrough. The most celebrated successes, like the discovery of grapphane with simple tape or the biomimetic structures inspired by bird droppings, were often the result of persistent effort and a willingness to question conventional wisdom. Char reminded himself that failure was the norm in research, and every positive result, no matter how modest, was worth celebrating. With this perspective, Char was satisfied with the outcome of his light spell experiments. The only plants he hadn't yet tested were the blood jade, the guardian tree, and the piranha algae. The blood jade was so rare and precious that even Professor Sprout only kept one specimen, and Char didn't dare risk it. As for the guardian tree, his magical perception wasn't yet strong enough to attempt cultivation. That left only the piranha algae. Char hesitated. Professor Sprout had warned him that piranha algae was extremely light-sensitive and would die if exposed to even the faintest light. It seemed pointless to experiment further. Why waste precious seeds on a foregone conclusion? But as he left the greenhouse, Char paused, took a deep breath, and turned back toward the aquatic plant cultivation shed. His academic instincts wouldn't let him accept impossible without testing it. In his previous life, he'd learned that questioning assumptions was the key to real breakthroughs. Even if the odds were slim, he had to try. Back in the shed, Char set up new experimental and control groups. The control group was kept in total darkness, as required for normal piranha algae cultivation. The experimental group was exposed to a gradient of light, from the weakest possible lumos charm to increasingly intense and varied frequencies, from red to purple. He carefully planted the same number of piranha algae seeds in each test tube and began the experiment. The control group behaved as expected. In the dark, the piranha algae seeds sprouted and flourished. But in the experimental group, even the weakest lumos charm caused all the seeds to die, just as Professor Sprout had warned. Char shook his head, unsurprised but still curious. He reduced the light intensity to the absolute minimum, so faint it was almost invisible to the naked eye. Still, all the piranha algae seeds died. He was about to conclude the experiment when he noticed something unusual. The time and manner of death varied depending on the light frequency. Seeds exposed to purple light died quickly, their surfaces wrinkled and burned. But in the tubes with light shifted toward the red end of the spectrum, the seeds died more slowly, and some even showed signs of sprouting before perishing. When Char focused on the test tube with the weakest red light, he saw that the algae leaves had fully opened before death. This observation made Char's pulse quicken. He realized that the piranha algae's sensitivity to light might be more complex than previously thought. Perhaps it wasn't simply light-averse, but instead required a very specific, extreme frequency, one that wasn't available in normal conditions. If this frequency could be provided at sufficient intensity, maybe the piranha algae could thrive in the light. Char's mind raced. In Muggle spectroscopy, such frequencies lay beyond the visible spectrum, in the infrared range. He remembered Professor Flitwick's demonstration of a light spell that produced no visible light. Could that be the key? Char tried to cast the frequency light spell in the infrared range, but no matter how he adjusted the spell, his wand only emitted faint, flickering light. His magical perception wasn't yet refined enough to reach beyond the visible spectrum. He sighed, but then his eyes fell on his system panel. The words, "Magic perception improved," were nearly covered in silver luster. With his daily routine of trimming broomsticks, processing potion ingredients, and harvesting goldfish spider plants, he knew it wouldn't be long before his magical perception reached silver level. Then, he would have the control needed to test his hypothesis. If his theory was correct, it could revolutionize the cultivation of piranha algae. Its growth rate might skyrocket, and its magical properties could be enhanced in ways no one had imagined. Combined with the shadowless sharpness spell, the results could be extraordinary. With renewed determination, Char quickened his pace and headed toward Snape's office. He was eager to continue his experiments and see just how far he could push the boundaries of magical plant cultivation. Chapter 59. Late at night, the Slytherin common room was still brightly lit. The little snakes huddled together, their faces etched with worry as they discussed the state of the House Cup. For years, Slytherin had dominated the competition, often leading from the very start of the school year. But this year was different. Hufflepuff was ahead, and their lead seemed to be holding. The thought of not winning the cup sent a ripple of unease through the group. "What if we don't win the House Cup this year?" one snake whispered. "How could we face our parents after always bragging about Slytherin's victories? If this gets into Hogwarts, a history, we'll be a laughingstock." The others nodded, their expressions a mix of frustration and embarrassment. It was unthinkable, the idea that Slytherin, the house of ambition and cunning, might be overshadowed by Hufflepuff. The very thought made them want to crawl into a hole. Their unease only deepened when they considered their head of house, Professor Snape. In past years, Snape had been relentless in his pursuit of the House Cup. He'd brewed special potions for them, found every opportunity to deduct points from other houses, and made sure Slytherin stayed on top. But lately, Snape's behavior had changed. He was rarely seen after class, and during lessons, he no longer seemed to target Hufflepuff with his usual vigor. "Does anyone know what's going on?" a younger snake asked hesitantly. Another piped up, "I was out late one night and saw Char Sprout and Professor Snape together. It looked like Char was helping the head of house with something." The room erupted in gasps and murmurs. The little snakes exchanged wide-eyed glances. "That can't be right," someone protested. "Why would the head of house let a Hufflepuff help him?" Malfoy, lounging in a corner, scoffed loudly. "Don't be ridiculous. The head of house would never go easy on Hufflepuff just because of Char Sprout. Have you all been swimming in the Black Lake too much?" He leaned forward, his voice dripping with confidence. Think about wizard chess. When a master plays, they always plan several moves ahead. The head of house is probably setting up a big play. When he's ready, he'll strike, maybe even get Charles Sprout expelled. Not even Professor Sprout will be able to stop him. The little snakes considered this, some nodding along. But doubt lingered in the air. What if it's not like that? One asked timidly. Malfoy rolled his eyes. It's simple. My father is friends with the head of house. If there's anything important, Snape will tell me. I'll go ask him myself. With that, Malfoy stood up, his chin lifted in self-importance, and strode out of the common room toward Snape's office. Meanwhile, in Snape's dimly lit office, the potions master was in a foul mood. The basket of flobberworms on his desk was a reminder of the tedious work ahead. Flobberworm slime was a staple ingredient in many potions, but it had to be processed fresh and couldn't be stored for more than a week. With Char on leave, Snape was forced to handle the task himself, a chore he'd grown unaccustomed to since Char had taken over. Damn that Char Sprout, Snape muttered, scowling at the wriggling creatures. Why did he have to take leave now? He was at a critical point in his potions research, and every moment spent on menial tasks was a moment stolen from his work. Since Char had become his assistant, Snape had rediscovered the joy of uninterrupted study. Now, faced with the prospect of returning to the grind, he was more irritable than usual. A sharp knock at the door interrupted his brooding. Snape's eyes flashed with anger. Who dares disturb me at this hour? He growled. If this is a student prank, I'll deduct 50 points from their house. He flung the door open, and was met with the sight of Char, looking earnest and slightly apologetic. Snape blinked. Didn't you ask for leave? Char nodded. I took yesterday off, Professor. It's past midnight now, so I thought I should come back to work. His eyes flicked to the basket of flobberworms, and a spark of anticipation lit his face. These creatures were more than just a chore, they were a chance to train his magical perception, to edge closer to that silver-level breakthrough. Professor, let me handle all the flobberworms, Char said eagerly. And the porcupine quills, too. I'll get through 2 days' worth tonight. You shouldn't have to waste your time on this. Without waiting for a response, Char picked up the heavy pot of flobberworms and the basket of quills, his movements steady and confident. Snape watched, his expression as unreadable as ever. But deep down, a flicker of relief and even gratitude stirred. As a potions assistant, Char was efficient, reliable, and, most importantly, willing to take on the tasks Snape found most tedious. After a moment of silence, Snape spoke, his voice gruff but less harsh than usual. What spell did Professor Flitwick create for you? Char demonstrated the frequency light spell, the wand tip glowing with shifting colors. Snape's brows furrowed as he watched, his lips twisting in disapproval. How stingy. Just a variation of the Lumos charm. I thought it would be at least something useful in combat. A thought crossed his mind, perhaps he could modify the spell himself, create something more potent for someone with Char's dedication. Not that he owed the boy anything, of course. He just didn't like being in anyone's debt. Char, meanwhile, was already gathering the materials, ready to head to the potions classroom. Professor, I won't bother you any longer. As Char turned to leave, Snape hesitated, then spoke again, his voice barely above a whisper. Since you are serious and diligent in your work, 1 point for Hufflepuff. Char's eyes widened in shock. Snape, giving him points. For Hufflepuff. He nearly dropped the basins in surprise. Before he could respond, Snape closed the door, leaving Char standing in the corridor, a small smile tugging at his lips. It seemed that, as long as Snape wasn't dealing with Harry Potter, he wasn't entirely unreasonable. Maybe there was hope for Hufflepuff's House Cup dreams after all. Char adjusted his grip on the basins and set off for the potions classroom, his mind already focused on the work ahead. Every bit of progress, every point earned, brought him closer to his goals. Behind a corner in the dimly lit corridor, Malfoy stood frozen, his face a mask of confusion and disbelief. What did I just hear? He whispered to himself. The head of house gave extra points to that Hufflepuff. His mind reeled. All his theories about Snape's grand strategy, about a masterstroke against Hufflepuff, crumbled in an instant. One thought burned in his mind: danger. The little badgers weren't as harmless as they seemed. Char Sprout had infiltrated the heart of Slytherin's power, and now, it seemed, he was stealing points right out from under their noses. Malfoy felt dizzy, his world turned upside down. The only thing he knew for certain was that the house cup was no longer a sure thing. Chapter 60. No one could quite say how much time had passed before Malfoy finally returned to the Slytherin common room in a daze. The little snakes, who had been waiting for what felt like forever, were mostly dozing off, but they perked up as soon as they noticed him enter. "Malfoy, what took you so long?" one of them asked, rubbing his eyes. Some of the others looked at him with a knowing glint. "You must have had a private talk with the head of house, right?" "What did he tell you?" another added with a hint of admiration. As expected of the Malfoy family. But their praise was cut short by the news Malfoy brought back. The head of house gave extra points to Char Sprout. Silence fell over the room. Then, all at once, a chorus of shocked voices erupted. "What? How is that possible? Malfoy, are you sure you heard right?" Malfoy gritted his teeth. "I was standing right there. How could I have heard wrong?" The head of house really gave Hufflepuff an extra point. "If you don't believe me, go check the house cup funnel tomorrow. We record the scores every day. You'll see for yourselves." Hearing this, the little snakes had no choice but to accept the truth. Malfoy wasn't the type to get something like this wrong. A sense of absurdity settled over them. They had been ready to fight Hufflepuff tooth and nail for the house cup, and now it felt like their own head of house had turned against them. "No way," someone muttered. "It must be that Char Sprout sweet-talked the head of house," another suggested. "He tricked him into giving Hufflepuff extra points. That cunning little badger has set his sights on our head of house." The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. This couldn't be allowed to continue. But what could they do? "Let's not talk about revenge just yet," one of them said. "The most urgent thing is to get that Sprout kid away from the head of house. We have to kick him out." After some discussion, a plan began to take shape. Hufflepuff has Quidditch practice tomorrow. We already know that. Char is sure to be there, which means he'll be busy until late. If we finish his work before he can get to the head of house's office, what use will he be? We'll show the head of house that we can do just as well, no, even better. The little snakes grew more confident as they talked. Char Sprout is just one person. How much work can he really do? Compared to all of us working together, he doesn't stand a chance. Even if it's tough, we can outlast him. With the details settled, the little snakes began to nod off, exhausted. Some even fell asleep right at the table in the common room. Others, like Malfoy, stayed up just a little longer, lost in thoughts of tomorrow. "No matter how much he flatters the head of house, I'll make sure he's kicked out of the potions classroom for good," Malfoy muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Char knew nothing of the little snake's plans. He had already arrived at the potions classroom, carrying the potion ingredients he needed to process. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he nodded in satisfaction. It's only 2 in the morning. Still plenty of time. He turned his attention to the Magic Perception Enhancement ability on his system panel. The bronze color was almost completely gone, replaced by a steadily growing silver light. From past experience, Char knew that once an ability reached this stage, promotion was almost guaranteed, just a matter of days, or sometimes even hours, of focused work. But tonight, he felt a surge of determination. If he poured all his energy into it, maybe he could make the breakthrough tonight. Magic Perception Enhancement, reaching silver level was incredibly important to Char. It wasn't just about verifying the effect of the frequency light spell on piranha algae. The fluorescent spell, stuck between silver and gold, could also make a breakthrough with this promotion. Even his other spells, the loosening spell, the pruning spell, would all benefit greatly from improved magical perception. So, for tonight, Char set aside his search for the Half-Blood Prince textbook. His only goal was to push Magic Perception Enhancement to silver as quickly as possible. Taking a deep breath, he placed the 2 large pots of flobberworms and porcupine quills on the table. His mind began to settle, like a calm lake, all distractions fading away. Char had never been more focused. Before, even when he worked hard, part of his mind was always thinking about finding the Half-Blood Prince textbook. But tonight, he was completely absorbed in the task at hand, processing the materials, feeling the subtle magical auras, noticing every detail. He forgot about time, space, even his own body. He was lost in the work, every ounce of his attention on the materials in front of him. The magical auras, usually so faint and hard to sense, seemed clearer than ever. Char picked up each flobberworm, squeezed gently along the flow of magic, and collected the thick, clear mucus. His movements were smooth, almost graceful, as if he had absorbed some of Snape's skill. On his system panel, magic perception enhancement flashed with silver light, advancing towards silver level at a speed he had never seen before. Char stayed in this state for hours, lost in the rhythm of his work. It wasn't until a surprised voice broke the silence that he snapped back to reality. Char. He blinked, disoriented. The wonderful state, the flow, was gone in an instant. Glancing at the clock, he was shocked to find it was 6:30. 4.5 hours had passed, but to Char, it felt like only a moment. Flow state, he thought to himself, remembering the term from his previous life. He had experienced it before, during intense study sessions, completely focused, almost unaware of time passing. In that state, both efficiency and performance were at their peak. It was rare and hard to trigger, but tonight, while processing the materials, he had found it again. Coming back to himself, Char looked toward the voice that had woken him. Hermione stood in the doorway, her face full of concern. Char, she said, don't tell me you've been here all night, working on flobberworms and porcupine quills. There's so much of it. What Professor Snape's doing is practically corporal punishment. How do you feel? Do you need me to ask for leave for you? You should go rest. Char shook his head, waving his hands. Thank you, Hermione, but this really has nothing to do with Professor Snape. I did it all voluntarily. When I can't sleep, I like to work. It makes me happy. As for how I feel now. His eyes drifted to the system panel, and a smile touched his lips. I feel great. It's never been better. On the panel, magic perception enhancement shone with a dazzling silver light. And at the same time, a brilliant golden glow appeared elsewhere on the screen. Chapter 61. Seeing that, magic perception enhancement had successfully advanced to the silver level, Char could hardly contain his joy. He had thought it might take another 3 to 5 days, maybe even harvesting a few pots of goldfish spider plants as rewards, before he could achieve this breakthrough. But by entering the flow state, he had managed to make the leap in a single night. Even the silver luster on the panel didn't look like the faint glow of a newly promoted ability. It was strong and steady, as if it had already grown within the silver level, saving Char at least a week or two of effort. Now, Char noticed the changes that came with magic perception enhancement, reaching silver. Magic had never felt so close to him before, almost as if he could reach out and touch it. With just a thought, it seemed he could control his magic power at will. He took a deep breath, excitement bubbling inside him. A wild idea crossed his mind, let there be light. The magic power inside him stirred, but nothing happened. He was still far from being able to cast spells without a wand or incantation. Char shook his head, smiling at his own overeagerness. Of course, silver-level magical perception isn't enough to let me cast spells with just my thoughts. It's just that the improvement is so dramatic, it feels that way. Still, a spark of hope remained. If magic perception enhancement continued to advance, perhaps that day would come. For now, he was content with the progress he had made. Char's eyes drifted to the golden light on his system panel. It was coming from the fluorescent spell, which had been stuck between silver and gold for so long. Logically, after harvesting the last batch of glow mushrooms, his proficiency should have been enough for the spell to reach gold level. But his magical perception had held him back, until now. With the qualitative leap in his perception, both the Lumos charm and its variant, the frequency light spell, had naturally advanced to gold level, surpassing even his loosening and pruning spells. Char's excitement grew. Both his magical perception and his Lumos charm had undergone a qualitative change. Now, he should be able to meet the magical lighting requirements for the piranha algae. But this wasn't the place to experiment. He took a deep breath, calming his excitement, and turned his attention to Hermione, who was standing nearby. Hermione looked at him, her expression a mix of concern and hesitation. Finally, she spoke up. Char, are you sure you don't need me to take you to the infirmary? You stayed up all night, but you're so excited and smiling. That's not how people usually act after being up all night. Are you under too much pressure, or are you too anxious? Or, are you sure you're not hallucinating? Can you really tell the difference between reality and illusion? Char was momentarily taken aback, then laughed, waving his hands. I can tell the difference, I promise. I don't have any mental problems, Hermione. I just thought of something happy, that's all. Hermione let out a sigh of relief. Oh, all right then. As Char watched her, he noticed something was off. Hermione's eyes were red and puffy, as if she had been crying. It was only 6:30 in the morning, and most students were still asleep. Even Hermione, diligent as she was, wouldn't be in the classroom this early unless something was wrong. Char frowned. Hermione, you don't look well. What happened? At his question, Hermione's eyes grew redder. Maybe because she had confided in Char before, she found herself pouring out her troubles again. After the Lumos final test, Hermione's situation in Gryffindor had quickly returned to what it was before, if not worse. I still don't understand, she said, her voice trembling. If they had just started working hard earlier, Gryffindor's results wouldn't have been so poor. We got the least bonus points among the 4 houses. But they didn't seem to care at all. I tried to get them to review and prepare for the next test, to form a study group so we could earn more points. But no one listened to me except Neville. They only think of me when they need to copy homework. This time, when I refused, it was like I'd done something wrong. Hermione's voice broke as she continued. And Ron Weasley, he said I helped Hufflepuff before the Lumos final and called me a traitor to Gryffindor. She wiped away the tears threatening to spill from her eyes. Forget all that. But yesterday, I heard Harry and Ron talking in the 4th floor corridor. I haven't told you yet, but during the last midnight duel, we found a 3-headed dog guarding something behind a trapdoor. Harry and Ron have been suspicious ever since. I think they're planning to sneak out at night to investigate. If they get caught, Gryffindor will have no chance at the House Cup. So I told them they should focus more on their studies instead of worrying about the 3-headed dog. Ron just gave me a dirty look and called me an eavesdropper. Hermione couldn't hold back her tears any longer. I don't think I'm suited for Gryffindor. Char listened, his heart aching for her. It was hard for a top student with a strong sense of responsibility to be surrounded by classmates who didn't share her dedication. No wonder she was so upset. He spoke gently. No, Hermione, I think you're a true Gryffindor. Taking risks and sneaking around at night, that's just surface-level bravery. Real courage is standing up for what you believe in, even when it's hard. You're doing what you think is right, and that's what matters. You haven't done anything wrong, it's them. Hermione looked up, surprised. The gloom on her face seemed to lift a little. Thank you, Char. I do feel a bit better. You're right. I won't give in to their ideas. Char smiled. Of course, if you ever need a break, you're always welcome in Hufflepuff. The little badgers are always ready to learn from Miss Know-It-All. We'll even have black tea and desserts ready for you. Hermione laughed, her mood visibly improved. After a while, seeing that she was truly feeling better, Char said goodbye. He placed the processed materials under the podium and turned to leave. As he walked, his mind returned to what Hermione had said. Just like in the original story, Harry and his friends found the 3-headed dog behind the trapdoor on the 4th floor. Char narrowed his eyes. If Harry and the others had already encountered the 3-headed dog, then the plot to protect the Philosopher's Stone was already unfolding. Maybe, in addition to preparing to obtain fire dragon blood, he could also find a way to collect some blood from the 3-headed dog. Given its size, just a little blood would be enough to fill several buckets, more than enough to cultivate blood emeralds. It never hurt to be prepared for both possibilities. But after a moment, Char's thoughts shifted. Compared to fire dragon blood and the blood of the 3-headed dog, those plans could wait. What he cared about most right now was the piranha algae experiment right in front of him. He didn't know if his idea would really work, but with no classes in the morning, he had plenty of time to find out. With anticipation in his heart, Char walked toward the greenhouse. Chapter 62. Char soon found himself back in the greenhouse. As soon as he stepped inside, he noticed something different, something extraordinary. He could sense the magical herbs in the greenhouse more clearly than ever before. For the simpler plants, like the glow mushrooms, he could even feel the flow of magic through their mycelium. For example, when he noticed that the magic in a cluster of glow mushroom mycelium was unusually weak, he simply cast a pruning spell and removed those strands. Immediately, the remaining mycelium became stronger and more vibrant. Compared to his previous efforts, this was far more efficient. Char took a deep breath, marveling at the change. No wonder magical perception is so important for herbologists, potionists, and alchemists, he thought. With high perception, you can read the magic of plants, potions, and circuits as easily as reading the lines on your palm. If anything goes wrong, you can spot it right away. But if your perception is low, everything is just a blur, you have to work 10 times as hard just to get half the results. He sighed, remembering his own initial limitations. With my original talent, I'd never have been able to achieve much in herbology. But thanks to the planting system, one day I'll be able to raise my perception to a level even the masters can't match. With that in mind, Char crossed the experimental field and entered the aquatic plant cultivation shed. His previous experiment with the piranha algae had been cut short by his lack of magical perception. But now, not only had his perception undergone a qualitative leap, but his mastery of the frequency light spell had also soared to gold level. That should be enough, Char murmured, focusing his mind and body on the spell he was about to cast. The magic power within him flowed clearly through his awareness, gathering toward the ash wand in his hand. Insights and techniques from the frequency light spell flashed through his mind. He raised his wand and drew a perfect circle in the air. As the circle closed, Char followed the flow of magic and flicked his wrist sharply, intoning the incantation, Lumos, Frequens. The wand responded, the spell succeeding, but strangely, no light appeared at its tip. Char let out a long breath, his eyes sparkling with excitement. It worked. The dual breakthroughs in my magical perception and spell mastery have let me push the frequency light spell beyond the visible spectrum, even further than I expected. If his guess about the piranha algae was right, this was exactly the kind of light they needed. This time, they should react differently. He took out another handful of piranha algae seeds and sorted them into groups based on the frequency of the light spell. With all distractions set aside, Char waved his wand and began the experiment. The first group was exposed to the frequency light spell just beyond the visible spectrum. Under this light, the mortality rate of the piranha algae dropped significantly compared to before. More than half survived, though their performance still wasn't as good as in complete darkness. Char's gaze shifted to the groups exposed to different frequencies. As the light moved further from the visible spectrum, the mortality rate continued to drop. The algae leaves grew healthier, and at a certain frequency, their growth matched that of the control group kept in total darkness. This frequency is the critical point for piranha algae cultivation, Char realized. If I keep moving away from this frequency. His heart pounded with anticipation as he adjusted the spell. The current frequency hadn't reached the limit of his ability. He wanted to see what would happen if the piranha algae got all the light they craved. He continued shifting the frequency, group by group. At first, there was little visible change. But with his heightened perception, Char could sense the magical aura of the algae shifting subtly. The system also began to display new messages. Piranha algae is undergoing unknown mutations. Finally, when the frequency reached a certain point, the piranha algae in that group suddenly transformed. They seemed to awaken from a long slumber, their magical aura radiating hunger. The algae leaves expanded rapidly, soon surpassing the size of those in the control group. The tiny serrated spines along the edges grew longer and sharper, truly resembling the teeth of a piranha. A new message appeared on the system panel. Unknown mutation of piranha algae completed. The rewards provided by piranha algae have changed. A wave of joy surged through Char. His guess had been right, the piranha algae was a special kind of light-loving plant, activated only when exposed to the right frequency of light. But before he could examine the system message in detail, the mutated piranha algae took another surprising step. Unhappy about sharing the light, each plant began to fight for dominance. The algae leaves tangled and clashed, and within minutes, only one remained in the test tube. Its size had multiplied, and it occupied every inch of space that could catch the light. Char stared, stunned. He hadn't expected such a drastic change in behavior, from clustering together in darkness to a ruthless, winner-takes-all battle in the light. Magical herbs truly were incredible. No Muggle botanist could have imagined such a plant. This new habit made Char uneasy. If this was how the piranha algae behaved, then in each tank, only one would survive, and only one reward orb would be produced. Compared to the densely packed orbs from before, this seemed like a loss. I'll have to see what kind of rewards the mutated piranha algae can provide, Char murmured, turning his attention back to the system panel. The first thing he saw was a bronze-colored message. Cultivate the mutated piranha algae to maturity and you will get a reward, a small bonus to cutting spells, bronze level. Char's eyes widened. The cutting spell bonus had jumped from black iron to bronze level. That alone made the experiment worthwhile. A bronze level reward was worth many black iron level ones, and if he wanted to stack a particular ability to a high level, the effect of bronze rewards would be much stronger. He was still weighing the pros and cons when a flash of silver light caught his eye. Char's body tensed. This is a silver level reward, he exclaimed, his excitement rising even higher. The possibilities were suddenly far greater than he had imagined. Chapter 63. Char's gaze lingered on the silver-level reward information. At first, he had imagined that the reward for cultivating the mutated piranha algae to maturity would be silver-level water affinity. But the words that caught his eye were different. Increase in water holdings, silver level. This left Char feeling both puzzled and intrigued. It wasn't about affinity, it was about increasing holdings. Just by the name, it sounded far more substantial than simple water affinity. Affinity would allow him to move more easily in water, but increasing holdings suggested a real, tangible boost in power. Still, Char knew better than to jump to conclusions. Until he experienced the ability firsthand, he couldn't be sure what it actually did. He made a decision: instead of waiting for the piranha algae to mature and reap the full silver-level reward, he would harvest it now. The reward wouldn't reach silver level, at most, it would be bronze, but at least he would get a sense of what the ability could offer. He didn't want to wait for weeks, only to find out the ability wasn't what he hoped. That was a lesson he'd learned the hard way over the years. Char reached out toward the reward orb floating above the piranha algae. The orb merged smoothly into his body, and a new prompt appeared on his system panel. You successfully planted the piranha algae, after mutation. You get a reward, a slight increase in cutting spells, black iron level. You get the reward, water increase, bronze level. Both abilities appeared in his ability column, but the black iron luster of the cutting spell blessing was so faint it was almost invisible. The bronze luster of the water increase was also dim, barely reaching that level. Clearly, these were just the beginnings of the full potential he could achieve by letting the algae mature. But for the sake of verification, it was a worthwhile trade-off. Char cleared his mind and focused on the sensations brought by the new abilities. First, he tested the cutting spell blessing. He narrowed his eyes, waved his wand in a triangle, then flicked his wrist upward like a pair of scissors opening and closing. Arboricus. A pruning spell shot toward a dead branch nearby. With a sharp snap, the branch was cleanly severed. Char's eyes lit up with surprise. His pruning spell had long since reached silver level, and after countless hours trimming brooms in the abandoned warehouse, he was close to gold level. He had cast the spell so many times that it felt almost instinctual, and he could detect even the smallest difference in its effect. This time, even though his magical perception had improved, his spell proficiency remained the same, yet the pruning spell was slightly more effective than before. That meant the cutting spell blessing was working. Even at black iron level, it provided a noticeable boost. If he could raise the ability further, the effect would be even greater. What's more, this wasn't a bonus to a single spell, it was a bonus to an entire category of spells. That made it incredibly valuable. Just this ability alone made Char feel that cultivating piranha algae was absolutely worth it. Next, he turned his attention to the water increase ability, which glowed with a faint bronze light. This one has to be tested in water, he murmured. But do I need to be fully submerged, or will it work with just part of my body in the water? He found a large tank, big enough to submerge himself, and filled it with water. Holding onto the edge, he slowly lowered himself in, ankles, calves, thighs, chest, until more and more of his body was underwater. But he didn't feel any effect from the ability. Taking a deep breath, Char submerged himself completely. With his legendary vitality, he could hold his breath for a long time without discomfort. The moment his head went under, a strange sensation spread through him. He didn't feel any suffocation or discomfort. Instead, it was as if the water itself was blessing him, wrapping him in a gentle, supportive force. The bronze-level boost to his legendary power and vitality was so slight it was almost negligible, but the water increase ability seemed to affect him in every way. Even his mind felt clearer, sharper. A thought flashed through his mind: could this ability enhance my magic power, even my magical perception? Char focused inward, feeling the flow of magic within him. His eyes widened in amazement. Both his magical perception and his magical strength were enhanced. The increase in magic power, in particular, was remarkable, something he had never experienced before. His excitement grew. Water increase could boost both his magical perception and strength, giving him a significant advantage as long as he was in the water. If he could stack this ability to legendary level, the benefits would be unimaginable. There was just one drawback: the mutated piranha algae, now thriving under the frequency light spell, had become a relentless black hole, constantly craving more light. That meant it would take longer to mature than before. But Char shook his head, dismissing the concern. For plants that can provide silver-level rewards, I've only encountered guardian trees and blood emeralds before. Those are still out of my reach. If I hadn't learned the frequency light spell and tried it on the piranha algae, it would have taken me more than half a year to cultivate plants of this level. This is already a huge gain, I shouldn't be too greedy. Just then, a new thought struck him. Wait, the guardian tree. The last time I tried to process the seeds, I failed because my magical perception wasn't strong enough. But even then, I could see a glimmer of hope. Now, with my improved perception and water increase, maybe I can try again. Char's heart raced with anticipation. If he could succeed with the guardian tree, it would be another major step forward. He stepped out of the water tank, dried himself off, and headed toward the storage area where the guardian tree seeds were kept. The possibilities seemed endless, and he was ready to push his limits once more. As he walked, Char reflected on how far he had come. Every experiment, every failure, and every success had brought him closer to his goals. With each new ability, he felt more confident in his path, and more determined to keep growing, no matter the challenges ahead. The greenhouse, filled with the scent of earth and magic, felt like a world of endless potential. Char took a deep breath, savoring the moment, then set to work preparing for his next experiment. The guardian tree seeds awaited him, and with them, the promise of new discoveries and greater power. Chapter 64. The idea of trying to cultivate the guardian tree again took hold in Char's mind, stirring a sense of excitement and purpose. The guardian tree was a milestone for any aspiring herbologist, not just because of its rarity, but because of what it represented: knowledge of defense against the dark arts and resistance to dark magic. These were skills Char knew would be invaluable as he continued his journey at Hogwarts. Beyond its practical benefits, the guardian tree itself was a precious magical plant, renowned for its ability to resist black magic. The sooner Char could cultivate one, the greater the advantage it would give him. But he resisted the urge to rush into action. He knew from experience that working with guardian tree seeds required precision, patience, and, most importantly, a high level of magical perception. Even with his recent breakthrough, reaching silver level in magical perception, he suspected it would still be a challenge to process the guardian tree seeds. The new ability, Water Enhancement, promised to boost his magical perception even further, but there was a catch: it only worked when he was in contact with water. And during the delicate process of preparing the seeds, they couldn't be exposed to any liquid other than the specific potion ingredients, or the chances of success would plummet. Char submerged himself in the water tank, letting the cool liquid envelop him. His thoughts seemed to race faster than usual, clarity sharpened by the effects of water enhancement. Being fully submerged is a sufficient condition for the ability to work, he mused. But is it necessary? Maybe there's a way to keep the effect active without interfering with the seed treatment. With that in mind, Char began to experiment. He slowly lifted one hand out of the water, keeping his head beneath the surface. To his delight, the enhancement remained in effect. Encouraged, he lifted his other hand, then both legs, until nearly half his body was above the water. As long as his head stayed submerged, the ability continued to work. Interesting, Char thought. When I was testing earlier, the effect didn't kick in until my head was underwater. Now, with so much of my body out, it's still active. The ability must use my head as the reference point. A spark of inspiration lit up his mind. If that was the case, he wouldn't need to be fully submerged to benefit from water enhancement. He could find a way to keep his head in contact with water while working. Char's eyes gleamed with excitement. He found a transparent tank, filled it with water, and placed it over his head like a helmet. It looked a little ridiculous, but Char didn't care. Practicality was what mattered. And besides, this was just a temporary solution. He imagined that, in the future, if he learned mind-related magic like occlumency or legilimency, he might be able to trick his senses into thinking his head was underwater, effectively cheating the system and activating the ability even when he was dry. But that was a thought for another day. For now, Char had a guardian tree seed to process. He took a deep breath, letting his excitement settle into calm focus. He brought out a fresh batch of guardian tree materials. With the experience of his previous 2 attempts, both of which had ended in failure, he felt more prepared than ever. He tapped his wand gently, channeling smooth, cheerful magic into the guardian tree seed. Almost immediately, he sensed something he hadn't noticed before: a faint but unmistakable pulse of sacred magic within the seed, slowly awakening. The whole seed seemed to stir, as if rousing from a long slumber. Before, Char had been blind to this process. Now, even if it was still a bit blurry, he could at least sense the general direction. When the sacred magic within the seed reached its peak, he carefully placed it into the potion. As he did, Char felt something extraordinary: a heartbeat. The magic within the seed was vibrating, pulsing with life. The seed itself seemed to breathe, its magic resonating with the potion. Suddenly, Char understood why the instructions called for tapping the reagent bottle with the wand. It wasn't just a ritual, it was a way to help the seed absorb nutrients, to revive its heartbeat and breathing. To do it right, he needed to match the frequency of the seed's own magical pulse. Char's mind sharpened, his focus deepening. The magical vibrations of the seed seemed to echo in his ears. Thump. Thump. At the next pulse, Char's wand tapped the reagent bottle, sending a wave of magic into the potion. The vibration resonated with the seed, amplifying its sacred magic. A sense of joy and comfort radiated from the seed. But as the magic of the potion, the seed, and Char himself intertwined, the complexity increased rapidly. Char felt as if he were facing a tangled web of energy. This was where he had faltered before, relying on luck rather than control. This time, though, Char's eyes burned with determination. He carefully traced the flow of magic, sorting out the chaos. When the next pulse came, he tapped the bottle again. The magic within the seed surged, teetering on the edge of disorder, but quickly stabilized and continued to rise. Char took a deep breath. One more tap, one more spell, and the process would be complete. With the water tank still on his head, bubbles floated before his eyes, but his senses were sharper than ever. The water enhancement was working at full strength, and his magical perception was at its peak. On his system panel, the silver luster of magic perception enhancement shone brighter than ever. Still, the magical interference was growing, threatening to overwhelm him. Char estimated that he would need gold-level perception to handle the final step with ease. But for now, he felt about 40% confident. That was enough. His mind calm, Char's wand struck out for the third and final time. He drew concentric circles with his wand and, with his head still underwater, chanted the last spell. Protego Arboris. The sacred magic within the seed began to fade, and the potion changed from a clear green to a transparent hue. For a moment, Char's heart sank. Had he failed again? But then, he saw it, thin white roots emerging from the base of the seed. A prompt appeared on his system panel. Successfully completed the guardian tree seed processing. A reward orb of light floated above the seed, glowing softly in the dim light of the greenhouse. Char let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, a slow smile spreading across his face. After 2 failures, he had finally succeeded. The guardian tree seed was alive, its roots reaching out, ready to grow. The sense of accomplishment was overwhelming. He carefully removed the water tank from his head, his hair dripping, but his spirit soaring. This was more than just a personal victory, it was proof that his hard work, his experiments, and his willingness to think outside the box had paid off. Char looked at the reward orb, anticipation bubbling inside him. He reached out, letting the orb merge into his body. A new ability appeared on his system panel, its glow promising untold possibilities. For the first time in a long while, Char felt truly confident about his path. The guardian tree was just the beginning. With each new challenge, he was learning, growing, and proving that even a little badger could achieve great things, if he was willing to try, to fail, and to keep going. As he stood there, surrounded by the magic and mystery of the greenhouse, Char knew that his journey was far from over. But for now, he allowed himself a moment of quiet pride, savoring the success of his latest experiment, and looking forward to whatever came next. Chapter 65. Char gazed at the tiny orb of reward light floating above the guardian tree seedling. Comprehension of defense against the dark arts, iron level. Since the seeds had only just sprouted, the process wasn't considered a full planting success, so the rewards were modest, nothing compared to what he would gain once the tree matured. But Char didn't mind. The guardian tree was a much greater challenge than the piranha algae. With the piranha algae, the main hurdle had been discovering the right frequency of light. Once that was found, cultivation became relatively straightforward. But every step of the guardian tree's process demanded a solid foundation in herbology. Simply completing the seed processing proved Char had reached a new level. While there was still a long way to go before the guardian tree could be considered truly planted, he was at least on the right path. A flicker of regret passed through Char's mind. The real challenge is getting the seedling from the potion into the soil, he thought. The requirements for loosening the soil alone are incredibly strict. I'd need a gold-level loosening spell to be sure of success, and the same goes for the pruning spell. He shook his head. No wonder Professor Sprout called the guardian tree the first milestone for every herbologist. Magical perception, mastery of essential spells, they were all indispensable. Mastering the guardian tree meant you'd reached a certain standard in herbology, and common plants would no longer pose a challenge. I'm still far from that level, Char admitted to himself. Next, I need to keep improving my magical perception and focus on my spell work, especially the loosening and pruning spells. I'll try to reach gold level as soon as possible, so I can attempt the next stage of planting the guardian tree. He looked at the seedling in the reagent bottle, its tiny roots reaching out. Before that, I'll ask my aunt to seal the seedling in this state. And while I'm at it, I should tell her about the effect of the frequency light spell on the goldfish spider plant, and the mutation I discovered in the piranha algae. With that, Char carefully carried the seedling and headed for the Hufflepuff head of house's office. When Professor Sprout saw Char approaching, she was surprised. He rarely left the greenhouse when he didn't have classes. He was so dedicated to his work that she sometimes worried about his social life, though the other Badgers seemed to support him, and he got along well with Cedric and the Quidditch team. But her attention was quickly drawn to the reagent bottle in Char's hand. The potion inside was clear, its magic drained, and at the bottom, the guardian tree seed had sprouted roots. Professor Sprout stood up so suddenly that her chair clattered to the floor. She barely noticed the noise, her eyes fixed on the seedling. "Char, you did this," she stammered, her voice trembling with excitement. Char nodded. "I felt in good condition today, so I gave it a try. I didn't expect to be so lucky." Before he could finish, Professor Sprout gently took the bottle from his hands, cradling it like a precious treasure. She had never treated even her own proudest achievements with such reverence. Char had completed the first step in cultivating the guardian tree just a month and a half into his first year. Professor Sprout remembered her own beginnings. She'd become interested in herbology in her second year, and it had taken her more than 2 months to achieve the same result, and that had been considered fast. Char's progress was remarkable. She was filled with joy. This meant Char had a unique talent for herbology. The Sprout family had produced a child with the potential to become a master. As Professor Sprout marveled at the seedling, Char continued, "I've completed this step, but I'm not sure about the next. Could you help me seal it with a potion for now? Also, I have something important to tell you." Professor Sprout was taken aback. Sealing the seedling with a potion was standard procedure for guardian trees, but Char had more to say. From the look on his face, it seemed even more important than the guardian tree. Char began to explain his discovery about the frequency light spell. At first, Professor Sprout was puzzled. Why was he so excited about a modified Lumos charm? But when she heard that the goldfish spider plant grew better under the blue-violet segment of the frequency light spell, a spark of realization lit up her mind. The magical world had already done extensive research on the goldfish spider plant, but no one had ever tried adjusting the light frequency. This was a completely new angle, one with enormous academic potential. Professor Sprout's thoughts raced. If the frequency light spell worked on the goldfish spider plant, it might work on others as well. The research possibilities were endless, and the academic value was incalculable. Just this one discovery could lead to dozens of top-tier herbology papers. She no longer needed such accolades herself. As a master of herbology, she had already published in dozens of top journals. But Char did. If he could establish himself as a pioneer in this field, his future would be secure. Professor Sprout took a deep breath. "Char, don't tell anyone about this yet. The effect of the frequency light spell on the goldfish spider plant is enough for a top journal, but once it's published, everyone will try to replicate it. If someone else makes a more dramatic discovery, our work will be overshadowed. Let me continue studying the spell and see how other magical herbs react. Ideally, we'll find a plant that undergoes a surprising mutation under the right light. That would be enough to make our research stand out. From then on, anyone using the frequency light spell in their research will have to cite our work." She smiled confidently. "I'm sure I can achieve this by the end of the school year. With your pioneering contribution, no one will object to you getting 1 or even 2 more experimental plots in the Hogwarts greenhouse." Char's eyes widened. "Aunt, you mean I could get 2 more experimental plots?" Professor Sprout nodded. "Of course. Precious experimental space should go to students with real potential in herbology, so they can achieve more during their time here. It's only fair." Char took a deep breath. He had planned to tell Professor Sprout about the piranha algae mutation anyway, but he hadn't expected such a reward. More experimental space would be a huge advantage. He could plant another magical herb, or double the size of an existing plantation. So, without hesitation, Char came clean. "Aunt, I haven't told you everything about the frequency light spell. The amazing mutation you mentioned, I've already achieved it. Professor Sprout froze, staring at Char in disbelief. Ah, she said, her voice barely a whisper. Char smiled, knowing he had just opened the door to a whole new world of possibilities, for himself, for Professor Sprout, and for the future of herbology at Hogwarts. Chapter 66. Professor Sprout had received many messages in her life that left a deep impression on her. She remembered the thrill of her O-level evaluation in herbology during her OWLS, which allowed her to pursue her beloved field further. She recalled the pride of seeing her first academic paper accepted by a reputable herbal journal, and the day she received her offer letter from Hogwarts, inviting her to become the professor of herbology. Of course, there were also moments of deep sorrow, like the day she learned of her brother's family's tragic fate. But now, as she listened to Char, she swore that the news he brought was the most shocking she'd received in years. "You've finished," she repeated, her voice rising in disbelief. "You completed the cultivation of a new magical herb mutation all by yourself." Even though she knew Char would never lie to her, it was almost too much to believe. After all, inducing a magical herb to mutate was almost the stepping stone to becoming a master of herbology. It required not only advanced knowledge but also the courage to experiment and the intuition to notice the smallest changes. Char nodded, looking a little embarrassed. "That's not really my doing," he said modestly. "It was just pure luck." He then explained the entire process of discovering the mutation in the piranha algae. As Professor Sprout listened, her mind cleared, and she could see how it had all come together. But that didn't stop her from feeling overwhelming joy, relief, and admiration. "No, Char," she said firmly. "This is absolutely not just luck. To dare to break with common sense, to use the frequency light spell on piranha algae, and to discover its extreme phototropism, no master of herbology would ever call that luck. You're a genuine genius, Char." Char felt a warm glow at the praise from Professor Sprout, but he was still concerned about one thing. "Then, Auntie, will the experimental field cause you any trouble?" Professor Sprout's eyes flashed with determination. "You managed to complete the seed processing of the Guardian Tree within just over a month of starting at Hogwarts, and now you've made such a groundbreaking academic discovery. Who else should I give the vacant experimental field in the greenhouse to, if not you? If anyone dares to object, I'll put a biting kale on their head. There's no point in keeping the brain of someone who'd say such a thing." She smiled, her tone softening. "Wait for my news. I should be able to finish the thesis by the Christmas holiday at the latest. By then, arranging the test fields for you will be a natural thing." Char let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Christmas wasn't far away. If he could get one or even two more experimental fields, his progress would increase dramatically. Professor Sprout, having calmed down from her excitement, turned her attention to the Guardian Tree seeds. She took out an icy blue potion and gently soaked the sprouting seeds in it. Then, with a practiced flick of her wand, she recited a complex spell, Vigors Amina, Emotus. Char immediately sensed the magic of the Guardian Tree seeds being frozen in place. Professor Sprout explained, "Now, as long as the seeds aren't reactivated, they'll remain intact for a whole year. This won't affect their chances of successful cultivation." She sighed, her voice tinged with nostalgia. "This is all thanks to this potion, which was specifically developed for the Guardian Tree. 200 years ago, before this potion existed, cultivating a Guardian Tree was several times more difficult. Herbology and potions have always gone hand in hand." Then, as if struck by a thought, she glanced at Char. "I've heard you've been spending time with Professor Snape lately. Helping him process potion materials." Char nodded. Professor Sprout's eyes sparkled with a mixture of surprise and satisfaction. "That's good. Many herbs require the assistance of potions for their cultivation, especially the more powerful ones. The Guardian Tree is a perfect example. In the next stage, you'll need a lot of something called the Sacred Tree Potion. While it's possible to succeed without it, using the potion will shorten the Guardian Tree's maturation time and improve its condition. Since you're the one who inspired the Guardian Tree's magic, it's best if you make the potion yourself. As Professor Snape's assistant, any advice he gives will be invaluable." She paused, her tone turning wry. "Snape has a bad temper, is cold, and doesn't wash his hair, but his potion skills are second to none." Char grinned. "That's true." A strange expression flickered across his face. He had originally planned to stop working as Snape's assistant after finding the Half-Blood Prince textbook, but now it seemed he'd have to keep the job for much longer. I'll go to Professor Snape as soon as Quidditch practice is over tonight, Char promised. He then led Professor Sprout to the greenhouse, where she wanted to see the state of the mutated piranha algae for herself. After dinner that day, in front of the Slytherin head of house's office, Malfoy and the first-year Slytherins hesitated for a long time before finally mustering the courage to knock. A moment later, Snape's voice drifted out, sounding uncharacteristically brisk. Char Sprout. I told you long ago that Quidditch is only for muscular, simple-minded idiots. Especially the seeker position. Fortunately, you're not one of them, or I'd never let you handle potion materials. It seems you finally listened and decided not to go to Quidditch training. The door opened, but instead of Char, Snape saw Malfoy and the other young Slytherins. His expression darkened instantly. Malfoy. What are you all doing here? Malfoy and the others felt a chill. The contrast in Snape's attitude was obvious. Why was he so much warmer to Char than to his own house? Malfoy clenched his fists, trying to keep his composure. Headmaster, are you asking Char Sprout to help with potion materials? Snape stared at him, his gaze icy. Why? Should I report this to Mr. Malfoy? Malfoy wilted under the glare. No, of course not. He waved his hands, then, under pressure, added, but Headmaster, we're Slytherins. It's the House Cup competition. If you need help, we're fully capable of doing it without Char. Snape sneered. You. Malfoy lifted his chin. If a Hufflepuff can do it, why can't we? Give us a chance. What Char can do, we can do better. With so many of us, we'll double or triple the amount of material he gives you. Snape's expression shifted, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Are you sure? Malfoy and the others nodded in unison. Sure. Snape regarded them for a long moment, then nodded. Very well. Consider this a lesson. Next time, do your homework before making a challenge. At least then you'll know your opponent's strength. With a wave of his wand, baskets of flobberworms, enough to form a small mountain, fell into the arms of Malfoy and his friends. You must process all of this before dawn tomorrow. Malfoy and the others stared at the squirming flobberworms in horror. For a moment, they wondered if Snape had made a mistake. Headmaster, there's so many. Can we really finish before morning? Did you mean the day after tomorrow, or next week? Snape arched an eyebrow. Stay up all night. Did you misunderstand? If you can't do it in one night, why should you compete with Char? The Slytherins looked at each other, realizing just how much they had underestimated Char's quiet diligence and skill. The real competition had only just begun. Chapter 67. When Snape's words finally sank in, Malfoy and the other Slytherins were left in stunned silence. The idea of working overnight on such an intense workload was almost unbelievable. Overnight, one whispered, disbelief coloring his voice. The others exchanged glances, trying to imagine the reality of the situation. Could anyone really endure such a grueling task? But soon, Malfoy's mind began to churn with doubt. He wasn't convinced. Sure, staying up all night is possible, he murmured, but how long has Char been working for Professor Snape? Can he really keep this up every night? He has to manage the greenhouse, attend Quidditch practice, and keep up with his classes. Even the strongest wizard couldn't handle such intensity day after day. For a moment, he looked lost in thought. Then suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had just understood something important. No problem, Dean, Malfoy said confidently. It's just an all-nighter. We can handle that. Snape frowned deeply. Are you sure? If you understand your limits and decide to give up now, it's not too late. The other Slytherins hesitated, unsure. But Malfoy's voice rang out firm and unwavering. Dean, we won't give up. We will defend Slytherin's honor by any means necessary. Snape's face darkened. He snorted coldly. Then you'd better hold on and don't let me down. With that, he turned sharply and left the classroom. As he walked away, he shook his head in frustration. Idiots, all of them are idiots, he muttered. I've already given them one chance. They're just a bunch of monsters with no brains. They can't even recognize their own strength or that of their opponents. How did this year's Slytherin class get so weak? Meanwhile, Malfoy remained oblivious to Snape's true feelings. The little snakes gathered around him anxiously. Malfoy, the headmaster, seemed really unhappy, one whispered. I feel like he wants us to be sensible and back down, to stop competing with Char. Why did you agree to this before even discussing it with us? Another asked. Malfoy lifted his head, his expression confident. You didn't realize it. This is the Dean's test for us. He explained further, the Dean said this job requires working all night every day. But think about it, Char is still human. How can he keep up such high-intensity work every day? He must get tired. He needs sleep. It's impossible. So the Dean must be exaggerating. What's his purpose then? Someone asked. Malfoy continued, first, it's to test our ability to separate truth from lies. Second, it's to test our determination to get the job done by any means necessary. Remember the Dean's teachings, the ends justify the means. That's our Slytherin creed. We must first push ourselves to the limit. The all-nighter is meant to scare us, to see if we have that determination. The little snake suddenly understood. So, as long as we hold on, the Dean will see our resolve to push Char out by any means necessary. Malfoy nodded vigorously. Char can handle so much work by himself. With all of us, there's no way we can't do it. Let's get started. Fueled by Malfoy's words, the little snakes attacked the flobberworms with renewed vigor, as if injected with adrenaline. But the grim reality soon set in. Their faces paled, the slimy, wriggling flobberworms disgusting to the touch. After a while, several of the Slytherin girls couldn't hold back their nausea. The mucus's painful, itchy properties began to take their toll. Their arms turned red and swollen, covered in hives, and bursts of unbearable itching followed. Malfoy gritted his teeth. Hold on. We have to endure this. When Char finishes Quidditch practice, he'll find we've taken his place. The evil Hufflepuff Badger's plot will be foiled. The turning point in the House Cup starts now. The little snakes took a deep breath, braving the nausea and pain, and continued their grim task. At the same time, on the Quidditch pitch, the Hufflepuff team was deep into their daily training. Char hovered above the field, relentlessly chasing the Bloodjares. With wild swings of his bat, gusts of fierce wind followed, sending the Bloodjares flying like cannonballs. Cedric Diggory and the other Badgers darted across the field, their movements choreographed to follow Char's bludger trajectories. In a real match, Char's powerful hits would tear through the opponent's defense, allowing the Badgers to rush forward and score with the quaffle. Meanwhile, the opposing seeker, focused on the snitch, would face a constant threat from Char's Bloodjares. This hitter-centric strategy was rare in Hogwarts Quidditch, but the Badgers had embraced it. Cedric, the captain and seeker, had proposed the tactic, and the team was refining it with enthusiasm. Cedric didn't mind that his spotlight was dimmed, what mattered was winning the Quidditch Cup, a trophy Hufflepuff hadn't seen in years. In the shadows at the edge of the field, a thin figure watched intently. It was Harry Potter. He had mistakenly come to the wrong stadium. Today was Gryffindor's practice day, but this happy accident allowed him to witness Char's terrifying power on the field. Harry's face paled. Wait until the Gryffindor-Hufflepuff match, he thought. Is that the kind of bludger I'll have to face? Char's a monster on the pitch. If one of those hits me, I'll be lucky to make it to the hospital wing. Captain Wood had always viewed Slytherin as Gryffindor's main rival, but now Harry wondered if Hufflepuff might be an even stronger opponent. Harry shifted uneasily. He wanted to warn Captain Wood, but then a new idea struck him. Ever since discovering the three-headed dog behind the trapdoor on the 4th floor, Harry had been obsessed with what the creature guarded. The dog's ferocity had left him traumatized, unsure how to face such a beast. But with Char's strength, and that powerful bat, how many heads would a three-headed dog really have? Wouldn't Char's 3 swings be enough to take it down? Excitement surged through Harry. He waited along the path Char would take after practice. When Char walked out of the stadium, he was surprised to see Harry blocking his way. Harry Potter. Char frowned. He hadn't interacted with Harry much since arriving at Hogwarts. Partly to avoid unnecessary trouble, partly because they had nothing in common. Planting magical herbs, practicing spells, and processing potion materials were enough to keep him busy. Harry, however, looked at Char with burning eyes. Char, I saw your performance on the pitch. Your strength might be as great as Hagrid's. Then Harry's voice lowered, serious and urgent. There's something important, something that might affect the safety of Hogwarts. I want to invite you to join us. Together, we might protect the school. Harry's mind raced with visions of adventure, Char swinging his bat, defeating the three-headed dog, thwarting secret conspiracies, and saving Hogwarts. Surely no young wizard would refuse such a call. Char looked at Harry, a slight smile playing on his lips. Life at Hogwarts was about to get even more interesting. Chapter 68. Just as Harry was brimming with confidence, certain that Char would leap at the chance to join his secret mission, the next moment left him utterly bewildered. Char rejected his invitation without the slightest hesitation. "I refuse." Harry stared at Char, stunned and speechless. He had expected resistance, maybe some questions, but not a flat-out, immediate refusal. It must be said, Harry truly had the heart of a savior, always ready to leap into action, to defend the castle, to uncover mysteries. But Hogwarts, with all its history and powerful professors, hardly needed protection from a handful of first-years. Char felt no malice toward Harry's enthusiasm. In fact, he respected it. After all, after everything Harry had endured, he still faced the world with courage and hope. That was admirable in itself. But Char had no interest in joining the Savior's game. Even if he needed the three-headed dog's blood to cultivate Blood Emerald, now was not the time. The two-faced man, Quirrell, with Voldemort lurking behind, was still searching for a way past the dog. If Char showed his legendary strength and managed to subdue the beast, it would only draw unwanted attention. The last thing he wanted was for the two-faced man to realize just how dangerous he could be. Better to wait until Harry and his friends made their move. By then, Char hoped he'd have a new experimental field in the greenhouse, and it would be the right time to start cultivating blood jade. For now, Char's hands were full. He had no space for new magical herbs, and risking everything for uncertain rewards was not his style. It was far wiser to focus on the plants he already had, to keep his head down and let the heroes chase their adventures. Harry, still reeling from the shock of rejection, hurried after Char. "Why?" he pressed. "Char, I'm not lying. There really is something important hidden in the castle. Someone's trying to steal it." But Char interrupted, his tone calm and steady. "I believe you, Harry. But isn't this something the professor should handle? Your enthusiasm is admirable, but maybe you're asking the wrong person. Hufflepuffs aren't exactly known for seeking out danger." With that, Char stepped around Harry and continued toward the potions classroom. Harry watched Char's back, feeling a mix of frustration and disbelief. He caught up again, determined to make his case. "Char, don't you want to know what's behind the trapdoor on the 4th floor? I guarantee you won't guess it." Char almost laughed. How could he not know? Even if he hadn't read the original book, Hermione had already told him everything. But he really wasn't interested, not now, not with so much at stake. Just as Char was about to tell Harry to please stop pestering him, he suddenly paused. The air was tinged with a strong smell of garlic, and a stuttering voice echoed from the shadows. "Shoo, shut down. Ha, Harry Potter, you mustn't tell anyone about this." A figure in a large turban emerged from the darkness. It was Professor Quirrell. Harry jumped, startled. Char clenched his fists, cursing his luck. Why did Harry have to bring Quirrell here, of all people? Char immediately forced his thoughts to focus on herbology, on the frequency light spell, academic papers, guardian trees, anything but the Philosopher's Stone or the events of the original story. He remembered all too well, Voldemort could read minds, especially when he was awake at the back of Quirrell's head. He'd even been able to sense when Harry was lying during the final confrontation in the original timeline. Maybe Voldemort couldn't maintain that power constantly, but Char wasn't about to take any risks. If Quirrell could read minds, why bother with so many convoluted schemes? Why not just pluck the information from Hagrid's head about the three-headed dog? Perhaps Voldemort's ability only worked in certain circumstances, but Char had no intention of testing those limits. Luckily, Quirrell's attention was fixed on Harry. To Quirrell, and to Voldemort, Char was just another unremarkable student, more interested in plants and potions than in grand magical adventures. Char seized the opportunity. "I still have work to do with Professor Snape," he said quickly. "Goodbye, Professor Quirrell." "Goodbye, Harry." Quirrell barely glanced at Char, his gaze uninterested. Char's behavior was easy to interpret, a little wizard with no magical talent, hiding in the safety of classes and greenhouses, trying to find some small way to make a name for himself. Nothing to worry about. The only student worth watching was Harry Potter. As soon as Char was out of sight, he quickened his pace, not slowing down until he'd put 2 corridors between himself and Quirrell. Only then did he let out a long, shaky breath. Thank Merlin, Quirrell's attention was elsewhere. If Voldemort had caught even a hint of his system, it would have been a disaster. Char resolved then and there to keep his distance from Harry. Frequent contact with the boy who lived was just asking for trouble. Even if he avoided Quirrell, he'd probably run into Dumbledore sooner or later, and that might be even worse. A chill ran through Char. I need to get stronger as soon as possible, he thought. Even if I don't go looking for trouble, trouble always finds its way to Hogwarts. If I want to keep farming in peace, I need the power to protect myself. His mind turned to the Half-Blood Prince's textbook, to the Divine Sword Shadowless spell, and the bonuses from the mutated piranha algae. That was the fastest way to boost his strength. At the same time, he needed to accelerate the progress of the Guardian Tree. Since Harry's arrival, Hogwarts had become a magnet for dark creatures, two-faced men, trolls, basilisks, dementors, werewolves. Many of them were tied to black magic, and the Guardian Tree's resistance could be a lifesaver. Both the Shadowless spell and the Sacred Tree potion required Char to keep working with Snape. He picked up his pace, heading for the potions classroom. When he entered, he found Malfoy and the other Slytherins gritting their teeth, hands red and raw as they struggled with the flobberworms. Char stopped, surprised. Malfoy looked up and sneered. Char Sprout, he spat. Do you think your little trick of buttering up to Dean Snape will work forever? We're going to kick you out today. The Dean's potions assistant should be a Slytherin. But before Malfoy could finish, he suddenly felt a wave of pressure. He swallowed, his bravado faltering as he looked away from Char's intense gaze. What's with that look in his eyes? Malfoy wondered. I'm just taking his assistant job. Is it really that serious? Char took a deep breath. For the first time in a long while, a spark of competitive fire lit in his eyes. Someone wanted his job. So many people, all at once. Was this workplace bullying? But Malfoy and the others were mistaken. After years of hard work, if there was one thing Char wasn't afraid of, it was competition. No one understood involution better than he did. He walked over to inspect the Slytherin's work, pulling back his lips in a disdainful sneer. With this level of work, you want to challenge me, he said, voice dripping with scorn. Are you all here just to maintain your health? Watch closely, this is what real workplace competition looks like. And with that, Char rolled up his sleeves, ready to show the Slytherins what true diligence and skill could accomplish. The potions classroom was about to become a new kind of battlefield, one where only the most relentless would prevail. Chapter 69. When Char's words rang out, laced with a sharp edge that seemed almost dangerous, Malfoy and the other little snakes froze in horror. For a moment, the memory of Char's extraordinary strength returned with full force. It hadn't even been a month since Malfoy had his teeth knocked out by a cup Char had thrown at him. And in the time since, none of them had really learned any magic that could stand up to him. You, calm down. Malfoy stammered, holding up his hands defensively. Don't come over here. You'll get points deducted for beating up your classmates, another Slytherin piped up, fear in his voice. My father is the school director. Malfoy tried, his voice wavering. Don't hit people in the face, someone else squeaked, ducking behind Malfoy. Char sneered, shaking his head. Rest assured. I won't beat you. Since this is a workplace matter, let's solve it using workplace rules. With a click, Char took out the key to the potions classroom and locked the door. The sound echoed ominously in the silent room. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle exchanged uneasy glances. The feeling in the air was all too familiar, just like that moment on the Hogwarts Express, when Char had locked them in the carriage and given them a taste of his strength. What would happen this time? Char's calm voice broke the tension. The classroom door is locked. It's late at night. No one will come to open the door until dawn. So anyone who wants to get out has to get the key from me. You have two choices, either you beat me and take the key, or you force me to hand it over. The little snakes stared at him, stunned. After a moment, they began to whisper among themselves. There are so many of us, one suggested. Crabbe and Goyle are strong, they should go first and tie up Char. Then we can all rush forward together. Can Char really beat all of us? But Crabbe and Goyle weren't so easily convinced. Why don't you go first? Crabbe shot back, his eyes wide. You can do it if you want. I'm not going. After a few minutes of back and forth, it was clear, none of them wanted to be the first to face Char. The plan was quickly abandoned. Then let's just roll up our sleeves and work. Malfoy declared, trying to regain his composure. I don't believe that, with so many of us, we can't outwork just one person. 10 to 1, the advantage is ours. Let's do this. He turned to Char, voice rising with forced bravado. So, as long as we process flobberworms faster, better, and in greater quantity than you'll hand over the key and never come back here again. Char nodded, a faint smile on his lips. That's right. I accept your challenge. The little snakes, already tired and annoyed from handling flobberworms, suddenly felt a surge of energy. It was their duty to defend the glory of Slytherin. A sense of mission swept over them, and for a moment, they forgot their fatigue and the itchiness on their hands. They dove back into the work with renewed determination. Char picked up a basket of flobberworms and began processing them with practiced ease. Since his magic perception enhancement had advanced to silver level, he could sense the magical aura inside each flobberworm more clearly than ever. His speed increased, his movements were lighter, and the quality of the mucus he extracted was a level higher than before. But Char noticed something new. The magic in the mucus from each flobberworm was slightly different. When mixed together, there was a faint sense of disharmony, a detail he'd never noticed before. He recalled the time Snape had demonstrated the process for him. The mucus Snape extracted from several flobberworms looked as if it had come from a single creature, the consistency was so perfect. Char realized then what made a potions master a true master, perfection in every detail. Ant Sprout, as a master of herbology, must have achieved the same level of excellence. His expression grew serious. He slowed down, focusing intently on the magical aura of each flobberworm, trying to ensure that every strand of mucus he extracted retained the same magical quality. The process was slower and more exhausting, but Char was surprised to find that it trained his magical perception far more effectively than before. On his system panel, Magic Perception Enhanced flickered with a faint silver light, growing richer bit by bit. Char's heart lifted. The end of the month was near, Halloween was just around the corner. The new batch of goldfish spider plants should be maturing soon. If he could keep up this steady improvement, he might be able to harvest enough rewards to push Magic Perception Enhancement close to gold level. With the added ability to increase his holding power in water, he could go even further. By then, he'd be ready for the next stage of Guardian Tree cultivation. He took every flobberworm more seriously, savoring the progress with each one. Meanwhile, Malfoy and the others kept glancing at Char. When they saw his speed wasn't as fast as they'd expected, excitement flickered in their eyes. Maybe Char wasn't as unbeatable as they thought. Maybe, just maybe, they could win. Keep going. Victory is just ahead, they whispered to each other. 1 hour passed. Then 2. Then 3. The baskets of flobberworms were finally starting to look less daunting, but the little snake's energy and strength were nearly gone. Their movements slowed, their minds wandered, and their eyelids grew heavier by the minute. The clock on the wall showed it was already 2 in the morning, long past their usual bedtime. Malfoy jolted awake, nearly falling face-first into a pile of flobberworms. He glanced over at Char, who was still working steadily, even a bit faster than before. What was going on? Wasn't Char tired? What was even stranger was the look on Char's face. He was smiling, almost as if he was enjoying himself. Is there something wrong with his brain? Malfoy wondered. Is processing flobberworms actually fun for him? He couldn't know that, for Char, every flobberworm was a step toward greater magical perception, a step closer to the Guardian Tree. Each small improvement was a source of quiet happiness. Char glanced at the little snakes, most of whom were nearly collapsed on the table. He stood up suddenly, startling Malfoy. Could it be that Char was finally giving up? But then came the harsh screech of chalk on the blackboard, jolting everyone awake. It's only 2 in the morning, Char said, his voice calm but firm. How can you sleep at your age? Didn't you say it was your duty to defend the honor of Slytherin? Don't sleep, keep working. The little snakes blushed, stung by the rebuke. How can this be possible? It's so humiliating, someone muttered. Who does he think he is, acting like he's already won, another grumbled. Let's keep going and see who gives up first. For a while, they worked with renewed energy. But as the clock crept to 3, then 4, their hope faded. Char was still going strong, while they were on the verge of collapse. No, how is he so good at this, one moaned. Isn't he sleepy at all? Some of the little snakes began to cry. I don't want to do this anymore. Let me out, I want to sleep. Char looked at them with a cold smile. Crying. You think you can stop just by crying? You chose to compete with me, now you have to stick it out to the end. Didn't you say you'd defend Slytherin's honor? How can you give up now? The wailing grew louder. Let someone else defend Slytherin's glory. I'm too tired, too sleepy. Even Malfoy felt regret. Why had he challenged Char again? Was it really worth it, just to try to get Snape to give Hufflepuff fewer points? Wouldn't it have been easier to just let Char have the job? The Slytherins in the classroom were now openly crying, some begging Char to let them out. Meanwhile, Snape was hurrying toward the potions classroom. As head of Slytherin, he knew he had to look after his students, even if they were being foolish. From a distance, he saw the lights still on, shadows moving inside. He was surprised. Have they really lasted this long, he wondered. Maybe this class wasn't so hopeless after all. But then he heard the crying. He tried the door, it was locked. Snape's heart skipped a beat. Is Char in there too? The door's locked, and someone's crying. Could it be, did they lock Char in and start bullying him? Chapter 70. As Snape hurried down the corridor, his mind raced with worry. The thought of Char being bullied by a group of Slytherin students sent a chill down his spine. He knew all too well how much Professor Sprout cared for Char. If she found out that her prized student had been mistreated by Slytherins, she might very well lose her temper, and Snape shuddered to imagine what Sprout, with her arsenal of strange and magical plants, might do in retaliation. Without hesitation, Snape whipped out his wand. Alohomora, he barked, the tip of his wand glowing as the unlocking spell shot forward. The classroom door clicked open with a burst of light. Snape strode in, his voice ringing out, "Stop. How can you use your numbers to bully the minority? Slytherin House still has to save its reputation." But the scene that greeted him was not at all what he'd expected. Instead of finding Char surrounded and bullied, Snape saw a room full of Slytherin first-years with tears in their eyes. They looked utterly haggard, some sobbing openly. "I'm so sleepy," whimpered one. "I just want to go to bed," another moaned. The moment they saw Snape, the little snakes acted as if they'd been rescued from the jaws of a Hungarian horntail. "Dean," they cried. "You finally came to save us." Malfoy, his face streaked with tears and frustration, pointed at Char and wailed, "Char Sprout bullied us. He wouldn't let us leave, wouldn't let us sleep, and forced us to keep working on flobberworms. Dean, you won't cover up for this kind of bullying, right?" For a moment, Snape was too stunned to speak. Then his face darkened, his eyes narrowing dangerously. "You mean to tell me," he said, his voice low and cold, "that 10 of you were bullied by Char Sprout alone? And you were the ones who started this? Now you want me to give you justice?" Snape was so angry he actually laughed, his lips trembling with suppressed rage. "How did I end up with a class of Slytherins like you? You're bringing shame to the house." Malfoy and the others shrank under his glare, unable to meet his eyes. With a wave of his wand, Snape cast a spell that made their eyelids feel glued open. "Go back," he snapped. "Go to the common room and reflect on your actions. Don't embarrass yourselves further. And as for sleep, forget it. You want to stay up, so stay up now." He took a deep breath, then added, 5 points from Slytherin." The little snakes looked devastated, but Snape's anger was real and they didn't dare argue. They shuffled out of the classroom, their heads down. Once they were gone, Snape's mood didn't improve. He stared at Char, his expression still dark. "Mr. Sprout, you must be very pleased with yourself," he said sarcastically. "It seems I've been too lenient with you. You've gotten cocky." He strode to the podium, snorting. "Let's see if you're really as impressive as you think. Char Sprout, do you truly believe you've handled your potion ingredients well? Do you think you're my right-hand man? Have you noticed anything about the consistency of flobberworm slime magic? Answer me." Char nodded, meeting Snape's gaze. "I noticed it today, Professor. I paid more attention to it and tried to improve. Please, criticize and correct me." Snape's anger faltered, replaced by confusion. He immediately examined the flobberworm slime Char had processed. Despite his lingering frustration, Snape couldn't help but be surprised. Char's work was far better than before. The slime still wasn't as uniform as Snape's own, but it was a marked improvement, enough for Snape to grudgingly admit that it barely meets the standard. He looked at the large bottle of slime, his anger slowly ebbing away, replaced by a complicated mix of emotions. Was Char's potion skill strong? Not exactly. He wasn't a prodigy, but his progress was remarkable for someone of ordinary talent. Snape thought back to his own beginnings. He'd been far ahead of where Char was now, but then, Snape had always been gifted. He found himself wondering, if his own talent had been as modest as Char's, could he have made such progress through sheer effort alone? The answer, he realized, was probably no. It was a sobering thought. Char's determination was extraordinary, but fate had given him only average magical gifts. Hard work could take you far, but there were limits, bottlenecks that only true talent could break. Snape's anger faded. He picked up the bottle of flobberworm slime and, after a moment's hesitation, said, "Since you're working hard and helping me lighten my burden, I'll agree to one request of yours, so long as it's not excessive. Think carefully before you ask." Char's face lit up with joy. The promise of the potion's master was no small thing. With Snape's pride, he could probably even ask for a dose of Felix Felicis and get it. But Char's goals were already set. "Professor, I want to learn from you how to prepare the Sacred Tree Potion." Snape's eyes widened in surprise. The Sacred Tree Potion. That was a potion used only in the second stage of cultivating the Guardian Tree, a rare, advanced herbology project. Had Char really reached that level? He looked at Char, his expression unreadable. "You want me to teach you potions? You know I only tutor students who get an O in potions on their OWLS." Char hesitated, disappointment flickering across his face. Snape's lips curled in a faint, almost mischievous smile. After a moment, he relented. "Starting next week, every Saturday night after you've finished your other tasks, I'll take 2 hours to teach you privately. But if you're too slow to learn, don't blame me for kicking you out." With that, Snape turned and swept out of the classroom. Char smiled to himself. No matter how roundabout the process, he'd achieved his goal. His schedule was now packed, tending glow mushrooms, goldfish spider plants, piranha algae, practicing spells, Quidditch training, searching for the Half-Blood Prince textbook, processing potion materials, training magical perception, and now, potions lessons every Saturday. It was a full, demanding routine, but Char was used to it. He believed that sweating in practice meant less pain in real challenges. Even with the advantage of his planting system, he knew that effort was essential. He never wanted to look back with regret for not working harder. He quickly put the recent events behind him and continued searching the classroom lockers. It wasn't until dawn that he finished, putting everything back in order before leaving the potions classroom. All the lockers in this classroom have been searched, he thought. The Half-Blood Prince textbook isn't here. That leaves 5 more classrooms. If I'm slow, I'll find it in half a month. If I'm lucky, it might be sooner. Char was calm, going about his days as usual, growing plants, attending classes, Quidditch training, processing potion materials. Since Malfoy and the other Slytherins no longer dared to challenge him, he encountered no further trouble. His days were busy and fulfilling. A week passed in a blur. Before he knew it, the castle was being decorated with pumpkins and other Halloween trimmings. Students chatted excitedly in the corridors, making plans for the upcoming party. Char was startled to realize how quickly time had passed. The semester was already halfway over. He shook off his musings and focused on his goals. He was certain he hadn't wasted a single day, always pushing himself to grow stronger. One afternoon, as he opened a locker in the corner of the potions classroom, his heart skipped a beat. There, amid a jumble of old books and debris, was a battered copy of Advanced Magical Potion Making. Char's hands trembled as he opened the title page. A line of handwriting greeted him. All rights to this book belong to Half-Blood Prince. Char's heart pounded with excitement. At last, he had found it, the legendary textbook that would help him take his magic to the next level. Chapter 71. When Char saw the signature, Half-Blood Prince, he took a deep, steadying breath. For more than half a month, he had searched the potions classroom lockers, sifting through piles of old books, lost quills, and forgotten parchment. Now, at last, amidst the clutter, he held the very book he sought, Advanced Potion Making. He opened it carefully, his fingers tracing the worn cover. Inside, the margins were crammed with dense, meticulous notes, some so extensive they covered entire sections of the printed text. The original textbook contents were almost erased by the sheer volume of handwritten additions. It was clear the owner had little patience for the standard lessons, preferring to rewrite the rules entirely. This, Char knew, was unmistakably Snape's style from his youth. After just a few glances, Char was certain this was the real thing. The book he had been searching for was now in his hands. He exhaled, a weight lifting from his shoulders. He had worried, briefly, that the textbook's appearance in the original Harry Potter story had been orchestrated, some trick of fate or magic. But here it was, found by pure persistence. Harry's discovery had indeed been a coincidence. Just as Char was about to delve further into the Half-Blood Prince's notes, he heard familiar footsteps echoing down the corridor. Moments later, Snape swept into the classroom, his black robes billowing. Snape's sharp eyes took in the spotless room, the neatly prepared baskets of flobberworms and porcupine quills. A flicker of satisfaction crossed his face, but it vanished as soon as he turned to Char. "You asked for my guidance in potions," Snape said, his voice cool. "How long do you intend to stand there like a statue? Char, get out your cauldron. We'll start with a simple scabies potion." Char quickly set aside thoughts of the Half-Blood Prince textbook and the sharp-edged shadowless spell. The book was safe in his hands, he could study it later. But Snape's private lessons were rare and precious. With Snape's temper, even a moment of distraction could end the session abruptly. This was about the Sacred Tree potion, about the Guardian Tree, and Char couldn't afford to waste the opportunity. He set up his cauldron with practiced hands, his expression serious and focused. Snape watched, a flicker of approval in his eyes. Char's dedication was rare among Hogwarts students, and it reminded Snape, just a little, of his younger self. But as soon as Char began brewing, Snape stopped him. Char blinked in confusion. The scabies potion was the most basic of all potions. He had brewed it successfully in his very first potions class, and by now, after nearly 2 months of practice, it was second nature. He had followed the textbook steps exactly, what could be wrong? Snape's lips curled in a sneer. "Have you forgotten my comments on your scabies potion from class? It was lifeless, mechanical. It had no soul. You followed the script, but you didn't understand the potion." Char's mind raced. He remembered Snape's harsh words, his dismissal of perfectly brewed potions that lacked spirit. Now, looking at the Half-Blood Prince's textbook, he realized the truth: Snape had always despised rigid textbook rules. He had rewritten the book according to his own understanding, his own intuition. So even if Char followed the standard steps, he would never satisfy Snape. But what was he missing? Snape's voice cut through his thoughts. "Idiot. Have you forgotten everything about handling potion ingredients? Can you not absorb any experience?" For most students, Snape's sharp tone would be crushing. But Char, who had endured countless group meetings and academic critiques in his previous life, found it almost refreshing. Snape was still too gentle compared to some of the professors he had known. Experience in handling potion materials. Char mused. Suddenly, it clicked. Snape didn't treat every ingredient the same. He adjusted his methods based on the magical aura of each material. The textbook was a guideline, not a law. Real potion making required intuition, a feel for the magic in each ingredient. Char's eyes brightened with understanding. He realized why Snape had him start with the simplest potion, to rebuild his approach from the ground up. The scabies potion's magic was straightforward, but even here, the nuances mattered. He turned his attention back to the cauldron, adding ingredients in a different order, stirring in a rhythm that felt right rather than following the textbook. Snape watched, his expression unreadable. When Char finished, the potion was a foul-smelling mess, a clear failure. But Snape didn't scold him. Instead, he pointed out a few mistakes, then simply said, "Continue." Char started again, and again, each time adjusting his technique, trying to sense the magic in the ingredients. Snape closed his eyes, not to rest, but to focus on the magical fluctuations in the cauldron. 2 hours passed. 8 failed potions sat on the table, but the last one smelled far better than the first. Snape wiped his brow, looking tired but satisfied. "That's all for today. We'll continue next week." Without another word, he turned and left the classroom. Outside, Snape sighed quietly. The regret on his face deepened. Char's magical talent was limited, not just in spellcasting, but in magical perception. While hard work could improve it, there were limits. For some, a few hours of practice could achieve what took Char months. But Snape had made a promise, and he would keep it. He would guide Char to brew the Sacred Tree potion, no matter how long it took. Back in the classroom, Char sat thoughtfully. Brewing potions Snape's way requires even greater magical perception than herbology, he realized. My magic perception enhancement is already at the silver level, but I still need more practice to brew a proper scabies potion. The Sacred Tree potion will be even harder, gold level perception, at least. But Char wasn't discouraged. Instead, he felt a spark of excitement. A new batch of goldfish spider plants will be ready in 2 days. After harvesting the rewards, gold level, magic perception enhancement, is within reach. The Sacred Tree Potion and the Guardian Tree won't be far behind. He pulled out the Half-Blood Prince textbook and began to read. His eyes scanned the dense notes, searching for the spells he needed. After a while, he found them: the Upside-Down Golden Bell Curse, and, most importantly, the Divine Edge Shadowless Curse. Char's heart raced. The truth of potions, the key to real mastery, was now within his reach. He closed the book, a smile on his lips. The path ahead was clear, and he was ready to walk it. 72. Char's eyes sparkled as he studied the two spells, the Hanging Golden Bell Curse and the Divine Edge Shadowless Curse. These were spells that had left a lasting impression in the original books, and now, with the Half-Blood Prince's textbook in hand, he could finally learn them for himself. Until now, Char's repertoire had been limited: the Pruning Spell, the Loosening Spell, and the Glowing Charm. None of them were suited for combat. The arrival of the Hanging Bell and Shadowless spell would finally give him some magical firepower, a deterrent, if nothing else. Even though Char preferred a quiet life of tending magical plants, having a way to defend himself was essential. He took a deep breath, steadying his excitement, and focused first on the Hanging Golden Bell Curse. This spell, which lifted its target upside down and kept them suspended unless released by the counterspell, was clearly inspired by some mischievous prank. Snape's youthful sense of humor, it seemed, had found its way into magical invention. But as Char read Snape's notes, his surprise grew. The spell was far more advanced than he'd imagined. It could be cast silently and even without a wand, if the caster's magical perception and strength were sufficient. The full incantation, Levi Corpus, unleashed the spell's maximum power, but in a pinch, a simple gesture could trigger a weaker version. Char recalled Harry's first use of the spell in the original story, hanging Ron upside down with just a flick of his wrist. That kind of casual mastery was rare. Most wizards couldn't manage a wandless, silent spell at all. If it were just a prank spell, any older student could probably invent something similar, Char mused. But to make it silent and wandless, that's something else entirely. Snape's talent was undeniable. Eager to try it out, Char pointed his wand at a classroom desk. Levi Corpus, he intoned, making a sharp upward motion. Magic surged from his wand, and the desk jerked upward, flipping upside down and hanging from the ceiling. Char watched, fascinated, as the desk remained suspended, defying gravity. Even after 10 minutes, it showed no sign of falling. Magic really is a cheat in this world, Char thought, amused. A Muggle physicist would have a heart attack if he saw this. With a flick of his wand and a muttered Levi Corpus, he released the spell. The desk righted itself and landed with a thud. Char then tried casting the spell silently, without speaking the incantation. The desk lifted again, but not as high, just a few feet off the ground. The effect was weaker, but still impressive. If my magic were as strong as Harry's, he mused, I could probably do a lot more. Still, he was pleased. The spell's versatility and reliability made it a valuable addition to his arsenal. On his system panel, the words, Levi Corpus Curse, Black Iron Level, appeared. Char smiled. As he practiced and improved, the spell's power would only grow. He turned his attention to the Sectum Sempra Curse. Unlike the Levi Corpus, this was no prank, it was a true combat spell, bordering on dark magic. In the original story, its destructive power was second only to the unforgivable curses. But what made it especially appealing was its low requirement for negative emotion. Harry had nearly killed Malfoy the first time he used it, without truly intending harm. Char's heart pounded as he prepared to cast it. He concentrated, moving his wand in a sharp, slashing motion. Sectum Sempra, he whispered. He felt a strange, sharp magic gather within him, flowing into his wand. But nothing happened. The spell fizzled out. Char frowned and tried again, certain his pronunciation and gestures were correct. Still, the spell refused to manifest. After several attempts, Char realized the problem: his magical power was simply too weak. Even with perfect technique, he couldn't reach the threshold needed to trigger the Sectum Sempra curse. The gap between his abilities and those of a prodigy like Harry was stark. But Char wasn't discouraged. He checked his system panel. The half-formed words, Sectum Sempra Curse, Black Iron Level, appeared, indicating that while he had learned the spell, he couldn't yet use it in practice. That was fine, he could continue to improve his understanding and technique. There's still time, he told himself. The Sprout family greenhouse was filled with marigolds, all maturing steadily. In another 2 months, by Christmas, they would be ready to harvest. With the rewards from those plants, his magical power would surge. The gold level, or even higher, was within reach. He practiced the Sectum Sempra curse a few more times, feeling the sharp, dangerous magic each time. It was worlds apart from the gentle, nurturing magic of the pruning spell. The difference was stark, and it made Char appreciate the complexity and variety of magical energy. As he prepared to leave the classroom, a sudden thought struck him. The Levi Corpus curse had been inspired by prank spells, but the Sectum Sempra. Had Snape drawn on his mastery of cutting spells like the pruning charm? The system's rating for his pruning spell had jumped noticeably after just a few attempts with the Sectum Sempra curse. Amid the silver glow, a hint of gold was now visible. Char's heart lifted. The two spells were connected, and practicing one would strengthen the other. With this realization, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. His path was clear: keep practicing, keep growing. By the time the marigolds were ready, he would be strong enough to wield the Sectum Sempra curse with confidence. With a final glance at the classroom, Char stepped out into the corridor, his mind already racing ahead to the next challenge. The world of magic was vast and unpredictable, but with hard work and patience, he knew he could carve out his own place within it. Chapter 73. When Char noticed the golden light shimmering on the words "pruning spell" on his system panel, a strange, satisfied look crossed his face. For weeks, he had practiced the pruning spell every day in the abandoned broom warehouse. Recently, the silver glow on the panel had grown brighter, and the success rate of his cuttings, especially for glow mushrooms, had climbed to nearly 10%. Yet, despite his efforts, progress had slowed. The silver glow intensified, but the leap to gold level seemed out of reach. Now, after only a few sessions practicing the shadowless spell, a ray of gold had appeared. The breakthrough was at hand. Char's heart swelled with excitement. It seems the shadowless spell really does have roots in the pruning spell, he thought. Practicing it is giving my pruning spell a huge boost. What had once seemed like a month's worth of work was now just a matter of days. Soon, the success rate of his cuttings would rise even higher, and that would mean more rewards from his magical plants. The disappointment of not being able to use the shadowless spell yet melted away. Char threw himself into practice, spending every spare moment honing his technique. Meanwhile, the castle buzzed with the excitement of Halloween. Everywhere, pumpkins grinned from lanterns, and the great hall was transformed with colorful decorations reflecting each house's spirit: golden lions, blue eagles, green snakes, and khaki badgers. Students chattered about costumes, some wanted to be vampires, others werewolf, and Hannah Abbott even tried to charm herself real bunny ears. Even the ghosts joined in the anticipation, floating through the halls with uncharacteristic cheer. In this festive atmosphere, Quidditch training was suspended, giving everyone time to prepare for the grand dinner. Laughter and chatter echoed through the corridors, but not everyone felt included. Char was one of those on the outside, though not by choice. He simply didn't have time for costumes or parties. His days were packed: classes, plant care, spell practice, and now the shadowless spell. He barely had a moment to breathe, let alone join in the fun. Besides, knowing that Quirrell would cause trouble on Halloween night, he thought it best to keep a low profile. He didn't even plan to attend the dinner, not when he was so close to a breakthrough. Hermione Granger, too, felt out of place. Like in the original story, she was excluded by her housemates. Every morning, she would come to the potions classroom early, where Char was always working, and pour out her frustrations. Just talking seemed to help her get through the day. On the morning of Halloween, the castle smelled of roasted pumpkin and cinnamon. Hermione skipped breakfast and went straight to find Char. "I thought I was prepared," she sighed, slumping onto a table. But when it actually happened, I still couldn't believe it. Last night, everyone in Gryffindor was up late, planning their costumes. No one asked me anything. I tried to join in, but no one listened. I think I'm really isolated. Except for Neville, I don't have a single friend in Gryffindor. Char listened quietly. He knew Hermione didn't need advice, just someone to listen. After she finished, she looked a little lighter. "It's okay. I'll enjoy Halloween on my own," she said, forcing a smile. "I'm going to dress up as Jalifa, a famous witch scholar from the 16th century. If you see me at the party, remember to applaud. I'd be sad if no one recognized me." She stood up, ready to leave for Charm's class. "I'm looking forward to today. We're finally starting new spells, the levitation charm. I already know it, but maybe I can win points for Gryffindor." As Hermione turned to go, Char suddenly remembered something from the original story. In Charm's class, Hermione would try to help Ron, only to be insulted. She'd end up crying in the girls' bathroom, where she'd be found by the troll. That was how the friendship between Harry, Ron, and Hermione began. Char couldn't let that happen. Hufflepuff owed Hermione a debt for her help with the luminescent charm. He had to keep her safe. Hermione, he called after her. Try to hold back in Charm's class today. Don't correct anyone. Just for today, okay? Hermione raised an eyebrow. Do I really need to be told? I've learned my lesson. No matter how badly someone casts a spell, I won't say a word. Really? She hesitated, then added, by the way, Char, I've noticed something. There's a sharp magic around you lately. Are you practicing a cutting spell, like the pruning charm? I've been meaning to tell you, your wand is made of ash, which is very stable. For cutting spells, you need to flick your wrist a little faster than the standard gesture. She smiled, relieved. There, I said it. That's my last piece of advice for today. I promise I'll hold back. Char watched her go, a wry smile on his face. Could Hermione really resist the urge to correct others? He doubted it. He called after her, if something upsetting happens, come to the Hufflepuff common room. The slogan for today is, save room for a good meal. Hermione turned and gave him a thumbs up before disappearing down the hall. Char sighed and looked at his ash wand. He'd never considered how the wand's properties might affect his spells. He tried the shadowless spell again, this time flicking his wrist a little faster. Sectum Sempra. The magic felt sharper, more powerful. And on his system panel, the golden glow on the words pruning spell suddenly blazed, covering everything. Pruning spell, gold level, promoted. Char smiled. The breakthrough had come at last. Now, with the gold level pruning spell, he was ready for whatever lay ahead. And as for Hermione, he'd keep an eye out, just in case. After all, he owed her that much. Chapter 74. The pruning spell had just been promoted to gold level. This was now Char's second gold level spell, a milestone that filled him with a quiet pride. The magic effect of using the shadowless spell to enhance the pruning spell was remarkable. Char even wondered if, at this rate, the pruning charm might reach platinum level almost as soon as the luminescent charm. Ironically, the first spell he ever learned, the soil loosening charm, was now lagging behind. It was still some distance from gold level. I'll have to pay more attention to the loosening spell next time, Char thought as he walked. After all, it's crucial for planting guardian tree seeds. Only at gold level will it stop being a bottleneck for the next stage. He let those thoughts drift away and focused on the newly upgraded pruning spell. It just so happens I don't have classes this morning. Perfect time to see if the pruning spell has any new qualitative changes. With that, Char made his way through the castle corridors toward the greenhouse. Along the way, he passed students with dark circles under their eyes. Clearly, the excitement of Halloween had kept many up late. Even Cedric, a third year who'd seen several Halloweens at Hogwarts, looked sleepy as he chatted with friends about the upcoming feast. I heard the kitchens have created special Halloween-themed dishes, Cedric was saying. I bet they're amazing. And you'll never guess what I'm wearing tonight. Spotting Char, Cedric waved him over. Char, no classes for first years this morning. Where are you off to? Char smiled, I'm going to check on the greenhouse. After a few friendly words, Char continued on his way. Cedric watched him go, admiration in his eyes. He's really going to the greenhouse at a time like this. He works so hard. Char, for his part, didn't think much of it. In his previous life, working overtime before a holiday was nothing unusual. If anything, these little wizards are too well protected, he thought with a wry smile. If they'd ever experienced a holiday schedule adjustment, they wouldn't make such a fuss. Soon, he arrived at the greenhouse. Even here, pumpkins and bats adorned the space for Halloween. The place was empty, making it the perfect time to test his upgraded pruning spell. Arborsichus. Char intoned. A sharp surge of magic shot from his wand, leaving a deep mark on a thick tree trunk. Milky, viscous liquid immediately oozed from the cut and dripped into a special container below. Char's eyes lit up with satisfaction. This was a Cara tree, cultivated by Professor Sprout for the Halloween feast. The plant constantly produced a sticky, milk-like liquid from its stems, a key ingredient in many wizarding desserts. If too much of the liquid built up, it would hinder the tree's growth, so the Cara tree needed to be scored with a pruning spell every day. But the Cara tree's trunk was notoriously tough. Char had tried before, even with a silver-level pruning spell, he could only scratch the bark, needing 5 or 6 attempts to get the liquid flowing. Now, with the gold-level pruning spell, one stroke was as effective as dozens before. Feeling the improvement, Char was deeply satisfied. Most of the magical plants he'd grown so far, goldfish spider plants, fluorescent mushrooms, were small or soft. But the more powerful magical plants tended to be trees, often with strong magic resistance. Without a high-level pruning spell, just maintaining them would be a nightmare. He continued experimenting, and his satisfaction only grew. The success rate of cuttings has also increased, he noted. With silver level, I barely reached 10% for successful transplants. Now, just after the promotion, I'm already at almost 12%. That means more rewards in the long run. But then Char frowned. Was it just his imagination, or had the pruning spell gained some mysterious new effect thanks to all the practice with the Divine Edge Shadowless spell? He was happy with the spell's performance, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something extra was hidden beneath the surface. He spent the rest of the morning in the greenhouse, repeating the pruning spell, trying to tease out this special effect. But by evening, he still hadn't figured it out. Maybe the effect is too subtle, he thought, glancing at the darkening sky. Or maybe the trigger conditions are just too strict. No matter, if it's real, I'll discover it eventually. No need to rush. With that, Char left the greenhouse and returned to the castle. His first stop was to check on Hermione. He found Hannah Abbott, sporting a pair of enchanted rabbit ears, who was still indignant about the morning's events. Ron Weasley is just awful. Hermione was only trying to help him, and he said those things behind her back. She's been crying in the girls' room all morning and wouldn't let anyone comfort her. It wasn't until noon that she came to our Hufflepuff common room, and she's still crying there. Char breathed a sigh of relief. Hermione was in the Hufflepuff common room, not the girls' bathroom. According to the original story, that meant she wouldn't run into the troll tonight. That was enough, he and the others had repaid Hermione's favor. As for the troll incident, Char had no intention of getting involved. With Dumbledore and the professors around, what could possibly go wrong? Let Harry and Ron have their adventure, he was just a boy who liked to plant trees. Adventure was for someone else. Content, Char returned to the common room and settled into a cozy sofa. Not far away, Hermione was curled up by the fire, still sniffling from time to time. As night fell, the other students donned their costumes and headed to the Halloween party, leaving only Char and Hermione in the lounge. Suddenly, Hermione looked up and managed a grateful smile. "Thank you for staying with me, Char. I'm much better now. Why don't you go to the Halloween dinner? It's already started, you'll miss all the fun. Once I'm done packing, I'll be there soon." Char shook his head, about to reply, when a commotion erupted in the corridor. Students came running in, pale and panicked. Char knew immediately what had happened. Just like in the original novel, Quirrell had unleashed a troll in the castle to distract the professors from the Philosopher's Stone. But this time, Hermione hadn't been lured into danger. The famous iron triangle of Harry, Ron, and Hermione might take longer to form than in the original story. As Char listened, the younger students began to chatter nervously about the troll. "I heard the Weasley twins say trolls grind people up and eat them. They like to eat little kids best. They can use stealth spells and sneak into the common room." Hermione shook her head, exasperated. No, don't believe Fred and George, they're always making things up. Trolls are dangerous, but not as evil as they say. They eat anything, but only a few eat people. And they don't have magical abilities, their danger is their strength and magic resistance. But don't worry, there's something in the castle that attracts trolls. They'll be looking for that, not for us. The kids stared at her, wide-eyed. What is it? Hermione's scholarly instincts kicked in. You'll never guess, it's the goldfish spider plant. It's the raw ingredient for memory potion. Trolls are stupid, but they seem to know the plant is good for them. The mature goldfish spider plant has a fatal attraction for trolls. I remember the castle's plants are about to mature, so the troll will go straight for them. It won't hurt anyone. The kids sighed in relief. But on the sofa, Char suddenly froze. He hadn't seen that twist coming. Chapter 75. After Hermione's calm explanation, the little badgers in the common room finally breathed a collective sigh of relief. "Really, both Weasley twins are such big liars," one muttered. "They're always trying to scare us, even now. Thank goodness Hermione told us the truth. Does that mean we're safe now?" The badgers, still a bit shaken, settled back down, comforted by Hermione's logic and knowledge. Only Char reacted differently. It was as if he'd been wound up on a spring. He shot up from the sofa, his face suddenly tense. Without a word, he snatched up his wand and grabbed his Quidditch bat, striding purposefully toward the common room exit. Hermione and the other badgers stared after him in shock. Char. There's a giant monster out there, it's dangerous. Hermione called. What are you doing? Char gritted his teeth, his mind racing. He truly hated getting involved in trouble, he'd always preferred to avoid unnecessary risks. But there was one thing he couldn't tolerate, the threat to his precious magical plants. My dish, he muttered under his breath. Without another word, Char disappeared from sight, determination burning in his eyes. His thoughts whirled as he ran. He remembered that, in the original story, Quirrell had burst into the Great Hall, screaming that a troll was in the dungeons. But in reality, Quirrell was misleading everyone. He wanted to buy time to reach the Philosopher's Stone. The actual troll incident happened on the first floor, near the girls' bathroom. Char's heart pounded. The first floor staircase was confusing, and nearly half of this batch of goldfish spider plants was growing there. If the troll got to them. Just imagining the loss made Char's grip tighten on his bat, the wood creaking under the pressure. The floor tiles beneath his feet cracked as he sprinted, moving like a tank toward the first floor. The closer he got, the stronger the foul stench in the air, like a dozen filthy public toilets left to fester in the summer heat. Muddy, oversized footprints led straight to the staircase where Char's goldfish spider plants grew. He ran faster. When he arrived, the scene before him was like something out of a nightmare, a hulking, 12-foot-tall troll, its skin gray and rough as granite, clutching a massive wooden club in one hand. In the other, it held a pot containing a fully mature, orange-leafed goldfish spider plant. Char's heart twisted. He drew a deep breath and shouted, "Let go." But the troll, of course, didn't understand a word. Worse, the goldfish spider plant's magical scent was irresistible to it. With a single gulp, the troll swallowed the entire flower pot, soil, plant, and all. It even smacked its lips, unimpressed, and reached for another pot, this one with a few green leaves left. Char's eyes widened in horror. Nearly a third of his goldfish spider plants on the first floor had already vanished. He could imagine all too well where they'd gone. For a moment, Char's world collapsed. He gripped his bat so hard that veins bulged on his arms. "I'm just a little badger who doesn't bother anyone," he muttered. "I just want to grow some vegetables. Why are you hurting my goldfish spider plant?" His mind flashed back to his previous life, to the time a neighbor had picked fruit from his experimental field. "Young man, why are the oranges so sour? This isn't working. Listen to Auntie, plant tangerines. Why are you so angry? I'll give you $5 a pound as compensation. You've made a profit, young man." The memory only fueled his fury. In that instant, something clicked inside him. He finally understood what had changed in his pruning spell after its promotion to gold level, influenced by the Divine Edge spell. Driven by anger, Char raised his wand and roared, "Arborsichus." Invisible magic shot out. Cracks appeared on the troll's thick wooden club, which began to shake and splinter. From the cracks, clusters of thorns erupted, spreading up toward the troll's hand. The troll yelped as the thorns pricked its palm. Its skin was tough, but not invulnerable. Startled, it dropped the club with a heavy thud. Char's eyes narrowed. At last, he understood the mysterious new property of his gold-level pruning spell. When fueled by anger, it could cause thorns to grow from pruned objects, turning them into weapons. He should have felt triumphant, but all he could see were the missing pots of goldfish spider plants. He kept casting, his voice tight with emotion. "Arborsichus. Arborsichus." Waves of magic burst forth, slicing the troll's club into pieces. Each fragment sprouted thorns, tangling around the troll's feet and making it stumble backward in confusion. As the troll staggered, distracted by the thorns, Char charged. He swung his bat, now pulsing with legendary power, at the troll's thick leg. The troll, thinking little of the small wizard, barely reacted. But the impact was like being hit by a truck. The troll's leg buckled, and it crashed to the ground. Char didn't stop. He gritted his teeth and rained blow after blow on the troll. "I'll let you eat. I'll let you eat. You can do anything, but why eat my food?" The bat was a blur, each swing fueled by outrage and heartbreak. The troll, overwhelmed, curled up on the floor, covering its head, its little mind finally learning a lesson. Little wizard, eat some vegetables, violent, horrible. At that moment, a rush of footsteps thundered down the stairs. Professor Sprout, pale and frantic, was the first to arrive. "Char," she cried, her voice trembling with fear and relief. She rushed over and enveloped him in a tight hug. "Child. Merlin, I'm so glad you're okay. Let me see if you're hurt. Poor child, you must be frightened. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. The troll will never hurt you again." Behind her, Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Snape, and others arrived, stopping in their tracks at the sight before them. The troll was battered and bruised, tears streaming from its small eyes, looking at the professors as if they were its last hope. Professor Flitwick cleared his throat. "Pomona, I think Char is just fine." Snape, after a moment of silence, nodded. "It seems the giant monster is the one in trouble. I may not be an expert in medical magic, but even I can see it has several broken bones." Just then, the pot of goldfish spider plant the troll had been clutching rolled from its hand, drawing everyone's attention. The professors tensed. "Careful," Professor McGonagall warned. "The goldfish spider plant has a fatal attraction for trolls. Be careful, or it might attack again." But the troll, seeing the plant, whimpered and shrank away, mumbling, "No," being beaten. The professors exchanged glances, realization dawning. They eyed Char's blood-stained bat and the shattered floor tiles, then quietly took a few steps back. At that moment, Char noticed something odd. The pot of goldfish spider plant, which had still had green leaves earlier, now had leaves that had turned completely red after being squeezed by the troll. He stared at it, surprise and curiosity flickering in his eyes. What had just happened to his magical plant? Chapter 76. The scene of the goldfish spider plant maturing in mere moments passed unnoticed by everyone except Char. The professors were still focused on Char and the troll, with Professor Sprout lingering in shock, her worry for Char not yet faded. But Char's sharp eyes caught the transformation. His mind raced back to the key nutrient for goldfish spider plant growth, forgetfulness. He remembered well, without enough forgetting, the growth rate of goldfish spider plants was painfully slow. That was why he'd never been able to increase his planting volume much. There were only so many little wizards at Hogwarts, and not that many were forgetful enough to provide the necessary magical nutrient. Even if Char had wanted to plant more, he simply couldn't. But now, after seeing the goldfish spider plant mature rapidly after contact with the troll, a new idea blazed to life in his mind. Could it be that the troll's forgetfulness also works on the goldfish spider plant? Char wondered. Given how forgetful trolls are, the amount of forgetting they can provide must be enormous. A single troll could supply more than all the forgetfulness Hogwarts students generate in a year. He felt a surge of excitement. If I could use trolls to cultivate goldfish spider plants, the yield could be doubled, maybe even more. The anger he'd felt toward the troll for eating his plants faded a little. If this method worked, well, after eating so many pots, that troll had better come back and do some work. But at that moment, the professors began moving the troll out of the castle. "That's something Hagrid will have to deal with," someone said. "How did it even get in here?" Professor Sprout, still anxious, insisted that Char go to the infirmary for a checkup. The only child of the Sprout family must be safe, she insisted. Char had no choice but to put his idea on hold for now. "I'll wait until things calm down, then find a chance to test it," he told himself. He was escorted to the infirmary by Professor Sprout. Even Madame Pomfrey, after a thorough check, declared, "Char's fine. I think he could even take on another troll and win." But Professor Sprout insisted he stay overnight, just to be sure. Char could only sigh and accept a short break, surrounded by the scent of disinfectant. At least he managed to ask Professor Sprout for a favor. "Can you bring me all the goldfish spider plants I grew? I feel uneasy if I can't see them." Meanwhile, the castle's little wizards were abuzz with excitement. The story of Char's battle with the troll was spreading like wildfire. When the troll incident began, Harry and Ron had rushed to look for Hermione, thinking she was still crying in the girls' bathroom. Instead, they arrived just in time to see Char beating the troll senseless. Merlin, it was brutal, they told anyone who would listen. The troll was like a baby in front of Char, he beat it to tears. All night, the students whispered and gossiped about Char's feat. He became the talk of the castle. Elsewhere, on the first floor where Char had fought the troll, two figures paused to examine the aftermath. Dumbledore's eyes widened in surprise. "Char Sprout. I'm sure the Sprout family has no giant blood." Where does this brute force come from? His gaze lingered on the thorny marks left by the pruning spell. He's good with the pruning spell. But there's a faint trace of dark magic here. It's a bit like the Shadowless Curse. He turned to Snape. Severus, what do you think? Snape snorted. Maybe some ancestor had giant blood that just surfaced in this generation. It's not uncommon in pure blood families. Didn't the Malfoys have Vela blood mixed in? He paused, then continued, as for the Divine Edge Shadowless Curse, why can't I recognize its shadow here? And when did it become so weak? He shot Dumbledore an annoyed look. Dumbledore, will your paranoia ever end? Char's talent is obvious to all. Magic perception can be trained, but magical strength is innate. He'll never be a powerhouse. If you're worried about a spell like this causing trouble, you'd have to throw every wizard in Azkaban. Dumbledore was momentarily stunned, then smiled wryly. Snape was right. With Char's gentle nature and modest talent, there was no need to worry about him going astray. Even the kindest badger could get angry when pushed too far. Better to focus on training the savior and uncovering the mastermind behind the incident. With that, Dumbledore left. Snape lingered, gazing at the marks left by the pruning spell, a hint of satisfaction on his face. So, Char found the Half-Blood Prince's textbook and learned the Divine Edge Shadowless spell, he mused. At least he has some vision. I'll give him some secret guidance. I wonder what he'll think when he learns I'm a Half-Blood Prince. A faint smile curled Snape's lips as he turned and left. Long after the professors had gone, Quirrell, swathed in his trademark scarf, crept from the shadows. His eyes glinted with surprise. The Sprout Kid. I thought he was useless, but maybe there's giant blood in there. Maybe we can use him to get past the three-headed dog. Not now, Dumbledore will be on high alert. But with such poor talent, if I hint that the dog is guarding something that could boost his magic, he'll jump right in. Quirrell vanished into the night, plotting. Char, oblivious to all the intrigue, focused on the goldfish spider plants Professor Sprout had placed by his bed. Many had been eaten by the troll, but nearly 30 pots remained, all mature. Heavy orbs of reward light floated above them. Char's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Will this wave of rewards be enough to push my magic perception enhancement to gold level? He reached out, and one by one, the glowing orbs rushed into him, filling him with new hope for the days ahead. Chapter 77. As the reward light balls flowed into Char's body, a familiar surge of energy washed over him. On the system panel before him, a new line of prompts appeared, refreshing with every pulse of magic. You cultivate the goldfish spider plant to maturity. You get a reward, a slight increase in magic perception, black iron level. That familiar tingling sensation returned, magic threading through Char's veins, responding to his will. Yet this time, the feeling was far less intense than before. Char realized why. His magical perception had grown so much that these small increases felt like drops in a much larger pool. It was like filling a wash basin with water versus filling a giant tank, the same amount made much less of a splash. And, of course, the number of reward light balls was much lower this time, since the troll had eaten so many of his goldfish spider plants. The improvement in magic perception enhancement was naturally less dramatic, and the feeling faded quickly. Char wasn't surprised, but as he looked at the system panel, a trace of regret flickered in his eyes. The silver luster on magic perception improved was richer and brighter than ever, but there wasn't even a hint of gold. He was still some distance from the next breakthrough. It seems I overestimated the effect of the black iron level rewards, Char thought. Even if the troll hadn't destroyed nearly a third of my plants, the rewards from this harvest still wouldn't have pushed my magic perception enhancement to gold. He shook his head, a wry smile on his lips. Still, it's not bad. One more harvest and I should be able to get promoted. But as my magical perception grows, I'll need more and more goldfish spider plants for each improvement. Production is still too low. I need to find a way to increase it. His mind drifted back to the scene of the goldfish spider plant maturing rapidly after contact with the troll. His eyes narrowed in thought. He'd have to try that experiment, just as soon as the excitement over the troll incident died down. Until then, it was best not to attract Dumbledore's suspicion. With nothing else to do, and unable to sleep, Char decided to make the most of his quiet night in the infirmary. Might as well read something interesting, he mused, pulling out a book titled Succubus Queen and Dragon Maid. The flashy cover was just a disguise. Inside, it was actually Advanced Potion Making, signed by the Half-Blood Prince. Char turned the pages carefully, reading every word. When he'd first acquired the Half-Blood Prince textbook, his attention had been on the Inverted Bell spell and the Divine Sword Shadowless spell. But the book was several hundred pages long, every page filled with notes. The two famous spells were just a tiny part of the treasure within. Now, with time on his hands, Char began to study the rest of the content. The densely packed small print was daunting. At first, he couldn't understand much at all. Verum, sine mendatio, certum et verissimum. Quod est inferius est sicut quod est superius. The notes jumped from Latin to ancient Egyptian, to runes and other languages. Char felt like an illiterate child, struggling to make sense of it. Just as he was about to give up, he spotted some familiar English. The harmony of the magic power of the potion is very similar to what is said in the Emerald Record. Below is as above, and above is as below. Thus the miracle of Tai is accomplished. The source of all perfection in the world is here. The Hermetic collection of secret meanings provides an equally brilliant but different interpretation of this. Char let out a soft hiss. Even in English, the notes were cryptic, full of classical references and philosophical musing. If he didn't know this was Snape's own textbook, he might have dismissed it as the ramblings of a pretentious schoolboy. But this was the genius who, as the original work confirmed, had mastered more magic than most seventh years before even finishing school. Snape must have been in 5th or 6th year when he wrote these notes. By then, his knowledge of spells and potions was already far beyond the curriculum. These pages were the summary of a mature magical system. The Inverted Golden Bell spell and the Divine Sword Shadowless spell were just two products of that system. The real treasure was the knowledge itself. Char's heart pounded. If he could master these principles, he might one day create new spells of his own. Realistically, though, he knew he didn't have the background yet to fully understand Snape's notes. Maybe he should put the book aside for now, or better yet, ask Hermione for help. As he flipped to the next page, he found the detailed process of Snape creating his first spell, the Fuchsia Curse. The spell itself took only a page to explain, but the creation process filled dozens. Even for a genius like Snape, inventing a spell was no simple feat. The notes broke down and analyzed existing spells: glowing charm, loosening charm, pruning charm, even the levitation spell Char would soon learn, extracting their essence to use as building blocks for something new. Char felt as if he were standing before a treasure vault, able to pick up gold with every handful. He realized that, compared to Snape's achievements, his own gold-level luminescence charm and pruning charm, and silver-level soil loosening charm, were just the beginning. Even Hermione's spell work likely didn't compare. Every word in Snape's note seemed to pulse with magic, drawing Char in. He read and reread, losing track of time. The night passed in a blink. A cough startled him from his trance. Madame Pomfrey stood by his bed, eyeing the book, Succubus Queen and Dragon Maid, with a bemused expression. Ahem. Char, it's understandable for young people to get curious. But staying up all night reading this sort of book isn't good for your health. Char blinked, then quickly closed the book and stammered a goodbye before hurrying out of the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey watched him go, shaking her head with a smile. That boy. The Sprout family might have a lot of branches and leaves in the future. If Pomona knew, she'd probably start matchmaking before he even graduates. Ah, love. Her voice softened, a hint of wistfulness in her tone. A child that young already has hope of falling in love. What about me? Why did I ever choose medicine? Meanwhile, Char hurried away, his heart pounding. He glanced at his system panel, and what he saw made his breath catch. The silver light shimmered like waves, the gold gleamed like rain, and now, for the first time, a brilliant platinum shine sparkled before his eyes. Chapter 78. Hiss. Char stared at his system panel and couldn't help but gasp in amazement. The improvement he saw was nothing short of astonishing. The soil loosening spell, which had previously seemed so far from gold level, was now blazing with golden light. The brilliance almost swallowed the words entirely, just a little more, and the soil loosening spell would reach gold level. If Char had been left to practice on his own, he suspected it would have taken him nearly a month to achieve this. And that was just the beginning. The changes in the luminescent spell were even more remarkable. For a while, his fluorescent spell had been steadily progressing at gold level. Now, amid the dazzling golden light, he could see the faintest trace of platinum. He realized, with a thrill, that he was on the verge of being promoted to platinum level. Although the effort required for this last step might be greater than all his previous work combined, the speed of his progress was far beyond his expectations. If this keeps up, Char thought, the next time I harvest glow mushrooms, the luminescent spell will definitely reach platinum level. It'll be the first spell in my arsenal to do so. He noticed, too, that a faint platinum light had appeared on the pruning spell. Unfortunately, he hadn't yet found a magical plant that could provide rewards for deepening his understanding of the pruning spell, so its advancement was slower than the luminescent spell. Still, with the accelerator effect of the Divine Sword Shadowless spell, his progress was much faster than with any other spell. Speaking of the Divine Sword Shadowless curse, Char's magic still wasn't strong enough to actually use this black magic in practice. But on his system panel, he saw that the Divine Sharpness spell, once rated at Black Iron grade, had quietly become the half-real, half-virtual, Divine Sword Shadowless spell, bronze level. Even more dramatic were the changes to the upside-down bell spell. Perhaps it was because Char had read so much about the analysis and creation of the inverted bell curse that his mastery of the hanging golden bell curse had soared overnight from black iron to silver level. And, since the inverted bell spell was closely practiced with the floating spell, he now had a brand new, floating spell, bronze level, as well. Char looked at his system panel, which was almost unrecognizable from before, and felt a surge of emotion that words could hardly describe. If I'd tried to do all this on my own, he mused, I'd have had to practice hard for at least 2 months. But now, after absorbing some of Snape's magical insights from his notes, I've made such a leap forward. If I could thoroughly study all of Snape's notes, maybe 10 years would be an exaggeration, but it would save me at least 5. He smiled, a hint of envy in his expression, recalling the awe he'd always felt for academic giants in his previous life. There's a saying, the greatest significance of the lifelong achievements of mediocre scholars may be to save an afternoon for some future genius. On the other hand, what a genius can achieve in an afternoon may be something an ordinary person cannot accomplish in a lifetime. Char realized this was just as true in the wizarding world as it was in his old one. But he didn't mind not being a genius himself. Just having Snape's notes to guide him and help him avoid detours was a gift. He felt no jealousy or dissatisfaction, only gratitude and excitement. He tucked the Half-Blood Prince's textbook safely away and headed for Charm's class. There were still some things he hadn't fully understood from the Half-Blood Prince's notes. On his system panel, many spell ratings had been upgraded, their light bright and dazzling. Yet, if he looked closely, the light still seemed a bit unreal and hazy. From experience, Char knew this meant his attainments had improved, but his foundation wasn't yet solid. It wasn't a big problem, though. With a little consolidation and a deeper understanding, that haziness would naturally disappear. And what better way to solidify his knowledge than to consult a master of spells? The Hogwarts teaching staff really is extraordinary, Char thought. If only professors could freely share all they know, instead of having to pace themselves for every student. Voldemort was a good example, he got everything out of Professor Slughorn about making multiple Horcruxes. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. He couldn't wait to see Professor Flitwick and ask his questions in class. But as Char made his way through the corridor, he suddenly sensed something was off. Every student he passed, regardless of year, looked at him with strange expressions. Some gazed at him with a mix of fear and curiosity, as if he were some kind of exotic creature. Char frowned, puzzled. Just then, he encountered the first-year Hufflepuffs, their faces flushed with anger. Hannah Abbott, who dressed as a bunny the day before, now looked as if she might bite someone. Yet when they saw Char, the little badgers tried to act nonchalant, though Char saw through it in an instant. What happened? Char asked, genuinely confused and curious. He figured the giant monster incident from yesterday couldn't be kept secret, but why was everyone looking at him so strangely, as if worried he might eat them alive? The little badgers exchanged uneasy glances. After a moment, Hannah spoke up, her voice gentle but serious. Char, I just want you to know, don't be angry or sad. They're just making up rumors. Even if it was true, we wouldn't care. You'll always be our good friend. Char's confusion only deepened. Finally, Hannah explained, there's a rumor. I don't know where it started. They say you're a giant hybrid. The realization dawned on Char. No wonder so many students looked at him like he was a rare beast. Some seemed to think he was half-giant. He knew, of course, that half-giants weren't welcome in the wizarding world. Rumors, discrimination, and prejudice followed them everywhere. Just look at how Hagrid had been treated, blamed for Myrtle's death and expelled from Hogwarts, something that would never have happened to a pureblood or even a Muggle-born. Even Madame Maxime, headmistress of Beauxbatons, had been reluctant to admit her own half-giant heritage. Char understood why people stared. But as for the source of the rumor, He didn't need to think twice. With a small wave of his hand, Malfoy, who was snickering with Crabbe and Goyle nearby, was suddenly yanked forward by an invisible force and landed flat on his face. Char walked over, looking down at Malfoy. "Let's talk," he said coolly. "You're the one spreading the rumor that I'm a half-giant, aren't you?" Malfoy, still dazed, blurted out, "How did you know that?" Char scoffed. Of course, no one knows a son better than his father. Chapter 79. Char had just finished speaking, and for a moment, everyone around him was stunned into silence. Then, Malfoy's face turned a deep shade of red, his anger boiling over. His head buzzed with humiliation, and the glare he shot at Char was so intense it looked as if he wanted to bite him. "You! How dare you?" Malfoy sputtered. Char just sneered, his tone cool and dismissive. "You dare to make up stories about the Sprout family's bloodline. Why should I be afraid?" Malfoy gritted his teeth, but before he could spit out another insult, the other kids finally caught on to Char's meaning. Laughter erupted among them, echoing down the corridor. Crabbe and Goyle, who had been standing dumbly by Malfoy's side, suddenly seemed to get the joke too. They doubled over, laughing so hard they nearly fell over. "Malfoy, Char means he's your dad." Crabbe howled, and the sound of their laughter carried far down the hallway, drawing curious glances from passing students. Malfoy's humiliation only deepened. He glared at Crabbe and Goyle. "Don't talk. You're not allowed to laugh either." But even they couldn't suppress their giggles, their faces flushed with mirth. Just as Malfoy was about to pull out his wand in frustration, Professor Flitwick's voice rang out, cutting through the commotion. "Class is about to start. What are you all doing here?" The arrival of Professor Flitwick put an end to the brewing conflict, and the crowd quickly dispersed. Malfoy, still burning with embarrassment, shot Char a venomous look and muttered under his breath, "Slytherin and Hufflepuff are having charms class together today. Just wait. I've already checked, giant blood gives brute strength, but half-giants can't learn the levitation spell. I'll be watching you. No matter how hard you try to hide it, you'll be exposed soon. Then you'll be kicked out of Hogwarts. Oh, and maybe you can join the half-giant in the hunting grounds to keep each other warm." With that, Malfoy strode into the classroom, trying to regain some dignity. Char just blinked, genuinely puzzled. "A levitation spell? I learned it from the Half-Blood Prince's textbook last night. My proficiency is already at bronze level." He shrugged. There's no point trying to understand Malfoy's logic. If I did, I'd be stooping to his level. He let the little farce go, focusing instead on the upcoming lesson. After all, arguing with a self-important brat like Malfoy would only waste his time, while attending class could actually help him grow. Soon, Char and his classmates were seated in the charms classroom as the bell rang. Professor Flitwick beamed at them. "For a long time, we've been working on the luminescent charm and some basic spells. I know you're eager to learn something new. I'm sure you've heard that before Halloween, Gryffindor students learned the levitation charm. Starting today, you'll learn how to make objects float." Excitement lit up every face in the room. The levitation spell was much cooler than the glowing spell. After all, most students' luminescent charms were barely brighter than a flashlight, but the levitation spell was pure magic, impossible to replicate by any other means. Even the sleepiest students perked up, their anticipation palpable. Professor Flitwick smiled, clearly pleased, and began his lesson. "We'll start with the history of the levitation spell, its significance, and some key events in magical history where the spell played a role. We'll also discuss the wizards who contributed to its creation and development. And at the end of class, you'll have time to practice the spell yourselves." A collective groan rippled through the class at the mention of theory first, but Professor Flitwick's engaging storytelling soon drew them in. Char felt a flicker of admiration. Flitwick had a way of weaving deep magical principles into his stories, making even the most complex ideas memorable for everyone, no matter their skill level. Char found himself reflecting on the difference between Flitwick's teaching and Snape's. If Snape were here, his lectures would be so advanced that most students would be lost, and Snape himself would likely lose his temper. As Flitwick spoke, Char mentally compared the levitation spell to the upside-down bell spell. They're fundamentally different, he realized. The inverted golden bell spell creates an upward force, pulling the object up. The levitation spell, though, makes the object lighter, almost feather-like, so it can float. An idea sparked in his mind. If I cast the levitation spell first to lighten an object, then use the upside-down bell spell, I could lift much heavier things. The height of the suspension would be incredible. And if I combine the levitation spell, the hanging golden bell, and the falling golden bell, I could suspend an enemy, then drop them at full weight. Even iron would shatter. But he quickly realized the practical limitations. To hit an enemy with both spells in succession, that's a lot to ask. Why not just use the baseball bat? It might be more effective. He smiled to himself, deciding to let the idea rest for now. There's no need to obsess over something beyond my current skill level. My real focus is on growing magical plants, not casting curses. Meanwhile, Malfoy, watching Char's thoughtful expression, felt a surge of excitement. I knew it. Char must be a half-giant, he can't understand the levitation spell. Malfoy relished the idea of finally having a chance to outshine Char. But Professor Flitwick interrupted Malfoy's daydream with a gentle flick of his wand, sending a piece of chalk to tap Malfoy's forehead. Malfoy, is the blackboard in the direction you're looking? The class erupted in laughter, and Malfoy flushed, clenching his fists in frustration. Why is everything going wrong today, he thought bitterly. Flitwick soon brought the focus back to the lesson. That's enough theory for now. But remember, although the most famous user of the levitation spell was Baruffio, who made a mistake and ended up with a wild bull on his chest, the spell was actually invented by Sir Elbier. He was inspired by a magical plant that now bears his name. It's important to remember that. He held up a transparent bottle, inside of which floated a strange little tree, suspended upside down in midair. This is the Elbier tree, the plant that inspired Sir Elbier's levitation spell. It's incredibly rare, almost extinct. I happened to acquire one on my travels, and I've kept it ever since. Professor Sprout has tried to persuade me to part with it, but I've always refused. However, today, if anyone can be the first to master the levitation spell in this class, I'll give them this precious Elbier tree. The class gasped. All eyes fixed on the floating Elbier tree, their excitement palpable. Char's breath caught in his throat as he stared at the magical plant. What kind of reward is this, he thought, his heart pounding with anticipation. Chapter 80. As Char gazed at the Elbier tree, which seemed to float serenely in its glass bottle, a line of glowing words hovered above it on his system panel. Successfully plant the Elbier tree to receive a reward, an increase in flying ability, bronze level, and a slight increase in floating spell deduction, iron level. Char's breath caught. Just by planting it, I get a bronze level reward, he thought, his eyes burning with excitement. Based on his previous experiences, Char knew this meant that when the Elbier tree matured, it would provide at least silver level rewards, on par with the Guardian Tree, Blood Jade, and mutated Piranha Algae. This would be the fourth magical plant he'd ever seen that could offer such a prize. Still, there was a tinge of regret. The main reward from the Elbier tree was improved flying ability. For Quidditch players, that was a dream come true, but for Char, it wasn't as immediately useful. Then again, he reminded himself, in the magical world, a lot of battles happened in the air. He recalled the epic airborne duel from Harry Potter's Coming of Age, where the entire fight took place above the ground. If I ever get caught in something like that, having a stronger flying ability would be a huge advantage, Char reasoned. His attention shifted to the second reward, a slight improvement in floating spell deduction. Could this help me deduce or create new spells based on the levitation spell? Char wondered. If the Elbier tree matured, maybe that reward would even reach bronze level. Would that be enough to solve the puzzle he'd been stuck on? He shook his head. Probably not. Even at bronze level, the improvement is likely to be minor. If I were a spell genius, maybe I could make a breakthrough with just a little inspiration. But I'm not. Still, seeing another magical plant with silver-level rewards is already a stroke of luck. I shouldn't be greedy. Just then, Professor Flitwick began to explain the Elbier tree's special properties, pride evident in his voice. This amazing plant is as light as a feather, he said. It doesn't take root in soil, but in the clouds, high in the sky. The higher its roots, the healthier and stronger it becomes. Sir Elbier first spotted the tree during a flying carpet accident at 1,000 meters above ground, and that's when he was inspired to create the levitation spell. Professor Flitwick smiled at his prized possession. But don't worry. I've preserved it with special magic all these years. Even though it's just a seedling, it can remain in this state for a very long time. If anyone is lucky enough to win it, you could even pass it on to your descendants. The class laughed at his joke, but Char's mind was racing. Because of Flitwick's explanation, a new line of words appeared on his system panel. Due to the special habits of the Elbier tree, the rewards currently displayed are what the Elbier tree can provide at its current height. As the height of the elbier tree increases, the reward level will gradually increase. Char's pupils shrank. For a moment, he nearly blurted out an expletive in class. It took him a while to calm down. So if I plant the elbier tree at a higher altitude, the rewards will get even better. Silver is just the baseline, gold is common, and platinum or even diamond level might be possible. This was, without a doubt, the most valuable magical plant he had ever encountered since coming to the Harry Potter world. The potential rewards from a single elbier tree were staggering. If he could propagate it, through cuttings or grafting, and create a whole forest of elbier trees. Char clenched his fists. He was determined to win this prize. He wasn't the only one. Malfoy's eyes were burning with ambition. This was a treasure worthy of a master of spells, and even Professor Sprout had tried to get it from Flitwick. Malfoy was sure that if he could win it, his father would be proud. And, of course, it would be the perfect way to get back at Char. Malfoy was brimming with confidence. He'd practiced the levitation spell the night before and managed to cast it a few times. As long as he performed well, he was sure he'd be the first in class to succeed. All around the room, students watched Professor Flitwick with eager anticipation. Flitwick, clearly pleased, finally announced, "Now, let's see who can win this elbier tree. Practice, begin." Malfoy smiled confidently, reviewing the spell's key points in his mind: clear pronunciation, a relaxed wrist, a gentle upward spiral with the wand, and a final flick. He imagined the magic lifting the object like a feather. But before he could act, Char's crisp voice rang out, "Wingardium Leviosa! Wingardium Leviosa!" Instantly, the desk in front of Char floated into the air, light as a feather. Then, with another flick, a second desk rose as well. This was the hallmark of bronze-level mastery, casting the spell on two objects in quick succession. Professor Flitwick had barely finished announcing the start of practice. The entire class stared, stunned. Malfoy froze, unable to believe what he was seeing. How did Char do that? How many times did he practice in secret? Even Professor Flitwick was momentarily speechless. Then he broke into a delighted grin. Well, that's settled. No one deserves the elbier tree more than Char. What a beautiful levitation spell. 5 points to Hufflepuff. The Hufflepuffs erupted in cheers. Hannah, Susan, and the others beamed with pride, teasing Malfoy, who said half-giants can't learn the levitation spell. Char's the best in the class. Malfoy's face turned pale, then blue. But Char barely noticed. The elbier tree was all that mattered. He hurried to the podium and accepted the bottle from Professor Flitwick, who nodded approvingly. "Merlin, Pomona's begged me for this tree every year. She'll be so proud of you, Char, keep up the good work." Char's heart warmed. He realized that, just like with the special reward in the luminescent spell test, Flitwick had brought out this rare treasure for his sake. Char bowed deeply. "Thank you, Professor." Flitwick chuckled, then offered a bit of constructive criticism. Char listened intently, determined not to waste the opportunity to learn from a true master. As Flitwick explained, Char felt his understanding deepen, the bronze glow on his system panel grew more solid and real. Encouraged, Char asked Flitwick some of the advanced questions he'd encountered while reading the Half-Blood Prince's notes. Flitwick was surprised, and delighted, by Char's insight and progress. This child has changed so much since the start of term, Flitwick thought. Even Hermione can't match his understanding of magic now. He's both hardworking and bright. The two discussed magic in depth, leaving the rest of the class bewildered. Hannah gaped. "Merlin. If Char's a half-giant, what does that make the rest of us?" Malfoy felt as if he'd been slapped. He couldn't accept that a pureblood like himself was being left behind. Finally, the bell rang, and Flitwick reluctantly ended the discussion. "Char, if you have more questions, come to my office anytime." Char thanked him again, his heart full of joy. The brief exchange had cleared up many of his doubts, and the luster of his spells on the system panel grew even more solid. He left the classroom, clutching the elbier tree, his heartbeat quickening. If he could plant it at 10,000 meters, what level would the rewards reach? Maybe, just maybe, he could unlock a diamond-level reward. Chapter 81. Char left the Charms classroom in a hurry, his thoughts racing. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared down the corridor, clutching the precious elbier tree sapling. But what had happened in that class was not something that would just fade away quietly. Quite the opposite, news of Char's feat spread through Hogwarts like wildfire. Hogwarts, after all, was a small, tightly knit community. Even the slightest bit of excitement could set off a storm of gossip among students from all 4 houses. And now, with the Halloween night incident still fresh in everyone's minds, this new event was all anyone could talk about. But this time, the topic wasn't whether Char had half-giant blood. Instead, it was Malfoy who became the butt of the jokes. Students would pass him in the corridors, grinning and asking, "So, who's the half-giant now?" Malfoy was so mortified that he slunk back to Slytherin House, locked himself in his dormitory, and refused to come out. For once, it seemed, he might actually keep a low profile for a while. Meanwhile, in Hagrid's hut, Harry and Ron sat by the stove, nearly doubled over with laughter as they discussed the incident. "Hagrid, you should have seen it. We wish we'd been there to watch Malfoy's face," Harry said, wiping away tears of mirth. "He's been humiliated by Char so many times, but he never learns." Hagrid's expression was odd, part nervous, part hopeful. "Ah, yes, Charles Sprout, right. How's he doing?" he asked, trying to sound casual. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance. Hagrid's attempt at nonchalance was transparent. Even they could see he was genuinely interested. Harry thought for a moment, then replied, "He's a typical Hufflepuff, I guess. Always in class or the greenhouse, working hard. Helps Professor Snape with potions materials, too. Malfoy says he's not talented, but honestly, Char's doing great, almost as good as Hermione." Ron snorted. "Yeah, but he's got a much better personality than Hermione." Hagrid beamed, clearly pleased by the praise, as if Char's achievements reflected on him somehow. Harry couldn't help but ask, "Hagrid, why are you so interested in Char? You're not exactly subtle about it." Hagrid blushed, then hesitated before admitting, "I think maybe Char's got the same blood as me. Or at least, we're distant relatives. Dumbledore left me the troll that got into the castle on Halloween, and I saw it, beaten to a pulp by brute force. Even I couldn't do that to a troll. That's giant's blood, sure as anything." He looked away, his voice a little thick. "You all know I'm a half-giant. I always thought I'd be alone in that. But I'd never tell anyone about Char, not ever. I just wondered if maybe I could invite him over for tea sometime." Harry and Ron exchanged another look. They barely knew Char. Harry had tried to invite him to join their adventures, but Char had politely refused. Still, seeing Hagrid's hopeful face, Harry relented. "All right, Hagrid. We'll try to invite him over." As they left Hagrid's hut, Harry sighed. "Char's always off somewhere. Where do you suppose he is now?" At that very moment, far from the castle, Char was with Professor Sprout, listening intently as she explained how to plant the rare, nearly extinct elbeer tree. "It's actually quite simple," Professor Sprout said, her eyes shining with enthusiasm. "All you need to do is get above 2,000 feet, find a cloud layer. Plant the elbeer tree in the clouds, and it'll take root on its own. The roots will fix the cloud in place, and eventually, more clouds will gather, forming a huge cloud layer. The elbeer tree will be hidden inside." Even as a master of herbology, Professor Sprout's face glowed with excitement at the prospect. Then, a shadow of regret crossed her features. When the levitation spell was first created, elbeer trees were rare but not yet endangered. But over the last 2 centuries, cloud pollution has gotten worse. Many clouds are too dark now, elbeer trees can't take root in them. That's why they're nearly extinct. She looked up at the sky near Hogwarts, her eyes full of hope. "Luckily, the clouds here are still clean. Just find a high one, and the elbeer tree will thrive. That shouldn't be a problem for your flying skills, Char." Char nodded, confident. He'd always had a knack for flying, and his recent Quidditch training had only made him better. But he wasn't interested in just any cloud. If he planted the elbeer tree in a low cloud, the reward would be silver level at best. That was good, but not enough for Char. He wanted to maximize the potential of this rare treasure. He'd already decided, he would take a risk and plant the elbeer tree as high as he possibly could. Just as he was plotting how to do this without Professor Sprout noticing, a silver phoenix Patronus soared overhead. Dumbledore's voice echoed from it, "Pomona, come to my office. It's about that thing." Professor Sprout's face grew serious. She turned to Char, "Headmaster Dumbledore needs me." "Char, you plant the elbeer tree yourself. With your knowledge, I'm sure you'll do fine. Just remember, don't fly too high." Char nodded obediently, but as soon as Professor Sprout disappeared, he let out a sigh of relief. "I always listen to my aunt," he thought, "but surely it's okay to bend the rules just this once." He glanced at the elbier tree sapling, determination hardening in his eyes. "Let's do this," he whispered. Mounting his Nimbus 2000, Char pushed off from the ground. The broom shot skyward, the world shrinking beneath him. As he climbed, gravity pressed him down, but he barely noticed. His focus was entirely on the sapling. 100 meters. 200. 500. 1,000. The minimum height for planting the elbier tree passed in a blur. The system panel updated. After the elbier tree is planted and matured, you can get reward 1. Flying ability improvement, silver level. Slight improvement in the deduction of the floating spell, bronze level. The silver light was brighter than before, but Char wasn't satisfied. He pressed on, higher and higher. The temperature plummeted, but his legendary constitution kept him warm. The elbier tree sapling seemed to come alive, its reward words now shining gold. Still not enough. He took a deep breath while there was still oxygen, then urged the Nimbus 2000 even higher, 3,000 meters, 4,000, 5,000. He crashed through a cloud, emerging with the broom coated in ice. The climb slowed, but Char's resolve didn't waver. At nearly 6,000 meters, the broom's performance began to falter. Only the customized Nimbus 2000 allowed him to keep going. The system panel now showed platinum and gold rewards for the elbier tree, but Char sensed there was more. He drew his wand. Wingardium Leviosa, he cast, lightening the broom. Instantly, it shot upward, though the ride became rough and turbulent. Most people would have fainted or vomited, but Char's legendary resilience let him keep control. "Just keep climbing," he muttered, eyes fixed on the goal. 7,000 meters. 8,000. 10,000. 12,000 meters, an altitude few civilian aircraft ever reach. At last, the reward information for the elbier tree stopped changing. Char stared, breathless, as a crystal-clear, diamond-like light shimmered before him. Diamond-level rewards. He had done it. Chapter 82. At this moment, Char gazed at the system panel, watching in awe as the reward information for the elbier tree underwent a dramatic transformation. Greatly enhanced flight capabilities, diamond level. The ability to deduce floating spells is significantly enhanced, platinum level. Compared to before, this was a true qualitative leap. Char knew from experience that diamond-level abilities were something most wizards could only dream of attaining in their lifetime. Anyone with a diamond-level skill could already be called a true expert, perhaps even a legend. With diamond-level flying ability, Char could probably join a professional Quidditch team, if he wanted. But it was the platinum-level enhancement to his floating spell deduction that really made his heart race. Now, the triple combination magic he'd theorized, levitation spell, hanging golden bell falling, suddenly felt within reach. These rewards alone made Char's perilous journey into the sky more than worthwhile. Yet, as he looked closer, a new line appeared in the reward list, shimmering with a black iron luster. Ancient weather magic extremely weak perception, black iron level. Char blinked, surprised. Ancient weather magic, he murmured. He vaguely recalled the concept of weather magic. For instance, Newt Scamander's famous magical suitcase had different climates inside, thanks to weather spells. The enchanted ceiling in the Hogwarts Great Hall, which mirrored the sky outside, was another example of meteorological magic. But, ancient weather magic was a new term for him. His mind raced. Ancient magic in the Harry Potter world is never simple, Char thought. The Patronus charm is ancient magic. Lily's love magic, which protected Harry and defeated Voldemort, is another form of ancient magic. What could this ancient weather magic be? Could wizards really call down storms and control the elements, like in myths and legends? He let his imagination run wild for a moment, but quickly reined it in. After all, the elbier tree would take at least half a year to mature. He probably wouldn't even see these rewards until the end of his first year at Hogwarts, if then. And even then, the reward was only black iron level insight into ancient weather magic. To truly master it, that could take years, perhaps not until he could propagate and graft more elbier trees. It's too far off to worry about now, Char decided. With great care, he removed the elbier tree from its bottle. The sapling, preserved for years, seemed to yearn for the clouds. It floated from his hand, its delicate roots reaching out and embedding themselves in the cloud bank. The elbier tree vanished into the mist, and a prompt flashed on Char's system panel, planting successful. A brilliant orb of reward light hovered in his vision. Char finally let out a breath, feeling a wave of relief. It'll be a long time before the elbier tree matures, he thought. No point staying up here. He turned his Nimbus 2000 and prepared to descend. But suddenly, the broom's magic faltered. It was like being shot from a bow. Char was sent hurtling headfirst toward the ground from 12,000 meters up. Even Char's expression grew serious. The Nimbus 2000 is out of control, he realized. Looking back, he saw the broom was encased in ice, nearly an ice sculpture. He'd pushed it far beyond its design limits. No one at the Flying Broomstick Company could have imagined a wizard would take a broom this high. Char frowned. No wonder the elbier tree's reward is so high. This is actually life-threatening. The world spun around him as he plummeted, the sensation of weightlessness alternating with crushing force. An ordinary person would have been torn apart by the G-forces alone. Char focused, knowing that if he hit the ground at this speed, even his legendary constitution might not save him. He whipped out his wand, casting spells in rapid succession. Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. Levi Corpus. Hanging Fuchsia. He layered levitation and hanging spells, desperately trying to slow his fall. But the broom was so far gone that it was nearly impossible to control, and Char's magical reserves were running low. Still, every spell helped a little. If this keeps up, I'll end up like Neville, broken bones at best, Char thought grimly. That wouldn't be so bad, but Aunt Sprout would force me to stay in the infirmary for a week. What about my work? A fierce determination welled up inside him. No. Just like Jerusalem can't fall, a company slave can't lose his job. He cast another levitation spell, and suddenly, the force of his fall decreased dramatically. The spell was much more effective than before. Char glanced at his system panel and saw that his floating spell had jumped from bronze to silver level in a matter of seconds. The hanging golden bell curse's silver luster had also deepened. Could it be that this constant shift between weightlessness and overweight is excellent training for these spells? Char wondered. But there was no time to ponder. He focused all his energy on casting levitation spells, determined to avoid a hospital stay. Meanwhile, on the Quidditch pitch, the Gryffindor team was slogging through another brutal practice. Harry, distracted by Hagrid's request to invite Char for tea, glanced up at the sky. He spotted a black dot spiraling downward, much bigger than a golden snitch. Harry. Why did you stop? Wood barked. Training can't stop. How are we going to beat Hufflepuff if we're lazy? But Harry was transfixed. As the black dot grew, he realized it was Char, plummeting out of control on his broom. Levitation spell. Wait, what's the incantation? Harry fumbled for his wand, but before he could act, Char crashed into the ground, leaving a human-shaped dent. The Gryffindor team stared in shock. Harry turned pale. Is he alive? Wood was about to call for Madame Pomfrey, but then Char calmly pulled himself out of the crater, checked his broom, dusted himself off, and waved. Hello. Sorry, I flew too high and lost control of my broom. You all continue training, don't mind me. The Gryffindor players looked at each other, then at Wood. Captain, who did you say we were going to beat? Hufflepuff, with Char on their team. As Char was about to leave, he paused, a strange sensation running through his body, a heat, almost like energy flowing inside him. Was it internal bleeding? No, he felt better than ever. He checked his system panel and saw it, the legendary ability, Enhanced Vitality, legendary level, was shining even brighter. There was no mistake. The fall hadn't weakened him, it had made him stronger. Chapter 83. Watching the faint but definite change in his legendary vitality, Char felt a surge of excitement and awe ripple through his heart. When he'd first managed to enhance his vitality to the legendary level, he'd wondered if it was possible to push it even further, to reach the mythical tier. Yet, no matter how many rewards he accumulated, no matter how hard he pushed himself, that next step always seemed impossibly far away. Several rounds of reward harvesting had failed to bring about any change in his legendary life. Over the years, Char had simply grown used to it, focusing on accumulating other abilities instead. But now, after plunging from the sky at breakneck speed, he saw the legendary life ability brighten, if only by a tiny fraction. Even the smallest improvement was something that hadn't happened in years. Char's mind quickly seized on a possibility. Could it be that moving from legend to myth isn't just about accumulating rewards? Maybe some external conditions are needed as well. Maybe, for a legendary being to ascend to the mythical level, they must be impacted, injured, or tempered by the outside world. A sense of enlightenment washed over him. He thought of the myths and legends he'd read as a child, heroes who'd endured impossible trials. Odin in Norse mythology had given up an eye for runic wisdom. Hercules had survived 12 impossible labors before earning his place among the gods. Perhaps, Char realized, his own legendary abilities would only reach the mythical level through similar external tempering. Looking at the slightly brighter legendary life ability, Char couldn't help but laugh out loud. The road is long, but if you keep moving forward, you'll get there. As long as it's possible, Char would never give up. He was still grinning when a thunderous roar echoed across the Quidditch field. Char Sprout. What have you done? The sound made Char freeze. His heart skipped a beat. Aunt Sprout was here. And from the tone of her voice, she was furious. Danger. A few minutes earlier, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore had been discussing the Philosopher's Stone's protection with Professor Sprout. This magical plant, Devil's Snare, is a bit dangerous, Dumbledore mused. If a first year doesn't know its weakness, they're helpless. Pomona, even though this isn't first-year herbology material, you'll need to find a way to teach them about Devil's Snare's weakness this term. Professor Sprout eyed Dumbledore skeptically. I really don't understand you, Albus. You're old, but you still treat everything like a game. If you have time for this, how about increasing the herbology budget? Or allocating more funds for greenhouse renovations? I'd like to expand the greenhouses, you know. Dumbledore only chuckled and offered vague promises about future funding. Sprout gave him a frosty look, then her tone grew serious. Headmaster, I have a request. Dumbledore's demeanor shifted as well. What is it, Pomona? We're old friends. You don't need to beg me for anything. Sprout pressed on. Have you heard of the legendary talent-enhancing potion? Dumbledore's brow furrowed. You mean the potion that's said to improve innate magical talent? But Pomona, most of the ingredients are extinct. Sprout's voice was resolute. I'll gather them, one by one. As long as there's hope, I'll keep searching. Dumbledore, can Phoenix Tears help? Dumbledore glanced at Fawkes, his loyal Phoenix. He nodded. Of course. Char is a hard-working boy, and the students love him. If it can help, I'll support it as headmaster. Fawkes is preparing for his next rebirth, maybe next year, Pomona. You might get fresh Phoenix Tears then. Sprout's face softened in gratitude. She mentally tallied her progress. Perfect Margarita. Phoenix Tears. We're almost there. I'll make that potion for Char if it's the last thing I do. She turned to look out the window, just in time to see a black dot spiraling down from the sky. Even at a distance, she recognized Char instantly. That's why she came storming onto the Quidditch field, her voice like a whip crack. Now, Professor Sprout looked like a force of nature as she marched across the pitch. Her rapid-fire scolding made the Gryffindor lions quake in their boots. They'd thought Professor McGonagall was scary when angry, but Sprout was on another level. Char hung his head. Aunt. I'm fine, really. I know I was wrong. Sprout glared at him. Do you? I don't think you do. Would you dare do it again next time? She took a deep breath, her anger mingling with worry. Merlin above, if anything happened to you, I'd never forgive myself. So, Char, you need to be punished, severely. I'll make sure you never forget this day. The Gryffindors nearby swallowed nervously. Was this going to be the legendary, biting kale stool punishment? That was supposedly so brutal it had been banned for centuries. Char braced himself for the worst. He knew Sprout's anger came from love. Whatever punishment she chose, he'd accept it, whether it was extra chores, solitary confinement, or something else. For him, these punishments were nothing. But Sprout had something different in mind. Char, I know ordinary punishments won't work on you. I won't make you clean trophies or do extra work in the greenhouses, that would just be rewarding you. No, for the next 7 days, the greenhouses are closed to you. You're not allowed to work. And I'll warn Professor Snape, if he tries to get you to handle potion materials, he'll never get another herb from me. She fixed him with a stern look. Oh, and I almost forgot. You'll also hand over all your textbooks. No studying, just reflect on your mistakes. Harry and the others looked dumbfounded. No work. No studying. That was a punishment. They'd gladly take that for a month. Char, however, was devastated. What? Aunt, you can't. That's too cruel. I protest. I want to work, I want to study. If I can't work, what's the point of life? If I can't study, my world is empty. Can't we negotiate? Just 1 day. 3 days. But Sprout was unmoved. 7 days. Not a day less. Now, hand over your textbooks. With a heavy heart, Char slowly pulled out his textbooks, charms, herbology, and more. Can I at least keep history of magic, Aunt? Please. Sprout shook her head. Hand it over. And don't try to hide anything. Char hesitated, then reluctantly produced his copy of Succubus Queen and Dragon Maid, his heart pounding. He didn't want her to discover the sharp-edged spell hidden inside. But Sprout just glanced at the cover, her expression softening. Good. Finally, a decent book. You can keep that one. Read it carefully. I'll return the others in a week. Until then, reflect on yourself. With that, she turned and left, though Char caught a hint of a smile on her lips. The child's finally coming to his senses, she thought. Maybe the Sprout family will have more branches and leaves after all. Char let out a long sigh of relief. That was close. At least he'd managed to keep the Half-Blood Prince's textbook hidden. Still, the thought of an entire week without work or study filled him with gloom. How would he survive? Just then, Harry approached, envy clear on his face. Char, you're so lucky. That's the best punishment ever. Char could only stare back, despairing. Harry, I really want to work and study. Really? Harry's eyes lit up with an idea. Char, Hagrid's looking for help. He's wanted to invite you over for ages. Would you be interested in a job with him? Char's spirits lifted instantly. Hagrid wanted to see him. If he remembered right, Hagrid had taken the troll back to the Forbidden Forest after the Halloween incident. Maybe this was his chance to encounter the troll again, and experiment with using it to speed up the cultivation of goldfish spider plants. The goldfish plant wasn't grown in the greenhouse, after all. And, thinking ahead, Char remembered that Hagrid would soon get a dragon egg. If Char wanted to cultivate blood emeralds, he'd need the blood of powerful magical creatures. A dragon would be perfect. If he could cultivate blood jade on a large scale, the reward for blood-forming capacity would stack with his legendary life. And now that he knew legendary life required external tempering, maybe he could make even greater progress. He looked at Harry, gratitude shining in his eyes. Harry, you've been a great help. Harry grinned, encouraged. So, would you reconsider what I asked last time? Just as a thank you. Char hesitated only a moment, then shook his head. Goodbye, Harry. See you later. I appreciate your kindness, but I'm not getting involved in Dumbledore's savior games. But as he walked away, Char turned back and whispered, in the potions classroom on the 3rd floor, 3rd locker from the left, there's a book called Advanced Potion Making. The cover says Succubus Queen and Dragon Maid. Harry, am I being nice? If you'd like even more expansion or a particular focus, just let me know. Chapter 84. When Char flatly rejected Harry's invitation, a flicker of disappointment crossed Harry's face. But the information Char provided about the Succubus Queen and Dragon Maid book made Harry's eyes light up with curiosity and excitement. Succubus Queen and Dragon Maid. That name alone sounded thrilling. Harry grinned. My good friend Char, he said quickly. If you're going to Hagrid's, let me know first. Hagrid thinks highly of you, he said to tidy up the house before you come. Char thought for a moment. Today's commotion had been even bigger than usual. Even if he wanted to visit Hagrid, it was wiser to keep a low profile for a couple of days, at least until Professor Sprout's anger had cooled. He nodded. Maybe this weekend. I can't just leave the castle now, or my aunt might get even angrier. Harry nodded in understanding and hurried off, eager to find the book Char had mentioned and see what exciting content it held. Char left the Quidditch pitch with a faint hope in his heart, wandering toward the greenhouse. Maybe, if he timed it right, he could sneak in and work a little before Professor Sprout noticed. But as he approached, the greenhouse door slammed shut, and Professor Sprout's voice echoed from above, Char, you really made me angry this time. Go back. Don't even think about working overtime until you've truly reflected on your mistakes. Char could only smile bitterly. There was no way around it, Sprout was serious this time. He doubted even Professor Snape would risk asking for help with potion materials. For the first time in ages, Char found himself with nowhere to go and nothing to do. The abandoned broom warehouse might even lock its doors against him. He stood there for a moment, feeling lost. He was so used to a busy, purposeful life that the sudden emptiness left him adrift. After a while, Char took a deep breath and focused on his system panel, which now gleamed with gold and silver spells, and the knowledge he'd gained from the Half-Blood Prince's textbook and Professor Flitwick's guidance. He understood the theory, but the ability still felt a little unreal, the luster on the panel not quite solid. It reminded him of his academic days in his previous life. He could use complex formulas, but they never felt instinctive until he'd practiced them enough. He realized what he needed: practice. Repetition. Turning knowledge into instinct. Since I have some free time, it's time to polish my spells, Char resolved. I want to truly internalize the insights from the Half-Blood Prince and Professor Flitwick. He found an empty classroom, took a deep breath, and let his mind settle. He pushed aside the chaos of recent days and focused on the present. With calm determination, he began with the first spell he'd ever learned, the soil loosening spell. Terra, Laus. No fancy tricks, just the basics: mantra, gesture, intent. After each cast, he reflected, chewed over every detail, then moved to the next repetition. It was boring, of course. Practicing new skills was exciting, but repeating the same thing over and over was tedious. Still, Char persisted, not letting even the smallest detail slip by. He knew that brilliance was the result of patience and perseverance. Time slipped by. The night deepened, the corridors grew quiet. On Char's system panel, the once illusory light of his abilities gradually became solid and clear, as if being polished by invisible hands. But Char wasn't the only one wandering Hogwarts late at night. Elsewhere, a figure in a large scarf crept away from the fourth floor, looking both wolfish and sly. Quirrell's face was twisted in frustration. The three-headed dog was a nightmare, thick-skinned, strong, tireless, and nearly immune to magic. Tonight, he'd tried again, and once more, ordinary spells had been useless. Quirrell was growing desperate. Even with the Dark Lord's presence, he felt weaker every day. As he stalked the corridors, Quirrell noticed a light in an empty classroom and heard the sound of spell practice. His eyes narrowed. He recognized the voice: Char Sprout. He remembered the story of Char beating up the troll on Halloween. If magic couldn't subdue the three-headed dog, what about brute force? Even if Char could only wrestle with the dog for a short time, that might be enough for Quirrell to slip past. And, in Quirrell's mind, it would be easy to tempt a young wizard with weak talent. Now Char was alone, and Quirrell saw his chance. He entered the classroom, his face full of false admiration. Char, practicing spells so late. Good, very good. I admire hard-working students like you. Hufflepuff, +3 points. Quirrell's voice was syrupy as he stepped inside. Then his tone shifted, becoming sly. But practicing like this is too slow. These spells are weak. If you want to learn something truly powerful, I know some quick magic. Come to my office, and I'll teach you quietly. Char was startled. After a moment's hesitation, he shook his head. No, Professor. I'm not even proficient in basic magic yet. I'd better practice what I have first. Quirrell's eyes flashed with dissatisfaction, but he quickly covered it with a smile. Very good. Very down-to-earth. But you can always come to me if you want to learn real magic. He left, thinking he'd planted a seed of temptation. Surely, Char would come to him eventually. After all, what young wizard could resist the lure of quick, powerful magic? But days passed, and Char never came. Quirrell grew impatient. On the fifth night, he returned to find Char still practicing basic spells. Char, why don't you come find me? Quirrell pressed. What's the point of practicing this kind of magic? I can teach you more powerful spells. You could get high marks, win admiration, make a name for yourself. You could even avenge your parents' blood feud. Char looked confused. Powerful magic. What good is that? I just need to pass my exams. As for fame and admiration, that's for other houses. And as for revenge, the Ministry and Wisengamot have already judged. We must respect the law. Under Minister Fudge and Headmaster Dumbledore, the wizarding world is fair and just. Professor, we can't take the law into our own hands. Quirrell's patience snapped. He slammed the door and stormed out, cursing under his breath. You are hopeless. Disgrace to magic itself. Char finally relaxed, but his expression remained serious. Quirrell had set his sights on him, he'd be back. Char glanced at his system panel. After 5 days of practice, his spells shone with a solid, unwavering light. But he knew it still wasn't enough to face Quirrell's threat. He clenched his fists. I need to find Hagrid. I have to speed up the goldfish spider plant project. There's no time to waste. Chapter 85. Early the next morning, Char approached Harry with a determined look. I want to visit Hagrid today, he said simply. Harry's face showed signs of exhaustion, dark circles under his eyes hinted at a sleepless night. When Char spoke, Harry hesitated for a moment before replying, okay, no problem. I'll write to Hagrid and ask him to prepare. Noon should be fine. Char nodded, but couldn't help noticing Harry's tired expression. Harry, have you been staying up late recently? Harry chuckled softly. You know that book you asked me to find, the advanced potion making? It's amazing, really amazing. We've all been staying up late studying it in the dormitory. Potions is a deep subject. Lowering his voice, Harry added, Char, do you have any more potion knowledge you can teach us? Or maybe another version of advanced potion making? Char's expression flickered with slight awkwardness. Harry, you have to be moderate. Harry smiled sheepishly, eyes pleading. Char sighed. All right. In the potions classroom, in the third locker from the left in the basement, there's a copy of 1000 magical herbs and fungi. I think you'll find what you're looking for there. Harry's face brightened. Brothers. New study materials incoming. Nearby, Hermione overheard their conversation. As Char passed by, she couldn't hold back her curiosity. Char, how did you do that? You actually got Harry and the others to stay up late studying potions on their own. When did they get so interested? Char smiled sheepishly. Maybe they finally understand how hard you work. They want to share some of the pressure from the house cup points. Hermione's surprise melted into relief. Is that so? So they don't care about the house cup's honor after all. Maybe I've been too hard on them. Char was momentarily stunned. Then guilt crept in. What if Hermione found out the full truth? Would she chase him around the castle? What if Dumbledore heard that he'd opened the door of learning for Harry, the savior? Char quickened his pace. Danger. Better to run away for now. Fortunately, the morning passed without incident, no moths appeared. At noon, Char took a deep breath and headed toward Hagrid's hut near the Forbidden Forest. From afar, he saw Hagrid's large figure waving. The familiar cottage, warm and rustic, had been freshly painted, though it gleamed with a reddish-brown luster in the sunlight. When Char arrived, Hagrid greeted him with a bear hug. Finally, you're here. It's getting colder. Come in, warm yourself by the fire, and have some hot tea. Oh, and I've got something for you. Hagrid said, leading Char inside and presenting a plate of rock cakes. Char eyed the infamous rock cake, a treat known for its hardness and ability to break teeth. He had no desire to try it, but couldn't refuse Hagrid's hospitality. Carefully, he took a bite. To his surprise, the cake was crispy yet slightly chewy, with a rich wheat aroma. It was delicious. Even more surprising was the warmth spreading through his body, reminiscent of the vitality enhancement he'd received before. Though small compared to his legendary life's power, this was clearly a potent treat. His eyes gleamed as he asked, Hagrid, what's in this rock cake? It's delicious. Can I have another? Tears welled in Hagrid's eyes, and he choked up before pulling Char into a strong embrace. Char, I'm sure we share the same blood. No matter how distant, we're family. Char wanted to explain that his physique was special, but he wasn't truly a half-giant. Yet seeing Hagrid's emotion, he held back. He looked down at the plate again. Let's just eat the cake first. Hagrid explained that while he wasn't a great cook, except for his famous sausages, he always insisted on serving rock cakes to guests. He even advertised them in the Daily Prophet as a special delicacy, though no one ever bought a second one. The only people who'd buy more were likely half-giants, who could handle the toughness. Char was the first to actually eat a second slice. Hagrid's eyes filled with tears of joy. After so many years, he had finally found his kin in the magical world. The huge half-giant's tears threatened to flood the ceiling. Hagrid then asked if Char wanted to see the troll. Without hesitation, Char said yes. Do you want to see the giant monster? It's no big deal. Half-giants are naturally interested in dangerous magical creatures. Soon, Hagrid led Char to a clearing outside the Forbidden Forest. Don't worry, I've cleared the perimeter. It's safe now. The troll that broke into the castle is here, injured but healing. It'll be happy to see you. The air was thick with the troll's pungent stench. Ahead, the massive figure of the troll, its bones broken by Char's hand, was almost fully healed. Such injuries would take a human months to recover from, but trolls healed fast, especially with Hagrid's care. As Hagrid approached, the troll grunted happily. Hagrid. Then its small eyes caught sight of Char. The troll froze, terror flooding its gaze. It backed away, finally collapsing on the ground, trembling. Don't hit me. I surrender. It mumbled. Seeing the troll's submission, Char's eyes flickered with curiosity. He pulled out a pot of freshly planted goldfish spider plant and approached slowly, his gaze fixed on the magical flora. Char did not blink, his focus absolute. If you'd like the chapter expanded further or with a specific focus, just let me know. Chapter 86. When Char approached the troll with the goldfish spider plant in hand, the giant monster's eyes filled with unmistakable fear. It clearly remembered the last time it had eaten several pots of goldfish spider plants, only to be thoroughly beaten by Char. The memory of broken bones from Char's baseball bat still haunted it. The troll instinctively tried to edge away, desperate to avoid the goldfish spider plant. Char frowned, noticing the reaction. Did I tell you to move? Stay right there. His tone was commanding, and the troll froze, trembling, curling up into a pitiful, helpless ball. Char moved closer, his brow furrowing deeper. He'd expected the goldfish spider plant to react to the troll's presence, just as it did when near forgetful students like Neville or Hannah. But even at close range, the plant showed no unusual activity. There was none of the rapid maturation he'd witnessed before, no surge of magical energy, just the same stillness as always. Confused, Char wondered if his theory was wrong. Did trolls actually have no effect on the goldfish spider plant? How could he explain what he'd seen last time? Determined to test further, Char ordered the troll, hold out your hands. And if you damage my goldfish spider plant, I'll beat you up again. The troll, looking utterly aggrieved, stretched out its hands. Char placed the plant directly into the troll's palm, letting it touch the troll's rough skin. Still, nothing happened. The goldfish spider plant remained unchanged. Char's frown deepened. He was certain he hadn't imagined the previous effect. The plant had definitely matured rapidly after contact with the troll. So what was different now? Do I have to beat it up again? Char mused, glancing at the troll. The poor creature shuddered, big tears welling in its small eyes. Char shook his head, dismissing the idea. No, let's check for other factors. I'm not a monster, violence isn't the answer unless there's no other choice. He was about to turn away when Hagrid stepped in, giving the troll a stern lecture. No wandering out of the Forbidden Forest, no making a mess, and most importantly, take a bath. Do you know how much you stink? The troll looked at Hagrid with confusion, as if trying to remember the instructions. But Hagrid sighed, knowing the troll's memory was hopeless, only survival instincts stuck, everything else was quickly forgotten. He had to remind it of the same things every day. As Hagrid prepared to leave, Char suddenly stopped, a spark of realization in his eyes. I see. How could I have missed it? Hagrid looked baffled. What did you figure out, Char? Char's gaze fell to the goldfish spider plant in his hand, which was growing rapidly, its activity level even higher than what he'd seen with Neville at the start of term. He thought aloud, even forgetful wizards like Neville subconsciously remember some things and forget others. Forgetting is always happening, so the goldfish spider plant can absorb that energy from any wizard. But trolls are different. Their brains are so small, they only remember what's vital for survival. Everything else just doesn't stick. If there's nothing to forget, there's nothing for the plant to absorb. But last time, when I beat up the troll, I must have forced it to remember the rule, don't mess with me or the goldfish spider plant. It forgot something else in the process, and the plant absorbed that forgetfulness, accelerating its growth. And just now, when Hagrid repeated his instructions, the troll instantly forgot most of them. The plant finally absorbed some nutrients. Char's eyes sparkled with understanding. He knew now how to use trolls to cultivate goldfish spider plants. He turned to the troll. Repeat after me, abandon, give up, ability, able, you're capable. The troll stared blankly. ABA. ABA. it mumbled. Suddenly, the goldfish spider plant responded as if it had been given a magical tonic. It began maturing rapidly, its leaves glowing with energy. Char was delighted. With a troll's talent for forgetting, he could double his current goldfish spider plant production. Unlike students, whose forgetfulness faded as they matured, trolls would always provide a steady supply. He took a deep breath, the troll's stench suddenly much more tolerable. An idea formed: if one troll could double production, what if he found a whole group? In the original story, Quirrell had more than one troll. There must be a settlement in the Forbidden Forest. Char turned to Hagrid. Hagrid, are there troll groups in the Forbidden Forest? Hagrid nodded, recalling his own harrowing encounters. Oh, yes. I've run into them before. It's awful, the smell alone nearly knocked me out. They wander, looking for food, but if they stayed in one spot, nothing would grow there. Char's eyes shone. Could you help me find them? It's really important. Hagrid, moved by his little brother's request, agreed without hesitation. Of course. But trolls are unpredictable. It might take a while to track them down. Char felt reassured. With Hagrid's help, finding a troll group was just a matter of time. His magical perception was already close to gold level, and the next harvest would surely push it over the edge. He knew, though, that as he advanced, the effect of each new batch would diminish. More goldfish spider plants, and more trolls, would be needed for further growth. But all that would come in time. For now, Char felt a sense of accomplishment. Gold-level magic perception was within reach, and soon he could attempt the Holy Tree Potion and the next stage of the Guardian Tree's cultivation. The only spell still lagging was the soil loosening spell, but he was determined not to neglect it. Don't ignore the bird in your hand for the 10 in the bush, he reminded himself. Keep practicing. The soil loosening spell is almost at gold level. Time flew by, and 2 more days passed in steady, focused work. Chapter 87. 2 days later, outside Hagrid's hut, Char stood beneath the early morning sky, wand in hand, working the land with focused determination. Over and over, he cast the soil loosening spell, feeling the magic pulse through his arm and into the earth. On his system panel, the golden light of progress crept steadily across the words for the spell, until, with one final, almost effortless cast, the gold completely enveloped the text. Soil loosening spell, gold level, promoted. Char took a deep breath, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. Now, all the foundational spells for his magical gardening, soil loosening, pruning, and luminescent, had reached gold level. The latter 2 were even edging toward platinum. With these skills, nothing would hold him back when it came time to plant the Guardian Tree. He just needed his magic perception enhancement to catch up, and he'd be ready for the next stage. Once the Guardian Tree was in the ground, everything would become simpler. All he'd have to do was prepare the Holy Tree Potion, and with his current confidence, he felt at least 70 or 80% sure of success. The Guardian Tree would soon become the second magical plant in his collection, after the piranha algae, capable of providing silver-level rewards in batches. If he could plant them on a large scale, the resulting rewards would push his defense against the dark arts skills to gold or even platinum, giving him real resistance to dark magic, and a new level of confidence in facing danger. Beyond that, successfully cultivating the Guardian Tree would be a milestone in his herbology journey, and might even help him secure more greenhouse space for future experiments. The thought filled Char with a bubbling excitement. Turning his attention back to the soil loosening spell, he wondered what tangible difference the gold level upgrade would make. He raised his wand, eager to test it out. Terralaus. A warm, earthy light rippled out and vanished into the ground. Instantly, the soil seemed to come alive, shifting and loosening, stones rolling to the surface. The area affected was larger and deeper than before. Char knelt down and pressed his fingers into the earth, marveling at how the soil continued to move, staying loose and breathable even after the spell was cast. This was more than just a time saver, it meant the roots of his plants would always have room to grow, and nutrients and water would be distributed evenly throughout the bed. No more daily spell work just to keep the soil healthy. Now, every root would be well nourished, and his plants would thrive. Char estimated this single upgrade would improve his magical crop yields by at least 10%, which meant more rewards from every harvest. Over time, that would add up to a huge advantage. Just then, Char glanced at his watch. As the minute hand swept past a certain mark, a huge smile broke across his face. Finally. My punishment is over. 7 days, 7 whole days, without the greenhouse or the potions classroom. Only I know how much I've missed it. Thank goodness that torture is finally over. Work, here I come. He was about to dash off to the greenhouse when Hagrid intercepted him, waving excitedly. Char. Still practicing spells. Come on, today's not the day for that. You're on the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, aren't you? It's the season opener, Gryffindor vs. Slytherin. Everyone's going to watch, teachers and students alike. You can't miss it. Hagrid rummaged in his pockets and handed Char a bundle of Quidditch essentials, a monocular, a warm blanket, earplugs, and more. This'll be your first real match, don't miss it. At that moment, an owl swooped down with a letter from Professor Sprout. The message was clear: Char, I know you're eager to get back to the greenhouse, but you can't miss the opening match. I expect to see you in the stands. If not, I'll know you haven't reflected enough, and your punishment will continue. Char let out a wry laugh. Most kids are forced to study, but here I am, desperate to work and study, and I'm being told to go have fun. Is this what irony feels like? Still, he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. He remembered from the original story that this Quidditch match was legendary, not just for the action on the field, but for the drama of it. Quirrell, in a fit of dark ambition, would try to curse Harry's broomstick right in front of the whole school, with Snape, McGonagall, and even Dumbledore present. It was reckless, but somehow fitting for someone like Quirrell, a once brilliant academic who'd gone off the rails, believing he could control Voldemort's soul and use it for his own ends, only to become a puppet himself. Char had no intention of getting involved in any of that. He just wanted to watch the spectacle. But then another thought struck him. In the original story, Snape had been bitten by the three-headed dog, leaving him limping and in pain. The wound, tainted by dark magic, couldn't be healed with normal potions. Snape had tried to remove the curse from Harry's broom, but his injury made things difficult. If Char hadn't known Snape personally, he might not have cared. But after all the guidance Snape had given him, despite the man's prickly exterior, Char felt a genuine debt of gratitude. Not to mention the Half-Blood Prince's textbook, which had changed his magical life. It was only right to pay a visit. He asked Hagrid for some of his famous rock cakes, a big jug of goat's milk, and a generous helping of sausages, then made his way to the Slytherin headmaster's office. Most students were already at the stadium, so he slipped through the castle unnoticed. At Snape's door, Char knocked. Before he could even announce himself, a voice from inside called out, "Char Sprout." Footsteps approached, and Snape opened the door, eyeing the bundle in Char's arms with a mixture of suspicion and amusement. "What's all this? This isn't a grocery store." Char grinned apologetically. "I've been away from the castle a lot lately, and just heard about your injury. I thought you might appreciate some of Hagrid's rock cakes, softened in hot goat's milk. They're great for recovery, and his sausages are made with rare ingredients. I hope you'll find them useful." Snape snorted, but there was a flicker of appreciation in his eyes. "Just put them on the table. You really are a Hufflepuff badger." As Snape sat down, Char couldn't help but notice how pale and weak he looked. The three-headed dog's bite was no joke. Char's concern grew. "Professor, can't even potions heal your wound?" Snape shook his head. "There's dark magic in the wound. If it were ordinary, I could handle it. But this is different, the magic can't be dispelled. I have to let my own vitality wear it down. Healing will be slow, and some people might not survive at all." For the first time, Snape seemed to offer a reassuring word. "But I'm not just any potion master. Once the dark magic fades, I'll handle the rest. Give me 2 weeks, and I'll be back. Don't think you can slack off." Char's relief faded as he realized what that meant. 2 weeks. So I still can't work for 2 more weeks. He sighed, but then remembered something Snape had said. "You said the problem is the wound is draining your vitality. Would external life force help?" Snape looked at him, surprised, and nodded. External life force would work. Char's mind began to race with new possibilities. Chapter 88. Before Snape could fully process what Char was about to do, Char bit his fingertip, letting a single drop of vivid red blood fall onto Snape's injured leg. Snape's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. He'd spent his life walking the razor's edge between light and darkness, used to betrayal, secrets, and danger, but he never expected a student to offer their own life force to help him. There was something deeply moving in the gesture, a warmth that caught Snape off guard. He tried to sound stern, even as his voice shook. "Get away. I don't need your help. You can't just bleed yourself dry." But as the drop of blood touched the wound, acrid black smoke hissed up from Snape's leg. The dark magic that had been stubbornly clinging to the injury vanished, half of it gone in an instant. Snape was stunned. All his careful potions and magical expertise hadn't managed this much. He stared at Char, bewildered. What are you? Char shook his head, lips quirking in a small, wry smile. Not a half-giant, Professor. I just grew up working on a muggle plantation. All that hard work must have made me a little tougher than most. Snape's expression twitched. He clearly didn't buy that explanation, but before he could argue, Char added a few more drops of blood. The black magic retreated further, and when Snape applied a bit of white mulberry essence, the wound began to heal as if several days had passed in a moment. The pain lingered, but it no longer hampered his movements. Most importantly, the curse no longer interfered with his spellcasting. For the first time in days, Snape's face relaxed, the tension and pallor easing. A weight had been lifted. But now a new discomfort settled over him. He owed Char a debt, and Snape was not used to gratitude. He was a master of sarcasm, not thank yous. He fumbled for a way to repay the favor, until a thought struck him. He cleared his throat. Char, did you find anything interesting in the potions classroom? Perhaps an old textbook. One with unusual magical insights. Maybe even some powerful black magic. Char blinked, caught off guard. Had Snape figured out he'd been studying the Half-Blood Prince's notes? But after a moment, he relaxed. Of course Snape would recognize his own work. The only thing that mattered was keeping it from Dumbledore and Professor Sprout. He didn't want suspicion or worry. He nodded. Yes, Professor. I found a copy of Advanced Potion Making by someone who called himself the Half-Blood Prince. It's filled with brilliant spells and ideas, like the inverted golden bell and the divine sword. Whoever wrote it was a genius. I wish I could meet them. Snape's lips twitched, struggling not to smile. Yes. That book is a treasure. You have a good eye, Char. Char tilted his head, feigning innocence. How did you know I found it? Could it be your? He let the question hang, inviting Snape to reveal the truth. Snape hesitated. For a moment, he almost admitted it. But then, embarrassment crept in. I am, well, like you, I've read the Half-Blood Prince's textbook. I left it in the storage cabinet so future students could learn from it. As for the author's identity, I'm not sure, but I have a theory. He leaned in, voice low and conspiratorial. A wizard that brilliant, with such a strange sense of naming. I suspect it might be Dumbledore. He's always had a taste for odd slogans. And who's to say he didn't invent a nickname for himself? Char stared, barely able to keep a straight face. Professor, are you sure? Snape nodded solemnly. Absolutely. Dumbledore is the Half-Blood Prince. It explains everything. Char just nodded along, deciding not to push further. If Snape wanted to keep his secret, that was fine. What mattered was that he could now openly ask for guidance. Snape straightened, regaining his composure. Since you've read that book, I'll spare 2 hours a week to teach you the magic in it. Now, you'd better get to the Quidditch match. As Char left the office, he couldn't help but grin. He could guess why Snape didn't want to admit to being the Half-Blood Prince. Some nicknames just don't age well. But now, Char could learn directly from the master himself. He felt a surge of anticipation. The piranha algae would mature soon, boosting his water and cutting spells. Margaret would be ready by Christmas, increasing his magic power. And with Snape's guidance, he could push the divine sword shadowless spell to new heights. Excitement thrummed in his veins. With these new strengths, he'd be ready for any challenge, even the two-faced man who was still lurking in the shadows. But for now, Char forced himself to calm down. There was still work to do, and rewards to earn. He took a deep breath and headed for the Quidditch pitch, wondering how Snape's healed leg might change the outcome of today's match. Chapter 89. Char's mind raced as he made his way toward the Quidditch pitch, lost in thought about the day's events and the tangled web of Hogwarts intrigue. Just as he turned a corner, a familiar, stuttering voice called out from the shadows. Siar. You're going to watch Quidditch too? What a coincidence. Char's grip on his wand tightened as he spotted Professor Quirrell emerging from the dim corridor, trying hard to appear friendly. Ever since Char had rebuffed his earlier attempts at manipulation, Quirrell had grown increasingly persistent, still unable to get past the three-headed dog and now clearly desperate for any advantage. Would you like to watch the game together? Quirrell asked, forcing a smile. I know a lot about Quidditch from my school days. Char could see right through him. Quirrell was determined to get close, hoping to lure him in with the pretense of mentorship. But Char wasn't about to fall for it. Sorry, Professor, Char replied, polite but firm. I promised my aunt I'd watch the match with her. I'm running late, so I'll have to go ahead. Quirrell's smile froze. He watched Char walk away, frustration simmering beneath his polite facade. Damn kid. Doesn't know what's good for him. Char, meanwhile, felt a chill run down his spine. Quirrell was becoming a real problem, like a piece of gum stuck to your shoe, impossible to shake off. Even if Quirrell wouldn't dare do anything inside Hogwarts, Char knew better than to underestimate him, especially with Voldemort lurking in the background. If the noseless monster ever woke up, who knew what secrets might be uncovered? He needed a plan to keep Quirrell distracted, at least for a while. Suddenly, inspiration struck. He remembered the overpowering smell of garlic that always clung to Quirrell, a desperate attempt to mask the stench of Voldemort's presence. Quirrell used fresh garlic every day, and Char realized he could use that to his advantage. By the time Char reached the Quidditch pitch, the stands were packed, the air buzzing with excitement. Professor Sprout waved him over to a reserved seat. Char, you almost missed the teams coming onto the field. Where have you been? Char flashed an apologetic smile. Sorry, Professor. I just remembered I hadn't watered a few pots of goldfish spider plants. Lost track of time. Sprout shook her head, half exasperated, half amused. Only you would be thinking about plants at a time like this. A roar from the crowd signaled the players' entrance. Gryffindor and Slytherin faced off, their uniforms bright against the green pitch, the tension between them palpable. The stands erupted with cheers and jeers, the smell of anticipation thick in the air. And then, wafting through the stands, came a strong, unmistakable scent, garlic. Quirrell hurried to his seat, a basket of garlic at his side. He was preparing for his moment, casting a curse on Harry's broomstick. The Nimbus 2000 was protected by powerful magic, but Quirrell was ready to use every trick he knew, especially with Voldemort riding shotgun in his mind. As the match began, Quirrell's eyes locked onto Harry. He started to mutter a silent incantation, dark magic snaking toward Harry's broom. The broom began to wobble dangerously in the air. In the stands, Snape noticed immediately. His eyes narrowed as he began his own silent counterspell, sending a wave of stabilizing magic toward Harry's broom. The two magical forces clashed, invisible to most but deadly serious all the same. Quirrell was surprised, someone was countering him. But with Voldemort's power, he felt confident. Unless Dumbledore intervened, he was sure he could overpower any defender. Snape's brow furrowed in concentration. The dark magic was stronger than he'd expected, and all he could do was slow the attack, buying Harry precious seconds. He was grateful Char had healed his leg, without that, he wouldn't have lasted this long. Quirrell, feeling the resistance, pushed harder. The stench of decay from the back of his head grew overwhelming, and he realized he'd have to act quickly before Dumbledore noticed. He grabbed a handful of garlic from his basket, muttering, "Just a moment, Master," and stuffed the garlic into a small container near the back of his head. But as he prepared to resume the curse, a sudden, sharp pain shot through him. It felt like something was biting him, hard, right where Voldemort was attached. Quirrell yelped, clutching his head. In his mind, Voldemort's furious voice screamed, "Quirrell! Did you put biting cabbage on my face? Are you trying to kill me? Don't bite my nose." Quirrell's heart raced with panic. Biting cabbage? What? No, wait, what's happening? The pain grew worse, itching and burning like a swarm of angry insects. The stench became unbearable. Voldemort raged, "Giant konjac flower juice. You put that on me too." Quirrell. Desperate, Quirrell tried to figure out who could have done this. His first thought was Char, but then he shook his head. No, it must be those Weasley twins, they were always up to mischief, always targeting him with pranks. "Master, I swear, it wasn't me." "It must have been the Weasley brothers," he pleaded, even as the pain continued to spike. Meanwhile, in the stands, Char watched the chaos unfold, a small, knowing smile playing on his lips. Sometimes, the best way to fight dark magic was with a little ingenuity, and a touch of mischief. Chapter 90. Char watched the chaos unfold on the Quidditch pitch, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Quirrell, in a desperate attempt to convince Voldemort, insisted that the biting cabbages and giant konjac flower juice must have been the work of the Weasley twins. But the truth was far stranger than anyone on the field could guess. The garlic in Quirrell's basket was actually a clever transformation, biting cabbages and giant konjac flowers, disguised by mirror grass to look like garlic bulbs. Now, those biting cabbages snapped their jaws, lunging at Quirrell and leaving him covered in tiny, stinging bites. The giant konjac flower sprayed juice, and Quirrell's shrill screams echoed across the stadium as he was left with a rash of scars and a stench that made everyone nearby recoil. The spectacle drew the attention of the entire crowd. Professor McGonagall, who was providing commentary, looked furious. She shouted into her microphone, "Fred! George! What have you done?" The Weasley twins, caught off guard, looked genuinely bewildered. "Not us. It's really not us," they protested, but their reputation for mischief made it impossible for anyone to believe them. Even their Gryffindor teammates exchanged glances, silently acknowledging that, given the twins' history, anything was possible. But as the crowd's attention was drawn to the commotion, a collective gasp swept through the stands. "Harry! He's about to fall." Char's gaze snapped skyward. Harry was dangling from his broom, arms trembling, barely holding on. Char's heart skipped a beat. In the original story, Harry's struggle lasted longer, and he managed to catch the snitch during his fall. But this time, Snape's intervention seemed to have shortened Quirrell's curse, and Harry's grip was slipping faster than before. A pang of guilt struck Char. Had his study materials kept Harry up too late, leaving him exhausted for the match. He almost reached for his wand, ready to cast a levitation spell and break Harry's fall, but hesitated. With Professor Sprout and Dumbledore both present, it would be reckless to draw attention to himself. The last thing he needed was to get tangled up in the Savior's destiny. As Harry plummeted, Hermione's voice rang out. "Wingardium Leviosa." Her spell caught Harry just in time, slowing his fall. He landed hard, but managed to get up, coughing and spitting out the golden snitch into his palm. The stands erupted. Gryffindor had won, 170-60. Harry's teammates rushed to lift him up, and the crowd's cheers were deafening. Hermione, too, was swept up and celebrated for her quick thinking. Even Ron blushed and apologized to her, finally recognizing her value as a friend. Hermione's eyes filled with tears. For the first time since coming to Hogwarts, she felt truly at home in Gryffindor. Dumbledore, watching from the stands, wiped away a tear of his own, whispering, "That's friendship." Char watched it all with a quiet detachment. The legendary Iron Triangle had finally formed. The gears of fate were turning, and the story he knew so well was back on track. The adventures of the Savior Trio were about to begin in earnest, but Char had no intention of getting involved. He glanced over to where Quirrell, battered and reeking, was being led to the infirmary. With Quirrell out of commission for a while, Char felt a sense of relief. Now was his chance to get back to work before Quirrell could scheme against him again. As the celebrations continued, Char slipped away from the crowd and made his way to the greenhouse. The quiet, earthy air was a welcome change from the roar of the stadium. He hurried to his experimental field, heart pounding with anticipation. To his delight, his plants were thriving, lush, healthy, and untouched by his week-long absence. In the water tank, the piranha algae glowed with promise, the reward light balls larger than ever. The glowing mushroom fields were even more impressive, the second batch had matured, and the reward orbs hovered above them like ripe fruit. Char's heart swelled with gratitude. It was clear Professor Sprout had been tending to his plants while he was away. He took a deep breath, savoring the moment. He glanced at his system panel. The platinum light on the fluorescent spell shimmered, nearly eclipsing the gold. This harvest could be the breakthrough he'd been waiting for. Without hesitation, Char strode into the mushroom field, arms open as if to embrace the magic itself. The reward light balls swirled around him, merging and sinking into his body. The glow mushrooms you cultivated have reached maturity. You get a reward, slight improvement in night vision, black iron level. You get a reward, a very small amount of fluorescent spell enlightenment, black iron level. A tingling sensation swept through Char. His eyes ached with a powerful, almost overwhelming transformation, and insights into the fluorescent spell flooded his mind. On his system panel, the platinum glow of both fluorescent spell and night vision ability intensified, outshining the gold. Tears stung Char's eyes, but he couldn't look away from the panel. First, a brilliant platinum light appeared. Night vision ability, platinum level, promoted. Then, as the last of the reward orbs faded, Char saw what he'd been hoping for. Luminous spell, platinum level. All the hard work, the patience, the care for his magical plants, it had finally paid off. Char stood in the greenhouse, surrounded by the quiet glow of his achievements, ready for whatever came next. Chapter 91. 2 platinum lights flared up in quick succession, and Char felt a rush of exhilaration. In the implant system, every level up wasn't just a step, it was a leap. Each new tier brought a transformation, and the higher you climbed, the more dramatic the change became. Moving from gold to platinum wasn't just an upgrade, it was a turning point. The powers gained from this leap could easily surpass all previous improvements combined. Char gripped his wand, anticipation buzzing through him. He was eager to test his first platinum-level spell, Lumos. He'd practiced this spell countless times, but never had it felt so alive, so intimately connected to him. It was as if the magic itself pulsed with a heartbeat, each vibration echoing through his senses. He could sense every subtle shift in the spell, as if the magic was under a microscope. With a flick of his wrist, he pushed the Lumos spell to new heights, far beyond anything he'd achieved before. The light shifted, its frequency sliding into the invisible spectrum, doubling the previous limits of the spell. Char directed the intensified light toward a tank of piranha algae. Instantly, the algae inside went wild, thrashing as if presented with the most tantalizing treat. Even the jagged leaves scraped eagerly against the glass, and the reward light ball above the tank grew at a visible rate. Char's excitement soared. This meant he could harvest the piranha algae sooner than expected, maybe even before Christmas. The cycle would be shorter, the rewards greater. And this was just one benefit of the platinum level upgrade. But there was more. Char could now sense the breath of magic at the tip of his wand. The Lumos spell wasn't just a single beam of light, it was a symphony of countless magical particles, each with its own frequency. Together, they created the spell's visible effect. Char wondered, could he manipulate these microscopic particles further? What if he synchronized their frequencies, just like tuning an orchestra? He concentrated, sweat beading on his forehead. For a brief moment, he managed to align a handful of light particles. The result was astonishing, the glowing tip of his wand shrank, but its brightness intensified, focusing into a sharp beam that pierced the air. It was like a laser, concentrated and powerful. The effect faded quickly, but the idea lingered. If he could master this, perhaps one day his Lumos spell would rival a true laser, blindingly bright and potentially dangerous to dark creatures. Char's mind raced with possibilities. The Lumos spell already had a minor effect on dark creatures, but what if he could amplify it? The thought filled him with anticipation, though he knew he wasn't ready yet. This level of control would require even greater magical perception. Shifting focus, Char tested his newly enhanced night vision. He stepped into a pitch-black room in the greenhouse and was stunned by the clarity. His vision in the dark now surpassed what he could see in daylight. Every detail was crisp, every shadow distinct, like having the eyes of a hawk. With this gift, the mysteries of the Forbidden Forest beckoned. There were rare plants out there, some even Professor Sprout hadn't collected. If Char ever ventured into the forest, his night vision would keep him safe from lurking threats. Then, something strange caught his eye. Tiny colored lights appeared in his vision, spots of magic, scattered throughout the greenhouse. Some glowed from the soil, others from the walls, and most from the magical plants themselves. Char realized he could now see traces of magical energy in the dark. He focused on a blood plant. The denser the lights, the healthier the plant. Sparse lights meant poor health, and no lights at all meant the plant was dead. This new ability let him judge the state of magical plants at a glance, a disguised boost to his magical perception. Char's heart pounded with excitement. With platinum-level night vision and improved magical perception, he was close to reaching the gold standard in his skills. The soil-loosening spell had already reached gold level. Was he finally ready to plant the guardian tree? Carefully, he retrieved the guardian tree seed, preserved in a potion and ready for planting. The thrill of possibility surged within him. Today, he declared, determination blazing in his eyes. The next chapter of his magical journey was about to begin. Chapter 92. Char stared at the sprouting guardian tree seed in his hand, his breath caught in anticipation. This was the moment he'd been working toward for so long. Carefully, he planted the seed, fresh from its potion bath, into the prepared soil. He knew this was the hardest step. If he succeeded, everything afterward would be so much easier. Even without the holy tree potion, a guardian tree could mature with luck, though its growth might not be as strong. He'd run through this process in his mind 100 times, rehearsing every detail. Now, as he worked, the thrill of his earlier platinum-level upgrades faded, replaced by a razor-sharp clarity. Time seemed to slow, and Char entered a state of perfect focus. The world narrowed to just him and the guardian tree seed. He flicked off the lights, plunging the greenhouse into darkness. But with his platinum night vision, Char saw everything more clearly than ever. The seed itself glowed with a sacred aura, magical light swirling around it. He submerged his head in a tank of water, letting the water-enhancing effect sharpen his senses even further. On his system panel, the words, Magic Perception Enhancement, shimmered with a hint of gold. The magic inside the seed became more vivid, more alive. Char tapped the reagent bottle with his wand, sending a ripple of magic through the potion and waking the dormant seed. This was a delicate dance, his own magic, the guardian tree's sacred energy, and the potion's magic all tangled together. He could see the 3 types of magical light swirling and mixing. He had to coax out the potion's magic while keeping his own and the tree's in perfect balance. It was exhausting. Every tap of his wand demanded total concentration. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his temples throbbed, and his mind felt like it was being squeezed. He hadn't felt this kind of mental strain in years. But he pressed on. He could sense the process nearing completion. At the perfect moment, he tapped the seed one final time, then reached into the potion and gently touched the sprouting roots. They pulsed with vitality and magic. Without hesitation, Char turned to his test plot. His hands moved on instinct, casting the soil-loosening spell he'd practiced so many times it was second nature. The soil shifted, and he nestled the guardian tree seed into its new home, covering it gently. He held his breath, nerves stretched to the breaking point. Would it work? Or would all his effort be for nothing? A faint reward light shimmered above the soil. A line of text appeared before his eyes. You successfully planted the guardian tree. Available rewards, improved comprehension of defense against the dark arts, bronze level. After the guardian tree matures, the rewards will be upgraded to improved dark magic defense perception, silver level, weak dark magic resistance, black iron level. Relief and triumph flooded through him. He'd done it. The guardian tree was planted and growing. Now all he had to do was prepare the holy tree potion and nurture the seedling. In time, it would mature, and he'd reap the rewards. Char felt a surge of pride. He'd planted rarer and more powerful magical plants before, but this was different. This was a true milestone in his herbology journey, a project that demanded every ounce of his skill and patience. By the end of the school year, he'd have a harvest of guardian trees, and his defense against the dark arts would soar. He let out a shaky laugh that quickly faded into exhaustion. The ordeal had drained him so completely that, as soon as the tension left his body, he fell asleep right there in the greenhouse, standing up. Later that night, under the moon's gentle glow, Professor Sprout hurried to the greenhouse to gather herbs for Quirrell's scabies. She found Char asleep in the experimental field, dirt smudged on his face, snoring softly. Her heart filled with both worry and pride. This child, still working at this hour, she murmured, gently brushing the dirt from his cheek. She felt the sacred magic pulsing beneath the soil and realized what Char had accomplished. Tears welled in her eyes as she whispered, "The Sprout family truly has a worthy heir. My Char is on his way to becoming a legend." She helped him to the lounge, fussing over him, determined to let him rest, even if it meant Quirrell would have to wait a little longer for his treatment. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Quirrell lay in bed, reporting his failures to Voldemort. The Dark Lord's voice was cold and unimpressed. "You haven't even passed the first level of the Philosopher's Stone's defenses. And you let the Weasley twins outsmart you." Quirrell tried to redeem himself. "I have a plan. Charles Sprout, he must have half-giant blood. I can use him to get past the three-headed dog." Voldemort snorted, remembering Hagrid. "Another half-giant at Hogwarts. The magical world just keeps getting messy, eh? But perhaps you can make use of him." As Quirrell writhed in pain from the biting cabbage and giant konjac flower, he cursed Professor Sprout's delay. "Why hasn't she brought my herbs yet? The best time for treatment is slipping away." Outside, Snape was equally frustrated, his patience worn thin by Quirrell's complaints and Dumbledore's mysterious games. He snapped at Sprout when he found her in the greenhouse, but she explained Char's breakthrough and asked for his help making a restorative potion. Snape's irritation melted into surprise and a touch of admiration as he saw Char's pale, sleeping face. He remembered how Char had once cut his finger to heal Snape's cursed wound, and decided Quirrell could wait a little longer. So, while Quirrell suffered through the night, Sprout and Snape worked together to help Char recover from his exhaustion. Even Madame Pomfrey was nowhere to be found. As dawn broke, Quirrell stared at the ceiling in despair, abandoned by everyone, even Voldemort, who simply told him to bear with it and promptly went back to sleep. Chapter 93. After successfully planting the guardian tree, Char fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. He had no idea how much time had passed until he finally opened his eyes and found himself lying in a hospital bed. Sunlight streamed through the window, warm and golden. "Is it morning already?" he murmured, disoriented. "Did I sleep all the way through?" Just then, Professor Sprout's tired but gentle voice drifted to him. "Char, you're finally awake. You've been sleeping for almost 3 days." Char blinked in shock. 3 days. He'd never slept so long in his life. With his legendary vitality, he could usually go days without rest and bounce back after just a short nap. Even though planting the guardian tree had drained him, 3 whole days seemed impossible. Professor Sprout didn't answer immediately. Instead, she encouraged him to check in with himself. "How do you feel?" "Any better than usual." Char paused, tuning into his body. A wave of comfort and lightness washed over him. He felt better than he could ever remember. When he glanced at his system panel, his eyes widened. His magic perception enhancement, which usually only showed a hint of gold when he used water enhancement, now glowed with gold even without it. Nearly half the bar was gold. His magical perception had taken a massive leap, as if he'd just harvested a whole crop of goldfish spider plants. Professor Sprout smiled, seeing his reaction. "You feel it, don't you? Your perception of magic has improved. When you passed out, Severus suggested we brew you a special potion to help you sleep longer. It's good for your body, and especially for your magical perception." She sighed, a bit regretful. Severus really went all out this time. He used some of his most valuable ingredients. Char felt a pang of gratitude. A potion that could boost magical perception was as precious as increasing one's magical talent. Even though he'd once helped heal Snape's wounds, this favor was enormous. He noticed the tired lines on Professor Sprout's face and the redness in her eyes. "Aunt, how long have you been awake?" She just smiled and shook her head. "I'm not tired. When I was younger, I'd go days without sleep working in the fields. If I could do that for plants, I can certainly do it for you, Char." A swirl of emotion filled Char's heart. He spoke softly, "You should rest, Aunt. I feel great now. If you get sick taking care of me, I'd never forgive myself." Professor Sprout's eyes glistened. She made him promise to call for her if anything felt wrong, then left the room, moving slowly and heavily. At the door, she paused and looked back with a mischievous glint. "By the way, while you were asleep, your friends wanted to visit. Neville, Harry, and the others. Anne," she winked, "Hannah, Susan, Hermione. You have quite the fan club, Char. Maybe there's someone you like. I can arrange for you to work together in herbology class. 3 classes a week, you know." Char groaned, half laughing. "Aunt, I'm only 11. She waved him off. "It's never too early to start. Maybe I'll organize a social with Ravenclaw. There's a lovely girl named Cho Chang in 2nd year, very pretty, just a year older than you. I could arrange a dance." Char's cheeks burned. Cho Chang. Harry's future crush. He just wanted to plant trees, not get tangled up in school romances. Thankfully, at that moment, Hermione's voice sounded at the door. "Professor, is Char awake? What's all this about dances and behind-the-scenes operations?" Professor Sprout winked at Char, made a "you two chat" gesture, and left, humming a tune. Hermione looked puzzled but quickly focused on Char, her expression bright with relief. "I was so worried when I heard you fainted. I kept wanting to find you in the potions classroom. You've helped me so much, Char." Char waved her concern away. "How's Gryffindor treating you now?" "Things better." Hermione beamed. "Finally, I have friends. I'm not wandering the castle alone anymore. I used to think Harry and Ron weren't trying hard enough, but it turns out they were staying up late studying. Their grades haven't improved much, but at least they're putting in the effort. We all get along now." Char nodded. Fate had a way of bringing people together, even if it took a while. Just then, he noticed 2 figures peeking in from the hallway. "Harry, Ron, stop lurking and come in." Harry and Ron shuffled in, sheepish smiles on their faces. Char eyed the trio and sighed. "I get the feeling you 3 have more than just a friendly visit in mind." Hermione spoke first, her tone serious. "We do, Char. During the Quidditch match, Harry's broom went out of control. Someone was cursing it. I saw Snape staring at Harry and muttering a spell. I'm afraid Snape's fooled Dumbledore. He could be plotting something terrible. We need your help to figure out what he's up to, but only if you're safe. Char listened, but instead of the shock they expected, he just looked exasperated. Hermione pressed on. I swear I saw him cursing Harry. Char sighed. I don't think you're lying, but why assume Snape was trying to hurt Harry? Maybe someone else was cursing him, and Snape was trying to help. Harry jumped in, agitated. Impossible. Snape had wounds from the three-headed dog. He must have been trying to steal whatever it's guarding. That proves he's up to no good. Char shook his head. Snape is one of the 4 heads of house. If something important needs guarding, they'd all be involved. It's more likely he was trying to stop the real culprit and got bitten by accident. I even helped him heal before the match. The trio stared, stunned. Ron's face turned red with anger. So you're on Snape's side? I thought you were one of us. Before he could finish, Char flicked his wand. Hanging fuchsia. Ron suddenly found himself dangling upside down from the ceiling. Char's voice was cold. Ron Weasley. And you, Harry and Hermione. I don't care about your wild theories, but don't ever insult Professor Snape in front of me. He's a teacher I respect. And remember, students here don't betray or doubt those they trust. That's not how we do things. He released Ron, who crashed to the floor and stormed out, muttering, I told you he wasn't like us. You shouldn't have come to him. Harry and Hermione, looking disappointed, quickly followed. Char watched them go, feeling no regret. They were the heroes of the original story, but he didn't need to be part of their drama. Sometimes, distance was better, for his safety and sanity. Outside the ward, Snape stepped from the shadows, having overheard everything. He sneered at the trio's accusations, James Potter's son, just as foolish as his father, but Char's loyalty caught him off guard. He'd expected Char to spy on him, not defend him and discipline Ron for disrespect. Snape lingered, emotions swirling, regret, shame, even a strange sense of pride. At last, he entered Char's room, his voice gruff. Now that you're awake, don't get lazy. Potions classroom, now. I want to see if you remember what I taught you. And remember, if you don't keep up with the Holy Tree potion, your guardian tree will be useless against dark magic. Chapter 94. Following Snape, Char stepped into the potions classroom, a place that felt both familiar and strangely distant after so much time away. There was no chance for nostalgia. Snape was all business, gesturing to a pile of snails and an array of potion-making tools. I don't have time for you to daydream, Snape said, his tone icy. Pay attention. Scabies solution. Char barely registered the sharpness in Snape's voice. His focus was on the cauldron and the challenge ahead. The last time he'd tried to brew Snape's new scabies potion, the complexity of the magic had defeated him. But now, with his magical perception heightened and his night vision at platinum level, he was eager to see how much he'd improved. Professor, could you draw the curtains? Char asked. Snape blinked, a little surprised by the request, but complied without comment. Heavy curtains fell, plunging the room into darkness. Snape himself didn't bother with a light, he could sense the magic in every ingredient with his eyes closed. He settled back, curious to see what Char would do. For Char, the world lit up in his mind's eye. Dots of magical light danced before him, making every detail stand out. He immediately spotted some porcupine quills that were clearly subpar, their magic weak and faded. Char smiled to himself, realizing this was a subtle test from Snape, and carefully picked out the bad quills. Snape, though his eyes were closed, couldn't help but let a small smile slip. Always check your ingredients. That's the first rule of potions. Any true potion master knows to verify even the basics before beginning. With that lesson internalized, Char began brewing. One by one, he added ingredients, carefully monitoring the swirl of magic as they blended together. The process was intricate, but his new abilities let him sense every reaction, every shift. When the potion was finished, Char lit his wand and revealed a clear, perfect scabies solution. Professor, I'm done. Snape didn't even glance at the cauldron. Good, he said simply, but the pride in his voice was unmistakable. Then Snape pulled out a new set of ingredients. This time, the challenge was much greater. This is unicorn horn powder, full of divine magic. This is moon spirit grass root, cold and pure. These are for the holy tree potion. Watch closely. I'll show you once. Snape's hands moved with effortless precision, each gesture smooth and natural. He processed the ingredients and added them to the cauldron in a sequence that seemed almost instinctive. To Char, it was like watching the laws of nature unfold. The result was a shimmering, silver-white potion, radiating a sacred energy and a subtle, earthy fragrance. Char stared, awestruck. This is the Holy Tree Potion. Snape handed him another set of ingredients. Now it's your turn. Char took a deep breath and began. The Holy Tree Potion was in a different league, far more complex than anything he'd tried before. Even with his enhanced perception and night vision, it was a struggle. After an hour, his potion was only a dull grayish-white, the divine magic barely detectable. Snape didn't criticize or praise. He simply checked the time. 10 minutes to reflect. Then try again. Char ran through every step in his mind, searching for mistakes. 10 minutes later, Snape handed him fresh ingredients. Again. The second attempt was a little better, but still not right. Snape's response was the same, reflect. Try again. This cycle continued until the school bell rang. Snape finally called a halt. We'll continue tonight. Char watched Snape leave, feeling both grateful and frustrated. Thank you, Professor, he called after him. Snape just snorted, but Char noticed a faint lightness in his step. Left alone, Char gazed at his failed potions. The Holy Tree Potion was proving to be a true test. He knew he'd need plenty of practice before he could master it. But time was running short. Quirrell was recovering, and the effects of the giant konjac flower wouldn't last forever. Soon, Quirrell would be back to his old tricks, and Char would need to be on guard. He frowned, thinking through possible ways to keep Quirrell bedridden a bit longer. But nothing came to mind. Maybe I should just avoid being alone at night for a while, he muttered. It'll slow me down, but it's safer than having to watch my back every minute. Determined not to let worry distract him, Char decided to use the leftover materials for more practice. But before he could start, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor, accompanied by a sharp cat's meow and Filch's unmistakable bellow. The Weasley brothers. You're in trouble this time. If I catch you, I'll have you expelled. Fred and George, breathless and desperate, darted into the potions classroom. Char felt a pang of guilt. After all, it was his prank on Quirrell that had landed them in hot water. Come in, Char whispered. I'll cover for you. The twins ducked into a corner just as Filch and Mrs. Norris burst in. Filch scowled when he saw Char, Mr. Sprout. What are you doing here so late? Char smiled innocently. Just working on potions, Mr. Filch. Why would the Weasley brothers come to Slytherin territory? You're welcome to check the corners, but Professor Snape just finished an experiment. Please don't touch anything, or he'll be furious. Filch hesitated, grumbled, and finally left. The twins emerged, grinning with relief. Char, you're a lifesaver. Fred said. If Filch had caught us, McGonagall would have had our heads. George nodded. And all because of that prank on Quirrell. We're still getting blamed for it. If I ever find out who set him up, I'll throw a dung bomb at their face. Char coughed, changing the subject. What are you two planning now? Maybe you should lay low for a bit. The twins shook their heads in unison. No way. Night tours are a Gryffindor tradition. But we do need to clear our names. They eyed the potions on Char's table. What's this one? Doesn't look like anything from first-year lessons. It's a special potion for the Herbal Society, Char explained. But it's a failed batch, supposed to be full of divine magic, but it's pretty weak. The twins' eyes lit up. Divine magic. That's perfect for fighting dark creatures. Maybe if we give this to Quirrell, he'll believe we didn't prank him. And he can finally ditch that garlicky scarf. Char blinked, then grinned. Take as much as you want. If you need more, just ask, I'll be brewing it every day for a while. The twins clapped him on the back, beaming. You're the best, Char. If this works, maybe McGonagall will finally forgive us. The next morning, Quirrell was still suffering in the infirmary, his patience worn thin by days of pain and itching. When Professor McGonagall arrived, with the Weasley twins in tow, he perked up, hoping for good news. McGonagall explained, the boys brought you a gift, Holy Tree Potion. It's not a prank, it's meant to help. The twins handed over the potion, urging Quirrell to use it on the back of his head. Quirrell paled, but under McGonagall's watchful gaze, he had no choice. He dabbed the potion on his scalp and nearly screamed at the burning sting. "How does it feel, Professor?" the twins asked, eyes wide with hope. Quirrell forced a smile. "Wonderful. So soothing." "Thank you." "Drink the rest," the twins insisted. "It's most effective fresh." Quirrell choked down the potion, barely managing to keep his composure. Inside his mind, Voldemort raged, certain Dumbledore was behind this test. But with McGonagall and the twins watching, he had no choice but to play along. "Excellent," the twins cheered. "We'll bring you a fresh bottle every day." Quirrell's heart sank, but he could only nod, tears in his eyes. Time slipped by, and soon the castle was blanketed in snow. Char gazed out the window, feeling the chill in the air and the promise of Christmas just 2 weeks away. Chapter 95. #Christmas at Hogwarts. The Christmas holiday was fast approaching, bringing with it a sense of both anticipation and reflection. For Char, this milestone meant something more significant. Char's first year at Hogwarts was already halfway through, a realization that stirred unexpected emotions in his heart. In his previous life, Char had spent countless nights staying up late, watching over experimental fields and reading novels to pass the endless hours. Among those stories, he had devoured numerous Harry Potter fan-fiction tales. He remembered how many protagonists could defeat Voldemort and Dumbledore before even entering school, yet so few could manage to overcome the Two-Faced Men by the end of their first semester. As he assessed his current strength honestly, Char acknowledged that despite being someone who had traveled through time, he still had a long way to go. But after a moment of contemplation, he shook his head gently, watching his breath form white clouds in the cold air. "I haven't wasted a single day," he reminded himself. *I have a clear conscience. Just keep moving forward step by step. One day, I'll be able to go far, *. With time feeling so fleeting, Char's attention returned to the present reality, his expression growing more serious as he considered the immediate challenges ahead. Quirrell's injury was delayed for a whole week by the failed Holy Tree potion, he mused aloud. Defense against the dark arts classes have been suspended for an extra week because of it. But tomorrow, those classes will resume, which means today, Quirrell will finally be discharged from the hospital. He paused, processing the implications. It seems that even with the Weasley brothers' help, delaying for another week was already pushing the limit. But, a determined look crossed his face. That's enough time. A gleam appeared in Char's eyes as he glanced at his system panel. Thanks to preparing the Holy Tree potion over the past week, an exercise that was extremely effective for training magical perception, the golden light above the words, "Magic Perception Enhanced," had grown increasingly intense, now occupying nearly 4/5 of the available area. However, Char had discovered something troubling in the last 2 days. The effectiveness of improving magical perception through exercise seemed to be diminishing. The gold level still seemed some distance away, and he understood why. The upper limit of magic perception training was determined by one's inherent magical talent, and he was afraid he was approaching that ceiling. It was similar to physical fitness. Some people were naturally gifted and could build muscle quickly with minimal training, while others couldn't develop much muscle mass even after a year of intense exercise. Such was the extent of Char's talent in magic. But there was no trace of despair on his face. Not talented enough. The system makes up for it, *. The new batch of goldfish spider plants that I planted earlier should have matured under the troll's catalysis, he reasoned. Once this batch is harvested, gold level, magic perception enhancement, will be a natural outcome. His thoughts turned to Hagrid, who had been helping him search for troll settlements. Although there's no news yet, food becomes scarce on snowy days, and trolls will leave more traces while searching for sustenance. It should be soon. If I could tame even a small troll settlement, just a few trolls, my magical perception could improve at an accelerated rate. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Char began walking toward Hagrid's hut outside the castle. But before he could leave the building, he encountered 3 familiar figures in the corridor near the library floor. It was the trio of Harry, Hermione, and Ron. They had obviously just emerged from the library, all looking exhausted as if they had been searching for information for hours. As they walked, the 3 were still discussing their discoveries, but when they spotted Char, Harry immediately let out a sharp cough, and their discussion abruptly stopped. The 3 froze in place. Hermione looked at Char with an apologetic expression, while Ron appeared indignant, clearly still holding a grudge against Char for using the hanging bell curse on him earlier. However, remembering the miserable way Malfoy had been taught a lesson by Char, Ron didn't dare voice his anger. Char observed it all with quiet amusement. He knew exactly what the trio had been searching for in the library, information about Nicholas Flamel. What a coincidence that there was no alchemy course at Hogwarts. Otherwise, given Hermione's mastery of textbooks, it would be impossible for her not to know about Nicholas Flamel, a living fossil of alchemy whose name was unavoidable when discussing the subject. The alchemy course had been deleted from the curriculum many years ago due to its extremely high failure rate, something Char had learned from Snape during this period. In addition to configuring the Holy Tree potion, he had also studied advanced magical knowledge under Snape's guidance, including alchemical texts like the Emerald Record and the Collection of Secrets recorded in the Half-Blood Prince's textbook. These studies had opened his eyes to the ancient magic of the wizarding world. Out of curiosity, Char had once asked Snape, "Professor, since alchemy is so important in magical theory, and considering your talent back then, why did you choose to study potions instead of alchemy? I see you're very familiar with the Jade Record and other texts." Snape had immediately changed the subject, muttering some words. "It's not that I don't want to learn. I really don't have time. Actually, alchemy isn't difficult. It's really not difficult." His voice had grown bitter. "When I was drawing alchemy diagrams, either the quill ran out of ink or the parchment was too rough. Do you understand?" Char had understood perfectly. Snape must have experimented with alchemy as well, but even he had failed. No wonder true alchemical items were so scarce, and even the 4 head teachers envied the deluminator that Dumbledore had created. "Don't even think about it with my own talent," Char had concluded. Unless I can access some magical plants that enhance alchemy in the future, I should focus on the present. Herbology and potions alone will take me a long time to master. Restraining these distracting thoughts, Char continued walking forward, quickly disappearing from the trio's sight. Once he was gone, Ron finally began to mutter, "Did you hear? He's been getting closer to Snape lately. I bet he's been bribed by Snape. Look at the direction he's heading, toward Hagrid's hut. Maybe he's trying to get close to Hagrid and make a breakthrough through him." Harry sighed, his face full of worry. "But Hagrid trusts him completely. I mentioned this to Hagrid before, and Hagrid actually got angry. I'm really worried that Snape will use Char to break through Hagrid's defenses." Hermione argued back, "Don't think so badly of him. Char is definitely not what you're making him out to be." Ron sneered and said nothing in response. After a long while, he snorted coldly. "I wanted to come out to get some fresh air and rest. It seems we have to go back now. We need to work overtime to find out who Nicholas Flamel is. We have to figure this out before Snape and Char do." Meanwhile, in the hospital wing, Quirrell looked pale as he gazed longingly at Madame Pomfrey. She frowned as she examined him. "The wound from the biting cabbage and the effects from the giant konjac flower have basically healed," she announced. "Professor Quirrell, you can be discharged now. But you seem much weaker than before. Are you sure you don't need to stay in the infirmary for a few more days to recuperate?" As soon as these words left her mouth, Quirrell seemed to be under tremendous stress. His expression became distorted as he shook his head wildly. No way. This past week had been torture. He had to endure the effects of potions brought by the Weasley brothers every day. The Holy Tree potion, although a failed product, still contained significant holy magic. For the average wizard, there were some benefits, it could even protect against dark magic. But for Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort, this was like rubbing salt into a wound. Every time he used the potion, it was heart-wrenching agony. But to avoid arousing suspicion from Dumbledore, who had arranged this test, he had to pretend to be comfortable. Just thinking about it made Quirrell feel flames of hatred spreading wildly in his heart. "I don't want to live another day like this," he snarled through gritted teeth. But soon, noticing Madame Pomfrey's slightly frightened expression, Quirrell hurriedly explained, "It's been more than a week. I haven't taught my students for such a long time. Merlin, I'm going to delay their studies. And I'm still receiving a Hogwarts salary. I'm a total wage thief. Ma'am, I have to get back to work right now. I can't stand it for even a moment." Madame Pomfrey's eyes grew misty at his words. "Professor Quirrell, you are such a good and conscientious professor. Okay, then I won't keep you." The moment he walked out of the ward, Quirrell opened his arms as if embracing a new life. But the next moment, a gust of cold wind blew past, causing him to shiver violently. The potion he had been taking during this period had significantly affected him, causing weakness in both his physical and magical strength. Even Voldemort, who was parasitizing him, had been affected and had fallen into a deep sleep to reduce power consumption. This made Quirrell feel anxious, there wasn't much time left for him. I have to get that boy under control, he muttered. Use him to get the Philosopher's Stone past the three-headed dog. For this reason, Quirrell decided to take a risk. I know he goes to the greenhouse every night. Tonight, I will take action. At that same time, Char had already arrived at Hagrid's hut and was walking toward the site where a troll had been tamed. Although he didn't know exactly what Quirrell was planning, he could guess that time was not on Quirrell's side. As time passed, Quirrell's actions would become increasingly desperate and exaggerated. I have to improve myself as soon as possible. Just then, the troll's mumbling sounds reached Char's ears. Abandon. ABA. In his field of vision, orange-red lines that looked like goldfish appeared. The new batch of more than 40 pots of goldfish spider plants had all matured. Looking at the heavy reward orbs of light hanging above them, Char reached out his hand. Asterisk touch. Harvest, asterisk. After the orb of light poured into his body, a strange feeling that he hadn't experienced in a long time began spreading through his blood again. Char closed his eyes, listening to the echo of the snowstorm around him. And beyond that, the surge of magic itself. Chapter 96. ## the breakthrough. Behind Hagrid's hut, in the quiet woods where snowflakes fell like scattered diamonds, Char had been sitting motionless for what felt like an eternity. The white flakes had accumulated on his robes, transforming him into a statue of contemplation against the winter landscape. But he remained perfectly still, eyes closed, as if listening to some exquisite symphony that only he could hear, the delicate music of magic itself flowing through his veins. Then, in a single transformative moment, that wonderful sensation coursing through his blood began to fade. Char opened his eyes with a mixture of fulfillment and longing, gently shaking himself as the accumulated snowflakes cascaded to the ground around him. The entire world seemed reborn, viewed through new eyes. On his system panel, the Magic Perception Enhancement indicator, which had been stubbornly stuck at silver level for so long, had finally transformed completely into a brilliant golden hue, intense and radiant, pulsing with newfound power. Char took a deep breath, feeling his heartbeat gradually accelerate with anticipation and excitement. Lumos, he whispered. The familiar luminescence charm flowed from the tip of his wand, but this time everything was different. The extremely clear breathing and heartbeat of the spell transmitted directly into Char's consciousness through the fluorescent magic. Every particle that composed the spell appeared with crystal clarity in his mind, as if he were viewing the very building blocks of magic itself. This sensation was far more vivid than when his fluorescent spell had been upgraded to platinum level before. Char suddenly understood the truth: his magical perception had been the limiting factor in his magical achievements all along. Now that my magical perception has caught up, I can fully utilize my platinum-level fluorescent spell proficiency, he realized with growing excitement. He decided to test his previous theoretical breakthrough, making the particles within the fluorescent spell reach a state of frequency synchronization. Previously, he could only synchronize a tiny fraction of particles for the briefest instant. But now, those former limitations crumbled like paper barriers. With 2 or 3 times more particles than before under his precise control, frequency synchronization was achieved with remarkable ease. The fluorescent spell in his hand suddenly blazed with extraordinary brightness, forming a beam of light that had gained an almost solid quality as it emerged from his wand tip. Reflected and amplified by the surrounding snow, the entire forest before him was illuminated in a momentary blaze of artificial daylight. Char's eyes sparkled with delight. While this was still far from his ultimate vision of achieving perfect particle synchronization to create a laser-like effect, compared to his previous attempts, this represented a quantum leap forward. Is this the power of gold-level magic perception enhancement? He mused. After crossing this threshold, everything really is fundamentally different. A surge of anticipation filled his heart as he considered the immediate implications. I've been practicing Holy Tree potion preparation for an entire week, he reflected. Dozens of failed attempts, each one teaching me something new. But I was always just short of success. At that crucial moment when all the magical power of the materials needed to blend together, I couldn't quite achieve the harmonious and complete state required. He understood now that the root of the problem had been his magical perception. Even with platinum-level night vision, I still couldn't fully comprehend the magical situation within the crucible. But now. Char took a deep breath and stepped forward, walking briskly toward the potions classroom with renewed determination. It should work this time. ## the Watcher in the Tower. As Char made his way back to the castle from Hagrid's hut, an undisguised, burning gaze fell upon him from one of the castle towers. The intensity of that stare sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. He raised his eyes toward the source, his vision cutting through the boundless snow and wind until he spotted Quirrell standing by a windowsill in the corridor. That scorching, desperate look belonged unmistakably to the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Char's heart sank as realization dawned. He had no doubt that if it weren't broad daylight, Quirrell might have attacked him directly, right here in the open. The next moment, Quirrell looked away and his figure vanished from Char's sight. But the message had been clear. This was a man waiting for his opportunity, most likely after nightfall. Char's grip tightened on his wand. Of course, he could simply remain in the dormitory after dark, or rely on the protection of Professors Snape and Sprout. In that case, it would be nearly impossible for Quirrell to make a move against him. But that approach would also mean sacrificing the evening hours he had been using so effectively to improve himself. Even his precious tree planting time would be severely reduced. At that thought, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He could tolerate many things, but the one thing he absolutely could not stand was being prevented from tending his plants. With grim determination etched across his features, Char returned to the common room first to retrieve his trusty bat. In many ways, his enhanced physical abilities combined with the simple weapon represented his most destructive capability at present. When properly employed, it could catch even experienced wizards completely off guard. #the perfect potion. Char then made his way to an empty potions classroom. After taking a steadying breath, he resisted the urge to immediately begin brewing the holy tree potion. Instead, he methodically washed the crucible, lit flames to evaporate every drop of residual moisture, and carefully cleaned each tool he would need. This was one of Snape's most important lessons: never underestimate the effect that even the tiniest bit of residual magic left on a cauldron or tools can have on a potion. The more complex the potion, the more destructive power such tiny impurities can wield. Trust me, you don't want to see precious materials wasted because of such an elementary mistake. Snape had also emphasized the meditative aspect. The process of cleaning your tools is also the process of clearing your mind. In this moment, Char released all the urgency and anxiety that had been building in his heart. He let go of everything, even Quirrell's looming threat seemed to fade into irrelevance. His mind became as calm as still water, without the slightest ripple of disturbance. Once all preparatory steps were completed with methodical precision, Char finally began brewing the holy tree potion. Various materials containing different magical properties were added to the crucible with practiced ease, setting off complex magical reactions within. This process had demanded his complete concentration over the past week. Any distraction could cause immediate failure. But this time, Char handled the entire procedure with remarkable ease. Even at the critical point where magical harmonization had eluded him for 7 days straight, he felt the magical reaction respond perfectly to his control. With a final, confident stir, a pot of silver-white potion emanating a powerful sacred magical aura appeared in the cauldron. Char's eyes shone with uncontainable joy. While it wasn't quite as perfect as Snape's demonstration, this was undeniably a successful holy tree potion. With this achievement, his guardian trees could finally grow to their optimal state and provide protection against dark magic for anyone who touched them. This represented another crucial weapon in his arsenal against Quirrell. #the guardian trees awaken. Char thought about how Quirrell had been weakened by failed sacred tree potions for an entire week. Even the failures had contained increasingly potent sacred magic as Char's skill improved. With such accumulated damage, Quirrell should currently be at his weakest state. Facing guardian trees irrigated with genuine holy tree potion, even newly planted seedlings would likely cause Quirrell considerable distress. Looking at the successful potion before him, Char calculated, this should be sufficient to give 5 guardian tree seeds their first proper irrigation. He gathered the 4 additional sets of guardian tree materials that Professor Sprout had provided, his eyes narrowing with determination. Without further delay, he headed quickly toward the greenhouse. When he reached the spot where he had planted the first guardian tree seed more than 10 days ago, he found exactly what he had expected. Logically, there should have been signs of sprouting by now, but the seed remained frustratingly dormant. Even the reward light orb floating above showed no change from when it was first planted. Clearly, without proper holy tree potion irrigation, the seed's growth prospects were grim. As Char produced the freshly brewed potion, he could sense the guardian tree seed responding like a starving infant, conveying an intense hunger for nourishment. He proceeded cautiously, tilting the potion bottle to let a single drop of silver-white liquid fall onto the soil. The sacred magic within the potion was absorbed instantly, like water drawn by parched earth. The magical aura emanating from the guardian tree seed immediately became more vibrant, dispelling its previous half-dead state. The reward light orb above expanded visibly, growing stronger by the moment. Char continued without hesitation, adding more than 10 drops of the precious potion. The long-starved guardian tree seed finally received adequate nourishment, and then, in a moment of triumph, a tender green sprout emerged from the soil. Seeing this miraculous sight, Char's face lit up with pure delight. The guardian tree had sprouted. This meant it had moved beyond the most precarious seed stage and would no longer be vulnerable to sudden death. At this stage of growth, while not as effective as full maturity, the tree could already provide meaningful protection, especially for Char as its grower. Because the guardian tree contained his own magical essence, the protective effects would be significantly stronger for him than for others. When Char gently touched the tender sprout, sacred and warming magical power flowed over him immediately. He felt as though an invisible barrier had formed around his body, capable of helping him resist low-intensity dark magic forces. #expanding the garden. With growing confidence, Char retrieved the 4 additional guardian tree materials and surveyed the experimental field where glow mushrooms had previously grown. He faced a difficult decision. The fluorescent spell had reached platinum level, and further improvement would require harvesting fluorescent mushrooms for several more cycles with uncertain results. Meanwhile, the current level was already quite sufficient for his immediate needs. The guardian trees, by contrast, could continuously enhance his defense against dark arts and resistance to dark magic. The sooner he planted them, the greater the long-term benefits would be. After weighing the options carefully, Char decided to sacrifice the glow mushroom cultivation temporarily. This experimental field would be dedicated entirely to guardian trees, though their planting density couldn't match that of the mushrooms. He estimated the space could accommodate roughly 15 guardian trees at most. There aren't enough experimental fields, he sighed. Fortunately, according to what my aunt mentioned, I should be able to acquire additional plots after Christmas. Then the scale of guardian tree cultivation can be expanded significantly. His eyes took on a calculating gleam as he considered future possibilities. And if Quirrell can't make progress with me, he'll likely follow the original timeline. After Christmas, he'll use dragon eggs to extract information from Hagrid about bypassing the 3-headed dog. Given my relationship with Hagrid, borrowing some dragon blood from the young dragon shouldn't be problematic. The prospect excited him. Then I can begin mass cultivation of blood jade. I'll have 3 silver-level reward plants: piranha algae, guardian tree, and blood jade. But he quickly refocused on the immediate task. While daylight remained, he needed to plant these 4 guardian tree seeds efficiently. Working with calm precision, Char processed each seed with the expertise gained over 2 months of practice. His success rate had improved dramatically. All 4 seeds were planted successfully, and when watered with the holy tree potion, 4 tender sprouts emerged from the soil in succession. Char could immediately sense the protective barrier around him growing stronger and more sophisticated. His spells seemed to have acquired a subtle change due to the sacred magic blessing from the guardian tree seedlings, developing some inherent resistance to dark magic. Even his bat appeared to be covered with a faint silver radiance. #the confrontation. As satisfaction filled his heart, a cold light flashed in Char's eyes. By nature, he preferred to avoid unnecessary risks, focusing on steady cultivation and growth. He would never willingly engage with danger unless absolutely certain of victory. But anyone who dared to interfere with his plant cultivation would learn a painful lesson, regardless of their identity. It didn't matter if Quirrell chose not to come. But if he insisted on making trouble and disrupting the precious time Char spent nurturing his plants, today would be the day Quirrell discovered the true meaning of legendary power. As night deepened, a figure wearing a large scarf slipped quietly from the castle gates, heading directly for the greenhouse. Quirrell's heart raced with urgency. Christmas holidays were approaching, and many professors and students would be away, creating the perfect opportunity to seize the Philosopher's Stone. But first, he needed to gain control over Char. Within moments, Quirrell stood outside the greenhouse, relieved to see lights still burning inside. Fortunately, Char is diligent and rarely returns to the dormitory until late at night. Otherwise, finding such an opportunity would be truly difficult. Remembering how Char had rejected his previous approaches, Quirrell's teeth clenched. This time, he wouldn't rely on weak persuasion. A single Imperius curse would make the boy completely compliant, useful enough to distract the 3-headed dog while Quirrell claimed his prize. Quirrell tapped his wand lightly, and the greenhouse door responded with a soft click, swinging open slowly. He entered with wand raised and ready. But in the next instant, something unexpected occurred. Accompanied by a decisive clicking sound, all the lights in the greenhouse seemed to be swallowed by darkness, leaving only black emptiness. Quirrell stood stunned, unable to comprehend what had happened. In the dark environment where Char moved like a fish in water, enhanced by his aquatic abilities and equipped with perfect night vision, he had already positioned himself for the perfect strike. Lumos. Char's voice rang out clearly. A beam of light brighter than Quirrell had ever imagined, infused with sacred power, blazed directly onto the professor's body. The sudden transition from complete darkness to brilliant illumination left Quirrell effectively blind, seeing nothing but dazzling white light everywhere. The sacred magic within the light caused Quirrell excruciating pain, and he instinctively cast protective spells. Protego. Armor protection. An invisible barrier appeared before him, providing momentary relief. But then an unimaginable force struck his iron armor curse, once, twice, 3 times, like a giant hammering with tremendous power. Quirrell's magical defense shattered with an audible crack. The remaining force of Char's legendary strength, channeled through his enhanced bat, struck Quirrell directly. The professor heard something break inside his body, at least a dozen ribs, as he flew backward like a severed kite. As the greenhouse lights returned to normal, Quirrell lay crumpled on the ground, his vision darkening. Through his pain, he saw Char's concerned expression as he approached with the bat still in hand. "Professor Quirrell!" Char exclaimed with apparent shock. "Why are you here? I thought there was a thief trying to steal my plants. Someone has been stealing vegetables recently, so I've been on high alert. I never expected it would be you, Professor." In apparent panic, Char hurried forward with a bottle of potion. "Professor, I have a healing potion here. Just bear with me for a moment, I'll take care of you." Quirrell breathed heavily, his eyes filled with resentment and grievance. But as Char approached quickly, Quirrell bit his tongue and slowly reached for his wand, thinking he could take advantage of the healing moment to control the boy. In the next second, Char seemed to stumble while rushing forward, and his bat spun toward Quirrell with devastating accuracy. The crack of breaking bone echoed as Quirrell's wand arm snapped, the agony forcing a scream from his lips. But the assault wasn't finished. The potion bottle in Char's hand flew high into the air, its contents, liquid filled with sacred magic, splashing directly onto Quirrell's face and body. The familiar recipe and taste made Quirrell's eyes widen with terror, his expression contorting in agony. This was the same blessed potion that had been tormenting him for weeks. Char breathed a sigh of relief, his voice filled with innocent concern. It's okay. Professor, this potion is excellent for your health. Your injuries should stabilize soon. Are you feeling better now?" Quirrell gasped painfully, forcing a twisted smile. "Comfortable," he managed through gritted teeth. "I'm so comfortable." "Really?" The next second, Quirrell's eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness entirely. For a brief moment, Char felt a cold impulse in his heart, but he quickly suppressed any thoughts of finishing what he'd started. Instead, he simply pressed the emergency button in the greenhouse and waited quietly for the professors to arrive. #reflection and preparation. As he waited, Char replayed the entire encounter in his mind. The Deluminator for darkness, night vision for advantage, aquatic enhancement for physical power, the modified glow spell for disorientation, and his legendary strength for the finishing blow, it had been a perfectly orchestrated ambush against an unsuspecting opponent. But he also recognized the circumstances that had made victory possible. Quirrell had been weakened by a week of holy tree potion exposure, was caught completely off guard, and was probably operating at reduced magical capacity due to his parasitic condition. If Quirrell had been more cautious, if he hadn't been pre-weakened, if Char had been slower in breaking through the armor curse, the outcome might have been very different. Char took a deep breath, acknowledging his limitations. His magical power still wasn't sufficient for more direct confrontations. If he could already use more advanced spells like the Severing Charm, Quirrell's armor curse would have been as fragile as paper. But after a moment of self-assessment, Char's gaze drifted toward the aquatic plant cultivation area deep in the greenhouse. There, in 13 water tanks, enormous reward light OS hovered tantalizingly close to harvest readiness. The piranha algae is nearly mature, he realized with growing excitement. Even if my raw magical power isn't strong enough yet. But as long as my underwater strength is improved, the blessing it. Chapter 97. The commotion in the greenhouse had attracted the professors who patrolled the castle during the night hours. Professor Sprout practically sprinted the entire way there, her robes billowing behind her. "What happened?" she gasped, slightly out of breath. "Char. Are you okay?" Professor McGonagall and the other faculty members arrived moments later, their faces etched with concern. The sight that greeted them made their eyes widen in shock. Quirrell lay unconscious on the greenhouse floor, his body crumpled in an unnatural position. Their expressions shifted from concern to bewilderment and uncertainty. What in Merlin's name is going on here? McGonagall demanded, her voice sharp with alarm. All eyes turned expectantly to Char, who had prepared for this moment long ago. He launched into his carefully rehearsed explanation, his voice steady despite the circumstances. He described how he had successfully completed the sacred tree potion after weeks of painstaking work. Then came the delicate process of planting the guardian trees, each one requiring precise magical cultivation. Finally, he explained his concern about potential thieves targeting his precious plants, and how he had accidentally injured Quirrell in his attempt to protect them. I truly didn't mean for this to happen, Char said, his voice carrying genuine remorse. Before he could finish his explanation, the professors stood frozen in stunned silence. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick exchanged incredulous glances, their mouths slightly agape. Are you telling us that Char has already begun cultivating guardian trees? McGonagall asked in disbelief. And he's reached the stage of brewing the sacred tree potion. Flitwick added, his usually cheerful voice tinged with amazement. Both professors turned to look at Professor Sprout with expressions of shock and accusation. Pomona, why didn't you inform us about this remarkable development? McGonagall's voice carried a hint of reproach. Professor Sprout's face lit up with unmistakable pride, a rare display of emotion from the usually modest herbology professor. I told you all along, she said with satisfaction. My Char possesses legendary talent. Cultivating guardian trees in his first year is just the beginning, his achievements will surpass anything you can imagine. Meanwhile, Snape observed Char with deep suspicion etched across his features. Throughout the week, he had been monitoring Char's progress with the sacred tree potion, and the boy's magical perception had seemed nowhere near ready for success. By Snape's calculations, it should have taken Char at least 2 more weeks to produce his first successful sacred tree potion. The timeline didn't add up. Yet the lingering magical essence of the sacred tree potion in the air confirmed what seemed impossible, Char had indeed succeeded. Perhaps he's been accumulating experience gradually, Snape mused to himself. A sudden breakthrough isn't unheard of, especially with his work ethic. At that moment, everyone's attention was drawn to the experimental field, where 5 guardian trees had sprouted from the earth, their young leaves shimmering with magical energy. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick both sighed deeply, their expressions filled with admiration and respect. This is truly remarkable, McGonagall said softly. Absolutely remarkable. You're destined to become an exceptional herbologist, Char. They understood the immense dedication and sacrifice required to reach this level of achievement. Char's talent alone wouldn't have been sufficient, the fact that he was still working in the greenhouse at such a late hour spoke volumes about his commitment. For the next half hour, the professors took turns congratulating both Char and Professor Sprout, their voices filled with genuine excitement and pride. It wasn't until much later that someone suddenly remembered the unconscious figure on the floor. Wait a moment, Professor Flitwick said, his eyes widening. I believe we've forgotten something rather important. All eyes turned to Quirrell, who remained motionless on the ground. Oh dear, McGonagall said, her hand flying to her chest. We were so caught up in celebrating that we completely forgot about Professor Quirrell. He should be fine, shouldn't he? Sprout asked with concern. Don't worry yourself, Char, Flitwick said reassuringly. As you explained, this was merely an unfortunate misunderstanding. I'm certain that when Professor Quirrell awakens and learns of Hufflepuff House's extraordinary student, he'll be nothing but pleased. He won't hold this against you. As the professors examined Quirrell's condition, McGonagall shook her head with a mixture of sympathy and regret. I'm afraid defense against the dark arts classes will have to be postponed until after the Christmas holidays, she announced. Soon after, the gathered professors carefully transported Quirrell away from the greenhouse, leaving Char alone with his thoughts. A wave of relief washed over him as he realized what he had accomplished. Quirrell would be unable to resume his sinister activities until after Christmas, giving Char a crucial buffer period during the holiday break. While others might not see the significance of this extra time, for Char it could mean everything. A qualitative change in his abilities was within reach. During the Christmas holiday, he still had 2 heavyweight rewards awaiting him, the Piranha Algae and Margaret, which would significantly enhance his magical strength. Once he claimed these rewards, his power would increase dramatically. But before that moment arrived, Char needed to make some important preparations. His eyes fell upon the system panel, where the words, Sectum Semper Spell, Iron Level, glowed with a faint metallic sheen. The iron luster appeared slightly richer than before, but the overall improvement remained barely noticeable. This subtle progress caused Char to frown with frustration. During recent weeks, he had practiced the Sectum Semper spell countless times, but the only cutting spell showing significant advancement was the pruning spell. That particular spell now gleamed with platinum light, indicating it was close to reaching the platinum level. However, the Sectum Semper spell itself had made disappointingly little progress. At this rate, reaching the bronze level would take an eternity. Char understood the vast gap between iron and bronze levels. He had experienced this progression with simpler spells like the loosening spell and the pruning spell. But for an advanced spell like Sectum Sempra, being even one level lower meant drastically reduced power. What exactly is the problem, he wondered aloud. Char had studied the Sectum Sempra spell's description in the Half-Blood Prince's textbook repeatedly, memorizing every detail, but he still couldn't identify the missing element. It seems I need to consult the spell's creator directly, he decided. Early the next morning, Char made his way to Snape's office, determination evident in his stride. He posed his question directly to the potion's master, expecting the usual wealth of knowledge Snape had previously shared. Instead, Snape's expression grew guarded, and he deflected the inquiry. Your Sectum Semper technique is progressing adequately, Snape said dismissively. Simply continue practicing. He quickly changed the subject. How is your progress with the fuchsia spell? And the Muffliato charm? Char felt confused by this unexpected response. Snape had always been generous with his knowledge before, never seeming secretive or withholding. Why did he appear to be deliberately avoiding discussion of the Sectum Semper spell? Professor, Char asked quietly, is there something about this spell that makes it inappropriate for me to learn? Snape fell silent for a long moment, his expression cycling through confusion, regret, and pain. Finally, he sighed deeply, his voice taking on a cold, distant tone. Char Sprout, he began formally. Since you insist on understanding the true nature of this curse, I'll explain it clearly. The Sectum Semper spell is dark magic, you already know this much. But all dark magic requires negative emotions as fuel to achieve its full power. Negative emotions are the very foundation of dark magic. Sectum Sempra is no exception to this rule. Unlike the unforgivable curses, Sectum Sempra doesn't require extreme thoughts of murder, torture, or domination. Instead, it requires a different kind of pain, the agony of having your heart torn open, the sensation of an empty void where something precious once existed, the devastating loss of something truly important. Only after experiencing this specific type of suffering can one truly master the Sectum Semper spell. A mocking smile played at the corners of Snape's lips, though his eyes remained haunted. And you? Have you ever experienced such profound loss? As he spoke these words, Snape's mind involuntarily returned to that terrible day, the day he had called Lily Evans a mudblood, the unforgivable word that had cost him everything he held dear. It was after that devastating loss that the Sectum Semper spell had truly been born in his heart, forged from his anguish and regret. Later, when news of Lily's death reached him, the spell had become his most powerful magic, surpassing even the unforgivable curses in its potency. Yet Snape rarely used it anymore. He wished he had never had cause to create it in the first place. Now he hoped desperately that Char would never have occasion to master the Sectum Semper spell, because doing so would mean the boy had suffered the same heartbreak that had shaped Snape's own life. Meanwhile, Char experienced a sudden moment of clarity. He finally understood why Harry in the original story hadn't learned common spells as quickly as Hermione, yet had mastered the incredibly powerful dark magic of Sectum Sempra on his first attempt with devastating effectiveness. Harry carried deep memories of loss, 11 years of nightmares featuring the green light that had taken his parents away. Combined with the influence of Voldemort's soul fragment within him, these experiences had given Harry an unexpected talent for the Sectum Sempra spell. What about me? Char asked himself. Have I ever experienced the heartbreak of losing something precious? Memories from his previous life began surfacing involuntarily in his mind. That day. After staying awake all night, he had arrived at the experimental field yawning, filled with anticipation for graduation. The trees he had carefully cultivated for years had been systematically destroyed by his unscrupulous advisor, but finally, the dawn of graduation seemed within reach. Until he discovered that the oranges he had painstakingly cultivated had been completely stripped bare by thieves. Hey kid, why are your oranges so sour? They had taunted. How can this be considered stealing? These oranges were growing by the roadside, we didn't know they belonged to anyone. Why are young people so stingy nowadays? You're still a college student, how can you be so petty? All right, $5 a pound, we'll compensate you. Here. In that moment, Char's mind had been consumed by a single, devastating realization. His graduate thesis. Gone. His graduation. Delayed indefinitely. Even having lived through this experience once before, the memory still brought overwhelming anguish. Pain, he whispered. It hurts so much. That's the agony of having your future and hope completely shattered. On the system panel, the words describing the Sectum Sempra spell began to glow with rapidly intensifying iron luster, far exceeding any previous rate of improvement. At that moment, Snape emerged from his own painful memories, his eyes still carrying traces of old sadness. You'd be better off not learning the Sectum Sempra spell, he said quietly to Char. At your age, what could you possibly know about true loss? But in the next instant, he froze completely. A familiar aura emanated from Char, the unmistakable essence of profound grief and loss. Impossible, Snape breathed, his voice filled with shock and disbelief. What kind of pain are you carrying? What on earth have you lost that could cause such suffering? Chapter 98. The air in the dungeon classroom felt thick and oppressive as Char stood before Snape, his face contorted with raw, unbridled pain. The young wizard's features were twisted in an expression so fierce and agonized that it seemed to age him beyond his years. Snape observed the transformation with genuine bewilderment. How could someone so young carry such profound suffering? The boy's eyes held depths of anguish that spoke of losses too heavy for childhood shoulders to bear. Then, like pieces of a dark puzzle falling into place, Snape remembered the tragedy that had befallen the family. The brutal attack by Antonin Dolokhov. The instantaneous death of Char's parents. Could it be that the boy still carried those traumatic memories from his earliest years? If that were true, then this heart-wrenching pain made perfect sense. A complicated mixture of emotions flickered across Snape's usually impassive features. He released a quiet sigh, one that carried the weight of understanding and something uncomfortably close to sympathy. Beneath that, shame began to bubble up from the depths of his conscience. After all, there had been a time when Dolokhov and he had worked side by side. If circumstances had been different, if Lily's situation hadn't driven him to Dumbledore's cause, perhaps he might have remained on the same dark path. His thoughts churned in chaotic spirals, but Snape's disciplined mind quickly severed these emotional tangents. His voice, when it came, was characteristically cold and cutting. It seems you have some understanding of the pain of loss, he said with deliberate harshness. Then what are you still standing there for? Snape's dark eyes bore into the boy with ruthless intensity. If the person standing opposite you right now were an enemy, he would have killed you countless times while you were lost in those memories. His words struck like a whip. Don't dwell in pain, use it. The sharp reminder jolted Char back to the present moment. He drew in a deep, shuddering breath, feeling the pain and anger still burning in his chest like molten metal. But now, instead of being consumed by these emotions, he channeled them. Char raised his wand with deliberate precision, the movement resembling a sword's cutting arc through the air. Sectum Sempra, he shouted, his voice carrying new authority. The young wizard felt something extraordinary happen. The pain lodged in his heart seemed to take on physical substance, flowing into his magic like liquid fire. The spell that emerged was far sharper than any of his previous attempts, carrying a magic that seemed capable of tearing through reality itself. The power surged through his body, traveled down his arm, and concentrated in his wand with unprecedented intensity. Yet, despite this breakthrough, Char's magical reserves weren't quite sufficient. The divine sword shadowless spell flickered and faded before fully manifesting. Witnessing this near miss, Snape shook his head with quiet resignation. Magical strength was largely a matter of natural talent, something that couldn't be significantly altered through training alone. For spells of the divine edge shadowless spell's caliber, Char's magical power remained woefully inadequate. What a waste of potential. But Char seemed completely oblivious to his professor's internal lament. On the contrary, after casting that imperfect but improved spell, his eyes lit up with genuine excitement. On his system panel, the divine sharpness shadowless spell, which had shown no progress for weeks, suddenly displayed a much richer black iron luster. This single attempt had generated more advancement than all his previous practice sessions combined. If he could maintain this intensity, reaching bronze level before the Christmas holiday seemed not just possible, but probable. Once he achieved that milestone and claimed his pending rewards, the divine edge shadowless spell would become a truly formidable weapon in his arsenal. The realization filled Char with renewed determination and enthusiasm. Sectum Sempra, he cast again, pouring his heart into the spell. Again and again, the divine sharpness shadowless spell flowed from his wand. Char became so absorbed in the practice that he lost all awareness of his surroundings, forgetting even the passage of time. Only when Snape's cold voice cut through his concentration did he reluctantly halt his efforts. Char looked up with confusion, clearly wanting to continue. Snape's expression was thunderous. Idiot. His voice carried the weight of genuine concern beneath its harsh exterior. Did I ever tell you that all black magic draws its power from negative emotions? Snape's eyes narrowed dangerously. The Divine Edge Shadowless spell is no exception to this rule. You've practiced so many times in such a short period. Even though the individual influence of each casting is minimal, the cumulative effect could cause dangerous changes to your mental state. The professor's voice grew even more severe. I have no intention of teaching a madman who believes the world should feel pain and kills without mercy. He paused, then added with uncharacteristic vulnerability, otherwise Pomona will definitely kill me. Without further explanation, Snape retrieved a bottle of potion from his robes and handed it to Char. Drink this. All of it. The moment the potion entered his system, Char couldn't suppress a violent shudder. An incredibly cold sensation spread through his body, as if liquid ice were flowing through his veins. The pain and anger that had been building within him vanished instantly, replaced by a numbness so complete that he felt encased in eternal winter. For more than 10 minutes, this frigid emptiness dominated his consciousness. He couldn't feel anything except the all-consuming cold. When the sensation finally receded, Snape examined Char with clinical thoroughness. Only after confirming that the boy showed no lingering effects from the Divine Edge Shadowless curse did he allow himself to relax. No more practice today, he declared coldly. Return tomorrow. Char nodded gratefully. As he walked out of the potions classroom, he couldn't suppress a slight smile. Once he had truly mastered the Divine Sword Shadowless spell, even if Quirrell attempted to move against him, Char was confident he could make the men regret it dearly. With quickened steps, he made his way toward the greenhouse for his daily magical plant routine, a ritual that had become as essential to his life as breathing. The work was meticulous and time-consuming. He carefully stretched out the leaves of the piranha algae, ensuring they could receive maximum light exposure. Then he methodically cleaned out the weaker specimens that were struggling due to insufficient illumination, preventing them from stealing nutrients from the healthier plants. Just tending to these carnivorous plants required 2 to 3 hours of patient, detailed work. The newly planted guardian trees demanded equally careful attention. Professor Sprout had recently provided him with 5 additional guardian tree materials, which meant Char needed to brew 1 or 2 portions of holy tree potion almost daily to ensure their healthy growth. Combined with his regular classes, spell practice, Quidditch training, and processing potion materials for Snape, his schedule was packed from dawn until the early hours of the morning. Most people would find such a relentless routine exhausting and monotonous. But every day, when Char saw the reward orbs growing larger and brighter, when he witnessed the subtle but steady progress on his system panel, he felt nothing but fulfillment and joy. Time flowed like water, and another week passed in this intensive rhythm. On his system panel, the Divine Sharpness spell, practiced daily with unwavering dedication, finally began to show a dull bronze color emerging from its dark iron luster. The dozen boxes of piranha algae were tantalizingly close to maturity, their reward orbs nearly perfected. Char's face lit up with anticipation. According to this progress, the piranha algae should be mature by tomorrow. He could barely contain his excitement. Once the piranha algae matures and the water enhancement takes effect, my magical power will increase dramatically. Then I can truly begin using the Divine Edge Shadowless spell at full capacity. The efficiency will be far superior to anything I've achieved so far. His eyes gleamed with determination. Promotion to bronze rank before Christmas is absolutely certain. This double fortune filled Char with an almost euphoric happiness. He left the greenhouse with notably lighter steps, heading toward the Quidditch pitch. Snape had advised him that the mental effects of practicing black magic could be effectively released through physical exertion on the Quidditch field. After trying it once, Char had found the professor's suggestion remarkably effective. With each flight maneuver and practice shot, his body and mind became increasingly relaxed and balanced. But today, he hadn't been practicing on the pitch for long when Cedric Diggory called for attention. "That's all for today's training," the team captain announced. "Everyone go back and get proper rest." Cedric's expression grew serious. "Don't forget, tomorrow is our match against Gryffindor. This is our first game of the season and the last one before Christmas break." His voice carried the weight of expectation. "You don't want to spend this Christmas feeling the sting of defeat, do you?" The words hit Char like a lightning bolt. He had been so immersed in spell practice and botanical work that he had completely forgotten about the Quidditch match. Tomorrow was the Hufflepuff versus Gryffindor game. Char searched his memory carefully. He couldn't recall any detailed description of this particular match in the original storyline. The books had focused primarily on the first-year match between Gryffindor and Slytherin, with other games receiving minimal attention. But now he understood the season structure. Following tradition, the 4 houses would play a round-robin tournament, with each academy facing every other once. The top 2 teams would then be selected based on points, goal difference, and other factors to compete for the championship. In the original timeline, Gryffindor and Slytherin had faced each other twice in the finals, which meant both houses had defeated all other competitors to reach that stage. The logic was sound. Ravenclaw House, composed largely of studious individuals with fewer athletically inclined members, faced significant disadvantages in competitive matches. Similarly, Hufflepuff had never been portrayed as particularly dominant in sports. It wasn't surprising that both Eagle House and Badger House typically found themselves at the bottom of the rankings. But now, looking at his teammates' faces, Char saw something different. A strange intensity had settled over him as he remembered Professor Sprout's expectations. Winning this game might just be the perfect Christmas present for their beloved head of house. His expression grew serious and determined. "Tomorrow," he said quietly, "we use everything we have." The young players around him clenched their fists in response. Even the usually gentle Hufflepuffs were now filled with an unprecedented desire for victory. This phenomenon wasn't isolated to their team. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry and his friends had temporarily shifted their focus from searching for information about Nicholas Flamel to tomorrow's Quidditch match. Ron seemed particularly energized by the prospect. "Harry," he said with obvious excitement, "you'll be able to teach that Char a lesson on the pitch tomorrow." His voice carried an edge of malice. "That Snape's lapdog, you're going to crush him completely, right? Just like when you caught the golden snitch in your first game and demolished Slytherin." Hermione's voice carried a note of disapproval. "Ron, don't say such harsh things." Ron snorted dismissively. "It's just the truth, isn't it, Harry?" Harry found himself recalling the impressive performance he'd witnessed from the Hufflepuff team during their practice sessions. Char's skill had been genuinely remarkable. But after a moment, memories of his triumph over Slytherin filled him with renewed confidence. The feeling of being surrounded and cheered by the crowd brought a smile to his face. He clenched his hands tightly and whispered to himself, "There's nothing to be afraid of. As long as I catch the snitch, the game will be over." His eyes brightened with possibility. "Maybe I can catch the snitch right from the start. Maybe we can shut out Hufflepuff completely." Ron's excitement reached new heights at this suggestion. "Then let's see how the Char handles himself afterward. I bet he won't even be able to lift his head in shame." Hermione had overheard their entire conversation. But instead of sharing their confidence, she found herself thinking about Char's remarkably calm demeanor during their previous encounters. She opened her mouth several times, wanting to remind Harry not to become overconfident. But Harry was clearly beyond listening to cautionary words. This only deepened Hermione's sense of foreboding. Tomorrow, could they really win? The question hung in the air like a storm cloud, and only time would provide the answer. Chapter 99. The next morning brought an electric atmosphere to the Quidditch pitch as the entire school gathered once again to witness the clash between 2 houses. Despite the gentle snowflakes drifting down from the overcast sky and the biting cold that made everyone shiver, nothing could dampen the collective enthusiasm for the upcoming match. The Gryffindor section of the stands blazed with color as students unfurled another massive banner. A golden-red lion dominated the fabric, its head thrown back in a proud, defiant roar that seemed to echo across the field. On the opposite side, the Hufflepuff supporters had turned out in full force. Every student held a flag bearing their house emblem, creating a sea of yellow and black that rippled like waves in the winter breeze. From a distance, the coordinated display resembled a vast amber tide. Professor Sprout sat in the front row of the Hufflepuff stands, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on the tunnel where the players would emerge. Her hands were clasped tightly in her lap, knuckles white with anticipation. When Char finally appeared from the tunnel, gripping his Nimbus 2000 and wearing the distinctive black and yellow uniform with the beater's badge, Professor Sprout's eyes instantly filled with tears. The sight transported her back through the years to when she had sat in these very same stands, watching her younger brother's first match with the same mixture of pride and nervous excitement. Now her brother was gone, taken too soon, but here stood his son, ready to carry on the family tradition on this very same pitch. Memories flooded through her mind like a rushing river, and in the blink of an eye, tears were streaming down her cheeks. At that moment, a sharp whistle cut through the stadium's noise like a blade. 14 brooms immediately shot into the air, their riders taking their positions with practiced precision. Lee Jordan was once again providing commentary alongside Professor McGonagall. Since this wasn't the traditional Gryffindor versus Slytherin rivalry match, his commentary was notably more balanced and analytical. "Gryffindor is employing their signature triangular attack formation," he announced to the crowd. The three chaser girls work together with such seamless coordination that they can outmaneuver almost any defense on the field. His voice carried across the stadium with infectious enthusiasm. The Weasley brothers bring their legendary teamwork to the beater positions, their ability to anticipate each other's moves is absolutely unstoppable, and they're equally skilled at both offense and defense. Wood stands as Gryffindor's strongest barrier in goal, a virtually impenetrable wall when he's at his best. And there's our new star seeker, Harry Potter, operating independently outside the main formation. He's actively scanning for the golden snitch with remarkable intensity. Lee's excitement was palpable. His movements are incredibly aggressive and purposeful. After witnessing Harry's incredible performance in the last match, I think everyone here would agree that he has the potential to locate the golden snitch quickly and end this game in spectacular fashion. But then we have Hufflepuff, and Lee's voice carried a note of uncertainty and confusion. Well, I have to admit, I've never seen a formation quite like this before. They appear to have created some kind of tightly interconnected formation with Char as the absolute center of operations. Even their seeker, Cedric Diggory, hasn't separated from the main group formation. Hufflepuff's tactical approach is completely unprecedented in my experience. A beater-centric lineup. Is such a strategy even viable? Before Lee could complete his analysis, something dramatic happened on the pitch that caught everyone's attention. Harry suddenly shot forward on his Nimbus 2000 like an arrow released from a bow, clearly having spotted something significant. The entire stadium held its collective breath in anticipation. Lee Jordan's voice exploded with excitement. Harry! He's found the snitch. Merlin's beard, he's flying even faster and with more determination than in his debut match. Is he going to capture the snitch? The game has barely been going on for less than a minute and it might already be over. But before Lee could finish his commentary, the unexpected happened. The Hufflepuff formation moved as one cohesive unit, but not toward the golden snitch. Instead, they flew directly toward the nearest bludger. Unlike the golden snitch, which players had to constantly dodge and evade, the bludgers had an aggressive nature that made them actively seek out players. Finding them was never a challenge. This tactical decision left the entire crowd bewildered. What exactly were the Hufflepuffs planning? Then everyone watched in stunned silence as Char flew straight toward the bludger with unwavering determination. The bat in his hands moved so quickly it became nothing more than a blur. The impact was instantaneous. The bludger shot forward with incredible velocity, and the sound of the collision echoed throughout the stadium like a cannon being fired. Harry, who had been rapidly approaching the golden snitch, suddenly had to bring his broomstick to an abrupt halt. The bludger was now screaming through the air directly toward the space in front of him at an almost unimaginable speed. If Harry had maintained his pursuit of the snitch, he would have been guaranteed to take a devastating hit from the redirected bludger. Even from a distance, Harry could feel the raw power behind the projectile, and his face went pale with realization. Being struck by that bludger would be like being hit by a cannonball. With no other choice, Harry was forced to slow his Nimbus 2000 dramatically. This sudden change in speed caused the distance between him and the golden snitch to increase rapidly. Damn it! Harry growled through gritted teeth, his frustration evident. If he hadn't been interrupted, he was absolutely certain he could have caught the snitch within 30 seconds. But now that opportunity had evaporated. Meanwhile, the rest of the Gryffindor players were discovering their own problems. Each Quidditch match featured 2 bludgers, and the one that had just been redirected to interrupt Harry's pursuit was only the first. The Hufflepuff formation was already approaching the second bludger with the same coordinated precision. Char swung his bat again with devastating effect. This bludger traced a perfect arc through the air as it flew directly toward the Gryffindor goal posts. The attack forced Gryffindor's defensive formation to scatter immediately, breaking their coordinated positioning. And in that precise moment when the gap appeared in their defense, the Hufflepuff chasers charged forward with the quaffle. With virtually no resistance, they threw the quaffle cleanly through Gryffindor's goal. 10-0. Hufflepuff scores. The entire stadium erupted in shock at what they had just witnessed. The Gryffindor players felt cold sweat beading on their foreheads as the reality of their situation sank in. Wood's expression had turned deathly pale. In this type of situation, there was simply no way to mount an effective defense. If this pattern continued, the point gap would widen at an alarming rate. Once the difference reached over 150 points, even if Harry managed to catch the golden snitch, it wouldn't be enough to turn defeat into victory. The 3 Gryffindor chaser girls, Katie Bell, Angelina Johnson, and Alicia Spinnet, exchanged determined looks. Katie bit her lip decisively. If we can't defend, then we'll attack. We can fly better than the Hufflepuff chasers, Angelina added with conviction. Their goalkeeping is also average at best, Alicia continued. We should be able to break through their defense easily, just like we've done before. As long as we can score points consistently, the gap won't widen too quickly, and there will still be time for Harry to catch the snitch. Immediately, the 3 Gryffindor chaser girls flew out in their signature triangular formation. They began passing the quaffle between them with fluid precision, attempting to navigate around the Hufflepuff defenses. In previous matches, they had been able to easily outmaneuver the typically clumsy Hufflepuff players with these coordinated tactics. But now, everything was different. Char simply had to swing his bat, and using the bludger, he could effortlessly interrupt their carefully orchestrated rhythm. The Hufflepuff players flew out in perfect synchronization, working together to take advantage of the disrupted timing and steal the quaffle away. Then came an immediate defensive counterattack. 20-0. Hufflepuff scores. Witnessing this devastating sequence, Harry felt his heart grow heavy with dread. He knew he had to do something decisive. He had to step up and take control of the situation. Thoughts raced through Harry's mind as he analyzed the field. Cedric was undoubtedly a skilled flyer, but his broom was significantly inferior to Harry's own Nimbus 2000. If he could take advantage of his superior equipment's performance, he might be able to exploit the moments when Char was coordinating the Hufflepuff team's attack and defense. Or perhaps he could find an opening during the brief gaps when Char was hitting the blood jars. As long as he could catch the snitch quickly, there might still be a chance for victory. Harry waited patiently, watching for his opportunity. The next time Char swung his bat to redirect a bludger, Harry's eyes lit up with hope. There's my chance. But the next moment, Harry's heart sank into despair. The Hufflepuff keeper had flown out alongside Cedric, and both of them were now staring directly at Harry. When there was a gap in Char's coverage, the keeper would use his position to cooperate with Cedric and block Harry's flight path. This tactical adjustment made Harry feel like a crab with its claws tied, completely unable to make any meaningful impact. Sometimes, even the chasers would abandon their positions temporarily to block his potential flight routes. A crushing sense of powerlessness washed over Harry. He didn't feel like he was competing against Cedric, the opposing seeker. Instead, he felt like he was facing the entire Hufflepuff team simultaneously. This team clearly consisted of players who, individually, posed no real threat. Apart from Char and Cedric, their flying skills were nothing to be afraid of. The Gryffindor players should have been able to crush the Hufflepuff team easily. But now, Char and his teammates moved as one unified entity. On the field, they were systematically crushing Gryffindor in a completely one-sided massacre. Individual heroism. Hufflepuff wasn't interested in that approach. Unity was their path to success. 30-0. 40-0. Lee Jordan's voice was trembling with disbelief. I've never seen a Quidditch match like this in my entire life. Merlin's beard, Gryffindor is completely powerless against Hufflepuff. The score is already 150-0. By this point, Harry was shaking uncontrollably. The shadow of inevitable failure loomed over him like a dark cloud. He understood the harsh reality of the situation. Even if he managed to catch the golden snitch now, it would be too late to save the game. His only hope was to catch it quickly, at least ensuring that the final score difference wouldn't be too overwhelming and the loss wouldn't be completely humiliating. Right at that moment, a golden flash appeared in the corner of his peripheral vision. Harry tightened his grip on his broom and accelerated immediately. But the next second, he witnessed a scene that filled him with complete despair. The Hufflepuff players dispersed across the field with military precision. Char took the lead in the coordinated movement. While it would be a foul for anyone other than the seeker to actually catch the snitch, blocking and limiting the golden snitch's flight space didn't fall into the category of rule violations. Char positioned himself to stop the golden snitch directly. Then, one by one, the other Hufflepuff players flew into strategic positions. The golden snitch found itself almost completely surrounded, seeming unable to react or determine which direction to fly. Immediately following this tactical maneuver, Cedric reached out casually and grabbed the trapped golden snitch in his hand. 300-0. Hufflepuff wins. The unprecedented margin of victory left the entire Gryffindor team looking pale and shaken, as if they were trapped in a waking nightmare. Harry lowered his broom without saying a word. All the smugness and confidence he had felt before the game had completely evaporated. Now he just wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into and hide, somewhere he could forget about this match that had been nothing short of a complete massacre. Just at this moment, Char did something that surprised everyone in the stadium. He flew his Nimbus 2000 over the Hufflepuff stands and stopped for a moment directly in front of Professor Sprout. He pointed toward the distant tower. Then Char flew straight toward the structure. He circled the tower 3 times, raising his bat high in the air with each pass. No one in the stadium understood what Char was doing. Even the Hufflepuff students looked confused by this unexpected display. Harry's expression darkened momentarily. His hands clenched into fists. Wasn't that the tower where the library was located? Char had encountered them there that day. They hadn't treated Char particularly well during that meeting. Ron had even been muttering complaints about Char behind his back. Was Char showing off his victory by doing this now? Or was he mocking them? But then, Professor Sprout in the stand suddenly had her eyes fill with tears. Large droplets began flowing down her cheeks. While Lee Jordan was still confused and didn't know how to comment on this unusual celebration, Professor McGonagall seemed to remember something significant. Her voice was choked with emotion as she spoke. I remember now. This was the signature celebration of a former Hufflepuff beater. Every time he won a match, he would fly 3 times around the library tower. That way, his sister, who was so obsessed with herbology that she couldn't bring herself to watch him compete, would know the result of the match. That beater's name was Robin Sprout. In that moment, the entire stadium fell into complete silence. Everyone finally understood. Char was recreating his father's traditional celebration. And this gesture was performed specifically for Professor Sprout to witness. The next second, Cedric soared upward on his broom. The rest of the Hufflepuff team followed closely behind him. They joined Char in his flight around the tower, circling again and again in tribute. Witnessing this deeply moving scene, Harry felt as if he had been struck by a sledgehammer. The dark, resentful thoughts that had been forming in his mind immediately disappeared. Instead, he was filled with shame and embarrassment. Harry began, his voice barely above a whisper. Maybe I should apologize to Char. But even as he made this resolution, Harry never found the opportunity to act on it. Because after the match ended, Char left the stadium in a hurry, as if something extremely important was waiting for him elsewhere. At this very moment, Char, who had just won his first Quidditch match, had no intention of lingering to enjoy the sweet taste of victory. Instead, he rushed directly into the greenhouse and walked straight toward the section containing the piranha algae. After taking care of the piranha algae for what he knew would be the last time the previous night, those reward light orbs had been tantalizingly close to completion. Char had wanted to wait until they reached their absolutely perfect state before harvesting them. And now, as he approached the tanks, one after another, fully formed and radiant orbs of light met his eager gaze. His eyes suddenly blazed with fiery anticipation. The time has come, he whispered to himself. Piranha algae, harvest. Chapter 100. Char's fingers trembled with anticipation as he reached toward the mature piranha algae. The moment his skin made contact, 13 brilliant reward light balls surged into his body like liquid starlight. The system panel blazed to life with cascading notifications. You have cultivated the piranha algae to maturity, mutation, ... You get the reward, water increase, silver level. You get a reward, cutting spell blessing, bronze level. Char's pulse quickened. This was his first direct encounter with a silver level reward light ball. Before Hogwarts, even glimpsing a black iron level reward had been rare. Now, standing on the precipice of a legendary transformation born from sheer persistence, curiosity consumed him. What power would silver-level rewards unleash? As the luminous energy flowed through his veins, an extraordinary sensation awakened within him. His magic power shifted, transforming from something ordinary into something razor-sharp. The change was immediate and profound, his very essence now carried the keen edge of a blade. This is... Char's breathing steadied as understanding dawned. The cutting spell blessing. The planting system hadn't just enhanced his spells, it had fundamentally altered his magical core. His power now possessed an inherent sharpness that would amplify every cutting spell he cast. Even his comprehension of such magic would accelerate beyond normal limits. During his first harvest of immature piranha algae, this transformation had been too subtle to notice. His magical perception then was nowhere near its current acuity. But now, with crystal clarity, he felt every nuance of the change. This blessing had essentially granted him superior talent for cutting magic. Char's attention returned to the system panel, where something remarkable was unfolding. The cutting magic blessing entry, which had glowed with black iron's modest sheen, now pulsed with bronze luminescence. Within seconds, the bronze deepened and intensified until silver light completely consumed it. Cutting spell blessing, silver level, promoted. From iron to silver in a single moment. While other abilities required extensive cultivation to achieve such advancement, 13 piranha algae had accomplished what would normally take months of dedicated effort. High-level plants were truly in a league of their own. But the system panel held even greater surprises. With the cutting spell blessing now at silver level, both of Char's mastered cutting spells, the pruning charm and the shadowless charm, began to blur and shift. The pruning charm's golden luster suddenly brightened with platinum undertones, indicating significantly accelerated progress toward the next tier. What would have required weeks of intensive practice had been compressed into this single moment. However, it was the Divine Edge shadowless spell that truly stole Char's breath. Originally progressing slowly from black iron to bronze, the spell now radiated rich bronze light embedded with tiny silver sparkles. The transformation was so dramatic that Char clenched his fist in triumph. The cutting spell blessing had exceeded every expectation. Once he strengthened his magical power sufficiently, he could wield bronze-level, even silver-level versions of the Divine Sword shadowless spell. The power differential would be staggering. As the sharp-edged sensation gradually faded, a new feeling emerged, one of oceanic depth and fluidity. It was as if tides were surging through Char's body, calling him toward water with an almost magnetic pull. The water enhancement ability, Char realized, watching the system panel transform once more. This silver-level reward proved even more dramatic than the cutting spell enhancement. The bronze-level, water enhancement, flickered with silver light, then blazed with golden radiance before finally settling into a brilliant platinum glow that consumed half the golden luminescence. Water enhancement, gold level, promoted with significant platinum progression. Char drew a deep breath, overwhelmed by the silver-level reward's potency. A single ball of this caliber equaled nearly 100 black iron rewards, but more importantly, it maintained its effectiveness at higher levels where lesser rewards would falter. I need to focus on plants that yield silver-level rewards, he decided, already planning his next cultivation projects. To truly test the water enhancement's effects, Char approached the nearest water tank and slowly submerged his head. The cold liquid enveloped him, and his eyes widened in amazement. He opened his mouth experimentally, no choking occurred. The breath he'd taken seemed unnecessary. The water embraced him like a natural habitat, freely offering oxygen that flowed directly into his lungs. His movements became more fluid and graceful than they'd ever been on land. Closing his eyes, Char discovered he could sense movements throughout the water through vibrations and currents. The aquatic environment had truly become his domain, a realm where he possessed every advantage. This gold-level qualitative change was revolutionary, but even more exciting was the comprehensive blessing it provided to all his abilities. Submerged, Char watched the system panel undergo another dramatic transformation. Golden and platinum lights danced across every entry as the water enhancement amplified his entire skill set. Magic perception enhancement advanced further into gold level with strengthened platinum undertones. The fluorescent spell and night vision abilities blazed brighter. His pruning charm and divine edge shadowless spell climbed higher still. But Char's focus remained fixed on one critical ability, magic power enhancement, black iron level. This had been his greatest limitation. Despite his improved magical perception, insufficient power had prevented him from fully utilizing advanced spells. Now, under his intense gaze, the black iron luster suddenly flashed with silver light. The amplification had temporarily elevated his magic power to silver level. Even Char's composure cracked at this revelation. Underwater, he couldn't contain his exhilarated laughter. The shackles that had bound his potential had finally shattered. Gripping his wand tightly, Char swung it in a swift, sword-like motion. His magic power had reached the required threshold. The water enhancement was active. The cutting spell blessing was primed. Sectum Sempra, he called out, his voice carrying clearly through the water. Divine Sword, Invisible Shadow. The spell erupted from his wand with unprecedented force, its power magnified by every enhancement now coursing through his magical core. This was no longer the tentative magic of a student, but the confident casting of someone who had transcended his former limitations.